Su Ruojin, originally the eldest daughter of the Lin prefect's household, grew up under the care of the elderly matriarch of the Lin family, neglected by her father and unloved by her mother. With a gentle smile, Su Ruojin remarked, "Lin family, I hope you do not come to regret this." Unexpectedly, the false heiress cast out by the Lin family turned out to be the sixth daughter of the esteemed General Su from the capital. Overnight, the once despised, impoverished impostor transformed into a cherished young lady of the general's estate, adored by 5 elder brothers. The Lin family, filled with remorse, knelt in desperation, seeking forgiveness. The scoundrel pleaded, "Jeaner, marry me, I love only you." Su Ruojin retorted, "Begone." In the next moment, the regent prince offered an extravagant bridal price spanning 30 miles to court the general's legitimate daughter. Prince Lin declared, "Little Jeaner is my own granddaughter. Who dares to bully her?" The regent prince replied, "None would dare." The poison master asserted, "Little Jeaner is my disciple. Who dares to provoke her?" The regent prince responded, "They would dare to pamper her." From the Shadow Alliance came a report. "Leader, someone has placed a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold on the regent prince's head. Shall we take it?" The regent prince simply remained silent. The common folk of Dechu exclaimed, "We are grateful to the princess for ensuring the everlasting peace of our great nation." Chapter 1. The Reunion with Biological Parents. On the second day of the 12th month, after a light snowfall in Yinyang, the snow melted upon touching the ground, and the air turned increasingly damp and cold. In the most secluded courtyard of the Yinyang prefect's residence, a series of urgent knocks resounded. Thud, thud, thud. As dawn broke, Su Ruojin was startled awake by the incessant knocking. She hastily donned her clothes, tied her hair up in a careless fashion, and opened the door. As the door swung open, a gust of cold wind rushed in, prompting Su Ruojin to instinctively squint her eyes. Before she could utter a word, Granny Zhang at the entrance seized her and dragged her towards the gate of the residence. "Miss Su, your biological parents have been located. They bear the surname Su and are villagers from Shirley Village in the eastern outskirts of the city. From this moment forth, you are no longer the young lady of our governor's residence. The madam, in her kindness, has prepared some travel money for you. Take it and leave swiftly from now on. There shall be no ties between you and our governor's estate." Su Ruojin's gaze darkened slightly as she made no effort to resist, allowing Granny Zhang to lead her onward. This day had ultimately arrived. She had granted the Lin family a chance, and since they chose not to cherish it, so be it. Upon exiting the residence, Granny Zhang roughly thrust a coarse cloth bundle into Su Ruojin's arms. The bundle was not secured properly and fell to the ground, spilling its contents. Inside were several sets of worn clothing and a few books that Su Ruojin often perused. The books tumbled onto the snow-drenched ground, their pages becoming dampened by the melting snow. At the same time, 2 taels of silver coins rolled out. Su Ruojin picked up the fallen books, her heart aching slightly at the sight of them marred by the snow. Just then, a small beggar, around 7 or 8 years old, chanced upon the scene. Noticing someone emerging from the Lin residence, he hurried over in hopes of receiving some alms. "Madam, miss, have mercy. I haven't eaten in 3 days, please. Spare me some food." The small beggar stood barefoot in the snow, his hair in disarray, his face so grimy that his true features were obscured. He was clad in rags that could barely be called clothing, trembling as he held out a battered bowl, his face filled with hopeful anticipation as he looked at Granny Zhang and Su Ruojin. Bending down, Su Ruojin gently placed the 2 taels of silver into the beggar's bowl. The little beggar's eyes widened in astonishment, and he immediately knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head to Su Ruojin, exclaiming, "Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. I wish you a long life, a harmonious union, the early arrival of precious offspring, enduring fortune and longevity, a lifespan as vast as Nanshan, blessings as Abu, Dant as the East Sea, familial joy, and all wishes fulfilled." Having never received formal education, the little beggar could only recite the blessings he had overheard from others. Zhang Momo's voice was deliberately raised, ensuring that Su Ruojin could hear clearly, a warning not to seek to associate with their Lin family again. "Understood," replied the sentinel at the door. The little beggar caught this exchange as well. He picked up the broken silver, intending to offer it to Su Ruojin, but upon seeing his grimy little hands, He hesitated and instead cradled the coins in his palm, waiting for Su Ruojin to take them. With a gentle smile, Su Ruojin reached out and ruffled his hair, saying, "Keep it, but be sure to hide it well, lest others see." For a little beggar, 2 taels of broken silver represented a small fortune if discovered. It could very well cost him his life. As the little beggar was about to kneel and bow again, Su Ruojin held him back. After parting with the little beggar, Su Ruojin produced a small white cloth pouch embroidered with blue flowers, extracting a piece of dried apricot to pop into her mouth. The sweet and sour flavor instantly filled her palate, awakening her senses. Indeed, the dried apricots had to be from Yueji. Savoring the dried apricot, Su Ruojin slowly made her way toward the outskirts of the city. As for the Lin family, she chuckled softly, hoping they would not come to regret their choices. The young girl, with hair as dark as ink and a porcelain-like face adorned with delicate brows, possessed a pair of almond-shaped eyes that sparkled like autumn waters. Perhaps due to the chill in the air, her cheeks bore a faint blush, complemented by her ruby lips and pearly teeth. Along the way, numerous onlookers turned their heads, speculating about the identity of the strikingly beautiful young lady who wandered alone. Among the crowd, 3 men exchanged furtive glances and stealthily trailed Su Ruojin. Upon exiting the city, Su Ruojin did not head towards the village of Shirley, but rather took the opposite direction. The trio intended to confirm her solitary state outside the city before making their move. Given the girl's beauty, she could fetch a handsome price. Strangely, despite her proximity, no matter how hastily they pursued, they could not catch up with her. As they gazed upon the prey that seemed almost within their grasp, the men were unwilling to relent. Thus, they followed her for over an hour. Eventually, they came upon a stone tablet at the roadside, inscribed with 3 large characters: Muin Village. Upon passing the tablet, Su Ruojin slowed her pace and retrieved a dried apricot from her small pouch, placing it in her mouth. A subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes glinting with a hint of mockery as she continued onward. The 3 men, their faces lighting up with excitement, quickened their steps and followed her past the stone tablet. In her mind, Su Ruojin began a countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, 3 muffled groans and the sounds of dragging followed behind her, and then silence enveloped the air. On the tranquil village path, only the figure of the young girl remained. Upon entering the village, she was greeted by familiar faces. "Su, the little divine physician, my mother has been mentioning that she wishes for you to come to our home for a meal. Thank you for curing her headache." "Su, the little divine physician, my father's old rheumatism has flared up again. Could I trouble you to take a look?" Su Ruojin was not at all polite. "Thank you, Brother de Zhuang. Ergo, I will be seeing patients at the usual place later, so please ask Uncle Fu to come over." "Ah, thank you, Dr. Su. You truly possess the heart of a bodhisattva." At the same moment, in the residence of the Grand General in the capital, an undercover guard knelt before General Su. "General, I have news of the 6th Miss. Someone has seen her in the village of Shirley, on the eastern outskirts of Yanyan." Su Yinfeng instantly rose from his seat, exclaiming loudly, "Quickly, prepare the horses. Father, we shall accompany you." The 5 sons of the Su family, any one of whom could shake the capital with their presence. Over the years, the 5 brothers had traversed the entirety of the great Chu kingdom and even inquired in the neighboring nations, yet they had found no trace of their sister. Not a single day could they find peace until their sister was located. Upon hearing news of her, how could they not go? "I shall go as well." The old master Su entered, supported cautiously by a young lady in a delicate pale yellow silk robe, her features exquisite. Muin Village. Su Ruojin approached an unassuming wooden house at the western edge of the village. Gently pushing the door open, she had barely stepped over the threshold when she sensed something piercing through the air towards her face. With a slight raise of her brow, Su Ruojin sidestepped and caught the object hurtling towards her. In her palm lay 3 silver needles. Each needle shimmered with a faint green light. "Qianjiyin, Hiding Hong, Duan Chong Chao." 3 needles, 3 types of poison. They truly held her in high regard. Chapter 2. Muin Village. Ruojin smiled faintly, effortlessly tucking the silver needle into her bosom, and called out, "Master, are you plotting to murder your dear disciple? If I were to be poisoned, who would be left to care for you in your old age?" "Bah, how did I end up with such a rebellious disciple, who curses her master day in and day out?" An aged yet vigorous voice emanated from within the room, its owner hidden from sight. Master, I was quite reluctant to become your disciple in the first place. It was you who wept and pleaded to take me under your wing, Su Ruojin teased. You ungrateful disciple. You rebellious child. You drive me to exasperation. The elderly voice resounded once more. Second master, this fish was a gift from Brother de Zhuang. I shall prepare fish soup for you all shortly. Ah, never mind, Jiner. Allow me to handle the fish, Huang Jian interjected, his complexion paling as he hurried to dissuade her. When Su Ruojin was merely 9 years old, she had once attempted to make fish soup, resulting in all 4 of them suffering from severe illness, confined to their beds for 3 entire days. Had it not been for the eldest brother's medical expertise, Huang Jian believed their lives would have been forfeit. From that day forth, they forbade Su Ruojin from entering the kitchen, even though her fish soup was undeniably exquisite. Su Ruojin could see through second master's subtle intentions after all. He merely wished to test her newly concocted medicine on them, and he had held a grudge ever since. This particular medicine would indeed induce vomiting and diarrhea, a process deemed detoxification yet. Those who endured it would emerge stronger and healthier. Su Ruojin had no concerns regarding her 4 masters' ability to withstand it. Little Jiner, have you been cast out by the Lin family? I always told you that they are ungrateful wretches, but you refused to listen, persistently aiding that individual from the Lin family with their health. Look, now you've been bitten by the snake. A woman adorned in a resplendent red silk garment, embellished with golden thread and floral patterns, emerged gracefully, her makeup accentuating a peach blossom between her brows. Her seductive gaze and slender waist belied her true age, as she elegantly fanned herself while walking. Her sharp eyes quickly discerned the burden on Xiao Jiner, leading her to make an astute guess. Su Ruojin smiled nonchalantly. Master San, the old matriarch of the Lin family, is different from the rest of the Lin clan. Humph, to me, they all share the same character. It is merely that our dear Jiner possesses a kind heart, Luo Meinyang retorted dismissively. She was aware that none of her masters were ordinary individuals, yet she never inquired about their pasts. As long as she knew that her 4 masters treated her well, that was suff. I see in tea that moment, a voice resonated from outside. Upon hearing it, Su Ruojin's lips twitched slightly. Among her 4 masters, this was the one she feared the most. In the blink of an eye, and Xiao's voice seemed to echo from a distance, only to materialize within the room a second later, rushing towards Su Ruojin. Little Jiner, hurry, come inside and listen to the new composition I have crafted. Although the music of her 4th master was indeed exquisite, even the most melodious tunes, when heard day after day, month after month, year after year, for nearly a decade, would drive anyone to the brink of despair. Luo Meinyang scolded. What music? Jiner has been expelled from the Lin family. She has no mood to listen to your melodies. An Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then dismissively waved his hand. Brother, why not just poison the Lin family to avenge Jiner? Su Ruojin. Master, there's truly no need for that. After enjoying a hearty meal, Su Ruojin bid farewell to her masters and, as was customary, proceeded to a gnarled old tree at the village's edge to offer her medical services to teach. Ye villagers, Uncle Fu, did I not advise you against going into the water? If you continue to ignore my counsel, you can forget about remedying that chronic leg pain. I shall administer a few acupuncture needles shortly. Urguzi chimed in supportively. Father, I warned you about the cold and advised against entering the water. You must heed Su Ziyashini's words now. Uncle Fu's face flushed slightly as he nodded vigorously. All right, I understand. I shall certainly refrain from going into the water. Aunt Zhang, your little grandson has merely caught a chill. I will prescribe 2 doses of medicine, and he will be fine. Do not fret. Brother Ma, I will set your leg right. In 2 months, you shall be as lively as ever, but do exercise caution when venturing into the mountains. After finally finishing her consultations with the villagers, Su Ruojin began to tidy her medical supplies while casting a glance at the forest beyond the village. All these years, those individuals had remained. 7 years prior, a band of marauders had passed through Muin village, intending to plunder. As soon as they crossed the stone tablet marking the village's boundary, they were swiftly annihilated by the black-clad figures lurking within the woods, their bodies disposed of. With seamless efficiency, Not a soul in Muin village disturbed by the commotion. At the tender age of 8, Su Ruojin had come in search of her master, and from the roadside, she had borne witness to this entire spectacle. After discussing this matter with her masters, Su Ruojin learned from her grandmaster that these individuals were protectors of the village, not villains, and thus she paid them clean mind. Having gathered her belongings, Su Ruojin made her way to the back mountain of the village, where an ancient and dilapidated earth deity temple stood. Upon entering the temple, she pressed on the round belly of the earth deity, causing it to slide aside, revealing an underground passage. Descending the passage, she found several stone chambers, the air thick with the scent of medicinal herbs. Venturing into one of the stone chambers, Su Ruojin discovered numerous bookshelves laden with a variety of tomes. She extracted a few books from her bundle and placed them on the shelves. The corners of the pages bore dried watermarks, leaving faint traces behind. Turning to another row of shelves, she randomly selected a book and tucked it into her bosom before entering another stone chamber. This chamber was filled with an array of weapons, and in its center rested a massive wooden bird, hollowed out in its belly to accommodate 2 individuals. Approaching the weapon rack, Su Ruojin chose a dagger and exited the chamber. At that moment, a white dove fluttered in, alighting atop the earth deity's head and cooing softly. Su Ruojin untied the paper tied to the dove's leg and unfolded it, revealing 2 lines inscribed in delicate script. General Su's household has come to Yin in search of the long-lost 6th miss. On the 3rd day of the 12th lunar month, the regent will host a consultation conference for the young master at the Gathering of Talents Pavilion, with a consultation fee of 1,000 taels of gold. Ah, how unexpectedly vibrant Yin has become with the arrival of such prominent figures. The search for the 6th miss by General Su's household holds no relevance to her, yet the consultation fee of 5,000 taels of gold certainly piqued her interest. The 3rd day of the 12th lunar month? Isn't that tomorrow? In the courtyard, an elderly man in his 60s was carrying a bucket of water, tending to the medicinal herbs he had planted. Su Ruojin approached the old man, took the bucket from his hands, and gently watered the herbs, 1 scoop at a time. Master, tomorrow the regent will hold a medical consultation at the Gathering of Talents Pavilion. For anyone who can cure the young lord, the fee is 5,000 taels of gold. Is that so? Are you interested? Yi Sunji looked at his little disciple with keen curiosity. Chapter 3. Can you solve it? 5,000 taels of gold is indeed a considerable sum. One cannot simply dismiss the allure of wealth. I have heard that even the Imperial Medical Bureau cannot ascertain the young lord's ailment. As Su Ruojin spoke of the intricate and perplexing maladies, her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled with excitement. Tackling difficult illnesses was among her passions. Pshaw, what can that bunch of incompetents at the Imperial Medical Bureau accomplish? If I am not mistaken, the regent is seeking the expertise of the medical sage. Yi Sunji regarded Su Ruojin with a bemused expression. Do you truly believe others will trust you? In girl, as the medical sage? Whether they believe it or not is inconsequential. As long as I can provide a cure, why concern myself with such frivolous titles? Su Ruojin replied nonchalantly. The title of medical sage was merely a moniker she had inadvertently acquired during her travels while treating others. Go if you wish, just do not bring shame upon me. Master, have you devised an antidote for the poison I concocted last time? Su Ruojin continued to water the plants, her expression remaining light and playful. Why the haste? I am mere moments away from concocting the antidote. Just wait, I shall produce it forthwith. Yi Zixin's expression stiffened. A flash of irritation crossed his features as he waved his hand dismissively and retreated into the laboratory to pursue his research. Su Ruojin's lips curved into a subtle smile. A decade had passed. In her previous life, Su Ruojin, the matriarch of an ancient medical family in the 20th century, found herself amidst an interstellar rescue mission when a meteorite struck their vessel. Upon awakening, she discovered herself transformed into a 5-year-old girl. At the age of 5, she had stealthily slipped away from the Lin family to seek out medicinal herbs. It was on the mountain that she encountered Yi Sunji, who was bent over, seemingly in search of something. She approached him and inquired bluntly, "Are you here to relieve yourself?" Infuriated, Yi Sunji felt a surge of wrath. However, His anger dissipated upon noticing the rare herbs nestled within the small basket the girl carried, precisely what he had been desperately seeking. The appearance of a 5-year-old girl in such a desolate wilderness was curious enough, yet her ability to gather such an abundance of rare herbs was astonishing. Upon confirming that the herbs were indeed foraged by the girl herself, Yi Sunch promptly took her by the hand, eager to accept her as his apprentice. The famed poison doctor Yi Sunch was renowned throughout the great Chu kingdom, reputed for his miraculous healing abilities capable of reviving the deceased and restoring shattered bones. Yet, his temperament was peculiar. He would only treat those individuals whom he deemed worthy. His medical fees were exorbitant, often calculated in thousands of gold taels, leaving many noble families yearning for his expertise, yet unable to locate him. Countless individuals aspired to become his disciples, yet none could ascertain his whereabouts. Yi Sunch assumed that upon learning of his illustrious reputation, the little girl would be overwhelmed with excitement and kneel before him, calling him master. The young girl cast him a disdainful glance and remarked, "You cannot even cure the poison of the decayed leaf pollen you have contracted. What right do you have to take me as your disciple?" Yi Xuanji stood frozen in astonishment. The decayed leaf was a rare flower that blossomed once every 50 years in a frigid land. Its petals held medicinal properties capable of curing ailments of the heart. However, its pollen was toxic, causing no immediate pain upon contact, yet rendering a person infertile for life. Despite his careful handling during collection, Yi Xuanji had inadvertently come into contact with the pollen that had settled on the leaves. Now nearing his 60th year and having never married, the poison held little consequence for him. Yet, driven by a physician's curiosity, he had attempted to unravel the antidote to the decayed leaf pollen, but to no avail. He could hardly fathom that such a subtle affliction could be discerned by a mere 5-year-old girl. With a hint of disbelief, he inquired, "Can you cure it? How difficult can it be?" The little girl replied dismissively before turning to leave. The notion that someone might possess the ability to remedy a poison he could not was akin to a persistent kitten scratching at his heart without answers. He feared he might lose his appetite. He pursued the young girl with a barrage of questions, and eventually, she, seemingly exasperated, offered a prescription. "Take it for 7 days, and you will be cured." 7 days later, Yi Xuanji discovered that the poison had indeed been lifted, and he began to wait daily on the mountain for the return of the little girl. After a month of anticipation, he finally encountered her again and, after much negotiation, secured her promise to become his disciple for the price of a staggering 10,000 taels of gold. For Su Ruojin, who had only recently awakened in this world, having a master was essential to elucidate the origins of her medical skills. Thus she acquiesced. However, rather than teaching Su Ruojin, Yi Sunji seemed more intent on pestering her daily for various peculiar poisons, as he diligently researched methods of detoxification. As a physician specializing in toxicology, his true passions lay in the crafting and neutralization of poisons. The following day, Su Ruojin set out early and fortuitously encountered Brother Zhang from the village, who was driving an ox cart to the city. He kindly offered her a ride along the way. Brother Zhang specifically delivered her to a location not far from the Juxian building. "Little divine Dr. Su, this is as far as I can take you, since the ox cart cannot pass fur." Su Ruojin hopped down from the cart, smiling as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Zhang." "You're welcome," he replied. After bidding farewell to Brother Zhang, Su Ruojin proceeded towards the Juxian building. The arrival of the regent prince in Yinyang to seek a divine doctor had stirred the entire town, with rumors circulating that it was due to the appearance of the revered medical sage that the regent prince had come with the young heir. Yet, the medical sage was known for his elusive nature, and the veracity of his whereabouts remained shrouded in mystery. No one could ascertain whether the esteemed elder truly resided in Yinyang. Lin Jizhou, in a bid to appropriately host the regent prince, was busily scurrying about, ensuring everything was in order. Outside the Juxian building, guards had cordoned off the area, establishing checkpoints where entry was strictly permitted only for those possessing a medical certificate. As Su Ruojin approached, a young attendant swiftly came to shoo her away. "Begone! Move along today. The Juxian building is not receiving outside guests." "I am here to attend the consultation conference," Su Ruojin replied with a calm demeanor. The innkeeper paused for a moment, surveying Su Ruojin from head to toe before bursting into laughter. Little girl, I never expected you to master the art of deception at such a tender age. You wish to participate in the consultation conference? Be off with you, lest you inadvertently offend someone of stature. Don't say I didn't warn you. The innkeeper's eyes brimmed with disdain. The girl was indeed pleasing to the eye, yet her intentions seemed misguided. He had witnessed her disembark from a bullock cart. What kind of physician could be so impoverished that they could not afford a proper carriage? It was likely that, upon hearing of the regent's arrival, she sought to leverage her beauty to gain favor. If he were to allow such a young girl entry, it would surely cost him dearly. Begone, begone! Do not compel me to escort you out myself. Upon hearing the innkeeper's words, Su Ruojin retracted her hand, which had been poised to reveal her medical certificate. In the great Chu kingdom, regardless of age or gender, anyone who could pass the foundational examination administered by the medical institute was entitled to obtain a medical cert. Ificate, a decree instituted by the regent to prevent charlatans from inflicting harm. Su Ruojin had secured her certificate at the tender age of 10. Had it not been for her concern that her youth might provoke undue astonishment, she would have sought the certificate. Ion even sooner, having awakened in this world at the age of 5 with the aspiration to do so. Since her offer to heal had been rebuffed, Su Ruojin decided against further discussion and turned to depart. At that moment, a luxurious carriage came to a halt, and a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s, alighted, followed closely by a girl of similar age to Su Ruojin. Chapter 4. The innkeeper and the doctor. Upon spotting the man, the innkeeper's eyes sparkled with delight as he hurried forth. Divine Dr. Kai, you have arrived. This way, please. Kai Fanzhou merely acknowledged him with a non-committal hum, not once gracing the innkeeper with a direct gaze. Unfazed by this slight, the innkeeper beamed inwardly. After all, it was the esteemed divine Dr. Kai, a figure renowned across Yinyang, whose mere presence was a stroke of fortune. Rumors abounded that he was the fabled saint of medicine, and some daring souls had even inquired directly if he indeed held such a title. His benevolent deeds in healing the suffering populace, all while shunning the limelight, truly marked him as a sage. Kai's reputation had spread far and wide, attracting even high-ranking officials who would travel great distances for his medical expertise. As the young woman trailing Kai Fanzhou caught sight of Su Ruojin standing nearby, she was momentarily taken aback. What is she doing here? Kai Fanzhou noticed Lin Wanqing's unease and inquired, Qinger, what troubles you? When we meet the regent, do ensure you conduct yourself with utmost propriety, he advised. Of course, master, Lin Wanqing replied obediently, lowering her head. The regent, Xiao Yanchu, was the valiant general of the great Chu kingdom, commanding the armies at the tender age of 21 and assisting in the governance of the realm. It was said that the regent possessed striking features, resembling a celestial being, and to this day, he remained unmarried, not even having a concubine. The sole child in his household was the offspring of his late brother, Prince Yu, afflicted since childhood with a peculiar ailment. This consultation event was orchestrated specifically to seek a remedy for the child's condition. If she could capture the regent's attention, what significance would a mere prefectural office hold? With this thought, Lin Wanqing's eyes sparkled, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush, her heart racing in anticipation. Su Ruojin gazed at the scene before her, scoffed softly, and turned to leave, having come voluntarily to attend to the young heir's ailments. She saw no reason to persist in her efforts when she was met with such disdain. Su Ruojin had always approached her medical practice based on her mood. She charged nothing to the impoverished, yet would refuse treatment to the arrogant scions of powerful families, regardless of the riches they offered. Feeling somewhat hungry after arriving early in the morning without having eaten, she decided to enter the Wangyue Tower. Many had flocked to the Juxian Tower to witness the commotion, leaving the Wangyue Tower rather desolate. Upon noticing a customer entering, the waiter hurried to greet her. Ah, miss, just one. Would you prefer the main hall or a private room? One. In a private room. I shall have a roast duck and a bowl of chicken porridge, please. I am alone and cannot eat much. The waiter responded enthusiastically, You certainly have good taste, miss. Our roast duck is the signature dish of the establishment. Right this way, please. As the waiter led Su Ruojin, he called out, A private room for one upstairs. The dishes were served promptly. And it must be said that the roast duck at Wangyue Tower truly deserved its reputation. The skin was roasted to a golden crisp, glistening with a subtle sheen of oil. As Su Ruojin took a bite of the duck, Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the curtain of the private room. The curtain fluttered slightly, and upon catching a glimpse of a pair of small feet beneath it, she smiled lightly. If you don't come out soon, I might just finish this duck myself. Upon hearing this, the curtain fell silent. Rising, Su Ruojin approached the curtain and pulled it aside with a swift motion. The person hidden behind seemed taken aback by her sudden revelation, staring wide-eyed in astonishment at Su Ruojin. Before her stood a young boy of approximately 4 years. His complexion pallid and adorned in opulent attire, clearly indicative of noble birth. Suddenly, the child's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Alarmed, Su Ruojin quickly opened her portable chest, retrieving a cloth bag which she unfurled to reveal an array of delicate, gossamer thin blades and various silver needles meticulously arranged within. With deft precision, Su Ruojin grasped a silver needle and swiftly targeted 3 acupoints, Fengqi, Neiguan, and Taichung. As the needle penetrated his skin, she lightly flicked it, causing each needle to tremble with varying intensity. After 3 minutes, she withdrew the needles. The boy slowly opened his eyes, and Su Ruojin hurriedly gathered him into her embrace, gently reassuring him, "Do not be afraid, I am not a villain." The boy remained silent, staring blankly at Su Ruojin. Unlike the previous terror he exhibited, his eyes now reflected an unsettling emptiness, resembling that of a marionette. Observing his demeanor, Su Ruojin furrowed her brow. It appeared the child suffered from a form of catatonia. Upon taking his pulse, her concern deepened. The boy's spleen and stomach were remarkably weak, a condition typically accompanied by a diminished appetite. He required meticulously prepared food. Even the slightest miscalculation would result in rejection of what he consumed. Holding him close, Su Ruojin was struck by how insubstantial he felt, as if he bore no weight at all, stirring a pang of sympathy within her. Gently caressing his small face, she softly inquired, "Sister is a doctor. May I treat your ailment?" She then placed him upon a nearby chaise lounge, unfastening his garments to administer needles at various acupoints such as the spleen shu, stomach shu, and gallbladder shu. This time was unlike the previous occasions. She meticulously administered 16 needles to the child, each at varying depths. Subsequently, she began to gently knead and flick each needle in succession, continuing this ritual until a quarter of an hour had elapsed. The child, whether due to comfort or fatigue, had succumbed to a deep slumber. After a brief interval, akin to the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Su Ruojin gently removed the silver needles from the child and dressed him with care. No sooner had the garments been adjusted than the child awakened, sitting up on his own. Unlike before, his gaze remained fixed on Su Ruojin, devoid of initial terror, now infused with a hint of curiosity. "Are you hungry? Come, have a bowl of porridge." With a smile, Su Ruojin ladled out a bowl of chicken porridge, meticulously extracting the pieces of chicken within. The chicken was in substantial chunks, which could cause digestive discomfort for the child. Fortunately, the porridge was stored in a clay pot and had been covered, allowing it to cool to just the right temperature after a brief respite. Observing the child's stillness, Su Ruojin approached with the bowl, spooning a mouthful of porridge to the child's lips. The child, his eyes wide and unblinking, gradually opened his mouth and accepted the porridge. "Such a good boy," Su Ruojin remarked, wiping the remnants of porridge from the corners of his mouth with a cloth. She fed him half a bowl, mindful of not overindulging him to protect his delicate stomach. "May I ask your name, dear child?" she inquired softly. Yet, the child merely gazed at her in silence. Many children afflicted with a daze do not speak, but Su Ruojin remained patient, gently proposing, "Shall I call you little treasure from now on?" At this, the child responded with a subtle nod. At that moment, a sudden cry for help echoed from upstairs. "Help! Someone has fainted. Please, come quickly." Chapter 5. Do you know who my master is? Having uttered those words, she exited the private room and gently closed the door behind her as she descended the stairs. Upon reaching the lobby, she beheld a crowd gathered around, where a young man, frantic and on the verge of tears, clutched the unconscious elder, exclaiming, "Grandfather, grandfather, what has happened to you?" "Young man, that is Dr. Ma from Jiren Hall. You should beseech him to examine your grandfather," someone in the crowd advised. The young man turned his gaze towards the indicated direction, spotting a man in his 30s, clad in a blue robe, leisurely gnawing on a duck leg, seemingly oblivious to the emergency at hand. Gently placing the elder down, the young man hastened towards the doctor and bowed deeply, pleading, "Dr. Ma, I implore you to save my grandfather." Dr. Ma, his hands and lips smeared with grease from the duck leg, cast a dismissive glance at the young man. Very well. But it will cost you 10 taels of silver. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. In the Great Chu Kingdom, a mere tael of silver sufficed for a common family's sustenance for an entire month, yet Dr. Ma demanded 10 taels outright. Clad in a coarse cotton robe with several patches, the young man hardly appeared capable of affording such a sum. With a thud, he knelt before Dr. Ma. I beseech you, Dr. Ma, please, have mercy and save my grandfather first. I promise to earn the consultation fee and repay you later. Dr. Ma's expression turned scornful. No money, no discussion. If everyone were like you, who would pay for consultations? Would I be left to subsist on the winds of the Northwest? Furthermore, I, Ma Yunan, am not one to extend my medical services to just anyone. The young man incessantly bowed before me, pleading, Dr. Ma, I beseech you, save my grandfather. I assure you, I will pay you later. If you doubt my word, I can provide a promissory note. I replied, rather than imploring me, you should hasten to seek another physician who might be willing to offer his services pro bono. I lifted my wine cup, took a sip, and continued to gnaw on a duck leg, disregarding the young man's entreaties. Su Ruojin, parting the crowd, cast a glance at the elderly man's condition, her voice frigid and her tone urgent, carrying an air of undeniable authority. He still has a chance. Everyone, step back. The patient requires fresh air. The onlookers instinctively retreated a few paces, creating a modicum of space. Unfazed by their reactions, Su Ruojin extended her fingers to feel the elderly man's pulse. An elderly woman nearby could not contain herself. Young lady, are you capable? Do not delay the treatment. Another added, do you have confidence? If anything goes awry, beware of being summoned to court. A kind-hearted gentleman offered his admonition. Indeed, young man, do not linger. Seek another doctor at once. The crowd was skeptical of the young woman's abilities. As the young man, swayed by their counsel, prepared to leave in search of another physician, Su Ruojin interjected, I possess a medical license. Upon witnessing her produce the certificate issued by the medical authority, silence enveloped the crowd. Hope rekindled in the young man's eyes. Su Ruojin unfurled her cloth bag, retrieving silver needles, poised to administer acupuncture to the elderly gentleman when Ma Yunan's voice thundered, halt. What does a mere young girl know about the intricacies of medicine? Who can ascertain whether she has acquired her medical credentials through dubious means? Today, the esteemed Juxian building is hosting a grand consultation event, attended by all those in Yinyang who possess a medical license. No one wishes to miss this opportunity, for should one succeed in treating the young master, they would undoubtedly gain favor with the regent. Ma Yuanan is convinced that apart from himself, this young man will find no other physician. Recently, he encountered a mishap during a consultation, administering a remedy so potent that it nearly cost a life, resulting in his master forbidding him from practicing for 6 months. Thus, he abstained from the consultation event, opting instead to enjoy roasted duck alone. Ma Yuanan has been secretly observing the situation, having initially declined to assist in order to maintain his pride, intending to offer his aid when the young man finds himself in dire straits, thereby highlighting his own medical prowess and moral integrity, while also securing a profit of 10 taels of silver. The regent's consultation event is to span 3 days, perhaps by then. This incident will allow his master to reinstate his practice, enabling him to participate as well. However, he did not anticipate the sudden emergence of a young girl who has disrupted his carefully laid plans. Ma Yuanan finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. Having just rebuffed her, it would be unbecoming to now rush to provide treatment. A cunning thought crosses his mind. Why not let the girl falter in her endeavors? And then he could step in, thereby showcasing his own superiority? If she fails, she need not blame him for reporting her to the authorities. With his arms crossed defiantly, he gazes provocatively at Su Ruojin. The young man, thrown into disarray by Ma Yuanan's interference, casts a worried glance at Su Ruojin, primarily concerned about her youth and inexperience. Can she truly handle the task at hand? Without further ado, Su Ruojin deftly grasped the silver needles and skillfully inserted them into the acupuncture points of Shenmin, Shaohai, Suza, and Naguan. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ma Yunan's eyes. The mark of a true expert is unmistakable. The young girl's technique was beyond what an untrained individual could accomplish. Ma Yunan found himself at a loss, observing the fluidity of her movements, which he perceived as even more adept than those of his own master. No, that cannot be. His master was a renowned physician in Anyang, incomparable to a mere girl. A wave of unease surged within him. Could she truly possess the ability to heal? However, upon observing the specific points she was needling, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, quickly replaced by a smirk of derision. Having assessed the elderly man's condition, he determined it to be a case of sudden fainting, requiring needles to be inserted at the Bai Wei, Shuigo, and Finfu points, rather than Shimin, Shaohai, and Zuza, which he deemed utterly misguided. Upon hearing this, Su Ruojin cast a cold glance at Ma Yunin, her gaze icy and penetrating. Despite her youth and beauty, her eyes held an unsettling fierceness. The elderly gentleman suffered from cardiac distress. What need was there for Bai Hui, Shuigo, and Fengfu? Merely a charlatan's blunder. Unfazed, Su Ruojin continued her work with unwavering focus. Ma Yunin, incensed by her words, erupted in indignation. As a distinguished physician at Jiren Hall, how could he be labeled a quack by a mere girl? How was he to maintain his standing in Anyang from here on? Clarify yourself. Who do you deem a quack? Are you aware of my master's identity? Ma Yunin was convinced that if the young girl knew who his master was, she would surely kneel before him in apology, struck with fear. Chapter 6. Kneel down. Su Ruojin did not even cast a glance at Ma Yunin. I care not whose disciple you are. A person who cannot distinguish between a sudden faint and a cardiac ailment is hardly a physician. If I were your master, I would have expelled you from the sect long ago. A sudden faint typically presents with symptoms such as dizziness and vomiting. Observe this elderly man. His surroundings are pristine, devoid of any vomit. His lips are tinged with purple, his pulse barely detectable, and his breath nearly non-existent. Clearly, this is not a mere case of sudden fainting. Initially, a young man, having heard Ma Yunan's words, gazed at Su Ruojin with concern. What if the young lady indeed made a mistake with the acupuncture, and her grandfather suffered as a consequence? However, upon witnessing Su Ruojin's composure and her adept technique, though he did not fully comprehend it, he discerned her genuine medical knowledge. His worry gradually transformed into trust. At that moment, he defended her. Dr. Ma, if you are unwilling to offer assistance, do not impede this doctor from treating my grandfather. Ma Yunin, stung by the rebuke, flushed with indignation, shouted, I am a direct disciple of the esteemed Dr. Kai. How could she, a mere country doctor of unknown origins, compare to me? If you place your faith in her, prepare to collect your grandfather's remains shortly. Being a direct disciple of Dr. Kai, he held a certain standing in Yin-Yang. Even the district magistrate would show him a modicum of respect. Now, being questioned as a quack, he felt his dignity diminished, his eyes blazing with fury. Nearby, an elder sister scoffed, to stand by and do nothing in the face of death, yet still speak condescendingly. This disciple of Dr. Kai seems rather unimpressive. Indeed, Ma Yunin observed the earlier reverence directed towards him had transformed into evident disdain. His voice tinged with irritation. Very well, believe her if you wish. But should any complications arise, do not come seeking my assistance. I shall not clean up after others' messes. If she manages to heal him, I shall prostrate myself before her. His disdain was palpable, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. Should Ma Yunin continue his futile prattle, she would not hesitate to silence him, for she found such incompetent physicians intolerable, those who, despite possessing a modicum of medical knowledge, regarded themselves as superior while failing to treat patients, only to obstruct others from providing aid. A young man stepped forward, positioning himself firmly in front of Ma Yunin. Please take a few steps back. Do not hinder the doctor in her efforts to save lives. Previously, the young man had knelt in supplication, but now, standing tall, he towered over Ma Yunin. Having toiled in agricultural labor, his physique was robust, a stark contrast to Ma Yunin, a physician of delicate constitution. Ma Yunin instinctively retreated a few steps, dismissively shaking his sleeves. I am keen to observe how you intend to bring about a fatal outcome. At that moment, no further interruptions impeded her as Su Ruojin completed the final acupuncture needle. The old man's brow furrowed slightly, his eyelids flickering. Surrounding observers gasped. He has awakened. Hearing this, Ma Yunin's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward to witness the scene, beholding the elderly man slowly opening his eyes. He pondered how, even with his own expertise, he could never have facilitated such a rapid recovery. It is essential to administer the injections for 3 consecutive days, accompanied by herbal remedies, to potentially awaken the elderly man. Yet, this young girl astonishingly managed to revive him with just a single injection. How did she accomplish such a feat? Taiju, the elderly man weakly uttered. Taiju hurriedly stepped forward, grasping the old man's hand. Grandfather, I am here. The onlooking woman was somewhat incredulous. Young lady, you are truly remarkable. With just this one treatment, the elder has regained consciousness. Pa, merely a stroke of luck, young man. I advise you to take your grandfather to the physician for a thorough examination. Just because he appears well on the surface does not mean he has not been afflicted with some peculiar ailment. Ma Yunin sneered from the side. The woman, upon hearing this, was displeased. Dr. Ma, initially, this young man bowed to you, pleading for your assistance, yet you refused. Now that this young girl has successfully saved him, why do you persist in your mockery? Are you trying to evade your debt of gratitude and not bow to her? The crowd echoed in agreement. Indeed, one must accept the consequences of their wagers. You must bow to the young lady. Ma Yunin's face alternated between red and white as he angrily pointed at the crowd. You are all undoubtedly in cahoots, conspiring to swindle money. I will report this to the authorities and have you all arrested as frauds. With that, Ma Yunin turned to leave. Halt! Su Ruojin's voice cut through the air coldly. Ma Yunin was not inclined to let Su Ruojin off easily. He intended to have her bow an apology before demanding 100 taels of silver as compensation. Kneel. What? Ma Yunin momentarily failed to comprehend. I said kneel. Su Ruojin stated calmly, fixing her gaze upon Ma Yunin. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Who do you think you are, to demand that I kneel before you? Ma Yunin fumed, gesturing at the surrounding crowd. Look at you impoverished souls. What right do you possess to command my submission? I would rather sully my hands than accept your menial service. In the next instant, with a swift motion, Ma Yunin felt a sudden rush of air graze his ear, followed by a sharp pain. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his ear, only to discover blood staining his palm. Turning to his side, he beheld a silver needle embedded in the adjacent pillar, glimmering ominously. At that moment, a wave of weakness washed over his legs. Had that needle struck his head or chest? Despite the smile adorning the young girl's face, an icy chill crept up Ma Yunin's spine, surging straight to his forehead. He struggled to maintain his composure and spat out in anger. You, a mere child, inflict harm so casually. How cruel you are. Su Ruojin reiterated, kneel and bow your head. Standing there with an effortless grace, she emanated an innate air of dignity that demanded respect and instilled fear. A bystander, unable to hold back, sneered. Oh, look at this disciple of the esteemed Dr. Kai, exhibiting such disgraceful behavior. It seems the Jiren Hall is not as reputable as claimed. Indeed, acknowledging defeat, yet refusing to admit it. Hurry, bow to the young lady. Kneel, bow your head swiftly. The crowd of onlookers echoed in agreement, for just moments ago, Ma Yunin had derided them all. They were but ordinary folk, lacking his wealth, yet they earned their living through honest labor, refraining from theft or deceit. Why should they be subjected to such disdain? Ma Yunin covered one ear with his hand while pointing at the crowd with the other, exclaiming, You unruly commoners. I have taken note of your appearances. Do not forget, in a few days, our Jiren Hall will be offering free consultations. I am one of the attending physicians. If you continue to cause a disturbance, I will ensure you cannot even enter the doors of Jiren Hall. Chapter 7. Utter shamelessness on the 15th of each month. Jiren Hall holds a charitable clinic, providing free medical services to the impoverished residents nearby, without charging consultation fees. This initiative has garnered considerable goodwill for Jiren Hall. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd fell silent, bowing their heads in deference. After all, humans consume grains and vegetables. No one can guarantee immunity from illness. Jiren Hall is the finest medical establishment in Yanyan, and offending them could lead to dire consequences should one or their family members fall ill and find themselves without care. Seeing this, Ma Yunin felt a swell of triumph. These commoners possessed neither wealth nor power, leaving them ill-equipped to challenge him. A mere intimidation was enough to silence them. He took pride in being a doctor at Jiren Hall and a disciple of the esteemed Dr. Kai, regarding the common folk with disdain, completely oblivious to the increasing mirth on Su Ruojin's face. However, this amusement did not reach her eyes, which instead gleamed with a fierce and unyielding intensity. She retrieved a pill from her bag, idly toying with it in her hand before flicking it with her fingertip. Whoosh! In an instant, the smug expression on Ma Yunin's face froze. Before he could utter a word, he collapsed heavily to the ground. The sudden impact of his knees against the floor drained the color from his face with pain. He instinctively attempted to rise, only to discover that his legs were rendered powerless and immobile. He had been acupunctured. How could this be possible? Do not speak of him, even his master. The esteemed physician Kai, lacks the mastery of acupoint techniques. How could a mere young girl possess such abilities? He refused to believe it. What have you done to me? Ma Yunin was utterly convinced that it was this young girl who had taken action against him. I advise you to release me at once. If you wish to practice medicine in Yinyang, our Jiren Tang is not a place where a mere girl can afford to offend. Seeing that Su Ruojin possessed a medical license and was present today, it was likely that she intended to practice in Yinyang. The Great Chu Kingdom treats male and female physicians equally. Indeed, due to the scarcity of female medical practitioners, female doctors often enjoy greater prestige than their male counterparts. However, regardless of gender, to earn a living as a physician in Yinyang, one must never offend Jiren Tang. It is common knowledge that Jiren Tang is the clinic of physician Kai, who, through his medical skills, has cultivated numerous connections with high-ranking officials and dignitaries. To offend him is to offend those powerful figures. An elderly woman, with a hint of concern, spoke to Su Ruojin, young girl. Perhaps it would be best to let this go. Do not cross Jiren Tang. Indeed, the others echoed her sentiments, urging caution. Su Ruojin addressed the crowd. It is quite all right. She slowly approached Ma Yunin, gazing down upon him, and declared, a physician should take pride in alleviating the suffering of the world, treating all patients equally, regardless of their wealth or status. As a physician, you not only neglected to save a life, but also failed to perform the most fundamental observations and inquiries, hastily drawing conclusions. Upon witnessing another's efforts to heal, you resorted to slander. What right do you have to call yourself a physician? Today, you shall kneel here until you come to your senses. Consider this a lesson from me on behalf of your master, for you are indeed a most unfilial disciple. Release me at once, or I shall report you to the authorities, and you will surely regret it. Ma Yunin glared fiercely at Su Ruojin, secretly attempting to unlock her pressure points. But to no avail. The pill she had ejected had rolled away to an unknown location. And who would believe that a mere girl could wield a pill as a concealed weapon, even if it were discovered? Who could fault a doctor for accidentally dropping a pill? The onlookers had long grown weary of Ma Yunin's behavior, and it was utterly inconceivable for them to side with him now. Taiju gently assisted his awakened grandfather, and was the first to speak. Indeed, we only witnessed Dr. Ma kneeling. What does that have to do with the young lady? Precisely. We all saw that when you knelt. The young lady was quite distant from you. At your age, are you attempting to swindle this young girl? How shameless. You are bringing disgrace to Jiren Hall. If I were your master, I would cast you out without hesitation. The crowd echoed in agreement, their glares at Ma Yunin laden with disdain. The commotion escalated, drawing not just the diners within the tavern, but also passers-by who gathered at the entrance to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing the growing crowd, a woman called out, "Come. Everyone look. The doctor from Jiren Hall is attempting to swindle this young girl." At the mention of Jiren Hall, whispers erupted among the gathering, directing accusatory fingers at the kneeling Ma Yunin. In that moment, all remnants of his earlier arrogance had vanished. He would have gladly sunk into the earth to escape. If this incident were to reach his master's ears, he could scarcely fathom the repercussions awaiting him. He could only glare fiercely at Su Ruojin. If looks could kill, she would have been slaughtered 1,000 times over. In his heart, Ma Yunin silently vowed that should this young girl dare to remain in Yinyang, he would make it his mission to bring her to her demise. Unfazed by his thoughts, Su Ruojin merely intended to have him kneel there for a couple of hours. Even if he were to discover her intentions, it would matter little to her. Should he behave himself, all would be well. However, should he dare to make any moves, she would not hesitate to ensure that he spent his life on his knees. Approaching Taiju, she advised, "The elder's heart is weak. Henceforth, do not let him undertake strenuous journeys, nor provoke his emotions. I have a few pills here. Should he show any signs of fainting, administer them immediately." Taiju expressed his gratitude profusely, accepting the pills. He then reached into his pocket, retrieving a couple of pieces of silver and 10 copper coins. His face tinged with embarrassment. "Miss? Oh no, doctor, I only have this sum at present, but rest assured, I will earn more and deliver it to you monthly." Su Ruojin smiled gently and shook her head. "No need for payment. Just remember not to overstrain the elder." Having said this, she was about to turn and ascend the stairs when she was halted by the older sister who had spoken on her behalf earlier. The sister grasped her arm and, smiling, inquired, "Little girl, you are quite remarkable. At which medical establishment do you practice? I shall seek you out for my ailments in the future." The surrounding crowd began to respond in agreement. "Yes, yes, we shall all come to you for treatment henceforth." With a hint of regret, Su Ruojin replied, "Sister, my clinic has yet to open." Upon hearing this, the elder sister felt a twinge of disappointment. However, she quickly grasped the crux of the young girl's words. The fact that the medical clinic had yet to open indicated that the girl intended to establish one. Eagerly, she inquired, "When will your clinic be operational? And what will it be called? I will certainly come by to visit." "Very well, I shall await your opening," the elder sister continued. "Indeed, we all look forward to the day your clinic is established," echoed the voices of those around them. They had personally witnessed the young girl's medical skills, and her treatment of the elderly gentleman without any charge had endeared her to them. Who could resist a physician with such expertise and ethical integrity? Ma Yun's heart turned cold with disdain, his gaze icy as he regarded Su Ruojin. "If she manages to open Ren Ai Tang, I shall write my name backwards," he thought. Su Ruojin, preoccupied with thoughts of Xiao Bao, ascended the stairs with urgency, intending to check on matters once they concluded. Yet, before she could reach the private room, she noticed that the door she had firmly closed earlier was now ajar, sending a jolt of alarm through her. She hurried towards it. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Ruojin exhaled in relief. Behind the crack of the door stood Xiao Bao, gazing out with wide, expressive eyes. The little one nodded gently, and the fear that had previously clouded her gaze was now replaced with curiosity. Observing the child's demeanor brought Su Ruojin a sense of ease. It seemed that Xiao Bao's condition was not as grave as she had feared, but rather a result of some psychological trauma. What could such a young child have endured? Xiao Bao shook her head and tugged at Su Ruojin's skirt. Su Ruojin felt a pang of concern. Could it be that the child had forgotten where her home was? The garments adorning the child were made of brocade. Known for its opulence, a child dressed in such finery could not possibly hail from an ordinary background. Su Ruojin sighed, pondering that she could not simply abandon the child. Very well, she decided to take him with her for the time being, and later, the Shadow Pavilion could assist in locating his family, which wouldn't be a daunting task. Xiao Bao's eyes brightened slightly as he nodded gently. Su Ruojin took Xiao Bao's hand and exited the Wangyue building. The medical conference at the Juxian building was a significant event for Yinyang City, prompting numerous vendors to set up market stalls along the streets, which were now filled with a variety of booths. As they walked, Xiao Bao suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Following his line of sight, Su Ruojin observed a vendor selling cotton candy, surrounded by a throng of children. "Would you like some cotton candy?" she inquired softly. Xiao Bao remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the vendor. Su Ruojin approached the stall and said, "Uncle, I would like one cotton candy, please." "Certainly," the vendor replied, accepting a coin and handing over a rabbit-shaped cotton candy to Su Ruojin. She bent down to offer it to Xiao Bao, who merely stared at the treat without reaching for it. "Go ahead, take it, it's safe to eat," she encouraged gently, knowing the delicate sweetness would not upset a child's stomach. Yet Xiao Bao remained still, and Su Ruojin, unfazed, continued to encourage him with her gaze. After a moment, he slowly raised his hand to accept the cotton candy, only to present it back to Su Ruojin, his large, glistening eyes fixed on her with a hint of determination. Was he suggesting that she should eat it first? Understanding his intent warmed Su Ruojin's heart, and she reached out to gently pat his head. "You enjoy it, Xiao Bao, I shall not." Little Bao gently licked a bite of cotton candy, and its sweetness brought a glimmer of joy to her beautiful, large eyes. However, in an instant, she swatted the cotton candy from Little Bao's hand and pulled her away. Watching the fallen treat on the ground, Little Bao's eyes filled with tears, and she strained to break free from the old woman's grasp, inching closer to Su Ruojin. It was evident to Su Ruojin that Little Bao trembled slightly, clearly intimidated by the woman before them. Su Ruojin gently squeezed Little Bao's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Stepping forward, she positioned herself between the old woman and Little Bao, her tone laced with indignation. "Who are you?" Only then did Li Mama notice Su Ruojin. She scrutinized the young girl before her, her hair fashioned in a flying cloud bun, adorned in a pale yellow gauze dress, and draped in a delicate silver floral coat, clearly indicating that she was an unmarried lady. With a petite face and sparkling almond-shaped eyes, she radiated a vibrant charm and an elegant demeanor, dressed in fabrics that suggested a higher status than that of an ordinary girl from a common household. Despite having encountered countless noble young ladies from the capital, Li Mama could not help but concede that this young girl, in both appearance and poise, surpassed many. Yet, no matter how lovely she was still merely from a small place like Yinyang, not worthy of comparison to the esteemed citizens of the capital, just a trivial being, unworthy of notice. Blocked by Su Ruojin, Li Mama found herself unable to reach little Bao, her displeasure mounting as she glared. Young lady, this is our young master. Hand her over at once, or I shall report you to the authorities for abduction. You would do well to heed my warning. Su Ruojin cast a cold glance at Li Mama, her eyes reflecting an icy disdain. Whatever, she replied, as she took little Bao's hand and attempted to bypass Li Mama. In the capital, even ordinary officials, let alone princes, would show her a modicum of respect. She had never endured such humiliation. In that moment, she seized Su Ruojin's hand with a fierce grip. Young lady, I advise you to obediently hand over the child to me. Do not provoke my ire, for when my master intervenes, your entire family will suffer the consequences. Do not say I did not forewarn you. Were it not for her master's instructions to keep the young lord's identity a secret, Li Mama felt she would not have to endure such indignity. Merely invoking her master's name would surely reduce this young girl to tears, begging for forgiveness. How will you prove your relation to the child? What is his name? Where do you reside? Su Ruojin had long perceived the extraordinary origins of little Bao. Clearly, the other party dared not casually disclose the child's identity. The title of our young lord is not something a lowly commoner like you could possibly comprehend. Hand over the child to me at once. Li Mama intensified her grip. Su Ruojin surveyed her arm. Ensnared by Li Mama, her gaze chilling. Release me. Yet, Li Mama not only refused but also tightened her hold with her other hand, covertly pinching Su Ruojin's arm with great force. You seek death. A sudden realization struck Su Ruojin. During her previous acupuncture session with little Bao, she had noticed some purplish marks on his body. At the time, she had assumed they were merely bruises from an accidental bump, but now, with Li Mama's painful grip, she recognized those marks resembled the result of a malicious squeeze. Little Bao, afflicted with a speech impediment and still quite young, could easily fall prey to the cruel machinations of wicked servants. Upon contemplating this, Su Ruojin's eyes grew colder as she grasped a small porcelain vial in her hand. The contents of the vial would not claim a life. Rather, they would confine a person to the lavatory for 7 days. Release her. A voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, echoed through the air. Su Ruojin turned her gaze towards the sound, spotting a steward, who appeared to be in a hurry, approaching them. Li Momo, do not hesitate to let go. Steward Zhang commanded. Clearly intimidated by Steward Zhang, Li Momo reluctantly released her grip, her expression filled with resentment as she pointed at Su Ruojin, exclaiming, Steward Zhang. It was I who discovered the young master first. This girl intends to abduct him. You must have someone apprehend her at once. The master has promised a reward of 5,000 taels to whoever finds the young master first. She cannot be allowed to claim that merit. Chapter 9. If time permits. I shall visit you. Steward Zhang, having risen to the position of steward within the estate, possessed a unique ability to discern character. Since the young master had arrived at the Wang residence, he had been afflicted by a peculiar ailment, rendering him untouchable by anyone other than the caretaker, Li Momo, and the master himself. It was inconceivable that this girl could be attempting to abduct the young master. Rather, it was more plausible that she had inadvertently found him and cared for him exceptionally well. As Li Momo watched the reward slip away, her heart brimmed with discontent. Just as she was about to voice her grievances, she caught a cold glare from Steward Zhang, silencing her. She cast a venomous look at Su Ruojin, seething with indignation over the audacity of this insolent girl who dared to seize her fortune. Suddenly, Li Momo felt a sharp pain twisting in her abdomen. With a series of unsettling sounds, an unpleasant odor emanated from Li Momo, spreading around her. Even though Steward Zhang was remarkably composed, he could not endure the repugnant odor. Raising his hand to cover his nose while casting a disdainful glance at Granny Li. At that moment, Granny Li was afflicted with unbearable stomach pain. Disregarding her dignity as she rushed into a nearby tavern in search of a restroom, Su Ruojin cast a glance at the silver note, estimating it to be around 5,000 taels. It appeared that Xiao Bao hailed from an extraordinary background. Even Lin Zhengshan would not casually present 5,000 taels as a token of gratitude to a stranger. Su Ruojin did not accept the silver note. Instead, she slightly leaned forward and softly inquired of Xiao Bao, Xiao Bao, do you recognize him? Xiao Bao wore an expressionless face, seemingly oblivious to her words, continuing to stare vacantly ahead, although he tightened his grip on Su Ruojin's hand. Steward Zhang, hesitant to exert force, implored Su Ruojin, "Miss, he is indeed my young master. He wears a crescent-shaped white jade pendant at his waist, inscribed with the character E. I kindly ask you to verify." Su Ruojin had previously observed the jade pendant on Xiao Bao, which indeed bore the character E. She crouched down to meet Xiao Bao's gaze, earnestly asking, "Xiao Bao, tell your sister, do you know him?" This time, Xiao Bao's expression was no longer vacant. He looked at Su Ruojin and gently nodded. It was crucial not to provoke the young master, as doing so might trigger an episode. If not for the exceptional skills of the physician Mu in the household, the young master might not have survived thus far. Since then, the household staff had been exceedingly cautious, fearful of upsetting the young master. Su Ruojin recognized the truth in Steward Zhang's words. Had Xiao Bao not been supported by precious medicinal herbs, he would likely have succumbed long ago. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao's eyes instantly filled with tears, and he shook his head. He was unwilling. Su Ruojin sighed inwardly. Although she was yet unaware of which family the little treasure belonged to, it was evident that he was no ordinary child. She preferred not to entangle herself with the prominent families of the nobility. The little one blinked his large eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks, evoking an inexplicable sense of compassion. "Little treasure, do not cry. We must smile like this little rabbit," she assured him. "I promise to visit whenever I can. Let us make a pinky promise." With that, Su Ruojin raised her hand, curling her pinky finger. After a moment's hesitation, the little one lifted his hand and linked his pinky with hers. Su Ruojin smiled as she affectionately patted his head and placed his hand into the care of butler Zhang. The butler, mindful of his duty, discreetly slipped a banknote into Su Ruojin's hand before leading the little one away, fearing that any delay might cause this precious child to change his mind. Su Ruojin watched them with a smile, waving goodbye until they vanished around the street corner. Only then did she turn to leave. Meanwhile, a remarkably handsome man donned in dark attire, with striking brows and bright eyes, observed this scene from a nearby corner. Hu Qing quietly inquired, "Your Highness, shall I investigate this young lady?" Xiao Yanshu pondered for a moment before responding, "No need. Today, the servants reported the young master's disappearance. I have dispatched everyone from the residence to search for him. I cannot allow my elder brother's only heir to face further misfortune. Now that I see with butler Zhang, I am relieved. As for that young girl, since she accepted the banknote from butler Zhang, our matters are settled." Upon returning to the temporary residence in Yinyang, Xiao Yanshu entered the little treasure's room, where Granny Du was feeding the child a bowl of sea cucumber porridge. Regardless of how Lady Li coaxed, the little spoon remained poised at his lips, yet the child did not part his mouth, merely sitting in a daze. Upon the entrance of Xiao Yanshu, Lady Du set down the bowl and performed a respectful greeting. "Your Highness, the young master refuses to eat. Perhaps he was frightened today. Why are you the one feeding him? Where is Lady Li?" Since the young master arrived at the Wang residence, he had been under the care of Lady Li, and no one else could coax him to eat. Earlier, as she passed by the latrine, Lady Du happened upon Lady Li emerging, her lips pale and her entire demeanor showing signs of exhaustion, a lingering odor of the latrine clinging to her. Such a state was hardly fit for attending to the master. Lady Du intended to greet Lady Li to inquire about the situation, but upon seeing Lady Li's countenance change, she swiftly retreated back into the latrine. Later, it was learned that Lady Li's daughter, Cui Ping, sought out the physician of the residence for a remedy, which allowed her to rest in bed rather than remain trapped in the latrine. Xiao Yanshu said nothing further, lifting the bowl. "Here, I shall feed you." The child still did not open his mouth, merely shifting his gaze to a fixed point. Chapter 10. Shiwun T-Mine being taken to the capital following Heiress line of sight. Xiao Yanshu noticed a half-eaten cotton candy not far off. He recalled that it was the little girl who had purchased it for Ear, though it was now missing one of its rabbit ears. Did Ear desire the cotton candy? Xiao Yanshu inquired patiently. Ear gently nodded. "Very well, if you consume your porridge, you may have the cotton candy," Xiao Yanshu softly suggested, bringing the spoon filled with porridge to the child's lips. This time, Ear slowly opened her mouth and swallowed the kanji. Xiao Yanshu fed her while Ear obediently ate. And before long, the small bowl of sea cucumber kanji was emptied. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiao Yanshu's eyes. It was known that Ear previously only took 1 or 2 bites of anything before losing interest. Yet today she managed to finish an entire bowl of kanji. Could it be that the chef had prepared something particularly suited to Ear's palate today? Xiao Yanshu inquired. "Who cooked this kanji today?" Du Momo lowered her head and replied, "Your Highness, it is the chef who has been brought from the palace to attend to the young master's meals." The young master's appetite is exceedingly delicate, and the palace has always employed a dedicated chef for his nourishment, even bringing one along for this trip to Yinyang. If the chef has not changed, why is Ear so ravenous today? Regardless, the fact that Ear could consume this small bowl of congee uplifted Xiao Yanchu's spirits. Reward her. What good fortune has occurred to warrant a reward from the prince? Just as Xiao Yanchu's words fell, a male voice echoed from the doorway. A young man dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, with an elegant and handsome countenance, stepped inside. What transpired over there? The individuals who came today, with their meager medical skills, are not even worthy to carry the shoes of a medical sage, Mu Jingshan remarked disdainfully. Upon entering the room, he noticed the empty bowl in Xiao Yanchu's hand. This was Ear's special little jade bowl, leaving him somewhat astonished. Had Ear truly finished her kanji? Seeing Mu Jingshan's expression, Xiao Yanchu's heart sank. Mu Jingshan had always been attentive to Ear's health, and his previous pulse examination had been merely a formality. Today's demeanor was unusually cautious. What is wrong with Ear? Xiao Yanchu's tone turned tense. Mu Jingshan rose to his feet, disregarding Xiao Yanchu, as he walked outside while resting his chin on his hand, murmuring to himself, "Strange, it shouldn't be like this. Where has the problem arisen?" Mu Jingshan, halt this instant. Xiao Yanchu's voice rang out, filled with fury at being so brazenly ignored. Upon turning, Mu Jingshan was met with Xiao Yanchu's face, dark as a storm cloud, and he quickly realized he had once again offended this formidable figure. He hastily donned a smile. "Your Highness, it's nothing, nothing at all. The young master is in good health, and for reasons unknown, he appears to be much better than before. I was just contemplating the situation. By the way, Your Highness, has the young master consumed anything unusual today? His sudden recovery has left me quite perplexed." Hearing this, Xiao Yanchu's heart leapt with joy. If there was anything peculiar that the young master had ingested today, it could only be. Following Xiao Yanchu's gaze, Mu Jingshan spotted the half-eaten cotton candy. Cotton candy? How could such a trivial street food find its way into the royal residence? Have you found the divine physician? Is this cotton candy crafted by the divine physician? Mu Jingshan's imagination soared. The child, averse to taking medicine, would naturally not resist if the medicine were concealed within the cotton candy. Truly, a genius of medicine. Xiao Yanchu shot him a disdainful glance. Weary of conversing with someone so foolish, unperturbed by the disdainful look, Mu Jingshan approached the cotton candy, reaching out to grasp it and bringing it to his nose to inhale its sweet aroma, devoid of any medicinal scent. Just as he prepared to tear off a piece to taste, he felt someone tugging at the hem of his garment. Upon lowering his gaze, Mu Jingshan discovered the young master tugging at his garments, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he believed Mu had pilfered some cherished possession from him. The sight of the young master glaring so fiercely startled Mu Jingshan, who pointed at Ear, his voice tinged with excitement. Ear is truly angry. It is noteworthy that since the young master's arrival at the estate over a year ago, he had perpetually worn a vacant expression, neither joyful nor sorrowful, often resembling a mere puppet. Today, however, he exhibited a spark of life, directing an intense glare at Mu. Xiao Yanchu also perceived Ear's unusual behavior and hastily stepped forward, snatching the cotton candy from Mu Jingshan's hands and presenting it to Ear. "Do not touch Ear's belongings. Your Highness, what on earth is happening? What has transpired with Ear today, and from whence did he acquire this cotton candy? You must tell me," Mu Jingshan implored with impatience. A vision of a young girl from the market flashed through Xiao Yanchu's mind. He had not paid her much heed, yet her visage remained vividly etched in his memory. The girl possessed an exquisite elegance, with brows like willow leaves, skin as smooth as jade, cherry lips, and a delicate nose. Her almond-shaped eyes shining as brightly as the moon, radiant as spring blossoms. Though she appeared to be an innocent maiden, Xiao Yanchu sensed within her an extraordinary poise and maturity that belied her years. "It was merely purchased at a market stall," he replied. "Merely purchased? Can such cotton candy truly remedy the young master's affliction of dullness? I shall go procure some at once," Mu Jingshan declared as he burst from the chamber. It is often said that true mastery lies among the common folk. Perhaps Yin Yang's cotton candy indeed contains some enigmatic ingredient. He was determined to uncover the truth. Xiao Yanchu gazed at Ear, who was engrossed in savoring cotton candy, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "Go investigate." "Yes, Your Highness," replied Hu Qing, who then departed from the residence. Su Ruojin, unaware that the regent intended to dispatch someone to probe her, left Xiaobao and first visited a pastry shop to purchase some delicacies. Subsequently, she made her way to Jing Shui Alley in the city and knocked on the door of a residence. "Jingjie, you've come," exclaimed a boy of about 10 years, who opened the door. The boy had a fair complexion, and upon closer inspection, one would notice that his eyes were of two different colors, one blue and one brown. Su Ruojin extended the pastries she was holding towards Yuan Hong. "Here, your favorite osmanthus cake." Yuan Hong joyfully accepted the osmanthus cake. "You are always so kind to me, Jingjie." With that, he turned and dashed into the inner room, calling out as he ran, "Old Madam, Jingjie is here." Hearing Yuan Hong's voice, old Madam Lin hastened out of the room. Aged over 50, her hair was already streaked with gray, and upon seeing Su Ruojin, her face lit up with a tender smile. "Little Jean has come. It's cold outside, come in quickly." "Grandmother," Su Ruojin called out, following old Madam Lin into the house. Once inside, she urged the old lady to sit down and took her pulse. Relieved to confirm that her cold had not flared up. "Grandmother, it's chilly. You must avoid cold water. It took quite a while to improve your condition," Su Ruojin cautioned, presenting a small porcelain vial to old Madam Lin. "This medicine is the same as before. Take one each day, and I will bring more once you finish." Old Madam Lin accepted the vial, chuckling in response. I know. You, little girl, are more talkative than this old woman. Yuan Hong, please take the plum wine I brewed to your sister. Xiao Jin, present this wine as a token of respect to your master, ensuring that the Lin family remains oblivious. I must express my gratitude to your master for alleviating my chronic ailment, which has not troubled me for many years. At this moment, Lady Lin remains unaware that Su Ruojin has been cast out from the Lin family. Just as Yuan Hong was about to speak, he was silenced by a glance from Su Ruojin. Chapter 11. Bathing in the moonlight. Understood, Grandmother, Su Ruojin replied, receiving the wine jar. The plum wine brewed by Lady Lin is indeed unparalleled, as your master often praises it. Among the entire Lin family, only Lady Lin has treated her with genuine kindness. Since childhood, Su Ruojin has been discreetly assisting Lady Lin in restoring her health, attributing the help to her master to avoid raising suspicions. Lady Lin is the legitimate wife of Old Master Lin. On their wedding night, Old Master Lin vowed never to take a concubine, pledging a lifetime of fidelity to a single partner. At that time, Lady Lin was with child, and the shock caused her to miscarry, injuring her health and rendering her unable to bear children thereafter. From that day forward, Lady Lin forbade Old Master Lin from stepping into her courtyard, deeming it unclean. Lady Lin believed that the innocent should not be blamed, raising Lin Zhongshan alone, supporting him through examinations, marriage, and ultimately, his appointment as the magistrate of Yinyang. However, unbeknownst to her, Lin Zhongshan harbored resentment towards Lady Lin, believing she had usurped his mother's rightful position as the principal wife. He thought that had it not been for Lady Lin, his mother would not have died, and he would not have become an orphan, subjected to ridicule. Upon his promotion to magistrate, Lin Zhongshan relegated Lady Lin to the most remote courtyard of their home, denying her even a servant, leaving her to fend for herself. After Lin Zhongshan married, he and his wife welcomed a daughter named Lin Walking. Tragically, when she was just 1 year old, she went missing, plunging Madame Lin into deep sorrow, especially as her health had been compromised during childbirth, rendering future pregnancies uncertain. 5-year-old Ruojin, having gone 2 days without food, could no longer endure her hunger and ventured out alone in search of sustenance. Battling the biting cold, she collapsed at the entrance of the old Lady Lin's courtyard. From that day forth, the old Lady Lin took Ruojin under her wing, while the rest of the Lin household remained indifferent, relishing their carefree lives. Fortunately, growing up in the old lady's courtyard afforded Ruojin the opportunity to venture outside frequently without attracting the attention of the Lin family. "Jingjie, have some tea," Yuan Hong said sweetly, interrupting Ruojin's reverie as he presented her with a cup. His mismatched eyes, one brown and one blue, sparkled with anticipation, as if he held back unspoken words. The old Lady Lin, perceptive as ever, gently patted Yuan Hong's head, teasingly scolding, "You're always thinking about that knife." Ruojin took a leisurely sip from her cup, meeting Yuan Hong's eager gaze, and inquired, "How has your training been of late?" "I practice every day," Yuan Hong replied earnestly. "You can ask the old lady if you don't believe me." Yuan Hong was indeed diligent, rising at the crack of dawn to train without fail. The old Lady Lin looked upon him with kindness. "Oh, really?" Ruojin set her cup down, her eyes suddenly turning icy. She swiftly drew a dagger from her bosom and lunged at Yuan Hong with fierce intent. Quick to react, he evaded the attack, retreating just in time to avoid the blade aimed at his face. Ruojin sprang forward once more, aiming another strike, while Yuan Hong raised his hand to block. The two individuals thus engaged in a fierce altercation within the modest confines of the old matriarch Lin's abode, eventually spilling into the courtyard, driven by an insatiable fervor. Lin matriarch remained unperturbed, watching the spirited tussle of the children with a bemused smile, for such scenes were not uncommon to her. Little Jean, accompanying his master on a journey to a border village, stumbled upon a heart-wrenching sight. A mere 5-year-old Yuan Hong was bound to a pile of firewood, the villagers intent on immolating him. The boy was condemned solely for possessing unusual eyes. Following the untimely demise of his father during a hunting accident and the sudden illness that claimed his mother, the villagers branded him a demon. Believing he was responsible for his parents' deaths, they feared that sparing him would bring calamity upon the village. The boy, clad in tattered garments, had a cloth stuffed in his mouth, displaying neither fear nor tears, but instead glaring with fierce, crimson eyes at a man poised to ignite the flames. Yuan Dazhuang approached the child, a cynical smile playing on his lips. Yuan Hong, do not blame your uncle for his ruthlessness. Should I show mercy and let you live? It would spell doom for our entire village. You alone are to blame for your ill fate, having brought about your parents' demise. Just as Yuan Dazhuang was about to hurl the torch into the pyre, he felt a sudden numbness in his hand, causing the torch to clatter to the ground. In a state of panic, he realized his hand had become immobile and, in haste, looked around, shouting, Who is it? Soon, he discovered that not only was his hand unresponsive, but his entire body was paralyzed, and he collapsed stiffly to the earth. Yuan Dazhuang's wife rushed forward with a heart-wrenching cry, her sobs echoing with despair. My dear, what has happened to you, my dear? A sudden turn of events captured everyone's attention, and as they regained their composure, they discovered that Yuan Hong, bound to the pile of firewood, had vanished. Lady Lin hastily retrieved 2 handkerchiefs and handed them over, urging, Quickly wipe yourself. Be careful not to catch a chill. Ah, thank you, Sister Jean, Yuan Hong exclaimed, eagerly accepting the dagger and cautiously cleaning it. Lady Lin, unfamiliar with weaponry, merely noted the dagger's delicate sharpness and cautioned, Be sure to keep it safe. Do not injure yourself. Had an expert in arms seen this dagger, they would surely have gasped in astonishment. It was none other than the Shiua, ranked 10th on the list of weapons, which still had a bounty of 10,000 taels of gold offered by noble families within the Dark Alliance seeking to procure it. I will be careful, lady, Yuan Hong assured her, slipping the dagger into his boot. When Yuan Hong first arrived, Lady Lin had asked him to call her grandmother, just as he did with Su Ruojin. However, Yuan Hong refused, believing he was to serve the matron and thus lacked the standing to address her as grandmother. Lady Lin, unable to persuade him otherwise, eventually dismissed the matter, yet she regarded him as her own grandson, no different from Su Ruojin. This book, you should take the time to read it thoroughly, Su Ruojin said, producing another tome and presenting it to Yuan Hong. He took it, his eyes widening in surprise upon seeing the title. Chapter 12. I am opening a medical hall. The book, an ordinary blue-covered volume, bore yellowed pages, suggesting it was quite antiquated. The cover bore the bold inscription Wu Tao Jing. The Wu Tao Jing, one of the legendary 4 military strategy texts, was authored by a general 300 years ago and was said to have been buried alongside him upon his death, leading to its subsequent disappearance. Yuan Hong had previously encountered an introduction to this book in other writings. The tomes that Sister Jean had bestowed upon him were solely focused on martial arts techniques. Never had he anticipated that today she would present him with a treatise on military strategy, a lost classic of remarkable significance. His hands trembled slightly as he held the book. Sister Jean, how did you come to possess this volume? Rest assured, I shall study it diligently. Since the child exhibited a keen interest in learning, Su Ruojin did not deter him and often took Yuan Hong to receive guidance from her second master. Grandmother, I wish to establish a medical clinic, Su Ruojin suddenly declared, shifting the conversation. The matriarch, Lady Lin, was momentarily taken aback. You intend to open a clinic? Indeed, Su Ruojin replied, moving beside Lady Lin to gently massage her shoulders. Grandmother, you are aware that I possess a medical certificate and have studied under my master for several years. I wish to open a clinic not only to assist others, but also to increase our income. Lady Lin sighed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, It is my failure as a grandmother that has prevented you and Hong'er from leading a prosperous life. In the past years at the Lin household, Lady Lin had relied on her modest garden to cultivate vegetables and embroider handkerchiefs to sell at the market for their sustenance. After Su Ruojin's arrival, she began foraging for medicinal herbs to sell, and life, while not affluent, was manageable without financial distress. However, 2 years prior, when Lady Lin adopted Yuan Hong, the matriarch of the Lin family discovered their secret and demanded that Yuan Hong be expelled or bound as a servant to the Lin household. Lady Lin vehemently opposed this, and in a fit of anger, took Yuan Hong away from the Lin family, renting a small courtyard in Jing Shui Alley to make a living. Madame Lin initially intended to take Xiao Jin along, but upon reflecting on the implications for her future marriage, she decided it would be more prudent for her to remain at the Lin residence. After all, as a daughter of the Lin family, her prospects for marriage would not be too bleak. Grandmother, please do not say that. If it weren't for you, perhaps both Yuan Hong and I would not be alive today. Now that we are living well, we are truly content. Su Ruojin reassured her while gently massaging the old lady's temples. Yuan Hong thoughtfully poured a cup of warm water and presented a pill for Madame Lin to take. Grandmother, it is indeed a positive thing that sister is opening a clinic. I can assist at the clinic, serving as a protector, ensuring that no one dares to bully her. You little rascal, why can't you think of something more constructive? Madame Lin chuckled through her tears before turning to Su Ruojin. It is fortunate that you have learned such medical skills from your master. Over the years, these pills have sustained my frail body, alleviating my pains. Opening a clinic is indeed a noble endeavor. With your skills, you can benefit many more people. Your grandmother wholeheartedly supports you. Madame Lin had always believed that the pills she consumed were merely concocted from the herbs Xiao Jin gathered from the mountains. Completely unaware that the cold-resisting pills she was currently taking were crafted from precious materials such as ginseng, ganoderma, and Tianshan snow lotus. Among these, the rare fire grass could only be found at the foot of a volcano, making it exceedingly difficult to procure. Even with access to these ingredients, not everyone could refine them. The cost of a single pill reached hundreds of taels of silver, and they were often unavailable for purchase, even for those with wealth. Madame Lin collected her thoughts and slowly rose to her feet, approaching the bedside. She produced a wooden box from which she extracted a translucent white jade hairpin. Handing the hairpin to Su Ruojin, Madame Lin remarked, "Opening a medical clinic requires a substantial amount of money. Little Jean, if you sell this hairpin, it should fetch a decent sum." Su Ruojin understood that this white jade hairpin had been a cherished possession of Madame Lin, despite the hardships faced in raising Lin Jingshan. She had never considered pawning it. It held profound significance for Madame Lin, and Su Ruojin could not bring herself to part with it. Persisting, Madame Lin urged her. But Su Ruojin gently countered, "Grandmother, do you not recall that I once unearthed a century-old ginseng that sold for several hundred taels? It is ample to fund the clinic. Please keep the hairpin for now. Should I truly require funds, I shall return to you." As for marriage, Su Ruojin merely smiled in silence. Having been granted a second chance at life, she had never contemplated such a fate. Meanwhile, Kai Fanzhou sat with Lin Wanqing at the Jushin building. Yet the regent had not made an appearance all day. The medical consultation conference followed a structured process, permitting the registered physicians to diagnose certain patients, with only those who diagnosed correctly advancing to the next round. Given Kai Fanzhou's reputation, he was exempt from the initial screening. Upon arriving at the Jushin building, he was respectfully ushered to a private room to await his turn to consult for the young master. However, he waited throughout the day without sight of the regent, nor even of Mu Jingshan, the ghostly physician and disciple of the regent. Mu Jingshan had indeed come by to oversee the selection process, but left upon learning of the young master's disappearance. Lin Wanqing, growing increasingly impatient, suppressed her irritation, maintaining a composed demeanor as she sat beside Kai Fanzhou, occasionally pouring him tea. Madame Lin pondered deeply and decided to take an unconventional path by apprenticing herself under the renowned physician, Master Kai, to learn the art of medicine. In the grand realm of Dechu, female physicians were exceedingly rare. Should her daughter possess remarkable medical skills, it would undoubtedly elevate her status in the eyes of the aristocracy. Even if Wanqing lacked proficiency in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she could simply assert that her time was devoted to the study of medicine from a young age, and no one would dare to speak ill of her. Moreover, being a direct disciple of Master Kai would naturally command respect wherever she went. As for this arrangement made by Madame Lin, Wanqing readily accepted. As a nurse from the 21st century, she believed that even without being a doctor, her medical knowledge far surpassed that of any physician in Dechu, and mastering the medical practices of this era seemed a trivial pursuit. Chapter 13. The most troublesome matter in her previous life. Lin Wanqing was a nurse in the intensive care unit. While on night shifts, she indulged in video games and neglected her duties, failing to conduct timely rounds, which resulted in her not noticing a patient's deteriorating condition and subsequently not alerting the doctor in time to save the patient, leading to the unfortunate demise. When the family of the deceased sought an explanation at the hospital, Lin Wanqing adamantly refused to admit any wrongdoing, insisting that it was the patient's frail health that caused the incident and that they were merely attempting to extort her. Her words ignited the fury of the grieving family, culminating in the patient's spouse colliding forcefully with her. The impact knocked her off balance, and she fell, striking her temple against the sharp corner of a metal cabinet. When she regained consciousness, she found herself reborn as a neglected 3-year-old girl in the village of Bali. Lin Wanqing poured another cup of tea for Kai Fanzhou, her tone gentle. "Master, it is already the hour of you, 5 p.m. Shall we continue to wait?" Kai Fanzhou, having consumed copious amounts of tea, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Numerous dignitaries had previously sought his medical expertise, always with the utmost respect, waiting in reverence. Yet today, he found himself kept waiting for an entire day without so much as a glimpse of the individual he had come to see. However, reflecting on the stature of the regent prince, a figure whom none in the great state of Dechu dared to offend, he suppressed any lingering resentment. At that moment, a gentle knock resonated at the door of the private chamber. A young attendant entered, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed physician Kai, the prince will not be attending today. We kindly request that you make another visit tomorrow." Without waiting for Kai Fanzhou to respond, the attendant excused himself and departed. With a grim expression, Kai Fanzhou rose, declaring, "Let us depart." Lin Wanqing felt a pang of regret at not encountering the legendary god of war of Dechu. Yet, she reassured herself that tomorrow would surely provide another opportunity. If the regent prince was indeed as dashing as the tale suggested, she was confident that her modern intellect and unique charm would capture his attention. It was only a matter of time before she would secure his affections and ensure he vowed to marry no one but her. After all, was it not written in the many time travel novels she had perused? A life intertwined with another, eternally. In her previous life, she had merely been an ordinary nurse, subsisting on a meager salary that scarcely allowed her to afford her beloved Hermes handbag. She had to cater to the needs of critically ill patients, enduring the most arduous and thankless tasks, squeezing into the most crowded subway trains, and residing in a windowless small room. In this lifetime, as long as she can become the regent's consort, she would not only covet the likes of Hermes, the entire great Chu kingdom would be hers. With this thought, Lin Wanqing felt a surge of excitement, as if she could already envision herself standing atop a pinnacle, witnessing the scene of all the subjects of the great Chu kneeling in reverence before her as the regent's consort. "Qinger, we shall make another visit tomorrow," Kai Fanzhou remarked, oblivious to Lin Wanqing's musings, offering a simple reminder. His decision to take Lin Wanqing, the only daughter of the prefect, as his disciple stemmed primarily from the prestige associated with her lineage. He had little expectation that she would truly absorb any knowledge. "Tomorrow, I must meet the regent." Before long, a robust middle-aged man opened the door, initially wearing a wary expression, but upon seeing Su Ruojin, his demeanor brightened with a smile. "Miss Su, welcome. Please, come in. My master has been thinking of you." Su Ruojin presented the flask of liquor she held. "Uncle Wang, this is the distilled spirit I brought for you from Zhang's wine shop, your favorite." Wang Xing gratefully accepted the drink. "Thank you, Miss Su. You always remember my tastes. Come in, come in. What are you waiting for?" A voice resonated from within, aged yet robust, carrying a hint of authority. Su Ruojin exchanged a knowing smile with Wang Xing, responding, "Grandfather Xiao, I have arrived." With that, she stepped into the inner chamber. Inside sat an elderly man, over 60, with graying hair, diligently wielding a brush and inscribing characters. As Su Ruojin approached and examined his work closely, she nodded appreciatively. "Grandfather Xiao, your calligraphy flows like a dragon and snake, exuding an imposing grandeur. Just based on this writing, I would readily believe you are the head of Ruojin Academy." "Huh? How could he?" "Oh, wait. Jing girl, are you here empty-handed?" Xiao Jiyuan paused his writing and turned to Su Ruojin. Su Ruojin hurriedly raised the item she was holding in her hand, smiling sweetly as she said, "Of course not. Grandpa Xiao, look. I brought you some lotus seed pastries from Zoji. Please have a taste." Xiao Jian set down his pen, wholly unimpressed by her flattery, and with a serious expression extended his hand. "You know that is not what I meant. Hand it over." Su Ruojin, who had been smiling moments before, instantly transformed into a visage of dismay. "Oh dear, Grandpa Xiao, you know I've been quite busy lately, so I haven't had the chance to practice my calligraphy. Next time, I promise I will bring you my practiced works for your review." To affirm the truth of her words, she straightened her posture. Fingers of her right hand aligned, swearing to the heavens. If there was one thing that had caused Su Ruojin the greatest consternation since arriving in this world, it was the matter of practicing calligraphy. In the 20th century, few people took up a pen, as all matters could be addressed through voice commands, and even the more traditional individuals resorted to typing on computers. As the new head of an ancient medical family, Su Ruojin had adhered to familial customs and practiced calligraphy from a young age. In her previous era, her handwriting was indeed commendable. However, upon arriving in this time, where everyone mastered the art of brush calligraphy, it became apparent that most scholars could produce exquisite scripts. In comparison, Su Ruojin's handwriting fell short. Since the day she met Xiao Jiyuan in Muan village at the age of 5, after her master had brought her there, Xiao Jiyuan had inadvertently discovered her writing and subsequently began to insist that she practice her calligraphy. In the words of Xiao Jiyuan, he could hardly endure the sight of the handwriting produced by such a beautiful young girl, which resembled the scrawl of a dog. Just a glance at Su Ruojin's writing seemed to subtract a year from his life. Su Ruojin once attempted to refuse the practice of calligraphy by invoking the notion that a woman's lack of talent is her virtue, only to be met with a scathing rebuke from Xiao Jiyuan, who asserted that such a belief belonged solely to ignorant rustic fools. If that were truly the case, then why did daughters of the nobility universally engage in the study of literature and calligraphy from a young age? Su Ruojin was not one to be ungrateful. She understood that Grandpa Xiao had her best interests at heart, and thus she reluctantly began to practice her writing diligently. However, she would still find every conceivable way to slack off, as evidenced in this instance. Xiao Jiyuan rolled his eyes at the solemnly swearing little girl. "Are you truly swearing on 4 fingers?" She then ingratiatingly approached Xiao Jiyuan from behind to massage his back, saying, "Grandpa Xiao, do not be upset. Allow me to ease your tension. I promise to bring my work for your inspection next time." After only a few strokes, Xiao Jiyuan began to cough, and upon hearing this, Su Ruojin furrowed her brow. Chapter 14. A gift from the Lady Grandpa Xiao. The days are growing increasingly cold. You must take care to keep warm. Please lie down while I prepare some acupuncture for you. Su Ruojin assisted Xiao Jiyuan towards the couch. He did not refuse, allowing her to administer his needles. Soon, Xiao Jiyuan fell into a deep slumber, prompting Su Ruojin to signal for silence as she stepped outside with Wang Xing. "Uncle Wang, has Grandpa Xiao been coughing severely of late? Thanks to your care, Miss Su, the old master has not experienced a recurrence of his old ailment for years. Recently, however, the cold weather may have caused some coughing. That is indeed splendid. I shall compose a prescription shortly. After 3 days of consumption, his cough shall surely subside." "How wonderful that is. Thank you, Miss Su. It is fortunate to have you by our side." Wang Xing sighed, reflecting that without the assistance of the little divine physician, the old master would have endured considerable suffering. "Welcome, second master." At the dining table, Su Ruojin served fish to her 4 masters and spoke softly, "Master, I wish to open a medical clinic." Upon hearing this, Yi Sunch dropped his chopsticks and turned to Su Ruojin, inquiring, "Have you given this considerable thought?" "Indeed," she replied. Previously occupied with various matters, she lacked the time to oversee a clinic. Now that her affairs were nearly settled, and having departed from the Lin family, she envisioned establishing a modest clinic to accompany her masters and the venerable Lady Lin, as well as Grandpa Xiao, to live a peaceful life in this world. "Very well. Your medical skills ought not to be concealed from the world," Yi Sunch remarked with a sense of admiration. From the first day he met Su Ruojin, he recognized her exceptional nature. He had discreetly investigated her background, discovering that she was indeed an adopted child of the Lin family, seemingly unremarkable. Yet, if she were truly unremarkable, how could a mere 5-year-old girl unravel the poison of the decaying leaf flower that even an adept toxicologist could not? Just as Su Ruojin never inquired about their pasts, Yi Sunch refrained from voicing his own doubts to her. Each individual harbors their own secrets. and he needed only to know that little Jiner was sincere in her sentiments towards them. Yi Sunch was primarily interested in the art of poison crafting and antidote creation, treating ailments merely as a secondary pursuit. He had no aspiration to alleviate the world's suffering, but was unwilling to let a medical prodigy like Su Ruojin go unnoticed. If only my master were still alive, upon meeting Xiao Jiner, he would likely choose to expel all his disciples just to take her as his own apprentice. Xiao Jiner, pursue whatever endeavors you desire without hesitation. If trouble arises, your second master will provide support, Huang Jian stated. Thank you, second master, Xiao Jiner replied. How about I assist you, third master? Luo Meinyang cast a flirtatious glance at Su Ruojin. Third master, perhaps it would be better if you refrain from going. I would be unable to discern whether the patients visiting the clinic are genuinely ill or feigning sickness, Su Ruojin hastily declined. Oh, you ungrateful child. Are you now dismissing your master? Luo Meinyang feigned wiping non-existent tears with a handkerchief. Su Ruojin quickly reassured her, third master. The clinic is filled with arduous tasks that would surely harm your delicate hands. Hearing this, Luo Meinyang lifted her fair hands to inspect them. Indeed. By the time you earn enough at the clinic, it may not even suffice to maintain my hands. Xiao Jiner, will you still come to listen to me play the guqin once you open the clinic? Fourth master and Xiao gazed at Su Ruojin with a hint of melancholy. Whether I have the time will ultimately depend on my own words, she replied. And Xiao's expression brightened. Ah, my little Jiner is the most considerate. Unlike you three heartless ones, requesting you to listen to my melodies feels akin to demanding your lives. Luo Meinyang shot in Xiao a disdainful glance. Your melodies have so worn my ears that I would surely gag if I were to hear them again. Others pay a fortune to hear me play a single piece. Yet you expect me to perform for free. You are the one benefiting, and Xiao retorted, indignant. Forget it. Let others enjoy your cheap performances. Luo Meinyang waved her hand dismissively, and Xiao was about to say something when Su Ruojin hurriedly placed a piece of braised pork into his bowl. Fourth master, do savor the braised pork. Today, second master has prepared it exceptionally well. Ah, it is still little Jiner who treats me so kindly. The following day, Su Ruojin once again rode in Zhang Deji's ox cart to the city. To open a medical clinic, she needed to first find a suitable shop. After bidding farewell to Zhang Dego, Su Ruojin began her search along the street for an appropriate location. The consultation event at Juxian Lu continued unabated, with many nearby doctors gathering at the entrance, some having arrived only today after a long journey, waiting to verify their medical credentials before entering. As Su Ruojin glanced around, preparing to leave, a familiar voice called out from behind her. Su Ruojin, did you know we would come to Juxian Lu today and specifically wait for us here? Let me tell you, you are no longer the eldest daughter of the Lin family. It is futile to plead with me. It was her former foster mother, Zhao Jiao, the wife of Lin Jizhou. Standing beside Zhao Jiao were Lin Zhengshan, Lin Wanqing, and the physician Kai from the previous day, accompanied by a significant number of attendants, presenting a much grander spectacle than the day before. Noticing Su Ruojin's gaze directed at Lin Wanqing, Zhao Jiao instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Lin Wanqing, her tone laced with caution. What do you intend to do to Wanqing? She is the eldest daughter of our Lin family. If you dare to harm her, I shall not spare you. Zhao Jiao feared that Su Ruojin, consumed by jealousy over Lin Wanqing's claim to the title of eldest daughter of the Lin family, might lose her composure and commit an act of harm against Lin Wanqing. These impoverished souls are indeed despicable, with hearts tainted by malice. When their desires remain unfulfilled, they resort to insidious schemes to ruin the happiness of others. As a mother, she will undoubtedly safeguard Wanqing. I just overheard Xiao Cui mentioning that she saw you descend from an ox cart. It is evident that your current circumstances pale in comparison to those of the past. Yet, one must recognize their own station in life and refrain from coveting what does not belong to them, Zhao Jiao continued. Observing the scene before him, Kai Fanzhou felt a twinge of bewilderment. Madam Lin, may I inquire who this is? Kai, this is merely a distant, impoverished relative who incessantly begs for money. Despite having given her a few coins, she remains insatiable, Zhao Jiao hurriedly explained. Just as Zhao Jiao intended to dismiss Su Ruojin, Lin Wanqing stepped forward, clasping her hand. Mother, she too is a pitiable soul. Might you spare her a bit more silver? Zhao Jiao gently patted Lin Wanqing's hand, sighing, Qing'er, your kindness knows no bounds. Some ungrateful wretches will never be satisfied, regardless of the generosity bestowed upon them. Alas, since you have spoken, Let Zhang Mama provide her with another 5 taels of silver. You, take the money and depart swiftly. Yes, madam, Zhang Mama replied as she briskly approached, retrieving a small pouch of silver and handing it to Su Ruojin with an expression of disdain. Take it. This is a token of our madam's generosity. Previously, at the gates of the Lin residence, she had granted Su Ruojin 2 taels, yet this wretched girl had refused it, only to turn and give it to a young beggar. Now, she dares to return in pursuit of more money, as if she found the previous offering inadequate. Truly, how shameless. Chapter 15. The little beggar Kai Fanzhou stroked his beard and remarked with admiration, Indeed, Qing'er possesses a heart of gold. A true healer embodies the compassion of a parent. To aspire to be a great physician, one must first cultivate empathy. This is the essence of a healer's benevolence. Qing'er has a brilliant future ahead. Lin Jingshan, overhearing the esteemed physician's praise for his daughter, was overwhelmed with joy. Kai Fanzhou held considerable renown among the common folk, and his public commendation of Qing'er would undoubtedly enhance her reputation. When they later presented themselves before the regent, it would surely capture the regent's attention. Lin Jingshan was acutely aware that, given his family's status, it was improbable for Qing'er to become the regent's primary consort. However, even attaining the position of a secondary consort would elevate the Lin family's standing immensely. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, It is all due to my master's excellent guidance. Ha ha, Lin Jizhou, you have raised a remarkable daughter, well-versed and polite. She is destined for great achievements. Kai Fanzhou chuckled heartily. Meanwhile, Su Ruojin stood ignored, rendered merely as a backdrop to Lin Wanqing in this moment. Zhao Jiao now regarded Su Ruojin with less disdain. Parting with 5 taels of silver for Qing'er's esteemed reputation seemed a worthy exchange, and her tone softened. Take the money and leave. With this, your parents will be pleased, and life will improve. Su Ruojin cast a cold glance at the silver pouch handed to her by Granny Zhang, refraining from accepting it. Noticing this, Lin Jingshan timely interjected, Why aren't you thanking the lady? Take the money and go. Do not disrupt the medical conference, for you cannot bear the consequences of such a transgression. Upon hearing her master speak, Granny Zhang swiftly pressed a purse of coins into Su Ruojin's hands, murmuring softly, Take it, little beggar. Little beggar? At these words, Su Ruojin lifted her gaze slightly to regard Granny Zhang, her eyes tranquil and devoid of emotion, akin to a millennia-old cold spring. Yet, that single glance instilled an inexplicable dread within Granny Zhang, causing her scalp to tingle and compelling her to retreat in silence. How could this young girl, so tender in years, evoke such a sense of unease in her? Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered, and those unaware of the circumstances deemed 5 taels of silver to be a considerable sum. Many praised the kindness of the county magistrate's wife. The county magistrate's wife is truly benevolent. I too have a relentless, impoverished relative who drives one to distraction. The county magistrate's daughter is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Indeed, a practitioner of medicine. A family that sows kindness shall surely reap its rewards. This must be divine assistance. Why doesn't this young girl simply take the money and leave? Is she dissatisfied with the amount? Such greed for one so young. Zhao Jiao was desperately attempting to sever ties with her, striving to enhance Lin Wanqing's reputation. Su Ruojin slowly tightened her grip on the purse of coins. Observing this, Zhao Jiao exhaled in relief. If this little wretch took the money and departed, it would solidify her reputation for avarice, thereby bestowing upon Qing'er an image of generosity and kindness. Yet, in the next moment, Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow and hurled the purse back at Zhao Jiao. Upon witnessing an object hurtling towards her, Zhao Jiao instinctively raised her hand to shield herself. Alas, she was unable to avert the impact, and the purse struck her squarely in the face, leaving one side of her visage flushed with embarrassment. As the stinging pain radiated across her cheeks, she discerned that it was the purse hurled by Su Ruojin. Unable to suppress her growing disdain for Su Ruojin any longer, Zhao Jiao erupted in fury. How dare you strike me? Su Ruojin, do not presume upon my kindness. Qing'er has extended her goodwill to you, yet you take advantage of it. 5 taels of silver is already a generous sum. The implication was clear. Zhao Jiao insinuated that Su Ruojin's actions stemmed from a lack of monetary appreciation. The onlookers regarded Su Ruojin with increasingly hostile glances, their whispers rife with accusations of her insatiable greed. Su Ruojin brushed her hands together, as though ridding herself of something unseemly, and retorted coldly, Extend goodwill to me? Madam Lin, I harbor no interest in your Lin family. Spare yourself the embellishments. I merely happened to pass by and was bitten by a rabid dog. How unfortunate. Oh no. I misspoke. It is a pack of rabid dogs. Her gaze swept disdainfully over the entirety of the Lin family, her contempt palpable. Kai Fanzhou stood alongside the Lin family members, and her scathing glance encompassed him as well. Having never endured such indignity, Kai Fanzhou found himself at a loss. However, given that this was a matter of the Lin family's domestic affairs, speaking out would only cast him as a rabid dog in Su Ruojin's narrative. A tempest of frustration brewed within him, yet he remained mute. Lin Zhengshan, incensed, yearned to strike Su Ruojin, but aware of his own status and the multitude of witnesses, he refrained from acting, his fists clenched tightly in restraint. Lin Wanqing observed that prolonging the current situation would be detrimental to the Lin family. She stepped forward and grasped Lin Zhengshan's hand, saying, "Father, Master, the regent is still waiting for us. Let us proceed inside." Her words instantaneously alleviated the Lin family's predicament and elevated their standing. To be awaited personally by the regent is indeed a remarkable honor. Kai Fanzhou comprehended Lin Wanqing's intent, his expression relaxing at once. His disciple was indeed astute, unlike the ungrateful girl before him. He turned to Lin Zhengshan and said, "Lin Governor, let us enter. We must not allow unrelated matters to hinder significant affairs." "Dr. Kai speaks wisely. Let us go," replied Lin Zhengshan. He and Zhao Jiao were aware that Lin Wanqing and Kai Fanzhou had waited in vain for the regent the previous day, which had caused them some concern. They had come together today to bolster Lin Wanqing's position. After all, he was considered a local official, and the regent's visit ought to afford him some respect. It truly is a case of a dog biting El Dongbin, failing to recognize kindness. Good intentions often go unrewarded. Zhao Jiao shot a fierce glare at Su Ruojin, turning with the support of Nurse Zhang, as she made her way toward the Ju Xian building. Lin Wanqing, assisting Kai Fanzhou, followed suit, casting a seemingly casual glance at Su Ruojin, yet said nothing. In her previous life, Lin Wanqing stood at 155 centimeters and weighed 155 kilograms, often feeling a sense of inferiority because of it. However, after her rebirth, she discovered with delight that she had blossomed into a graceful young woman of striking appearance, a transformation she had never dared to dream of in her past existence. Blessed with exquisite beauty and an enviable figure, complemented by her status as the legitimate daughter of a prefect and the wisdom of the 21st century, she confidently believed that she could secure a life of grandeur. However, upon meeting Su Ruojin, she realized that there are always greater heights to aspire to. The woman who had long monopolized the identity of the Lin family's legitimate daughter surpassed her in both appearance and physique. Yet what of it? Lin Wanqing understood that in this alternate dynasty, a woman's lineage and intellect held far greater significance than mere beauty. Su Ruojin, despite her striking looks, was merely a country girl. How could she ever be compared to Lin Wanqing, the legitimate daughter of a fifth-rank prefect? Lin Wanqing considered herself akin to the resplendent moon in the sky, while Su Ruojin, devoid of the Lin family's protection, resembled a wildflower by the roadside, easily trampled into the mud, reduced to a mere puddle of mire, unworthy of comparison. Su Ruojin undoubtedly perceived the disdainful glance Lin Wanqing cast upon her, imbued with a condescending sense of superiority. The chill in Su Ruojin's eyes intensified. Lin Wanqing was indeed a woman of profound thoughts. Nonetheless, as long as Lin Wanqing did not provoke her, Su Ruojin wished to maintain a distance from her, severing all ties with the Lin family. Just as Kai Fanzhou and the entourage from the Lin residence prepared to enter the Juxian building, a sudden commotion arose within the crowd. A woman, cradling a 5- or 6-year-old child in her arms, pushed her way through the throng and fell to her knees before Kai Fanzhou. "Kaishani, I implore you, please save my son. I beg you. I will find a way to pay the medical fees," she wept, her voice choked with emotion as she bowed her head in desperation. Upon seeing the woman, Dr. Kai's eyes reflected a hint of impatience. It was her once again. The woman, known as Qin Yang, had lost her husband shortly after their son was born, leaving her to fend for herself alongside her ailing mother-in-law. Her son had become her sole beacon of hope. Recently, he had fallen gravely ill, his entire body swollen, his abdomen distended, and his complexion a sallow yellow. He constantly cried out in pain, visibly weakening by the day. In her desperation, Qin Yang sought the village doctor, who prescribed some digestive remedies, but after several days, There was no sign of improvement. In a state of urgency, she brought her son to Jiren Hall, hoping to consult Dr. Kai. To her dismay, the consultation fee was an exorbitant 50 taels of silver, a sum far beyond her means, compelling her to opt for a regular physician at the clinic. The ordinary doctor, after examining her son, prescribed similar digestive medications. Yet again, there was no effect. After several exhausting days, her child was now on the brink of death. Qin Yang made repeated visits to the clinic, pleading with Kai Fanzhou to examine her son, but each time she was turned away due to her lack of funds. Often met with various excuses, eventually being dismissed. Yesterday, she fortuitously overheard villagers discussing Dr. Kai's attendance at a consultation event at Jushin Tower. Early this morning, she hurried there with her son, clinging to the slender hope of encountering Dr. Kai. Everyone spoke of his benevolent heart. Surely, upon seeing her son in such a dire condition, he would extend his assistance. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dr. Kai could not openly dismiss her. Doing so would tarnish his reputation. Instead, he discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing comprehended the situation and hurriedly approached to assist the Qina, gently retrieving a handkerchief to carefully wipe away her tears. In a soft voice, she said, "Madam, please rise. Your child is unwell, and my master will undoubtedly attend to him. Shall we converse over there?" Seeing the gentle demeanor of Lin Wanqing before her, the Qina momentarily fell silent. Allowing herself to be led aside, she assumed that Physician Kai would come to treat her son. However, to her astonishment, after Lin Wanqing pulled her aside, Physician Kai had no intention of approaching and instead strode directly towards the Jushin building. Panic surged within the Qina as she clutched her son, attempting to rush forward, only to be restrained by two maids from the Lin family. Lin Wanqing reassured her, "Madam, my master has a crucial patient to attend to today. Please, do not be anxious. Wait here for a moment, and once he has completed his matters, he will examine your son, all right?" Upon hearing these words, the Qina's anxiety escalated, for she had heard similar reassurances countless times at Jiren Hall. Eventually, the Qina became unruly and was forcibly ejected by the attendants of the medical establishment. It was only then that she realized her lack of funds rendered her unable to consult Physician Kai. As her son's abdomen swelled increasingly, the Qina found herself in a desperate situation, compelling her to disregard everything and confront Kai Fanzhou at Jushin building. At this moment, she could no longer place her trust in Lin Wanqing's words, and she began to scream, "Physician Kai, I implore you, save my son. If you refuse to examine him today, I shall take my own life here." With that declaration, the Qina broke free from the servant's grasp and aimed for a nearby large tree. "Quick, stop her," Lin Wanqing urged in alarm. The nearby maid rushed forward, striving to restrain the Qina. In the embrace of the Qin maiden, a child lay cradled, yet her pace faltered, hindered by the relentless grip of a servant woman, rendering her immobile. Overwhelmed by despair, she could not help but burst into inconsolable tears. As her lamentations echoed, a growing crowd gathered, their whispers intensifying. The sight of this unfortunate woman stirred pity. Why was the esteemed physician Kai not offering his assistance? Indeed, the child she held appeared gravely unwell, with a swollen abdomen that was clearly abnormal. I have heard that Physician Kai possesses a compassionate heart, particularly averse to witnessing the suffering of the impoverished. Surely he would lend his aid. What do you know? The regent is waiting within the Jushin building. How could Physician Kai dare to delay? Surely, examining the child would not consume much time. Is it not said that a physician embodies the heart of a parent? The child's condition is pitiful, swollen to such an extent. As the murmurs swelled, Kai Fanzhou's steps slowed, his expression darkening. If he were to ignore the plight of this child and enter the Jushin building, how would the common folk of Yinyang perceive him? His hard-earned reputation could suffer irreparable damage. Yet, to extend his hand in aid to this lowly individual was unthinkable for Kai Fanzhou. His expertise was reserved for the elite, and these commoners were beneath his consideration. At that moment, his gaze fell upon an individual standing amidst the throng. A spark of recognition ignited within him, and a smile graced his lips as he gradually approached the Qin maiden. Upon seeing Kai Fanzhou advance, her eyes brightened with hope, and she hurriedly approached. Cradling her child, "Physician Kai, I implore you to examine my son, his belly." Kai Fanzhou raised his hand to interrupt her, casting a glance at the child, skillfully concealing the disdain that flickered in his eyes. He sighed and said, "Madam, it is not that I am unwilling to attend to your child. but the regent is awaiting my presence. If I delay, I would be unable to account for it. How about this? I shall send my esteemed disciple to examine your son. His expertise is on par with mine, and this consultation shall be entirely complimentary. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yin was momentarily taken aback. Deep down, she yearned for Dr. Kai's personal attention, yet the mention of the regent compelled her to acquiesce. The regent, after all, was a figure of immense authority, one she dared not contemplate. The crowd murmured in astonishment at Dr. Kai's words. Indeed, he exemplified the benevolence of a true healer, not only permitting his disciple to attend to the case, but also waiving any fees. Truly, he is a remarkable man, Dr. Kai. Before Qin Yin could respond, Kai Fanzhou turned to the crowd and called out, "Yunin, come forward." A man emerged from the throng, and Su Ruojin's lips curled into a smirk upon recognizing him. "Ah, what a familiar face, my Yunin, the esteemed physician." After Su Ruojin departed the previous day, my Yunin had exhausted every means to rise from the ground, only to find himself unable to do so. To spare himself from embarrassment, he had to pay the innkeeper to carry him to a room, where he placed cushions beneath his knees for a more comfortable kneeling position. He endured this posture for a full 2 hours before his legs began to regain some mobility, though even now, a dull ache lingered in his knees. Today, having no pressing matters, he had come to the gathering of talents to enjoy the atmosphere, only to witness the Lin family humiliating Su Ruojin, which somewhat alleviated his pent-up frustration. However, he was utterly unprepared for the sudden summons from his master to attend to Qin Yin's child, although he had never personally examined the child of the Qin family. Ma Yunin had heard others at the medical clinic speak of the case. They indicated that it was merely a common ailment of childhood indigestion. However, the family insisted on consulting the master physician and could not afford the consultation fee. In the past, Ma Yunin would have paid little heed to such impoverished souls. But now, having been summoned by his master, he felt a surge of excitement. To him, childhood indigestion was a trivial matter, easily manageable. Displaying his medical skills in such a public setting, if successful, would undoubtedly elevate his reputation. Moreover, being at the entrance of the Gathering of Talents Pavilion, there was a chance the regent might take notice and request his services for the young heir. In that fleeting moment, Ma Yunin's thoughts wandered far and wide, and he could hardly contain the smile on his face. Chapter 17. You can only choose one. Ma Yunin briskly approached Kai Fanzhou and bowed respectfully. "Master." "Ah, Yunin. I am currently overwhelmed with matters at hand. Please attend to this child in my stead. All expenses will be covered by Jiren Hall," Kai Fanzhou instructed. "Yes, master," Ma Yunin replied, bowing once more in deference. Kai Fanzhou then addressed Qin Yang with warmth. "Madam, allow my young apprentice to examine your child. Rest assured, his medical skills are well recognized within our clinic." At this moment, Kai Fanzhou completely disregarded the recent incident in which Ma Yunin had nearly caused a fatality due to administering an overly potent remedy, which had led to his being forcibly removed from practice. As long as he managed the current situation, even if Ma Yunin were to inadvertently cause harm to the farmer's child, he could later claim that the child had been brought in too late for proper treatment, rendering the outcome inconsequential. Lin Wanqing also chimed in at the opportune moment. "Do not worry. My senior brother is exceptionally skilled in medicine." After speaking, she gently patted the hands of the musician's mother to reassure her. The musician's mother appeared somewhat dazed, although she had initially sought out Dr. Kai for treatment. She now found herself with a different physician. However, she was not one to lack discernment. While she was uncertain of Dr. Ma's medical prowess, she had heard that he was a direct disciple of Dr. Kai, which eased her anxiety. Dr. Kai had also offered to treat her child free of charge, leaving her profoundly grateful and reconsidering her earlier misjudgment of the Jiren Hall, which she had thought only cared for wealth. "Thank you, Dr. Kai, and I appreciate your efforts." "Dr. Ma," she expressed, cradling her child and offering a slight bow. "Qing'er, let us depart." "Yes, master," Lin Wanqing replied obediently. Following closely behind Kai Fanzhou as they entered the Jushin building, Zhao Jiao cast a disdainful glance at the musician and her child, whispering to Granny Zhang, "Once we enter, you must first fetch a basin of water for the young lady to cleanse her hands. She seems unbothered by the dirt, touching such common folk. Who knows what ailments they may carry? That child appears quite peculiar in health. What if she transmits something to the young lady?" Sighing, she added, "Ah, if only Qing'er were not so kind-hearted. But kind souls are surely destined for blessings. Our Qing'er's fortune is yet to come." After hearing Granny Zhang's words, Zhao Jiao felt somewhat reassured. Upon entering the Juxian building, Ma Yunan approached the musician's mother. He could have directed the mother and child to receive treatment inside the Jiren Hall, where the medical conditions were certainly superior to the chilly street outside. Yet, Ma Yunan was unwilling to forego such an excellent opportunity to showcase his medical skills before the public. If he successfully treated the child, the citizens of Anyang would undoubtedly praise him, Dr. Ma, for his exceptional abilities. I shall first take the child's pulse. Ma Yunan produced a handkerchief and placed it over the child's wrist, gently resting 2 fingers upon it, his eyes slightly closed in deep concentration. After a considerable moment, Ma Yunan slowly opened his eyes. Madam, the child is indeed suffering from excessive accumulation of food. I shall prescribe a remedy to alleviate his gastrointestinal distress. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang was taken aback, wondering why yet another physician claimed her son had a digestive issue, especially since she had already administered numerous remedies without any discernible effect. Lacking medical knowledge, she felt instinctively that her son's ailment was not merely a matter of overindulgence, yet she found herself unable to articulate her doubts. Thus, she cautiously replied, Doctor, might you reconsider? Several physicians have diagnosed my son with food accumulation, and despite the many digestive medicines he has taken, there has been no improvement. Is it possible he could be afflicted by something else? Ma Yunan's expression darkened at her words. How could a mere rural woman question his medical expertise? With a tone laced with reproach, he retorted, Am I the doctor, or are you? If you have no faith in my abilities, why do you seek my master's counsel? I have studied medicine under my master for many years. How could I possibly misdiagnose such a common condition as childhood digestive distress? At that moment, Ma Yunan completely forgot that he had misdiagnosed a patient just the day before. Qin Yang, now agitated and with tears welling in her eyes, hurried to clarify, Doctor, that is not my intent. However, if it is indeed a case of food accumulation, why has there been no improvement after so many days? Would you kindly examine him again? Her repeated inquiry struck a nerve with Ma Yunan, who, with a dramatic flick of his sleeve, presented himself as ready to depart. I am offering you my expertise free of charge. If you do not believe me, then so be it. There is no need to go to our Jiren Hall to fetch medicine anymore. You may seek whichever doctor you trust. Ma Yunan, with his back turned to Qin Yang, chose to remain, anticipating that she would eventually plead for his assistance. His master had already tasked him with treating Qin Yang's child, and he felt compelled to fulfill this obligation. Tears welled in Qin Yang's eyes. Overwhelmed by despair, what was she to do? At that moment, a woman's voice pierced through the tension. Dr. Ma, just yesterday you misdiagnosed an elderly gentleman. How dare you present yourself again today? Are you not afraid of causing a fatal incident? Upon hearing this voice, Ma Yunan shuddered. He had completely forgotten about Su Ruojin, this little troublemaker, who seemed to bring him nothing but misfortune. However, given the current circumstances, he could neither flee nor concede, so he stood his ground. Indeed, he had taken the time to carefully examine the child, and was certain the ailment stemmed from overeating. Ma Yunan glared at Su Ruojin and exclaimed, What are you? A mere girl, no? Such a simple case of indigestion in children. Do you really think I could misdiagnose it? Speak carelessly again, and I shall report you to the authorities for causing a disturbance. Su Ruojin stepped out of the crowd and approached Qin Yang, ignoring Ma Yunan entirely, and instead focused on the child in Qin Yang's arms. May I examine the child? She asked. Qin Yang, taken aback by the sight of this beautiful girl who resembled a fairy, instinctively inquired, Are you also a doctor? Yes, I possess a medical certificate. Su Ruojin replied as she presented her credentials for Qin Yang to inspect. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Su Ruojin and exclaimed, Madam, you must allow this young physician to examine your child. Just yesterday, she saved an elderly man suffering from a sudden heart ailment. Indeed, it was she. I was at Wangyue Tower yesterday too. Despite her tender age, her medical skills are remarkable. The lady who had inquired about when Su Ruojin would open her clinic was also in the crowd, and she called out that Dr. Ma was utterly mistaken yesterday. Upon hearing this, Ma Yunan's complexion shifted from green to pale, as the events of the previous day were something he wished to forget for a lifetime. In a fit of rage, he bellowed at Qin Yan, I will make this abundantly clear. You must choose between her and me. If you allow her to treat your child, then you shall not procure any medicine from Jiren Hall today. From this day forth, you are forbidden to step foot in Jiren Hall. Think carefully, will it be her or us? An obscure young girl, who suddenly emerged, was no match for the esteemed Jiren Hall. Any sensible person would know where to place their allegiance. Qin Yin found herself in a quandary. Her heart yearned for the skilled doctor before her to examine her son, as having another physician might unveil new treatment options. Yet, Jiren Hall was the finest medical establishment in Anyang. If she chose the young woman and was indeed turned away from Jiren Hall, what would she do if her child fell ill in the future? Su Ruojin did not press her. She simply observed Qin Yin, awaiting her decision. Should Qin Yin indeed choose Jiren Hall and refuse her assistance, Su Ruojin would respect her choice. At times, an individual's destiny is determined solely by themselves, impervious to external interference. Moreover, in matters of health, if a patient is resistant and unwilling to cooperate, even the most skilled physician is rendered powerless in their treatment. Sensing the hesitation of the Qinna, the elder sister, in a fit of urgency, extricated herself from the crowd and approached Qinna. "Dear sister, heed my words. This young lady possesses medical prowess far superior to that of Dr. Ma. Quickly allow her to examine the child, lest we delay the treatment any further." Ma Yunan scoffed derisively. "I advise you to exercise caution. One can never be certain if they are in cahoots, so beware of deception." Upon hearing herself labeled a fraud, the elder sister was incensed. She was well aware that the young lady had proclaimed her intention to establish a medical practice soon, at which point she would no longer seek treatment at Jirentang. Nor would she fear offending this quack. With hands on her hips, the elder sister retorted fiercely, "Who do you accuse of being a fraud? Dr. Ma, yesterday you were reluctant to assist the elderly man suffering from a heart ailment at Wanhua Tower. Where is your medical ethics? When that young lady came to his aid, you claimed she misdiagnosed him. In truth, it was you who erred. How dare you call me a fraud?" As she continued, her voice grew louder, calling out to the crowd, Come, everyone. Witness this doctor from Jirentang, who was penalized yesterday for his misdiagnosis and forced to kneel at Wanhua Tower." At that moment, the expression on Ma Yunan's face transcended mere darkness. He was consumed by rage. Wishing he could send this loquacious woman flying to the ends of the earth. Trembling with indignation, he pointed at the elder sister. You shameless harpy, spouting nonsense and causing a ruckus. I shall report you to the authorities for defaming my reputation." The elder sister cast a sidelong glance at Ma Yun, remarking, "If I were the esteemed physician Kai, I would have expelled you, a disciple tarnishing the reputation of our esteemed lineage, long ago." In her heart, Su Ruojin silently applauded the elder sister and took note of her appearance, vowing that when her own clinic opened, she would extend a generous lifetime discount to her. At that moment, Taizhu emerged from the crowd and approached Su Ruojin, bowing deeply. "Little divine doctor, I extend my gratitude. My grandfather has taken your medicine and feels considerably better. He has expressed that he has never felt such relief in years and insisted that I find you to convey his thanks in person." Having searched extensively throughout the streets to locate Su Ruojin, Taizhu presented her with a piece of cured meat he held in his hand, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. "Little divine doctor, I apologize for the inconvenience. Our family is not well off, and this is homemade cured meat. I hope you won't find it unworthy." In this era, the common folk seldom enjoyed meat, and for a family like Taizhu's, this piece represented their most valued possession. Su Ruojin, fully aware of their circumstances, resolutely refused to accept it, yet Taizhu insisted, pressing it into her hands before hastily departing, his cheeks tinged with a blush. This encounter further solidified Su Ruojin's determination to establish a clinic in Yinyang, where everyone could afford to seek medical attention. She promptly assisted the child to her feet, refraining from further conversation, and directly took the child's pulse. Ma Yunan observed in astonishment that Qin Yang had indeed chosen Su Ruojin, disregarding her own reputation, which infuriated her to the point of huffing in displeasure. "I shall see what she can discern, if she fails to cure the child. Do not expect us at Jiren Hall to extend our assistance again." This time, Ma Yunan was quite confident, for the newly practicing doctors in the clinic had all concurred that the child was suffering from indigestion. With so many diagnoses affirming this, he could hardly believe that this young girl would uncover anything different. Should she also diagnose it as indigestion, it would be tantamount to proving that Qin Yang was blind to the truth. Su Ruojin meticulously took the child's pulse, her brow slightly furrowed. After a moment, she inquired, "Has the child consumed any river water or raw food from ponds?" River water and raw food from ponds? Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Whether it was from the mountains or rivers, anything edible was fair game for the village children. For them, there weren't many food options, and water chestnuts were considered the finest fruit. Water chestnuts? That must be it. The ailment known as redworm disease in this era was referred to as ginger slice worm disease in Su Ruojin's previous life. The larvae of the redworm typically inhabit aquatic environments. Once a child inadvertently ingests water plants harboring these larvae, they can parasitize the small intestine, leading to symptoms of bloating, digestive distress, a distended abdomen, and pallid, emaciated appearance. What is redworm disease? Qin Yang could not help but voice her curiosity. The onlookers gazed intently at Su Ruojin, eager to hear her explanation. In simple terms, it is the condition that arises when your child consumes water chestnuts infested with redworm larvae, resulting in illness within the body. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed, "What shall we do? Will my son perish?" The thought of a parasite within him is utterly terrifying. This was the first time Ma Yunin had encountered such an affliction, and he regarded her with disdain, saying, "Young lady, if you cannot diagnose, simply admit it. No one will hold it against you, but spreading baseless fears can lead to fatal consequences. In truth, the human body possesses inherent immune capabilities. If the child were older with a robust constitution and had consumed only a modest amount of water chestnuts, even ingesting a few redworm larvae would not manifest severe symptoms, and he would gradually recover. However, Qin Yang's child was young, with an unstable digestive system, and likely consumed a considerable quantity, which exacerbated the condition. Su Ruojin cast a sidelong glance at Ma Yunin and coolly remarked, "If one lacks medical expertise, it is wise to remain silent." Quack. This marked the second occasion Ma Yunin had been labeled a quack by Su Ruojin. The first time occurred at Wangyue Tower, where the audience was far smaller, yet this gathering was several times larger. Ma Yunin felt his pride wounded and, in a fit of anger, raised his hand as if to strike Su Ruojin, only to be thwarted by the elder sister, who challenged him. "What? Do you intend to resort to violence? Come, let us see you try." Chapter 19. A tranquil sea and clear rivers. Having said this, she procured 2 long benches from a nearby tavern, laid the child upon them, and unfurled her needle pouch, extracting silver needles to commence her treatment. Observing the young lady's deft technique, Qin Yang felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. This was the first instance in which a doctor had articulated a diagnosis so distinct for her child, though she lacked understanding of these ailments. Qin Yang instinctively believed this young healer's words. After all, why had those physicians who attributed the illness to food stagnation failed to alleviate her son's suffering? In her desperation to cure him, she had even sold the family's only cow. Once Su Ruojin carefully removed each silver needle from the child's frail body, the previously weak and closed-eyed child opened his eyes and said, "Mother, I need to relieve myself." At that moment, the child let out a loud fart, the foul odor causing those nearby to instinctively step back, waving their hands to disperse the stench. Qin Yan's face flushed slightly as she apologized. "I'm so sorry. I've neglected to attend to him for several days. I will take him to the restroom immediately." With that, she swiftly carried the child away in search of the lavatory. Meanwhile, Su Ruojin entered a nearby bookstore, procuring paper and ink from the proprietor, and settled down to compose a prescription. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle halo around the young girl as she diligently penned the prescription. This sight piqued the curiosity of the bookstore owner, Du Yuxing, although he felt it inappropriate to stand directly beside her and observe her work. He could not help but feign a casual stroll, glancing over with feigned indifference. Upon catching a glimpse, Du gasped in astonishment. The young girl's calligraphy flowed like dragons and serpents, bold and striking, rivaling the fine works for sale in his shop. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed such artistry could emanate from someone so young. He pondered whether he might persuade her to create a few pieces for sale in his shop, from his years of experience in selling calligraphy. He was certain her work would be in high demand. Just as he deliberated on how to broach the subject with the girl, Su Ruojin completed her prescription, neatly gathering her paper and ink in preparation to depart. Du hurriedly approached Su Ruojin and bowed respectfully. "Esteemed lady, I am Du, the proprietor of this bookstore. Upon inadvertently observing your exquisite calligraphy, I was utterly captivated. Might I request you to compose a few pieces for sale in my establishment? Based on my extensive experience, I am convinced that your work would sell remarkably well. We could share the profits equally, or rather, a more favorable division of 40 to 60 in your favor. What do you think?" Upon concluding his proposal, Du extended a handful of coins towards Su Ruojin. "This, dear lady, is the payment for the paper and brush you purchased earlier. Su Ruojin glanced at the coins but refrained from accepting them, her expression betraying a hint of astonishment. For the past decade, she had been compelled by Grandpa Xiao to practice her calligraphy, often seeking ways to evade the arduous task. She had little understanding of her own progress. Each time she presented her work to Grandpa Xiao for evaluation, she was met with harsh criticism, being told her writing was unsatisfactory and that she needed to practice 100 more times. She had always believed her skills had merely improved compared to her previous life, never imagining that they had developed to the extent that a bookstore owner would wish to sell her writing. "Are you truly interested in selling my calligraphy, esteemed proprietor?" Su Ruojin asked, still somewhat incredulous. "Indeed, my lady. Just think of the additional income it could provide you," Yu replied, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he regarded her. Su Ruojin turned to survey the calligraphy and paintings displayed in the bookstore, noting the diversity of styles. Yet, none could hold a candle to Grandpa Xiao's masterful script. "I sincerely appreciate your generous offer, but I must humbly admit that my writing is rather mediocre, and I would prefer not to embarrass myself." Su Ruojin politely declined. "What a joke. If Grandpa Xiao saw the characters I wrote, he would scold me endlessly. If I were to dare write something and attempt to sell it, I fear the reprimand would be even harsher." Yu's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. Yet he maintained his courtesy. "In that case, I shall not impose upon you any further. However, I have a humble request. Might I ask the young lady to inscribe some characters for my establishment? Rest assured, I will only use it for personal collection and would never consider selling it. Please name your price. I assure you, I shall not negotiate." Yu was a man who cherished the art of calligraphy dearly, which was why he had opened a bookstore in Yanyang City to sustain himself. Having encountered Su Ruojin's exquisite script today, he felt a sense of regret at the thought of not acquiring a piece for his collection. Observing the sincerity and longing in Yu's gaze, Su Ruojin pondered for a moment. "Very well, just one piece." "Ah, splendid. One piece is sufficient. One is enough," Yu exclaimed in excitement, hastily retrieving the finest paper, ink, and brushes from his shop, while he assumed the role of an ink servant, attending to Su Ruojin as she prepared to write. Standing before the writing desk, Su Ruojin contemplated and then took up the brush to inscribe the 4 characters Hai Yin Yi Qing. In truth, these characters were not particularly suitable for a study. Yet as she lifted the brush, the memory of the 4 characters hanging in Grandpa Xiao's study inadvertently surfaced in her mind. Since childhood, Su Ruojin had practiced her calligraphy using Grandpa Xiao's works as her guide, occasionally trying her hand at the scripts of other renowned calligraphers. When it came time for her to write, it was only natural that she would subconsciously emulate Grandpa Xiao. Yu observed the 4 characters inscribed by Su Ruojin. Lost in thought, he had anticipated that the young lady would choose phrases such as Hodazai Wu or Tian Dao Chou Qin, but he was surprised to see her opt for Hai Yin He Qing. Indeed, it is quite remarkable that such a young lady possesses such a grand vision. I am truly impressed. If it is not too much to ask, I would be delighted if you could visit my bookshop more often." Yu carefully tucked away the inscription. At that moment, he had no inkling of the significance this inscription would hold for him, nor could he foresee that it would become a treasured heirloom of the Du family, passed down through generations. After securing the painting, he produced a silver pouch and handed it over. "My dear lady, this is 100 taels of silver, a token for your writing fee. I hope you will not find it unworthy. May I ask how you wish to be addressed?" "Su Ruojin," she replied. "There is no need for the writing fee. Let us regard this as the beginning of a friendship. However, I do have a matter I wish to inquire about." Su Ruojin continued. "Given that you have operated this bookshop for many years, you must be quite familiar with the local landscape. I am seeking a shop to establish a medical clinic. Do you happen to know of any suitable premises available for rent or sale?" Chapter 20. Leasing a shop. Su Ruojin considered that Yu, having run a bookshop for many years, likely possessed valuable connections. If he could introduce her to a shop, it would certainly be more advantageous than aimlessly wandering about. Upon hearing this, Su Ruojin felt a surge of excitement. A 3-story shop would be perfect for a clinic, the 3rd floor for storing medicinal materials, the 2nd for acupuncture treatments, and the 1st for consultations. Everything would align splendidly. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, but I have a matter to attend to at the moment. Would it be possible for you to accompany me to view the shop later?" "Of course, that would be no trouble at all. Miss Suo, once you finish your business, simply come by, and I shall be ready to take you to see the premises." The bookshop was not bustling with customers, and with the assistance of a young apprentice, Yu was free to step away at any moment. Emerging from the bookstore, Su Ruojin made her way back to the previous location to deliver the prescription to Qin Yang. From a distance, she spotted Qin Yang, who was anxiously holding her son and gazing at her with anticipation. Upon noticing Su Ruojin's approach, Qin Yang swiftly pulled her son closer, urging him, "Hurry. Bow to the little divine physician. She has saved your life." The young boy, bewildered and unaware of the circumstances, obediently complied with his mother's request, kneeling down to bow to Su Ruojin. Hastily, Su Ruojin raised the child back to his feet, noticing the evident concavity of his abdomen. She checked his pulse once more, which had stabilized significantly. Su Ruojin then presented the freshly penned prescription to Qin Yang, stating, "The child's pulse has stabilized. Prepare 3 doses of medicine according to this prescription. Boiling 3 bowls of water down to 1. Administer it 3 times a day, and after completing these 3 doses, his ailment will be cured." "Oh, thank you, divine physician. If it weren't for you, my son might have." Qin Yang's voice trembled with emotion as she accepted the prescription, her throat constricted with gratitude. The village had been rife with gossip regarding her son's illness, accusing her of having cursed her husband to death and now threatening to do the same to her child. Even her once supportive mother-in-law began to regard her with suspicion. Qin Yang had even contemplated that if her son were beyond salvation, she would choose to follow him into the afterlife. Earlier, when she had taken her son to the outhouse, she was horrified to discover he had expelled numerous worms, a revelation that had terrified her. With such parasites residing within him, it was no wonder his belly had become so distended. This young lady possesses remarkable skills, with just a few needles. The child has been brought back to life. I dare say she surpasses that physician from Jiren Hall by leaps and bounds. The elder sister approached once more, inquiring, "Little divine doctor, when will your clinic open? You must hurry. I shall definitely be the first to patronize it." Su Ruojin found it somewhat amusing and replied, "Sister, a clinic is hardly an ideal place. I sincerely hope you never have the need to visit one in your lifetime." The elder sister, unfazed, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "People consume grains and vegetables. There will inevitably be moments of headache or fever. If nothing else, I can always purchase some tonics. Regardless, I assure you, I will certainly come." "Very well, I shall expedite the opening. When you arrive, I will administer acupuncture to help adjust your health free of charge." Su Ruojin chuckled. "Oh, splendid. I shall eagerly await your opening," the elder sister replied joyfully. The surrounding crowd echoed in agreement. "Little divine doctor, we shall come as well." "Indeed, all are welcome," she responded. Upon hearing Qin Yin mention that her son had expelled numerous parasites and that his abdomen was no longer distended, Su Ruojin realized that this time the stubborn girl had indeed made an accurate diagnosis. This was in the midst of the street. Kneeling for several hours had stripped him of dignity, and his master would surely expel him from the sect. Su Ruojin had already noticed that Mai Yunin had vanished. Such a petty individual was hardly worth her concern. But she hoped never to encounter him again, especially not in the context of a misdiagnosis that caused harm. It seemed Qin Yin had thought of something. As she lowered her head in a somewhat awkward manner and spoke softly, "Little divine doctor, what is your fee? I currently possess only a tael of silver, which is certainly insufficient. However, please rest assured, no matter the cost, I shall find a way to pay you. The funds for my son's medical treatment are nearly depleted, so I hope you can grant me a little more time." She felt somewhat guilty. The young divine doctor had saved her son's life, yet she was unable to offer any consultation fee. Naturally, Qin Yang readily agreed, and she attempted to kneel in gratitude to Su Ruojin, who firmly restrained her. After expressing her heartfelt thanks, she departed with her child. Once the matter was concluded, the crowd dispersed, yet they continued to discuss the sudden appearance of this young divine doctor. Among the onlookers was a middle-aged man who, upon witnessing the scene, turned and left. The shop was situated at the end of the street, a rather obscure location. However, to Su Ruojin's delight, the premises were even larger than she had anticipated. For a medical clinic, a spacious environment was preferable, providing ample room for practice. Additionally, the shop included a backyard, which housed a 2-story building containing 8 rooms in total. Beside the small building was a separate storage room and a generously sized courtyard. This arrangement meant she would not need to seek alternative accommodation. She could reside directly in the clinic's backyard, eventually inviting her grandmother to live with her. Furthermore, the courtyard could be utilized for planting medicinal herbs, exceeding her expectations significantly. Without hesitation, Su Ruojin declared, "Boss Du, I shall rent this shop. May I inquire about the rental fee?" Although the shop was at the end of the street and somewhat secluded, It was still located on the main thoroughfare and afforded a spacious area. Typically, such a property would command an annual rent of no less than 300 taels of silver. However, having just received a couplet from Su Ruojin without any charge, Do You naturally remembered this kindness and replied, Miss Su, the annual rent is 200 taels of silver, which can be paid at the end of the year, on an annual basis. Do You contemplated that the young lady would undoubtedly need to invest a considerable amount before opening her medical clinic? It would likely be a challenge for her to pay the rent up front, so he deliberately set the payment deadline for the end of the year. This arrangement effectively allowed Su Ruojin to utilize the premises for a year without immediate financial obligation, deferring the rent until she had begun to generate income. Su Ruojin was somewhat familiar with the rental prices of shops in Yinyang City, and it was evident that Duyu's rental fee was below market value. Furthermore, the option to use the property first and pay later on an annual basis provided her with great convenience. She was not short on funds and even harbored the thought of eventually purchasing the shop, although that could wait until her clinic was up and running. Without hesitation, Su Ruojin promptly signed the contract with Duyu, securing the premises. However, she kept his kindness in her heart, promising herself to repay it when the opportunity arose. Chapter 21. Mistaken Identity. Lin Zhengshan, Kai Fanzhou, and their entourage entered the Juxian building in grand fashion. The first floor was still bustling with numerous individuals queuing for the first round of assessments. Steward Zhang approached them with a respectful bow. Governor Lin. Divine Physician Kai has arrived. Steward Zhang was the long-serving steward of the Regency Prince's residence, having witnessed the prince's upbringing. No one dared to underestimate him, not only within the royal household, but also in the capital. It is often said that even a 7th-rank official is esteemed in the presence of a minister, let alone within the Regency Prince's estate. Having served in government for many years, Lin Zhengshan was well acquainted with the intricacies of such matters and promptly returned the courtesy with a hint of pride. The day before, when Kai Fanzhou had brought Qinger, he had not even had the opportunity to meet Steward Zhang, but today, his presence warranted a personal greeting from the steward, further affirming his own importance. Zhang, the steward, remained indifferent. If Kai Fanzhou were indeed the legendary divine healer capable of curing his young lord's ailment, he would gladly serve him. Lin Wanqing stepped forward, slightly bending her knees to pay her respects. Greetings, Steward Zhang. Zhang looked at the exquisite and charming young lady before him, somewhat puzzled. May I inquire who this is? Lin Zhengshan quickly replied. This is my youngest daughter, Lin Wanqing. She has now become a disciple of the esteemed Dr. Kai, studying the art of medicine. Zhang Steward smiled faintly. Indeed, Master Lin is truly fortunate. Miss Lin possesses an elegant demeanor and a discerning mind. She is bound to achieve great success in the future. Upon hearing Zhang's praise, Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed with modesty. Steward Zhang, you flatter me. She had already inquired about him. He was a figure whom even the regent respected. If he commended her, surely the regent would also acknowledge her upon their meeting. With that thought, Lin Wanqing felt an even greater anticipation to meet the revered warrior of the Great Chu. Please, this way, Zhang Steward gestured. Young Master Mu has been awaiting Dr. Kai. At these words, Lin Zhengshan was momentarily taken aback. Should it not be the regent waiting for them? However, he dared not show his discontent and followed Zhang Steward upstairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the private room, Zhang Steward opened the door. Just as Lin Zhengshan was about to enter, he was halted. Master Lin. The prince has instructed that only medical practitioners may enter this room. Perhaps you could escort Lady Lin to the adjacent room to rest for a while. Refreshments have been prepared there. Lin Zhengshan felt a twinge of displeasure. As the governor of Yinyang, it was irksome to find there were places he could not enter. Yet, given the stature of the regent, he refrained from voicing any objections. Lin Zhengshan and Zhao Jiao had no choice but to venture next door, while Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing entered the elegant room together. Upon stepping inside, they were both taken aback by the unexpected scene before them. The room was filled with an array of cotton candy, and a young man was crouching before a 5 or 6-year-old boy, holding a bunny-shaped cotton candy. Beside them stood an elderly man, his hair nearly entirely white, anxiety etched across his face as he observed the unfolding tableau. The young man seemed intent on cheering up the boy, yet the child merely stared blankly ahead, offering no response. Observing this, Mu Jingshan appeared somewhat disheartened, murmuring to himself, "It seems ineffective. Am I employing the wrong approach?" He then tore off a piece of cotton candy and popped it into his mouth, smacking his lips. There's nothing peculiar about the taste. It's just ordinary cotton candy. What could possibly be amiss? Having treated the young master for many years without improvement, Mu Jingshan found it hard to believe that something as simple as cotton candy might induce change. Despite the incredulity of the proposition, he was determined to uncover the reason, even if it seemed slightly implausible. After all, in the intricate web of existence, seemingly trivial elements can sometimes hold the key to resolution. Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared uncertainty mirrored in the other's eyes. The young man remained oblivious to their presence, engrossed in his own world. Kai Fanzhou cleared his throat softly and approached the elderly gentleman, respectfully bowing. "Greetings, esteemed physician Mu." The regent's physician, Mu Jingshan, is a disciple of the legendary ghost doctor, having been trained under his esteemed guidance. The current sovereign once contemplated inviting him to the Imperial Medical Institution, yet he declined, citing the constraints of life within the palace, preferring instead to remain a humble physician at the regent's residence. Despite his modest title, his reputation as a disciple of the ghost doctor commands respect, and even the palace's senior physicians occasionally seek his counsel on medical matters. No matter how lofty Kai Fanzhou's demeanor may be, he dares not act arrogantly in Mu Jingshan's presence. This is not only due to Mu's association with the regent, but also because, in the hierarchy of the martial world, he must address Mu as Shirshu, given that Mu is significantly his senior in age. However, the thought that the regent's residence possesses such a talent as Mu Jingshan, who is summoned to attend to the young heir, brings a sense of pride to Kai Fanzhou. What does age and seniority matter when one's abilities fall short? The elderly man observed Kai Fanzhou bowing to him, his expression one of bewilderment. He quickly stepped aside to evade the gesture and pointed towards the young man nearby, exclaiming, No, you have mistaken me. This is the esteemed physician Mu." Now it was Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing's turn to be astonished. The tales circulating in society extolled the remarkable medical skills of physician Mu, yet none had mentioned that he could be so youthful. In the public's perception, those with exceptional medical prowess were typically elderly, their hair white with age. The young man before them appeared barely past childhood, hardly fitting the mold of a skilled physician. Mu Jingshan, seemingly oblivious to the astonishment in their eyes, beckoned them closer, saying, "Come and see what is so special about this cotton candy." Upon hearing this, Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing felt an even greater sense of astonishment, yet they approached a cluster of cotton candy to observe it closely. However, no matter how they scrutinized it, they could only conclude that it was merely the ordinary cotton candy sold in the marketplace, lacking any extraordinary qualities. If they were to point out something noteworthy, they could only mention that one ear of the rabbit-shaped cotton candy was blue while the other was red, which was indeed rather unique. "Dr. Mu." Kai Fanzhou began to speak, but was interrupted by Mu Jingshan, who said, "Do not call me a doctor. I cannot even discern what is peculiar about this cotton candy. I do not deserve such a title." Kai Fanzhou paused for a moment and opted for a different form of address. "Young Master Mu, although this cotton candy appears rather commonplace on the surface, it is known to me that there are many medicinal powders that are colorless and tasteless, which can be mixed into sugar to create cotton candy, making them difficult to detect. This cotton candy may indeed contain such medicinal substances. As a healer, one must master the arts of observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse diagnosis, with the art of observation being particularly refined in Kai Fanzhou's case. He could adeptly convey his insights based on the other person's tone and expressions, striking at their points of concern. It could be said that much of his esteemed reputation as a healer stemmed from this skill of observation. In Kai Fanzhou's view, the fact that Mu Jingshan was examining the cotton candy so intently indicated that it could not possibly be an ordinary item. It must possess some extraordinary attribute. Yet, he could not admit his own inability to discern its uniqueness, as that would imply a deficiency in his medical skills. Thus, he resorted to this line of reasoning to showcase his competence, for after all, the medicinal powders were colorless and tasteless, making it impossible for anyone to detect them. His assertion, therefore, could not be easily contested. "Oh, I see." Mu Jingshan cradled his chin in contemplation before rising to his feet, brushing off his hands and turning to Lin Wanqing. "Miss Lin, what is your opinion?" In Chapter 22, The Virtue of Medical Ethics, Mu Jingshan had previously been crouched, his back turned to the two individuals. Suddenly, he stood and faced Lin Wanqing, whose gaze met the strikingly handsome visage before her, causing a faint blush to grace her cheeks. The royal physician possessed a captivating charm that rivaled the stars she had once admired in her past life. One could only imagine how exceptionally handsome the regent must be. Miss Lin, noticing her silence, Mu Jingshan gently prodded her again. Startled, Lin Wanqing quickly averted her eyes, responding in a soft voice, I am but an unworthy apprentice, and I share the same viewpoint as my master. Having only recently become a disciple of Kai Fanzhou, and in an era bereft of diagnostic instruments, should they even exist, she would not know how to utilize them. She was merely a nursing assistant. How could she discern any unique qualities in this cotton candy? However, her master was a divine healer, and following his lead would surely be prudent. Kai Fanzhou's expression shifted slightly. He had merely been speculating, unaware that Mu Jingshan was one to delve deeply into matters. At this moment, he found himself in a precarious position, compelled to maintain his composure. Of course, I too am curious about the nature of this medicinal powder. With that thought, Kai Fanzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then I shall trouble you, esteemed physician Kai. After Mu Jingshan spoke, he swiftly shifted the topic, gesturing towards the boy sitting quietly beside him. Dr. Kai, this is my distant nephew. He has suffered from a peculiar illness since childhood, remaining indifferent to joy or anger. Much like a wooden figure. I have attempted to treat him for a long time with little improvement, and I seek your esteemed assistance. Kai Fanzhou turned his gaze towards the boy, whose eyes were devoid of spirit and whose frail form seemed as if a mere gust of wind could carry him away. Could this be the young heir? Yet, judging by the child's attire and demeanor, he seemed quite unlike one. Having practiced medicine for many years and encountered numerous cases, Kai Fanzhou soon realized that this was a test from the regent. A flicker of displeasure crossed his mind. As a distinguished physician of Yinyang, others sought his expertise. Yet the regent dared to put him to the test. What distinguished him from the ordinary physicians on the first floor? However, the current circumstances left him no choice but to comply. It was evident that Mu Jingshan represented the regent, and to refuse him would sever his ties to the regent's favor. Perhaps it would be prudent to showcase his medical prowess, thereby instilling a sense of awe in Mu Jingshan, allowing this young lad to comprehend that there are always those more capable beyond his own understanding. Kai Fanzhou approached the child, took his pulse, and gently lifted the boy's eyelid, pondering for a moment before speaking. This child suffers from a condition known as dullness, resulting in a weakened spleen and stomach. A formulation of Shixin decoction combined with Qixin Huaiwei decoction should suffice for adjustment. He had encountered several cases of children afflicted by similar ailments, and the treatment methods were generally consistent. The child's recovery hinged largely on fortune, which explained Mu Jingshan's prolonged struggle. Mu Jingshan signaled to a nearby attendant to accompany Kai Fanzhou in writing the prescription. I kindly request you to inscribe the prescription, Doctor. Kai Fanzhou did not hesitate. He approached the desk, picked up a pen, and began to write. Such a prescription was child's play for him. In the hospital where she had worked, some children with autism received treatment through transcranial direct current stimulation, but such methods were evidently unattainable in the present-day Great Chill. Moreover, some children with autism could potentially trigger seizures, yet she was uncertain whether the child before her suffered from epilepsy and dared not alert Kai Fanzhou. Lin Wanqing was acutely aware that in this era, if a disciple dared to question their master, it would be deemed a grave disrespect, and she herself felt unsure. Before long, Kai Fanzhou completed the prescription and handed it to Mu Jingshan, a hint of pride gracing his features. Such minor ailments were hardly a challenge for him. Mu Jingshan glanced at the prescription, his expression remaining placid, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed physician. He then passed the prescription to a nearby attendant. At that moment, an elderly man suddenly cried out, Young Master Mu, Qingguer is having another episode. The child, who had been sitting obediently just moments ago, now lay on the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. This was dire. Mu Jingshan swiftly yanked the tablecloth from the table and rushed toward the boy. The abrupt motion sent the teapot and cups crashing to the floor, shattering into a myriad of pieces. Mu Jingshan paid no heed to the chaos. He stuffed the tablecloth into the boy's mouth and instructed the old man to support the child as he began administering acupuncture. After a series of deft maneuvers, the boy finally ceased convulsing and gradually regained his breath. Lu Bo, with reddened eyes, picked up his grandson and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young Master Mu. If it weren't for you, Qingguer may have. With Lu Bo departing, Kai Fanzhou felt a sudden warmth rising to his cheeks. Because he had previously failed to diagnose that the child was afflicted with epilepsy, the prescribed medication was entirely ineffective for this condition. While an ordinary person might overlook this, Mu Jingshan, being a physician himself, could easily discern the truth. Kai Fanzhou never anticipated that after 2 days at Jushin Tower, he would not catch even a glimpse of the regent, let alone the young prince, and would be dismissed in such a manner. If outsiders were to learn of this, he would be utterly humiliated. However, since Mu Jingshan had already spoken, he could not voice any further objections and could only maintain the last shred of his pride. I have patients in need of my attention these next few days and may not be present at the residence. If necessary, Master Mu may instruct my servants to seek me at the patients' homes. Mu Jingshan nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further comment. Upon exiting the elegant chamber, Lin Jingshan and Zhao Jiao, hearing commotion from the adjacent room, hurried out and were momentarily stunned at the sight of the little rabbit cotton candy in Kai Fanzhou's hands. Indeed, it must be so. With this thought, Lin Jingshan's spirits lifted further, and he donned a smile. Dr. Kai, have you had the opportunity to meet the regent and the young prince? I trust that for a physician of your caliber, the young prince's ailment must be easily manageable. We shall undoubtedly rely on your expertise in the future. Kai Fanzhou maintained his composure. The regent has sent someone to inform me to wait a moment. He will come once he has attended to his pressing matters. However, I have patients urgently in need of my care. In the eyes of a healer, treating the sick must take precedence. I cannot delay the healing of others for the sake of waiting on the regent. I shall visit him another day when my schedule permits. His words were delivered with a sense of righteous conviction, prompting those who passed by to nod in agreement and quietly commend Dr. Kai for his exemplary medical ethics. Lin Wanqing timely added, "Indeed, Master possesses the heart of a healer, akin to that of a parent. I greatly admire this." Kai Fanzhou gazed at Lin Wanqing with a sense of comfort, recognizing her potential for growth. Chapter 23. The pursuers of fame and reputation. After Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing departed, a concealed door in the elegant chamber suddenly swung open, revealing Xiao Yanqiu, who emerged hand in hand with Ear. "How is it?" Mu Jingshan smiled wryly and shook his head. Those who seek fame and accolades are truly disheartening. Even Liu Bo's grandson, suffering from both a lingering illness and epilepsy, remains undiagnosed. At this rate, when will Ear recover? The prince's condition is even more dire. Mu Jingshan sighed internally. His visit to Yinyang was ostensibly to treat the young prince. Yet his primary objective was to seek the expertise of the famed healer for the prince's ailment. He pondered how much longer the prince's health could endure. Having encountered Kai Fanzhou, who seemed to be the most likely candidate for the esteemed healer, Mu Jingshan felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Setting aside the question of Kai Fanzhou's medical skills, the fact that Liu Bo's grandson suffered a sudden ailment, and yet Kai Fanzhou stood by, devoid of even a hint of compassion, was troubling. Such a practitioner lacks the merit to be deemed a healer of renown. Xiao Yanqiu appeared to sense Mu Jingshan's anxiety and spoke nonchalantly. "No need to rush. There is still time." Reluctantly, Mu Jingshan set aside his worries and offered a cotton candy to Ear, saying, "Ear, here you go. This is your favorite cotton candy." However, Xiao Bingyi seemed oblivious, his gaze drifting past the cotton candy in Mu Jingshan's hand, lost in a distant thought. Su Ruojin remained unaware of the events unfolding in the gathering of Talon's pavilion. After securing her shop, she turned and made her way toward Jing Shui Alley. Madame Lin was elated to see Su Ruojin arrive. "Little Jean has come. Quickly, Yuan Hong, go buy a chicken. Today I shall prepare a spicy chicken dish." Madame Lin hailed from Jiushu and had a particular fondness for spicy food. Her spicy chicken was renowned for its exquisite flavor, and ever since her youth, whenever she cooked it, Su Ruojin would always indulge in an extra bowl of rice. "All right, madam," Yuan Hong replied, taking the pouch of coins from her and hurriedly heading out. It had been quite some time since he had savored Madame Lin's spicy chicken. Su Ruojin did not deter him, but instead sat down to converse with Madame Lin. "Grandmother, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Noticing Su Ruojin's serious demeanor, Madame Lin settled herself and regarded the young girl with earnest attention. "Little Jean, what is it?" Madame Lin was well aware of the implications of her words, and her voice trembled slightly. "Has Lin Jingshan cast you out?" She could hardly fathom that her illegitimate son would act so ruthlessly, banishing a young girl who had only just come of age. If it were an ordinary girl, without parents or guardians, how would she survive after being turned out of her home? Su Ruojin nodded in affirmation. "I shall go confront Lin Jingshan," Madame Lin exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table, rising to leave, but was halted by Su Ruojin's grasp. Madame Lin paused, reflecting. Indeed, Lin Jingshan had little regard even for his own biological mother, whom he had been raised by since childhood. How much less would he value a foster daughter with no blood ties? Tears welled in Madame Lin's eyes. Little Jean, it is I who have wronged you, unable to provide you with a better life. Come stay with your grandmother. As long as I have food to eat, you shall never go without. As she gazed at her confident granddaughter, Lady Lin's tears transformed into a smile. Indeed, my dear Jean is the most remarkable, she thought, her worries easing somewhat. Yet, the concern lingered. How would a young lady fare in the world, especially regarding her future suitors? Su Ruojin gently grasped Lady Lin's hand. Grandmother, trust in me. Leaving the Lin family, we shall thrive. I have secured a medical clinic at the end of Jingda Street. It's a 3-story shopfront with a courtyard at the back. I came to ask if you and Yuan Hong would consider moving in with me to assist in managing the clinic. At that moment, Yuan Hong rushed in, breathless, clutching a chicken. His nose slightly reddened from the cold. Hearing Sister Jean express her desire for them to live together, he eagerly interjected. Lady Lin, taken aback, could scarcely believe. You have rented the clinic so swiftly? Yes, it hinges on whether you are willing to help me, grandmother. Can you bear to let a frail girl manage an entire clinic alone? What if someone comes to bully me? Who will protect me? Su Ruojin feigned vulnerability. Indeed. Lady Lin, once we move, if anyone dares to bully my sister, I shall be the first to retaliate. Please agree to her request, Yuan Hong chimed in. Anxiously glancing at Lady Lin, hoping for her approval, Lady Lin looked at the 2 children before her. Though they shared no blood ties, the years spent together had forged a bond that made them feel like her own grandchildren. Since Xiao Jin has been expelled, the 3 of them have become a family. What harm could there be in living together as a family? She was also concerned about Xiao Jin, a young girl managing a medical clinic alone. Her presence could provide some assistance. Naturally, old Madame Lin had no reason to refuse. Very well, let us move in together. Splendid. Yuan Hong joyfully twirled around while holding a chicken, startling it into flapping its wings and creating a gust of wind. Old Madame Lin laughed and scolded, Stop spinning around. I shall go prepare the chicken. Yuan Hong quickly replied, Madam, please rest. I will handle it. Once everything is ready, I will call you to oversee the cooking. With that, he dashed to the kitchen, chicken in hand. Although Yuan Hong was merely 10 years old, having lived with the old madam, he was already quite adept at tasks like slaughtering chickens and gutting fish. Before long, a fragrant and visually appealing spicy chicken was served at the table, and Su Ruojin indulged in an extra bowl of rice, finalizing her plans to fetch old Madame Lin the following day before departing from Jingshui Alley. As she stepped onto the main street, Su Ruojin was suddenly enveloped by cries and shouts. Lifting her gaze, she noticed a crowd gathered in front of a medical clinic. Its sign emblazoned with the words, Ji Rin Tang. ISNT that the clinic of Physician Kai? Su Ruojin mused as she approached, only to see a middle-aged woman strenuously supporting a young lady amidst the throng. The young woman's abdomen was noticeably swollen, indicating that she was with child. A young woman bent over, clutching her abdomen, her face contorted in agony. Despite the frigid weather, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, and her lips, clenched tightly, were on the verge of bleeding. Anyone could see she was enduring immense suffering. Mrs. Tang, her face stained with tears, cried out, Doctor, I implore you, save my daughter-in-law. If anything were to happen to her, or my unborn grandchild, I could not bear to live. Several young attendants from the clinic gathered around Mrs. Tang and the woman. One attendant, visibly disdainful, remarked, Madam, Dr. Ma has already stated that your daughter-in-law is experiencing a miscarriage. He prescribed medication to support the pregnancy, but you deemed it too expensive. What can we do? 1 dose costs 10 taels of silver, and I need to buy 10 doses. How can an old woman like me afford such a sum? A glimmer of despair flickered in Mrs. Tang's eyes. Her husband had passed away early, leaving her to depend on her son and daughter-in-law. Unexpectedly, misfortune struck when her son fell from a cliff while hunting, leaving her without the pillar of the family. Now, Mrs. Tang and her daughter-in-law had to subsist on meager earnings from selling embroidery, barely making 200 or 300 copper coins a month. How could she possibly afford such expensive medication for the pregnancy? Mother, we must go. Xiao Chui grasped her mother-in-law's hand tightly, summoning all her strength to utter those words. Xiao Chui, you cannot leave. If you go, what will become of you and the child you carry? Tears streamed down the face of Madame Tang as she knelt at the entrance of Jiren Hall, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. Doctor, I implore you to save my daughter-in-law and grandson. I have bowed before you, in my next life. I shall repay your kindness by serving you as a humble beast of burden." Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, the onlookers murmured among themselves, their hearts heavy with compassion. How pitiful she is, a widow with her son already lost. If she cannot protect her daughter-in-law and grandson, how could I bear to continue living? They lamented. Isn't it said that the doctor at Jiren Hall is benevolent? How can he turn a blind eye to such suffering? Yet, another voice countered, he has not ignored them. He has issued a prescription, but that prescription costs 10 taels of silver per dose. Who can afford such an expense? They replied, sharing in the plight of the unfortunate. Madame Tang continued to bow fervently, while Xiao Zui, without anyone to support her, struggled to stand, her steps faltering as she stumbled backward, nearly falling. A young woman from the crowd stepped forward to steady her. Xiao Zui looked up at Su Ruojin and, in a voice barely above a whisper, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Su Ruojin produced a pill and offered it to Xiao Zui. "Take this. It may bring you some relief." Xiao Zui gazed at Su Ruojin, whose demeanor was calm, yet exuded a reassuring trustworthiness. Without hesitation, she accepted the pill and swallowed it. Whether it was the power of suggestion or the efficacy of the pill, she soon felt a notable decrease in her pain, surprising herself with the sensation. Su Ruojin remained by her side, standing at the edge of the crowd. Meanwhile, Madame Tang, having exerted herself in her prostrations, began to bleed from her forehead. Amidst the crowd, someone, unable to bear the sight any longer, called out, "Save her." This plea struck a chord of empathy in the hearts of others, who echoed in unison, "Save her! Save her! Save her!" The collective ire was palpable. For Jiren Tang had long been regarded by the citizens of Yinyang as a benevolent establishment dedicated to the welfare of the people. A few young attendants, witnessing the unfolding scene, were taken aback. The one who had initially spoken hastily declared, "Wait here, I shall fetch the doctor," and hurried into the clinic. Before long, an individual emerged from the establishment. Upon seeing him, Su Ruojin's eyes glinted with a cold light. Truly, it was a case of seeking paths untraveled in heaven while forcefully trespassing into hell. Ma Yunan stepped out, his expression one of impatience as he regarded the kneeling Madame Tang, who was bowing her head in desperation. He curtly remarked, "My dear lady, have I not already informed you that your daughter-in-law is experiencing a miscarriage and requires proper care? I have provided you with a prescription, yet you cannot afford the medicine. You cannot hold me accountable for that." Madame Tang lifted her gaze, pleading, "Dr. Ma, I implore you, could you perhaps offer a more affordable remedy? Or administer some acupuncture instead?" Ma Yunan rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Madam, have you never heard the adage that cheap goods are seldom good? You have witnessed your daughter-in-law in such agony. Do you truly believe that inexpensive medicine will suffice? I am merely trying to assist you. Yet your outcry makes it seem as though I am the one tormenting you. I advise you, rather than causing a commotion here, you should swiftly seek to borrow money to purchase the necessary medicine for your daughter-in-law. Delaying further may well jeopardize not only the child, but possibly the mother's life as well." Upon hearing the sound, the crowd parted, creating a pathway. Kai Fanzhou approached, and upon witnessing the scene before him, a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. "Yunan, what is the meaning of this?" Kai Fanzhou cast a sidelong glance at the kneeling Tang Dama, then turned to Ma Yunan, his voice cold and measured. "You nearly caused a calamity last time. If it weren't for the influx of patients seeking treatment in Yinyang, I would not have permitted you to attend to consultations. Should you bring trouble upon me once more, consider yourself expelled from Jiren Hall." Ma Yunan responded with an apologetic smile. "Master, rest assured, it will never happen again." "That is for the best," Kai Fanzhou replied, preparing to enter the medical hall when a clear, melodic voice called out to him. "Are you the renowned Dr. Kai Fanzhou of Yinyang?" Kai Fanzhou turned towards the voice and beheld Su Ruojin. His brow furrowed. Was she not the distant, impoverished relative attempting to extort the Lin family he had encountered at the entrance of the gathering of heroes? What was this? Having seen him socializing with the Lin family, she sought to leverage his reputation to extract something from him at Jiren Hall. These destitute souls resembled leeches, seizing any opportunity to latch on. "Dr. Kai," Su Ruojin inquired directly, not waiting for him to respond, "how would you handle matters if the physicians at your clinic were to frequently make errors in their diagnoses?" Ma Yunan, who had previously focused solely on Tang Dama, now noticed Su Ruojin, and a chill surged from his tailbone to his mind. An ominous premonition arose within him. He was uncertain whether his fate was intertwined with that of this troublesome girl, but every encounter with her seemed to herald misfortune. Chapter 25. The executioner in plain sight under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Kai Fanzhou felt compelled to respond to Su Ruojin's inquiry. Failing to do so would tarnish the reputation of Jiren Hall. My dear young lady, our physicians at Jiren Hall undergo rigorous evaluations before they are permitted to practice. It is inconceivable that an error could occur. Yet, a sheen of perspiration began to form on Ma Yuanen's back. Unbeknownst to him, Kai Fanzhou was acutely aware that he had erred in his diagnosis before Su Ruojin not once, but twice. Could it be that he had erred yet again? It was unfathomable, utterly impossible. This woman, over 6 months pregnant, was suffering from severe abdominal pain, exhibiting chaotic pulse patterns and unstable fetal movements, indications of a potential miscarriage. He had prescribed a medication to preserve the pregnancy, and though it was of the highest price, it could not be deemed incorrect. His decision to prescribe such an expensive drug was also in consideration of Jiren Hall's interests. The more costly the medicine, the greater the profit for the clinic. This principle had been imparted to him by his master. Prescribe the most expensive medicines. The affordability of the treatment for the patient was not a concern for the clinic. Some individuals feigned poverty to elicit sympathy and seek advantages from the clinic, yet they invariably found ways to gather the necessary funds for costly prescriptions. Upon learning of this, his master would undoubtedly commend him for his shrewdness rather than reproach him. With this thought, Ma Yuanen felt reassured and cast a somewhat smug glance at Su Ruojin. After all, they were on the territory of Jiren Hall. He was eager to witness what she could possibly conjure. The disdainful glances that Kai Fanzhou cast towards Mrs. Tang, combined with the fact that he had produced a disciple like Ma Yuanen, suggested that the master himself was not beyond reproach. Kai Fanzhou took a deep breath. He began to comprehend the disdain that Lady Lin held for this impoverished relative, who was truly a vexatious individual. What if that person is the disciple of Master Kai? Su Ruojin pressed on relentlessly. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuanen felt an intensified unease within him and instinctively urged, Master, you should step inside quickly and ignore these troublemakers. Kai Fanzhou shot a disapproving glance at Ma Yuanen. His disciple truly lacked discernment. If he were to leave now, the onlookers might mistakenly believe he was intimidated. If he were my disciple, I would expel him from the sect and banish him from Yinyang City. Kai Fanzhou's voice rang firm and resolute, prompting some in the crowd to cheer. Well said. Truly worthy of Master Kai. The applause eased the tension that had been building within him. Su Ruojin's words ignited a stir among the crowd. Had this doctor made an erroneous diagnosis? Unthinkable. The physicians of Jiren Tang had never been known to misdiagnose. At that moment, Xiao Chui regained some strength and looked at Su Ruojin in astonishment, perplexed by the young lady's meaning. Ma Yunen's face turned ashen, while Kai Fanzhou's expression darkened. Young lady, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your statement? I am stating that Dr. Ma Yunen, has made a misdiagnosis. Su Ruojin articulated each word with clarity. Ma Yunen erupted in indignation, exclaiming, You are simply spouting nonsense. What evidence do you have? I see that you are in cahoots with them, attempting to defraud our Jiren Tang. Kai Fanzhou remained more composed than Ma Yunen. Are you aware of any evidence? If not, I shall proceed to the authorities and accuse you of slander. According to the laws of Dechu, the slanderer faces the punishment of having their tongue severed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chui's heart tightened. She quickly grasped Su Ruojin's hand and shook her head, softly saying, Miss, please refrain from speaking further. I shall not seek treatment for this ailment. She did not believe that this young lady was a physician, yet she understood that the girl was advocating for her well-being. Xiao Chui did not wish to burden others because of her own troubles. Su Ruojin gently patted her hand, reassuring her, it is all right. At that moment, Aunt Tang also noticed that her daughter-in-law seemed to be feeling somewhat better. She hurriedly rose from the ground and approached Xiao Chui, inquiring, Chuier, how do you feel now? Xiao Chui nodded, responding, Mother, this young lady has given me a pill, and I feel much improved now. Thank you, miss, thank you. Aunt Tang expressed her gratitude repeatedly while assisting Xiao Chui to her feet. Su Ruojin took a few steps forward, realizing that she had indeed misjudged the situation. The woman's abdominal pain was not due to any instability of the fetus, but rather a case of intestinal abscess. This condition, akin to what Su Ruojin referred to in her previous life as appendicitis, had been assessed when she took Xiao Chui's pulse earlier. Fortunately, Xiao Chui was suffering from chronic appendicitis, which could be treated with acupuncture and herbal medicine. Had it been acute appendicitis in this era devoid of sterile operating rooms, especially considering she was a pregnant woman, Su Ruojin would have faced significant challenges in attempting a surgical intervention. Just as Ma Yunin was about to speak, Su Ruojin interrupted. The intestinal abscess has led to prolonged abdominal pain, which in turn has caused instability in the fetal position. The intertwined pulses can easily lead a mediocre physician to misdiagnose. This was a direct implication that Ma Yunin was indeed an incompetent doctor. You speak nonsense. Master, do not heed her nonsensical claims. She is intentionally seeking to provoke. Quickly, have someone expel them, Ma Yunin urged anxiously. Yet, considering the other party was with child, he was disinclined to delve deeper, attributing her ailment to the instability of her pregnancy. After all, the prices of miscarriage prevention medicines varied drastically due to differing herbal ingredients, making it a lucrative business. Ma Yunin, how can you still bear to call yourself a physician? You have misdiagnosed thrice in 3 consultations. For the sake of profit, you prescribe exorbitantly priced medications that do not align with the patient's condition. This is not healing, it is harming. Su Ruojin exclaimed furiously. She could tolerate the varying levels of a doctor's abilities. One's skill should correspond to the severity of the ailments they can treat. It is not disgraceful to seek counsel from a more experienced physician when uncertain. However, individuals like Ma Yunin, who feign knowledge and prioritize monetary gain over human lives by recklessly issuing prescriptions, are unworthy of being called doctors. They are, in truth, but executioners. A physician, regardless of a patient's wealth or poverty, ought to prescribe the most suitable treatment and must never resort to issuing unnecessary, overpriced prescriptions merely for profit. Many patients have already exhausted their life savings in pursuit of healing, encountering unscrupulous doctors like Ma Yunin, who fail to provide appropriate treatments, often culminates in the tragic outcome of depleted finances and lost lives. Even if Kai Fanzhou does not take action against Ma Yunin today, Su Ruojin will ensure that this charlatan is no longer permitted to practice medicine and inflict harm upon others. Ma Yunin's body began to tremble slightly, and at a loss for words, he could only repeat in a frantic outburst, "You are talking nonsense." The very next moment, Su Ruojin's words made his legs quiver even more violently. Chapter 26. I hope you will not regret it. Su Ruojin scoffed, "Am I speaking nonsense?" In the Wanghua Tower, an elderly man clearly suffers from a heart ailment, yet you insist it is merely a sudden fainting spell. At the entrance of the Jushin Tower, a child afflicted with a parasitic infection is misdiagnosed by you as suffering from indigestion. Today, this lady's instability during pregnancy is due to an intestinal abscess. Yet you erroneously claim there are signs of a miscarriage. Is this not a form of harm? Su Ruojin articulates her points with reason and evidence, and the bystanders' gazes towards Ma Yunin have shifted markedly. Is it possible that Jiren Hall harbors such a physician? I have heard that Dr. Ma previously prescribed potent medications that nearly led to a fatal outcome. Goodness, Jiren Hall is renowned as the finest medical establishment in Anyang. If such a doctor is present, I would hesitate to seek treatment there in the future. Perhaps I should consider other clinics. Upon reflection, the prices at Jiren Hall are exorbitantly higher, by 20 to 30% compared to others. I also share this sentiment, yet I had previously thought that the esteemed skills of Jiren Hall's doctors justified the expense. However, given the current circumstances, I shall indeed explore other options. It would be unfortunate to spend money without achieving a cure. If this is the case, how can Jiren Hall retain such a physician? I still believe Jiren Hall has its merits, as they offer free consultations each month. Let us not allow a single rotten apple to spoil the entire barrel. Kai Fanzhou naturally overheard the murmurs of the populace, his expression growing increasingly grim. Su Ruojin maintained a serene smile, though it failed to reach her eyes. Dr. Kai, you are a physician esteemed by the people of Anyang. Diagnosing an intestinal abscess should be well within your capabilities. Am I speaking in vain? You will know upon your examination. Master, Silence. Ma Yunin had more to say, but he was halted by Kai Fanzhou. At this juncture, even if Kai Fanzhou was reluctant to treat the common folk, he felt compelled to approach and examine Xiao Chui's pulse for the sake of Jiren Hall's reputation. Upon hearing Su Ruojin mention that her daughter-in-law's abdominal pain was not due to an unstable pregnancy, Tang Dama's heart, which had been in turmoil, found solace. Now, witnessing the esteemed physician personally attending to her daughter-in-law, her eyes brimmed with hope. Kai Fanzhou, revered by the people of Yinyin as a miraculous healer, possessed medical skills far beyond those of Ma Yunin. After a brief examination, he discerned that Su Ruojin's words were true. Ma Yunin had indeed misdiagnosed the condition. As a physician of Jiren Hall and a mentor to Ma Yunin, Kai Fanzhou hesitated to acknowledge this error, aware that doing so could tarnish the hall's esteemed reputation. Contemplating his strategy, he overheard Su Ruojin assert loudly to the surrounding crowd, to prevent any doubts regarding my claims. I invite any other physicians present to join in the examination and verify my assertions. I believe this lady would have no objections. Jiren Hall was the preeminent establishment in Yinyan City, and there were certainly physicians who disapproved of their practices. Regardless of their motivations, be it curiosity, revenge, or a desire for entertainment, 4 men stepped forward from the crowd. "We are physicians from nearby clinics and would be willing to examine this lady," they declared. Having been represented by the young lady thus far, the opportunity for additional physicians to assess her condition only increased the accuracy of the diagnosis. Naturally, Xiao Chui could not refuse this offer. With Su Ruojin's preliminary conclusions in place, the 4 physicians had a clear target for their examination, facilitating a more precise diagnosis. Upon completion, they all concurred that the lady was suffering from intestinal abscess. As events unfolded, my Yunin dared not utter another word. He fell to his knees before Kai Fanzhou, repeatedly bowing his head, pleading, "Master, I have erred. Please grant me another chance. I will diligently study medicine." Kai Fanzhou glared at Ma Yunin, not out of anger for his lack of knowledge or the mistakes in his diagnosis, but rather for the disgrace Ma Yunin had brought upon him and Jiren Tang by escalating the matter to such proportions. If this incident reached the ears of the family head, how could he possibly justify it? At this juncture, all eyes were fixed upon Kai Fanzhou, awaiting his response. Ma Yunin felt himself crumple to the ground, realizing that everything was lost. A wave of applause erupted from the crowd. Kai Fanzhou's gaze shifted slightly toward the frail figure of Xiao Chui standing nearby, and with a gentle expression, he addressed her, "Madam, regardless of our initial fault, I shall personally attend to your ailment free of charge until you are fully recovered. What do you think?" The condition of intestinal abscess, provided it was not acute, was not particularly difficult to treat. Upon hearing that the esteemed physician was willing to personally treat her daughter-in-law at no cost, Tang Danyang was overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Kaishani. You are truly a living bodhisattva." However, Xiao Chui remained silent as she turned to Su Ruojin and inquired, "Might I ask if you are a doctor?" Su Ruojin nodded, affirming her status as a physician due to her medical credentials. "Then may I request your assistance in my treatment?" The moment those words escaped her lips, Kai Fanzhou's expression froze. Xiao Chui's request was a direct slap in his face. Here he was, the renowned physician Yin Yang, offering free treatment, yet she chose to seek help from an obscure young girl. Kai Fanzhou's expression turned cold. "My lady, have you made up your mind?" "You have, but this one opportunity." Su Ruojin was taken aback by Xiao Cui's unexpected choice. In the hearts of the people of Yinyang, the esteemed position of the divine physician Kai Fanzhou remained unassailable. Su Ruojin smiled faintly. "If you are willing to place your trust in me, I shall not charge you a fee." Upon hearing this, Xiao Cui's eyes sparkled with hope. I believe. "Thank you, doctor, thank you." However, Madame Tang expressed her concern in a hushed tone. "Chuier, this young girl is even younger than you. Can she truly succeed?" "Mother, I have faith in her. Do not forget that she just gave me a pill, and my pain has already subsided." Hearing this, Madame Tang ceased her objections. Given the current circumstances, Su Ruojin could not administer the acupuncture treatment to Xiao Cui. Instead, she provided her with 2 more pills. "Take one after dinner and another upon rising tomorrow. They will alleviate your discomfort. At dawn, seek me out at the 3-story shop at the end of the street, where I shall perform the acupuncture." "Thank you, doctor. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" "My surname is Su." "Thank you, Dr. Su. I shall arrive punctually tomorrow." With that, Xiao Cui and Madame Tang departed, and the crowd dispersed. Yet, it wasn't long before Su Ruojin sensed that the presence behind her had vanished. Who could it have been? Chapter 27. I shall see if she can indeed rise. Upon returning to Muin village, Su Ruojin visited the land temple on the back mountain, where a pigeon was cooing atop the statue of the land deity. Removing the note from the pigeon's leg, she read, "The Su family from the capital has arrived in Shirley Village." Shirley Village? Is that not the very village where the Lin family claimed her biological parents resided? What a coincidence. Su Ruojin paid no heed as she took out a small piece of paper and tied it to the leg of a carrier pigeon. "Quickly inform Yin Luo that Ji Hua is coming to Yinyang, and bring along the medicinal herbs." After feeding the pigeon a handful of millet, she released it into the sky. With herself, her grandmother, and Yuan Hong managing such a large medical clinic, it was indeed a bit overwhelming, and she needed to find some assistance. Upon arriving at Grandpa Zhao's courtyard, Su Ruojin proudly informed him that someone was willing to pay 100 taels of silver for her calligraphy. Grandpa Zhao, who was practicing his writing, cast a fleeting glance at the exuberant young girl, remarking, "The owner of that bookshop must be seeking an eye examination if he is willing to part with 100 taels for your work." Instantly, Su Ruojin's enthusiasm deflated. "Grandpa Zhao, you shouldn't be so discouraging," she replied. "Did you bring my practice sheets?" Grandpa Zhao began his customary inquiry. In a hurry, Su Ruojin handed over the 2 sheets she had casually written while at the bookshop. "Grandpa Zhao, I'm about to open a medical clinic, and I've been quite busy lately, so I've only practiced this much. However, I assure you that I will diligently practice my writing every day at the clinic. After all, running a clinic means writing prescriptions daily, which can be considered practice in its own right." Grandpa Zhao set down his brush. "Have you found a shop? I must say you have some sense." After Su Ruojin departed, he turned to Wang Xing and instructed, "Keep an eye on her. Assist her with anything she may need." "Yes, sir," Wang Xing replied. In the courtyard of Jiren Tang, Kai Fanzhou furrowed his brow. Did his elder brother know about the events that transpired earlier? His elder brother, whose medical skills were inferior to his own, would not have attained the position of head of the family if not for his status as the legitimate firstborn. Kai Fanzhou entered Kai Jirong's chamber and offered a slight bow. "Elder brother, you summon me?" He seated himself, lifting his teacup to take a delicate sip. "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely tidied up our affairs to prevent any unworthy disciples from tarnishing the reputation of our Jiren Hall. Indeed, it is prudent to be cautious. I do not oppose your taking on apprentices. The Kai family's medical expertise must be preserved and promoted. However, you ought to pay closer attention and manage your disciples properly," Kai Jirong remarked leisurely, insinuating that Kai Fanzhou's discipline had been lax. Though displeased, Kai Fanzhou dared not retort and simply acquiesced. "What is the situation with the regent? How confident are you regarding the young master's ailment?" Kai Jirong's concern lay not in the fate of an inconsequential disciple, for with the esteemed name of Jiren Hall, practitioners would never be in short supply. Rather, he was more interested in the prospect of aligning with the regent. Kai Jirong lifted his teacup and savored another sip. "You must take this matter seriously. The young master's illness must be treated by us at Jiren Hall." "Understood." Kai Jirong shifted the conversation. "I have heard that a young girl has provoked our Jiren Hall today. When did such individuals gain the audacity to act so brazenly within our premises?" Mentioning Su Ruojin ignited Kai Fanzhou's ire. "She is a distant, impoverished relative of Lin Zhizhou, come to beseech him for money. Presumably, having received little, she seeks to extort us at Jiren Hall. You know what to do, I trust?" "Of course. Anyone who dares offend Jiren Hall must never be allowed to set foot in Yinyang City again." Kai Fanzhou scoffed. "Indeed, she is nothing more than a pauper residing outside the city. Keep a watchful eye on her." "Yes, my lord." Early the next morning, Su Ruojin first visited the servant vendor to purchase several maidservants and young attendants, who would be responsible for the daily cleaning and menial tasks of the medical clinic. She then sought out a carpenter to order specialized medicine cabinets, a consultation table, and examination beds for the clinic. Aware that old Madame Lin could not remain idle, she had intended to wait for her to come so that she could assist in tidying up the clinic without exhausting her. However, to Su Ruojin's surprise, old Madame Lin arrived ahead of schedule. "Grandmother, I have bought several maidservants and young attendants. They will handle the cleaning. Please rest for a while and refrain from exerting yourself," Su Ruojin instructed. "Very well," old Madame Lin replied. Yet, despite her agreement, she could not resist joining in the cleaning efforts. Before long, the clinic was spotless. It had previously been a tailor's shop, and some of the cabinets, tables, chairs, and beds were still usable. "Is Dr. Su in?" At that moment, a woman's voice called from the entrance. It was Xiao Chui and Aunt Tang. Xiao Chui had hurried to the city early that morning with Aunt Tang, as their village was quite distant, and they had only just arrived. "Xiao Chui, come in. Have you experienced any abdominal pain?" Su Ruojin invited her to take a seat and proceeded to take her pulse. No, I haven't felt any pain at all," Xiao Chui eagerly replied. She found it remarkable that after taking Dr. Su's medicine, her abdomen had not hurt again. Had it not been for the doctor's instructions to come for acupuncture, she would have believed she was completely cured. "Please lie down on the bed upstairs. I will administer acupuncture," Su Ruojin said as she ascended to the second floor to treat Xiao Chui, preparing a prescription. The clinic had not yet officially opened, and thus, there were no medicinal herbs available at the moment. "Take this prescription to the apothecary to acquire the herbs. They are all inexpensive and quite affordable. For the next 6 days, I shall administer injections to you daily, and after 10 days of medication, your ailment will be considerably alleviated. Rest assured, everything is well with the baby within you. There is no cause for concern. Thank you, Dr. Su. Xiao Cui expressed her profound gratitude, for she understood her body better than anyone. After Dr. Su completed the injection, Xiao Cui felt a remarkable lightness in her abdomen, and the intermittent dull pain that had plagued her vanished entirely. As she was escorted out, Su Ruojin cast a fleeting glance aside, catching sight of a figure that swiftly disappeared. The figure hurried towards the rear courtyard of Jiren Hall and entered Kai Fanzhou's chamber. Master, Su Ruojin intends to establish a medical clinic, renting Duyu's premises. What? That little girl truly aspires to open a clinic in Yinyang? I am eager to see if she can indeed succeed. Kai Fanzhou, engrossed in his reading, slammed the book onto the table, his expression darkening ominously. Let us go to the Lin residence. Lin Jingshan was not at home, and upon hearing of Kai Fanzhou's visit, Zhao Jiao hastened to bring Lin Wanqing out to greet him. Dr. Kai, have you received any news from the regent? Zhao Jiao inquired anxiously. It had been 2 days since her daughter had last seen the regent, and her worry was palpable. Upon hearing this, Kai Fanzhou's countenance soured slightly. There had been no communication from the regent's side, and he dared not send anyone to inquire. Zhao Jiao's question pricked at his discomfort. Suppressing his irritation, he remarked, I heard that the relative of yours encountered at the entrance of Juxian Tower intends to open a clinic in Yinyang. I wonder if Madame Lin is aware of this matter? Zhao Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she rose from her seat, slamming her palm on the table. What did you say? That little imp intends to open a medical clinic? When did she acquire any medical knowledge? Chapter 28. What qualifications do you have to open a medical clinic? Although Lin Jingshan brought Su Ruojin to the Lin residence in hopes of alleviating his wife's yearning for her daughter, in Zhao Jiao's eyes, Su Ruojin could never be regarded as her own flesh and blood. Consequently, she was unable to treat her as a daughter. Furthermore, a year after Su Ruojin's arrival, Zhao Jiao gave birth to a son, which only deepened her disdain for Su Ruojin, relegating her to the status of a servant. Little did she know when Su Ruojin had acquired her medical knowledge. Kai, the divine physician, you must be mistaken, right? Are you sure it's her? Zhao Jiao remained skeptical. What qualifications does that little wretch have to study medicine? It cannot be an error. Her name is indeed Su Ruojin, came the reply. But how could she possibly know any medicine? Zhao Jiao was utterly perplexed. Lin Wanqing's gaze flickered slightly. Mother, perhaps we should investigate. Could it be that after leaving the Lin residence, sister had nowhere to go and decided to open a clinic with someone? We must be cautious not to be deceived. Moreover, sister has never studied medicine. If something were to go awry, it might tarnish father's reputation. In the great Chu kingdom, few women were able to study medicine, and once they did, they garnered attention. Lin Wanqing would not allow a wild girl, who had once usurped her place, to pursue medicine like herself. Qinger is right. Let us go and see. It is possible that she saw you walking with Kai, the divine physician, and, imitating you, decided to open a clinic herself. How dare she? A person utterly ignorant of medicine thinks she can run a clinic? Zhao Jiao's sentiments aligned with Lin Wanqing's. She had no faith in Su Ruojin's medical abilities and suspected she was merely a partner in someone else's venture. Su Ruojin was clearly acting out of spite. The Lin family had cast her aside, and upon witnessing Wanqing pursue a career in medicine, she resolved to follow suit. Yet, she failed to consider her own limitations. What could she possibly compare to Wanqing? If a mediocre practitioner were to cause harm, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of her husband, Governor Yinyang, and such an incident under his jurisdiction would have dire consequences for his official standing. Zhao Jiao was resolute in her conviction that such a calamity must not occur. She could not permit Su Ruojin to establish a medical practice. But wait, where would a young girl like Su Ruojin acquire the funds to partner in opening a medical clinic? Zhao Jiao's thoughts turned to the venerable Lady Lin. Surely, that old woman had given her precious savings to this little harlot. Zhao Jiao had always suspected that the old matriarch's intentions were misguided. She had raised a son who was indifferent to his own granddaughter, yet chose to aid an illegitimate child. This realization ignited a fierce anger within Zhao Jiao, prompting her to instruct the steward to prepare a sedan chair and gather household servants. The three of them set off towards Su Ruojin's shop. Meanwhile, Su Ruojin had received the high-priced, expedited signboard she had commissioned, supporting Lady Lin, with Yuan Hong by her side. The three were watching a young servant as he hung the sign. A little to the left, no, That's too much. To the right. Perfect. Now a touch higher. Yuan Hong directed with delight. The sign, adorned with gold lettering on a black background, boldly proclaimed Ren Ai Tang. This was a sign that Su Ruojin had specifically requested from Xiaoji Yuan. Though she had initially intended to write it herself, she decided that if there was something superior available, she would certainly opt for it. After all, she could always bring Xiao grandfather some delicacies, be obedient. Practice her calligraphy diligently, and keep him pleased. Just then, a furious female voice pierced through the air. Hurry and take down that sign. What right do you have to open a medical practice? Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow, sensing that trouble was brewing. Zhao Jiao shook off the supportive grasp of Zhang Mama and swiftly approached Su Ruojin, raising her hand to strike. However, Su Ruojin firmly grasped her arm, rendering her strike impossible. Madam Lin, I am unaware of any law in Dechu that permits the wife of a governor to strike a commoner at will. Zhao Jiao felt as if her arm were ensnared in a vice, immovable, and she cried out in pain. Su Ruojin, have you lost your mind? Let me go? Lin Wanqing followed closely, her face a picture of grievance. Sister, let us speak civilly. Mother only has your best interests at heart. Please, release her. Reluctantly, Su Ruojin released her grip, and Zhao Jiao quickly retreated, cradling her pained arm, wary of any further outburst from Su Ruojin. For reasons unknown, Zhao Jiao found Su Ruojin unfamiliar. The timid little girl who once timidly called her mother and would retreat to tears at a mere scolding was nowhere to be found. Now, the gaze Su Ruojin cast upon her was calm on the surface, yet concealed a tempest ready to erupt, making it difficult for Zhao Jiao to meet her eyes. Noticing Zhao Jiao's distance, Su Ruojin clapped her hands and scoffed. My surname is Su, not Lin. She is not my mother. Furthermore, I have no sister. Miss Lin, refrain from such unfounded claims. I cannot aspire to the status of your governor's household. Though Su Ruojin was unaware of her biological parents' names, it mattered little to her. A name was merely a label. She had no faith in the Lin family's assertion that her true parents resided in Shirley Village, and even if they did, she would not acknowledge them. Zhao Jiao increasingly felt the pain in her arm, indeed a wild girl, born with an innate strength. She pointed and scolded, you ungrateful wretch. How could our Lin family have raised you all these years? Su Ruojin cast her a sidelong glance, replying, the Lin family raised me? What did the Lin family provide for me? Was it the spoiled food that even dogs would refuse? Were it not for my grandmother, I would have perished from starvation in the Lin family at the tender age of 5. In truth, the original owner had indeed starved to death, which granted her this rare opportunity to live again as a soul from another world. Although the shop was located at the end of the street, it was still on the main thoroughfare, and many passers-by had gathered due to Zhao Zhao's commotion. Lin Wanqing, noticing the situation, hurriedly supported Zhao Jiao and signaled her with a glance, saying, Mother, we are here to persuade my sister against opening a medical clinic that could harm others. Zhao Jiao quickly caught on, surveying the increasing crowd, and adopted a haughty demeanor, stating, Miss Su, not everyone is fit to open a medical clinic. As far as I know, you have never studied medicine. An unqualified person opening a clinic. Are you aiming to endanger lives for profit? I am kindly advising you to reconsider before any trouble arises. Oh, so eager to tarnish my reputation? Su Ruojin replied leisurely. Madam Lin, to my knowledge, in the Great Chu Kingdom, anyone with a medical certificate is permitted to open a clinic. What authority do you possess to deny me that right? Just because you are the wife of a magistrate? Zhao Jiao seemed incredulous. You possess a medical certificate? Opening a clinic without one is a grave offense. I have no interest in risking my life as a jest. As for my medical skills, perhaps you should inquire with physician Kai. Su Ruojin shot a knowing glance at Kai Fanzhou standing nearby, a smile playing on her lips. Chapter 29. I do not have a sister. Kai Fanzhou's expression was somewhat unnatural. The presence of a young lady opening a medical clinic in Anyang should not have affected him. Over the years, numerous practitioners had emerged in Anyang, and none could undermine the esteemed position of Jirantang. However, following the events of yesterday, an instinctive feeling urged him to prevent Su Ruojin from establishing her clinic in Anyang. At this opportune moment, Lin Wanqing gently interjected, Sister. Su Ruojin raised her hand to interrupt. Miss Lin, do you not comprehend human language? I have stated that I do not have a sister, and if memory serves me correctly, you are actually 3 months my senior. Lin Wanqing was taken aback by this retort, her delicate face paling and her eyes instantly reddening. Sister, Miss Su, I mean no offense. Our mother merely wished to advise you out of goodwill. We have not seen your medical certification. Even if you possess one, we have yet to witness you treating anyone. To come here so recklessly to open a clinic raises our concerns about potential mishaps, which would not bode well for you." Lin Wanqing's words were meticulously crafted, suggesting that Su Ruojin likely lacked proper medical credentials. Even if she did possess them, she was merely an inexperienced novice, unfit to operate a clinic and care for patients. Such an endeavor was bound to result in complications. Yet, in the face of absolute strength, even the purest of intentions could be rendered inconsequential. As if on cue, before Su Ruojin could respond, someone emerged from the crowd. Upon recognizing this person, Su Ruojin smiled. Realizing that the city of Anyang was indeed quite small, it was none other than the sister who had persistently inquired about when she would open her clinic. Such utter nonsense. I, Chun Sanyang, have yet to encounter a physician as formidable as Su Ruojin. Let me tell you, I have personally witnessed this remarkable healer save 2 individuals whom even the esteemed doctors of Jiren Hall could not save. In terms of medical skill, I dare say some so-called divine doctors may not even compare. Chun Sanyang has lived in the village since childhood, lacking formal education and adhering strictly to her beliefs. In her eyes, Su Ruojin is akin to a deity, and anyone who dares to dispute this will face her wrath. Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback by the scolding, never having anticipated such fervent defense of Su Ruojin. Indeed, Dr. Su is a miraculous healer, while other doctors charge 20 taels of silver for a single prescription. Hers costs merely 20 won and yields exceptional results. At that moment, Xiao Chui and Aunt Tang arrived as well. Aunt Tang, being well aware of her daughter-in-law's recent health changes, was astonished that such an inexpensive remedy from Dr. Su could cure her daughter-in-law's ailment. Having just arrived at the shop, she could not contain her voice upon hearing Lin Wanqing's comments about Dr. Su. Kai Fanzhou's expression grew increasingly grim. Whether it was Chun Sanyang's account of Su Ruojin's miraculous interventions or Aunt Tang's mention of the 20 taels of silver prescription, all of it reflected poorly on Jiren Hall. At that moment, Kai Fanzhou deeply regretted accepting Ma Yunan as his apprentice, feeling that expelling him from Yinyang had been far too lenient. Just then, a commanding voice resonated. In our great Chu kingdom, anyone with a medical license may establish a clinic. Let us see who dares to object. The crowd turned toward the voice and beheld a man clad in official garb approaching. The townsfolk promptly knelt, greeting the governor with reverence. In the grand state of Dechu, scholars and physicians possess the esteemed right to stand before officials of the 4th rank and below without kneeling. Su Ruojin performed a deep bow to Governor Zhong, who casually gestured for everyone to rise. Zhao Jiao was well acquainted with the nuances of her esteemed lord's demeanor. Securing an alliance with the regent would undoubtedly render the position of governor within reach. Upon the arrival of Zhongli, Zhao Jiao promptly led Lin Wanqing forward to pay their respects. "Governor Zhong," she greeted. Zhongli, recognizing Zhao Jiao, offered a casual glance her way. "Madam Lin, what brings you here today?" Zhao Jiao forced a smile, responding, "Well, a distant relative of mine wishes to open a medical clinic, and I came to oversee things," concerned that the child might inadvertently cause some trouble. For a moment, Su Ruojin was taken aback. It was evident that Zhong Li's words were intended to bolster her standing. A medical clinic deemed trustworthy by even the governor himself would surely hold a prestigious place in the hearts of the people of Yinyang. With merely this endorsement from Governor Zhong, she need not worry about attracting clientele once her clinic opened. Yet, she pondered why this was the first time they had met, and he would go to such lengths to defend her. Despite her thoughts, her hands remained steady. One cannot strike a smiling face, especially when the individual is evidently there to assist her. She expressed her gratitude with another bow. "It is an honor that you place your trust in a humble girl. I shall certainly visit your esteemed residence to care for your lady's health in due time." Zhongli chuckled heartily. "Excellent. Our Yinyang is in dire need of a skilled female physician such as yourself." Meanwhile, Kai Fanzhou could no longer contain himself. Previously, individuals from the governor's residence had sought treatment at Jiren Hall. How could it be that a clinic not yet officially opened was already drawing away his business? Whether one is concerned about losing business or not, it is undeniable that previously, whenever there was an illness within the governor's residence or the prefect's office, the esteemed Jiren Hall would invariably be consulted. This is one of the pivotal reasons that Jiren Hall has ascended to the status of the foremost medical establishment in Yinyang. Providing care for the governor's wife is a strategic method to cultivate a long-term rapport with the governor's household, and Kai Fanzhou would never allow such an opportunity to slip away. He stepped forward to stand beside Zhongli, bowing respectfully, and whispered, "My lord, the health of Madame Zhong has always been under our careful watch at Jiren Hall. To hastily change caregivers would be ill-advised, as she may not be familiar with the lady's condition and could fail to provide the necessary care." Zhongli waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. She will soon become acquainted. My wife is a woman, and coincidentally, Dr. Su is also a woman, which will facilitate the treatment." Kai Fanzhou wished to speak further, but Zhongli did not afford him the opportunity. He simply addressed Su Ruojin, stating, "Then my wife shall await your care, Dr. Su." With that, he departed, accompanied by several constables. Who could dare to say otherwise about a medical establishment endorsed by the governor? Zhao Jiao, left with no choice, took Lin Wanqing and exited, casting a fierce glare at Su Ruojin before quietly warning, "If any trouble arises, do not implicate our Lin family." Throughout the encounter, neither Zhao Jiao nor Lin Wanqing acknowledged the presence of the elderly matriarch, Madame Lin, nor did they express any concern for her well-being. As the crowd dispersed, Su Ruojin felt a pang of worry for Madame Lin and hurried to her side, saying, "Grandmother, please do not take this to heart." Madame Lin understood Su Ruojin's intentions and smiled warmly at her. "Do not fret. I have long regarded the members of the Lin family as strangers. Having you and Yuan Hong by my side is more than sufficient." The connection between oneself and Lin Zhongshan was merely superficial, as one had raised him out of pity for the unfortunate child, only to find oneself nurturing a thankless wretch. Nevertheless, the presence of Xiao Jin and Yuan Hong brought solace to the old matriarch of the Lin family, making her feel that fate had not entirely forsaken her. As for the Lin family, she had long since relinquished her concerns. After leaving the medical clinic, Governor Zhong quietly instructed, "Go convey the message." "Understood," replied a constable, promptly departing. Chapter 30. We shall certainly find Xiao Lu in Muan village. Wang Xing entered Xiao Jiyuan's study, holding a cup of tea. "Sir, Governor Zhong has sent word that Miss Su is doing well." Xiao Jiyuan continued to write without pausing. "Nothing untoward has occurred? It seems that Madame Lin and Kai Fanzhou paid a visit, attempting to dissuade Miss Su from opening her clinic." Merely a troop of clowns, incapable of making any significant impact. They are not worth our concern. But what if they plot against Miss Su in secret? Wang Xing expressed his apprehension. In his eyes, Su Ruojin, despite her talents, was still a young maiden, unfamiliar with the darker aspects of the world. Rest assured, they are no match for Xiao Jin, should anything arise. Xiao Jiyuan concluded, having just finished his last stroke, it would be dealt with swiftly. A mere small clinic and the governor of Yinyang were hardly worthy of his regard. He hoped these individuals would behave themselves, should they dare to threaten his Xiao Jin. They must be prepared to face the repercussions. As the plaque for the clinic was hung, Qin Sanyang lingered, grasping Su Ruojin's arm. "Dr. Su, is there anything you require assistance with? I may not be literate, but I am more than capable of handling menial tasks." Su Ruojin expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Qin Sanyang for her candid support. "Sanyang, the clinic is nearly ready. We just need the remaining supplies and herbs to arrive. Thank you for your help today." Qin Sanyang waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, there's no need for thanks. I merely spoke the truth. It appears the clinic will be opening tomorrow, doesn't it? The items ordered from the carpenter were expected to arrive today, and the only remaining variable was when Yin Luo and Jihua would arrive. They should be here soon, Sanyang. From now on, you and your family can receive treatment at my clinic for free, and medications will be half price," Su Ruojin declared. Qin Sanyang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Dr. Su, are you serious?" Su Ruojin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, if you doubt me, I can draft a written agreement right now." Qin Sanyang hurriedly shook her head. No, there's no need for that. I believe you, Dr. Su. This is wonderful news, and I must thank you in advance. Who among us can claim that their family will never fall ill?" For Qin Sanyang, Su Ruojin's promise meant that as long as Rin Ai Tang remained open, she and her family would have access to affordable healthcare for a lifetime. Qin Sanyang was overwhelmed with excitement and began to spread the word about Rin Ai Tang and the esteemed Dr. Su. Wasn't the governor merely dissatisfied with the absence of a female physician at their clinic? Why not recruit one? Suddenly, Kai Fanzhou had a brilliant idea. You should ask Wanqing to attend to the health of the governor's wife. Although Wanqing had only recently begun her medical training under his tutelage, he had noticed her solid foundational knowledge, having secretly nurtured her interest in medicine since childhood. Kai Fanzhou had previously taken the pulse of the governor's wife. She had suffered a miscarriage in the snowy depths of winter, leaving her constitution frail and susceptible to chills should she let her guard down. Regular nourishment would suffice for her recovery. With Wanqing's current capabilities, managing the governor's wife's health posed no challenge, especially with his support behind her. Any issues that arose could be addressed by his guidance. Contemplating this, Kai Fanzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him as he began to devise a strategy for Wanqing to persuade the governor's wife to take the place of Su Ruojin. At that moment, a voice from outside the palanquin interrupted his thoughts. "Master, an urgent patient has arrived at the clinic. The other doctors are at a loss and request your assistance." What sort of patient? Kai Fanzhou was indifferent to the urgency. Those who sought his expertise were invariably of affluent status. The servant could only reply, "I am unsure." Upon entering, Kai Fanzhou beheld an elderly man in his 60s, clad in a coarse cotton garment, his complexion exhibiting an abnormal flush, lips pale, and eyes tightly shut. 3 men, similarly attired in rough fabric, stood anxiously by the bedside. The eldest, in his 40s, and 2 younger men, approximately 20 years of age. Their features bore a striking resemblance, suggesting they were of the same lineage, 3 generations united. All 3 were intently focused on the ailing elder, oblivious to Kai Fanzhou's arrival. Observing their attire, Kai Fanzhou felt a surge of disdain. Yet another group of impoverished individuals. He retracted his foot from the threshold and instead made his way to the back courtyard. The servant hurried to follow, whispering, "Master, won't you take a look? That patient appears to be in dire condition." The servant hesitated, sensing Kai Fanzhou's displeasure, and swallowed his words. Where could they possibly have come from? Kai Fanzhou leisurely settled down with a cup of tea and inquired, "I am not certain of the specifics, but I have heard that it is someone from Shirley Village." Upon hearing the mention of Shirley Village, Kai Fanzhou sipped his tea even more slowly, pondering whether a mere impoverished village could afford his consultation fees. "Wang, please inform them that I am feeling somewhat fatigued today and unwell, thus unable to attend to the patient. Let the other doctors in the shop attend to him. I shall take a moment to rest. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent." "My lord, the physicians present today have already examined the patient, yet none could provide a solution. It is for this reason that they have sought your expertise," the young servant hastily replied. "In Yinyang, which other medical establishment boasts superior skills to Jiren Hall? If we dismiss them, where else could they possibly seek assistance?" Wang felt a pang of compassion, wishing to persuade his master once more. "Enough of your prattle. Leave me be. I need to rest," Kai Fanzhou declared as he rose and retreated to his inner chamber, dismissing Wang entirely. With a resigned nod, Wang exited, pushing aside further thoughts and hastening towards the room of the elderly patient. The elderly man lay in bed, his complexion an unnaturally vivid red, clearly suffering from a high fever, existing in a semi-conscious state. A middle-aged man repeatedly replaced the warm towel on the elder's forehead in a bid to alleviate his suffering. Su Yunfeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he reassured, "Father, focus on your recovery. We shall surely locate Xiao Lu." Chapter 31. Tajuxian building upon their arrival in Yinyang, General Su and the Su family took precautions to ensure Xiao Lu's safety, preventing any unscrupulous individuals from claiming kinship and creating unnecessary troubles. General Su, Su Yunfeng, the eldest son Su Jiuan, and the third son Su Wenzhou, shed their opulent garments and donned the humble attire of common folk, stealthily making their way to Shirley Village. They arrived at the home of those suspected of having adopted the little girl, who bore a striking resemblance to General Su and whose age corresponded perfectly. However, the blood test for kinship proved unsuccessful. At that moment, when General Su witnessed the incompatible blood, his steps faltered and he fainted, only to be hastily transported to Jiren Hall by Su Yunfeng and his son. Wang glanced at the elderly man lying on the bed, breathing shallowly, and let out a silent sigh. Within Jiren Hall, the most skilled healer was none other than his own second master, with him unwilling to lend his aid. The other physicians in the clinic were even less dependable. Upon hearing this, Su Wenzhou's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice turning harsh. "What did you say?" Having spent years in the military and taken countless lives on the battlefield, he emanated a fierce aura. Though he usually kept it in check, in this moment of desperation, his fury erupted. Wang felt a chill run down his spine, his legs trembling involuntarily, his voice tinged with despair. As Wang's voice dwindled, he began to doubt his own words. If they could not find a cure at Jiren Hall or in Yinyang, where else could they turn? Enraged, Su Wenzhou grasped Wang by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "Say that again. Where is Dr. Kai? Bring him to me at once." "Do you know who we are?" "We are Wenzhou, Su Yifeng sternly intervened, halting Su Ruojin from revealing more. The Su family intended to leave Beijing discreetly, wishing not to alarm local authorities, especially given their family motto explicitly prohibits any member from exerting power over others. Father, what about grandfather? Su Ruojin restrained the words that nearly escaped his lips, casting a glance at the ailing General Su, who lay upon the bed, his eyes slightly reddened. The Su family typically had a physician at their disposal. However, they had embarked on this journey to find Xiao Lu, traveling light and without even a guard, let alone a doctor. A Wang, feeling a pang of sympathy, softly suggested, everyone. Brave ones, recently the regent has convened a medical consultation at Jushin Building, where renowned doctors from Yinyang and nearby areas will attend. It might be beneficial for you to seek assistance there. The regent is in Yinyang as well. This revelation astonished the members of the Su family. Upon their departure from the capital, they had heard that the regent was searching for a physician for the young heir, but had not anticipated his presence in Yinyang. Let us proceed to Jushin Building, Su Yifeng declared without hesitation. He had heard that the regent's physician, Mu Jingshan, possessed medical skills rivaling those of the imperial doctors. With determination, Su Ruojin lifted General Su onto his back and hurried towards Jushin Building. Upon reaching the entrance, they were halted by a figure. Halt! Who goes there? Su Ruojin stepped forward and bowed respectfully. My grandfather is gravely ill. We have come to Jushin Building seeking a doctor's aid. The individual blocking their path was clad in the attire of a servant from Jushin Building, evidently tasked with maintaining order. Had Su Ruojin been present, she would have recognized him as the same servant who had previously obstructed her. The servant scrutinized the group with evident disdain and waved them off. Begone. Seek a physician elsewhere. This is no place for you. Upon hearing these words, Su Ruojin was incensed, ready to unleash a torrent of invective, but was halted by Su Yifeng's raised hand. Stepping forward, Su Yifeng addressed the young man, Esteemed sir. We are old acquaintances of the Regent Lord and wish to have an audience with him. I kindly ask you to relay this message. The innkeeper scoffed derisively, his disdain palpable. You? Old acquaintances of the Regent Lord? I might as well claim to be a relative of his. Be on your way, unless you wish for me to be ungracious. He had encountered many such individuals in recent days, those who, armed with a modicum of medical knowledge or merely an acquaintance with a few herbs, would meander about the gathering of Talon's pavilion, hoping to stumble upon the Regent Lord and seize a fortuitous opportunity for favor. People must have dreams, after all. Who knows when one might inadvertently come to fruition? Having busied himself at the pavilion for several days, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of the Regent Lord. The ragtag group before him, clad in such shabby attire, dared to believe they could meet the Regent Lord based solely on a few words. Such delusions were laughable. Were it not for the burden of the esteemed General Su on his back, Su Ruojin would have eagerly dispatched this insolent scoundrel. Observing the general's increasing frailty, Su Yifeng set aside his reservations, reaching into his robe to retrieve the general's insignia. At that moment, a voice, feminine and assertive, pierced the air. They say the Regent Lord is diligent and benevolent, yet he seems rather unimpressive. The trio turned to see a young girl supporting an elderly lady as they approached. The innkeeper regarded Su Ruojin with a frown. What do you want now? Are you attempting to sneak in again? Let me assure you, as long as I am here, you can forget about it. Su Ruojin and the old Madame Lin ventured out to procure some small necessities for the shop. As they passed by Jushin Building, they noticed Su Ruojin carrying an elderly gentleman on his back. With her keen sensibility as a healer, Su Ruojin surmised that the man must be suffering from an acute ailment, prompting her to approach. She dismissed the shop attendant with indifference, releasing her hold on Madame Lin, and made her way directly to Su Ruojin's side. I am a doctor. May I examine this elderly gentleman? Upon witnessing the striking resemblance between the young girl and the late Madame Su from her youth, the Su family members momentarily froze, exchanging glances that betrayed a flicker of excitement. Could she possibly be Xiao Lu? However, over the years, the Su family had encountered numerous young women bearing a resemblance to Madame Su, including a girl from Shirley Village who bore a likeness to Su Yifeng, only to be met with disappointment. The trio temporarily shelved their hopeful thoughts, cognizant that often the greater the hope, the deeper the despair. They were soon beset by another thought. Could such a young girl truly possess the ability to diagnose illness? Chapter 32. Whom does he carry? As if sensing the trio's bewilderment, Su Ruojin remained unperturbed and continued. Does the elderly gentleman often experience shortness of breath, chest pain, persistent coughing, and restless nights? Upon hearing her words, The three were taken aback. The old General Su was in a semi-conscious state, resting on Su Ruojin's shoulder, his face the only part visible. This young girl had merely glanced at the elderly man and was able to articulate his symptoms. Su Ruojin stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "This esteemed doctor, my grandfather indeed exhibits the symptoms you described. May I inquire how you discern this?" His lips were tinged with purple, his complexion an ashen hue. In such frigid weather, beads of sweat surfaced on his forehead, clearly indicating a cardiac episode. If prompt medical attention were not administered, dire consequences loomed. The innkeeper, observing from the side, chuckled derisively. "I sincerely advise you to be wary of deception. She is no physician, merely a distant relative of Lin's governor, a scoundrel at best." Su Ruojin cast a languid glance at the innkeeper, her brows arching slightly, her striking almond-shaped eyes narrowing, exuding an icy glare. The innkeeper felt an immediate drop in the already frigid atmosphere, instinctively pulling his coat tighter around himself, silenced and retreating to the sidelines in disgruntled silence. Without waiting for his father and elder brother to speak, Su Ruojin interjected, "Doctor, please attend to my grandfather at once." Having witnessed countless life and death situations on the battlefield, he knew well that, at times, the casualties were so numerous that the accompanying medics were wholly insufficient. In such dire circumstances, anyone with even a modicum of medical knowledge would be summoned to provide aid. This young lady, having merely glanced at his grandfather, had accurately discerned his ailment, prompting Su Ruojin to instinctively trust her. Su Yunfeng and Su Ruojin exchanged glances, neither of them intervening. Both somewhat astonished that the young girl could ascertain the old general's condition with such ease, allowing her to examine him seemed prudent. Su Ruojin approached, checking the old general's pulse and inspecting his eyelids. Her expression darkened as she spoke rapidly. "My clinic is just ahead. Quickly carry the elder over. He has previously suffered cardiac injury, and with his recent excessive exertion and some distressing event, his old ailment has resurfaced. If we do not administer acupuncture soon, it will be too late." Upon hearing this, Su Ruojin no longer hesitated and sprinted towards the direction pointed out by Su Ruojin, carrying the old General Su on his back, with others swiftly following suit. In a private room on the third floor of the Yaoxing Tower, Xiao Yanshu and Mu Jingshan were savoring tea. Today marked the final day of the gathering of talents, and it seemed that the revered physician we sought would not make an appearance. Mu Jingshan took a sip of his tea, a hint of concern etched upon his brow. Heiress' condition, though rendering him somewhat simple-minded, was not life-threatening. At worst, the royal residents could care for him indefinitely without issue. However, the prince was approaching the age of 25. Xiao Yanshu rose and gazed out the window towards the gathering of talents. "There is no need for haste. We still have 4 years. You are quite optimistic, but what if?" Mu Jingshan began, only to be interrupted by Xiao Yanshu's voice, laced with curiosity. "Is that not Su Ruojin?" Following Xiao Yanshu's gaze, Mu Jingshan saw Su Ruojin dashing with someone on his back, a group trailing behind them. It was not just Su Ruojin. General Su and Su Ruojin were also present. What could this mean? Why were they dressed in such a manner? Mu Jingshan was equally astonished. When had the Su family arrived in Yinyang, and why were they unaware? Who was Su Ruojin carrying, and why the urgency? Suddenly, Xiao Yanshu spotted a young girl closely following the Su family. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and descended the stairs. "Jingshan, follow closely." Mu Jingshan, perplexed by the unfolding events, hurriedly set down his teacup and pursued. "Wait for me, Your Highness." This was the information relayed to Xiao Yanshu by the spies of the royal residence. If she could operate a clinic, she must possess a medical certificate. It turned out she was a doctor. Yet, as Xiao Yanshu contemplated Su Ruojin's age, he realized that although he had yet to uncover her lineage, her youth suggested that any medical expertise she possessed would likely be rudimentary at best. The figure resting against Su Ruojin's back remained obscured, but the palpable tension among the Su family hinted that it was highly probable that this was General Su. Was it possible that Su Ruojin was to undertake the treatment of the general? If his condition were to relapse, the young lady's capabilities would be utterly insufficient for the task. Should the venerable general perish under her care, no amount of lives could safeguard her own. Time was of the essence. Upon reaching the medical hall, Su Ruojin directed Su Ruojin to place the elderly gentleman upon the sickbed and instructed a maidservant to bring in 2 basins of hot water to ensure a warm room. She swiftly unfastened the general's garments and unfurled her medical kit, revealing a glimmering array of silver needles of varying thickness. Su Ruojin commanded. Let one person remain inside. All others must exit. No one is to enter until I have emerged. Though her intention was to have everyone vacate the premises, she understood that under the current circumstances, the family members of the patient would not rest easy without at least one of their own present. Any ensuing disputes could ultimately delay the much-needed treatment. Consequently, Su Ruojin chose to stay. Indifferent to who remained, Su Ruojin hastily extracted the silver needles, instructing, "While I administer the acupuncture, you must remain silent." Su Ruojin ceased his inquiries, nodding slightly to indicate his understanding, and stepped back to afford Su Ruojin the necessary space. She commenced her work. The first needle piercing the Shimin point to a depth of 3 fun, followed by the second needle at the Shaohai point, inserted to 4 fun. Subsequently, she proceeded with the Tsuza and Naguan points, meticulously applying each needle at varying depths. After she completed the acupuncture, a fine sheen of sweat had formed on her forehead. Just when Su Ruojin thought the procedure had concluded, he observed Su Ruojin beginning to twist, flick, and knead each needle again. With her movements, the silver needles began to exhibit varying vibrations. Some trembled rapidly, while others quivered faintly. Su Ruojin's hands remained in constant motion, meticulously adjusting the depth and frequency of each needle. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Ruojin's initial skepticism transformed into astonishment. As the Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince, he frequently wandered through the palace and had encountered numerous imperial physicians. Yet he had never witnessed anyone who could wield needles with such swiftness, nor employ such enigmatic techniques. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled reading about the long-lost 13 ghostly needles in ancient texts. However, the young lady was using 16 needles instead of 13, which left him somewhat baffled. He longed to inquire, but seeing the young girl so focused on her task, along with her earlier instructions, he suppressed his curiosity and patiently stood by. If he had harbored any doubts regarding Su Ruojin's medical prowess before, he now held her in complete trust. In fact, he felt a growing conviction that within the realm of Dechu, if anyone could heal his grandfather, it would be this young girl before him. After the passage of a fragrant interval, Su Ruojin withdrew the needles. In the next moment, General Su suddenly erupted into a violent cough, expelling a mouthful of dark blood that stained his garment. Su Ruojin's expression changed dramatically as he rushed forward, disregarding Su Ruojin's instructions, and exclaimed in alarm, "Grandfather." Chapter 33. Poisoning. As Su Yufeng and his companions had just listened to Su Ruojin's instructions and stepped out of the room to provide her with the necessary space for treatment, a voice called out to him, "General Su, what brings you to Yinyang?" It was Xiao Yanchu, who had arrived outside the room. Upon hearing his voice, Su Yunfeng and Su Wenzhou were startled and quickly clasped their fists in salute, saying, "We pay our respects to the prince." Xiao Yanchu waved his hand dismissively. No need for excessive formalities when outside. His expression shifted slightly as he deduced the situation accurately. The elder General Su had rendered tremendous service to the Great Chu, and Xiao Yanchu could not allow any mishap to occur. "Jingshan, go and take a look." The door remained tightly shut, indicating that the treatment was still in progress. For reasons unknown to him, Xiao Yanchu felt a sense of relief. There was still time. As long as Mu Jingshan intervened, the likelihood of successfully healing the elder general was high. Even if the elder general were to encounter some misfortune, the blame could not possibly fall upon the young lady. "Yes, Your Highness." Mu Jingshan acknowledged his command and prepared to push the door open. "Wait," Su Yunfeng called out to him. Mu Jingshan halted his actions, looking at Su Yunfeng with a hint of confusion. While it was indeed advantageous to have Mu Jingshan's assistance, Su Yunfeng recalled the instructions given by the young lady. The principle of trust those who are capable, and do not doubt those who you employ was one of Su Yunfeng's guiding tenets in command. He had already promised the physician that no one should enter before she emerged, especially with Jiuan inside, who would surely ensure everything was in order. "Is General Su expressing doubt in Jingshan?" Xiao Yanchu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Su Yunfeng hurriedly clasped his fists, a look of contrition upon his face. "Your Highness, Doctor, Mu's medical skills are renowned throughout the capital. I would never dare to question them. However, I have previously promised Dr. Su that until she emerges, no one shall enter. I beg your forgiveness." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanchu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What extraordinary capabilities did this young lady possess that the esteemed General Su would rather place his trust in her than allow Mu Jingshan to assist? "In that case, we shall await Dr. Su's arrival," Xiao Yanchu replied, not pressing the issue further, and took a seat to patiently wait for Su Ruojin to appear. As a healer, Mu Jingshan understood that a doctor must not be disturbed while administering treatment. Thus, he held no significant grievances, though he was quite curious about what kind of physician could inspire such trust from General Su. Inside the room, the sound of needles punctured the air with the swiftness of the wind, while outside, silence reigned. The sound of falling needles audible to all as they focused intently on the door, awaiting its opening. At that moment, Steward Zhang rushed in, his face a mask of anxiety. "Your Highness, the young master has gone missing again." Xiao Yanchu immediately set down his teacup and rose to leave. Su Yinfeng, fully aware of Xiao Yanchu's concern for the young master, stepped forward. "Your Highness, I am willing to assist in the search for the young master." Xiao Yanchu waved his hand dismissively. "No need. You stay here and watch over General Su. I will leave Jingshan with you, should anything arise. Feel free to call upon him." "Thank you, Your Highness," Su Yinfeng expressed sincerely. The fact that Xiao Yanchu allowed Mu Jingshan to remain brought him considerable relief. Should Dr. Su encounter any difficulties, having the skilled Mu Jingshan present would undoubtedly be advantageous. As soon as Xiao Yanchu departed, a startled exclamation from Su Jiuan resonated within the room, causing a wave of anxiety among those outside, yet none dared to enter. Su Wenzhou, in a state of urgency, called out, "Elder brother." But before he could utter another word, he was sharply reprimanded by Su Yunfeng, who struck him on the head. "Be silent. Your loud shouting may disturb Dr. Su," he admonished in a hushed tone. Su Yunfeng deeply regretted bringing their ailing father to Yinyang. The journey had taken its toll, culminating in a recurrence of his chronic illness. It seemed prudent to conceal any news regarding Xiao Lu from their father until it could be confirmed. Su Ruojin retrieved a handkerchief to cleanse his hands and addressed Su Jiuan, who was anxiously kneeling by the bed. "This is toxic blood, which has long been stagnant in his heart. Its expulsion indicates that he is out of danger." Su Jiuan glanced at the visage of the old general. Though he remained unconscious, his pallor had improved, and his breathing was considerably steadier. He understood that Su Ruojin's words held merit. "Thank you, Dr. Su. Might I inquire when my grandfather will awaken?" "In a moment, I shall pen a prescription for you. Have someone prepare the medicine for him, and he should regain consciousness by nightfall. However, I advise against moving him at present, if you don't mind the modesty of my clinic. We can allow the patient to stay here until he is in better condition to travel." Su Jiuan recognized the wisdom in Su Ruojin's counsel. His grandfather was still unresponsive, and with the coldness outside, it would be unwise to move him hastily. "We are grateful for your assistance, Doctor. Might we also remain at the clinic? I cannot bear to leave my grandfather alone. We have a spare room in the back of the clinic that can accommodate one person." Su Ruojin tossed the cloth into the basin. "Then I shall remain here to care for grandfather. Suit yourself, but my clinic currently lacks medicinal herbs. You will need to procure the ingredients from elsewhere." "That is not a problem," Su Jiuan replied hastily. Upon his arrival, he had already discerned that Su Ruojin's clinic had yet to officially open, and the absence of herbs was quite understandable. By the way, the residual poison in the old man has not been completely eradicated. Once he awakens, he will require a medicinal bath daily to eliminate the remnants of the toxin. "Poison? Grandfather has been poisoned? Who could have done such a thing?" Su Jiuan's face was a mixture of shock and fury. How dare anyone harm his grandfather? The Su family had maintained a low profile in the capital to prevent the emperor from feeling threatened by their accomplishments. Old General Su had declined promotions and honors, relinquishing military power early on. Thus, the emperor had felt secure in allowing his father and third brother to command the troops stationed at the southern and northern frontiers, safeguarding the most remote borders of the great Chu kingdom. Was this not enough to spare his grandfather from harm? Su Jiuan clenched his fists tightly. Su Ruojin recognized Su Jiuan's anger and understood his feelings. Anyone would be enraged upon learning of their grandfather being poisoned. She continued, "This poison was administered just today. It is not inherently lethal. However, due to your grandfather's pre-existing ailments and advanced age, it has resulted in this condition. You need not worry. A few days of medicinal baths will suffice." In truth, the poison in old General Su's system could be eliminated without bathing, but given the severity of his chronic conditions, a medicinal bath would yield more effective results. Su Ruojin is not the kind of physician who merely treats whatever ailments are presented to her. Should a patient seek her expertise, she will exert every effort to restore their health. Su Jiuan, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Was poison involved? Who had administered it? Chapter 34. 5 liang of silver. It was not an extraordinary toxin, merely a common soft powder, for an ordinary individual. Its effects would result in a profound sense of weakness, Yet even without an antidote, one could recover within 3 to 4 days. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Ruojin, and he hastily inquired, Dr. Su, could you please take my pulse to determine if I have ingested any soft powder? Su Ruojin extended her hand to feel Su Ruojin's pulse and, meeting his gaze, remarked, do you practice martial arts regularly? The Su family is renowned for its martial lineage, with boys beginning their training at the tender age of 3, even if they do not serve in the military. The training significantly enhances their physical well-being. That explains it, she continued. You have indeed been affected by the soft powder, but due to its minimal dosage and your robust constitution from years of martial practice, it has had little impact on you. Su Ruojin fell silent. They had only visited Tinli village that day, merely stopping at the home of those suspected of having adopted Xiaolu, where they shared a few sips of water. Could it be that this family had poisoned him? However, the family bore no grudge against the Su clan, appearing quite humble and honest. They had even left them with 50 liang of silver as a gesture of gratitude. There seemed to be no motive for poisoning. We have only been to Tinli village today. We have not ventured elsewhere, Su Ruojin mused softly. Tinli village? That makes sense, Su Ruojin observed, her eyes reflecting a depth of contemplation. What was your purpose for visiting Tinli village? Some personal matters, he replied. At this juncture, Su Ruojin paused. Your father and brothers must have also been affected by the soft powder, but like you, their robust constitution mitigated its effects. How infuriating. How could Governor Yin allow such a village to exist? Su Ruojin slammed the table in frustration, convinced that they had fallen into a trap set in Shirley village. That family appeared amiable, and the Su family, eager to confirm their connection with the young girl, had let down their guard, unwittingly becoming ensnared. Su Ruojin felt a pang of guilt. It was his negligence that had endangered his grandfather. In truth, he could hardly be blamed, for when that family served them water, Su Ruojin had discreetly tested it with a silver needle. However, the soft powder was not a lethal poison, and due to its minimal dosage, the needle revealed nothing. Su Ruojin remained silent. In this era, medical knowledge was rudimentary, and childbirth for women was fraught with peril, often resulting in the early demise of infants. When a family disposed of their newborn girl, no evidence could be obtained. It was likely that the family's intention in administering the soft powder to the Su family was merely to extort money while they were in a weakened state. Yet, unexpectedly, the Su family members were all vigorous, and the drug had little effect aside from incapacitating the old general. After the general fainted, Su Ruojin carried him, and the group hurried to the city in search of a doctor, thereby thwarting any attempt at extortion. I shall ensure that the governor eradicates Shirley village. Su Ruojin could not swallow his indignation. Upon hearing this, Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow and glanced at Su Ruojin. Su Ruojin suddenly realized that he might have let something slip, and quickly cleared his throat, saying, ahem. I meant to say that I will report to the officials and ask the governor to act on behalf of the people. Su Ruojin smiled faintly. Let them in. As the door opened, Su Yunfeng and Su Ruojin entered the room, approaching the old general. Dr. Su, how is my father? It's nothing serious, Su Ruojin reassured them, reiterating the situation. Upon hearing that the old general was fine, the Su family breathed a sigh of relief, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Su. Suddenly, Su Yunfeng remembered something and hurriedly took out a banknote, handing it to Su Ruojin. Dr. Su, I wonder if this is sufficient to cover the consultation fee. If not, I can send someone with more. Su Ruojin glanced at the banknote. 500 taels. I will not accept this, she replied. The consultation is 1 tael. You may purchase the medicinal materials yourselves for the time being, as I charge nothing for that. The medicinal bath is 1 tael per session, and 3 sessions will suffice. The lodging in the back courtyard is 1 tael, totaling 5 taels. 5 taels, this is exceedingly reasonable. Su Yunfeng quickly pressed the banknote into Su Ruojin's hands. Dr. Su, your efforts have saved my father's life. This is just a token of our appreciation. Please do accept it. Su Ruojin did not decline and accepted it directly, saying, Then I sincerely thank you, Mr. Su. In her practice of healing, she had established her own pricing standards. If patients could afford to pay more and were willing, she would not refuse. The funds would be of help to those impoverished individuals who could not afford medical care. From the outset of her decision to open a clinic, Su Ruojin had set a principle of charging nothing to the impoverished. As for the wealthy, she would state her prices, and if they wished to contribute more, she would leave it to their discretion. Madame Lin's heart ached as she observed the sweat glistening on his brow. She urged him to wipe it away and be cautious of catching a chill. Su Ruojin was occupied in the front courtyard, tending to the wounded, while she and Yuan Hong felt rather helpless, relegated to quietly waiting in the back courtyard, striving not to burden Jean with additional troubles. Yet Yuan Hong, unable to quell his curiosity, stealthily ventured out for a glimpse. At that moment, he stood nearby, observing Su Ruojin with an expression that suggested he wished to inquire, but hesitated, fidgeting restlessly. Su Ruojin, noticing his demeanor, found it somewhat amusing. "All right, if you have questions, feel free to ask." Yuan Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly responded, "Sister, who are these people? Their actions seem even less discernible than mine. Why did they present a silver note? How much is it worth?" Yuan Hong had only caught a distant glimpse of the Su family handing over a silver note, but the specific amount eluded him, thus fueling his curiosity. "You mean this?" Su Ruojin retrieved the silver note and laid it upon the table. Madame Lin gasped upon seeing the denomination, astonished by the sum. Yuan Hong picked up the note, scrutinizing it with fervor. "Sister Jean, the medical establishment hasn't even opened yet. And we've already received 500 taels. Doesn't that mean we shall soon become wealthy?" "Wealthy?" Su Ruojin replied with a gentle smile. "What difficulty is there in becoming wealthy? However, in this world, wealth often remains concealed. At times, money is a double-edged sword, leading to greater troubles. It is, in fact, a tranquil life that is truly precious." Thus, for many years, though Madame Lin and Yuan Hong appeared to reside in an ordinary courtyard within Yinyang City, donning simple garments, they dined upon the meticulously crafted medicinal pills developed by Su Ruojin, which were exceedingly rare and sought after. "Xiao Jin, who are they, and will there be any trouble?" Lady Lin gazed at the unexpected fortune, her heart filled with unease, fearing it might bring distress to Xiao Jin. "Grandmother, there is nothing to worry about. The Su family's general is of impeccable character. Nothing will happen," Su Ruojin replied, taking a sip of her tea. "Which General Su?" Lady Lin momentarily faltered. "Su Yinfeng, the esteemed general of the Daqin kingdom," Su Ruojin disclosed, not wishing to conceal anything from her grandmother, for there was nothing to hide. Although the Su family appeared modest in their attire, Su Ruojin had already sensed something amiss when Su Wenzhou had effortlessly carried the old general. If he were not a seasoned martial artist, how could he run while bearing another? The calluses on Su Wenzhou's hands were evidently those of one who frequently wielded a spear. The Su family, with unwavering loyalty to the nation, had a long lineage of valiant warriors who had fought gallantly for the safety of the Daqin citizens. Su Ruojin held great respect for such a noble family. Without these generals fighting at the borders, laying down their lives and shedding blood, how could the citizens of Daqin enjoy peace and prosperity? Later, she planned to procure a few longevity pills to help the old general restore his health. The longevity pills were a frequent subject of intrigue on the Dark Alliance's list of rare medicines, fetching 1,000 taels of gold each. Not only were the ingredients exceedingly precious, but the prescription had also been lost to time, leaving the world uncertain if there existed any masters capable of concocting such pills. Yet, there were those who preferred to believe in their existence rather than dismiss them, placing bounties in hopes of finding one. According to popular rumor, a single longevity pill could extend one's life by 5 years. Thus, trading 1,000 taels of gold for an additional 5 years of life seemed worth the cost. Only Su Ruojin understood that the lifespan elixir did not grant an immediate extension of 5 years to one's life. Rather, it adjusted bodily functions and delayed the aging of human organs. In a certain sense, this too was tantamount to prolonging life. This remedy was discovered by Su Ruojin in the ancient medical texts she had studied in her previous life. However, during that era, humanity had already developed advanced technologies to slow the aging process, rendering this formula somewhat obsolete and primarily of historical interest. To her surprise, after awakening in the Great Chu Kingdom, she found herself with time on her hands and decided to attempt concocting some of the ancient remedies she had come across, achieving unexpected success, including the lifespan elixir. Meanwhile, as Su Ruojin departed, Mu Jingshan could hardly contain his eagerness to take the pulse of General Su. He had contemplated doing so when Su Ruojin opened the door, yet he ultimately refrained. After all, it was Su Ruojin who was attending to the patient. To approach for a diagnosis immediately after her treatment, though devoid of ill intent, might evoke a sense of distrust. Thus, Mu Jingshan patiently waited until Su Ruojin had left, allowing only the Su family to act. "Dr. Mu, what do you deduce?" Su Yinfeng inquired softly. It was not that he distrusted Su Ruojin, but given the gravity of his father's condition, a cautious approach was prudent. Mu Jingshan, feeling the pulse, noticed his eyes growing increasingly bright. After completing the examination, he gently placed General Su's hand back under the covers and rose to indicate that they should step outside to converse, wishing not to disturb the elderly general. Once outside, Mu Jingshan looked at Su Ruojin with palpable excitement. "Ruojin, did you witness the young lady, Dr. Su, administering the acupuncture?" Su Ruojin nodded. "Indeed, Dr. Mu. But what seems to be the matter with my grandfather?" Upon witnessing Mu Jingshan's reaction, Su Ruojin felt a twinge of concern. No, it is indeed quite satisfactory. General Su's pulse is steady, and even his long-standing ailments show signs of alleviation. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Mu reflects that he could hardly perform better than Dr. Su. Upon hearing Mu Jingshan's words, the Su family felt a wave of relief wash over them. This is splendid, indeed splendid. Ruojin, please elaborate on Dr. Su's treatment process. Naturally. Su Ruojin recounted the details to Mu Jingshan. The more Mu Jingshan listened, the more astonished he became. The mystical 13 needles of the netherworld. Though he had never witnessed their application firsthand, he was familiar with from ancient texts, understanding that it comprises a set of 13 needles. However, Su Ruojin's revelation that the young lady employed not merely 13 needles, but far more left him utterly astounded. One must recognize that the more needles employed, the greater the challenge posed to the physician's skill. An adept physician does not merely insert needles, they must adeptly control each one within a brief span of time, adjusting for varying symptoms. As the number of needles increases, so too does the complexity of adjustments required, thereby testing the practitioner's technique. Typically, an ordinary physician might use around 6 needles, while a proficient one may manage up to 10. Beyond that, it becomes exceedingly difficult. In cases where more needles are necessary, physicians often opt to administer them in multiple sessions, for exceeding the limit could lead to a lack of control. A minor misstep could result in ineffectiveness, causing the patient to endure unnecessary suffering, or, in severe cases, exacerbating their condition. Mu Jingshan considered himself capable of managing a maximum of 12 needles. Beyond that, he found it unfeasible. To discover that Dr. Su could handle 16 needles was astonishing. Were it not for Su Ruojin's account, Mu Jingshan would scarcely have believed it, suspecting his eyes were deceiving him. In a moment of incredulity, Mu Jingshan's mind conjured an astonishing thought, yet he swiftly dismissed it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The legendary physician, revered as a sage, was an elderly man well past his 60s. How could he possibly be represented by such a youthful and delicate young lady? Nevertheless, he harbored a desire to seek the medical expertise of Dr. Su. Mu Jingshan was never one to cling to pride. In his eyes, regardless of age, the accomplished were worthy of being teachers. It was not disgraceful to seek counsel from those more capable, whether they be children or young maidens. What use was age without the skillful art of healing? With urgency, Mu Jingshan bid farewell to Su Yufeng and the others, hastening away from the medical hall. As a renowned general of the nation, Su Yufeng could not fail to perceive the disdain emanating from Jiren Hall towards their humble attire. How could such a clinic aspire to be the foremost in any realm? The Su family did not wish to wield their influence to oppress others, yet they would not permit anyone to belittle them, let alone resort to poisoning the venerable General Su. Yes, father. Su Wenzhou departed the medical hall. Meanwhile, inside, Kai Fanzhou leisurely sipped his tea, pondering the whereabouts of his servants when he summoned O Wang. Where have they gone? O Wang was momentarily taken aback before realizing that his master inquired about the elderly gentleman who had recently fallen ill. He had previously reported that the old man had departed but refrained from mentioning his suggestion to seek a physician at the Jushin building. Now, confronted by his master's inquiry, O Wang felt a twinge of trepidation. Master, I do not know. Kai Fanzhou, unfazed by the situation, recognized the multitude of matters at hand in the clinic. Who would concern themselves with the whereabouts of others? He waved his hand, dismissing O Wang. As soon as A Wang departed, another servant hurriedly arrived with news. Master, the head of the household requests your swift presence at the entrance. The governor has arrived. The governor has come? Kai Fanzhou dared not delay, hastily rising to adjust his attire before proceeding to greet him. Kai Jirong stood beside Governor Zhong, wearing a cordial smile. Governor Zhong, what brings you to the medical clinic today? Should there be any matter, feel free to command us, and we shall surely attend to it. Would you care to sit in the back courtyard first? I have some exquisite Longjing tea. Governor Zhong replied coolly, no need for that. I have heard that Dr. Kai is unwell, and I have come to pay a visit. Kai Jirong was taken aback. His younger brother was ill? He had no knowledge of this. Just moments ago, he had sent a servant to summon his brother. In the next moment, Kai Fanzhou approached with a beaming smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Your Excellency, it is an honor to receive you. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Governor Zhong cast a sidelong glance at Kai Fanzhou. I observe that, Doctor. Kai's voice resounds like a bell. You hardly seem ill. Excellent. Very well. With that, Governor Zhong turned and left the medical clinic, leaving the Kai brothers in bewilderment. Brother, what was that about with Governor Zhong? Kai Fanzhou looked at Kai Jirong, utterly confused. Kai Jirong, not foolish, recognized that the governor was indeed angry. Yet, during his entire visit to the clinic, he had been nothing but polite. He had not offended him in any way. Are you ill? Kai Jirong stared at Kai Fanzhou with irritation. Kai Fanzhou shook his head. No, I am not. With the governor here, how could I dare to be unwell? Even if I were, I would have to endure it. I was hoping to strengthen my relationship with the governor, allowing Wanqing to replace Su Ruojin in providing care for the governor's wife. Then why did the governor say you were unwell? Kai Fanzhou was about to shake his head in uncertainty when suddenly his expression changed dramatically. After pondering for a moment, he deemed it implausible. Yet still recounted to Kai Jirong the incident of several villagers bringing a gravely ill old man to the medical hall seeking his assistance. Kai Jirong stroked his beard thoughtfully. If, as Kai Fanzhou suggested, there were indeed villagers seeking treatment, it was of little concern to him whether Kai Fanzhou chose to attend or not. However, he was perplexed by the peculiar behavior of Lord Zhong. After much contemplation, Kai Jirong resolved, enough of this. I shall take a century-old ginseng with me and pay a visit to Governor Lin. The sight of Lord Zhong today has left me with an unsettling foreboding. I cannot find peace until I clarify this matter. Just as Kai Jirong stepped out of the medical hall, he noticed several constables approaching the entrance. The leading constable announced, by the order of the governor, we are to remove the plaque of Jirentang, the premier medical hall of Yinyang. With that, he gestured, and the other constables moved forward, preparing to take down the small plaque that read Yinyang's premier medical hall, a sign originally inscribed by Governor Zhong himself. Kai Jirong, alarmed, hurried to intervene, exclaiming, Gentlemen, please, let us discuss this calmly. What is the meaning of this? Why must you remove the plaque from our medical hall? The leading constable pushed Kai Jirong aside, stating, We are merely executing orders. Any grievances should be addressed with the governor. Indeed, as the constables took action, the servants within the medical hall dared not intervene, left only to watch helplessly as the constables brought forth a ladder to remove the plaque. A crowd gathered at the entrance, whispering and pointing. What has happened to Jirentang? Have we offended the esteemed governor? Undoubtedly. Otherwise, how could the plaque be removed? Could it be a misunderstanding? I believe Jirentang is quite admirable. What nonsense. Just recently, there was a quack among them. I suspect this is largely due to that incident. What quack? Pray, enlighten me. It is none other than Ma Yunnan. A crowd gathered around the individual, eager to hear the tale. Meanwhile, as the plaque was taken down, the leading officer proclaimed loudly, Jirentang, lacking compassion in medicine, has stood idly by while patients teeter on the brink of death. Such negligence is unworthy of the title of the foremost medical establishment in Yinyang. Therefore, we hereby revoke the plaque, hoping that this serves as a warning to the establishment. Should there be a recurrence, severe punishment shall follow. Upon hearing the officer's words, Kai Jirong and Kai Fanzhou turned pale, for this decree was tantamount to a death sentence for Jirentang. What does it mean for patients to be in peril while one stands by? Kai Jirong suddenly recalled the villagers and the elderly that Kai Fanzhou had mentioned. The situation was certainly more complex than it appeared. He pointed an accusatory finger at Kai Fanzhou, declaring, You better brace yourself. If this is truly your doing, I will not spare you. With that, he climbed into the sedan chair, urging the bearers to hasten. Observing Kai Jirong, Lin Zhongshan seethed with anger. He had initially intended to unleash a tirade, but upon remembering that his daughter was still under Kai Fanzhou's tutelage, he suppressed his rage. Previously, he had been summoned by Governor Zhong, who had chastised him regarding Jirentang, as it fell under his jurisdiction. It was then that Lin Zhongshan realized Jirentang had incurred the wrath of General Su's household. That is indeed one of the most esteemed noble families of the great Chu kingdom. Even His Majesty yields respect when encountering General Su. How dare Emir Jirenhal refuse to attend to the venerable General Su? The more Lin Zhongshan pondered, the more infuriated he became, even regretting allowing his daughter to apprentice under Kai Fanzhou. Alas, there was no one in the entirety of Yinyang who possessed superior medical skills. Oh, head of the Kai family, It is not my intention to criticize you, but a medical institution should be a sanctuary for healing and salvation. Why do you dare to turn away patients? Of all individuals, how could you neglect the ailing General Su? This is truly outrageous. Kai Jirong was instantly rendered speechless. After all, General Su was a figure revered throughout the Great Chu Kingdom. How could they possibly refuse him treatment? When had General Su even visited the clinic? Suddenly, he recalled the elderly individual mentioned by Kai Fanzhou, and his heart raced with anxiety. Lord Lin, we truly had no knowledge of General Su's visit to the clinic. Otherwise, how could we ever dare to deny him treatment? This is an utter misunderstanding. Lin Jingshan raised his teacup and took a sip of water. Disregarding his demeanor as he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, I am not privy to the specifics. All I know is that General Su sought medical attention at your Jiren Hall, and physician Kai declared himself unable to attend to his illness, forcing the ailing General Su to seek help elsewhere. Alas, what a calamity! Not only have you squandered this splendid opportunity, but you have also offended the Su family. Now, you tell me, what shall be done? At this juncture, Kai Jirong had already concluded that the elderly man his brother mentioned was indeed General Su. His voice trembling slightly. Lord Lin, what shall we do now? Where is General Su? I shall personally accompany my younger brother to apologize and have him treat and care for him. Lin Jingshan gestured dismissively, saying, there is no need. Someone is already attending to General Su's ailment. Moreover, the whereabouts of General Su are not something we can ascertain. You should consider yourself fortunate that this time it was merely a matter of a name being taken down. Let Dr. Kai be more cautious in the future. Should a similar situation arise again, I cannot guarantee that Ji Rentong will continue to operate. What? General Su? That old farmer is General Su, Kai Fanzhou exclaimed, clutching his face, stunned to the point of disregarding the pain. Brother, I truly did not know he was General Su. It was not my intention. Not your intention? A physician who is selective with patients, how can you uphold the honor of the Kai family ancestors? What troubled Kai Jirong the most was the golden opportunity to connect with the esteemed General Su's household slipping through his fingers. He realized that had Ji Rentong successfully treated General Su's illness, their reputation would spread to the capital, potentially elevating Ji Rentong from the foremost medical establishment in Yinyang to the premier clinic in the Great Chu. The more he pondered, the more his anger surged. Leaving him breathless, suddenly at a loss for words, his body felt numb and immobile, his gaze fixed ahead. Kai Fanzhou sensed his brother's distress and hurried to support him. Brother, what is wrong? Chapter 37. Syncope. Kai Fanzhou quickly laid Kai Jirong down on the bed and took his pulse. Oh no, brother has suffered from syncope. He urgently called for a Wang to prepare the medicine while he himself began to administer acupuncture to his brother. After a series of trials, the patient's condition finally stabilized. However, at this juncture, Kai Jirong was left with a crooked mouth and misaligned eyes, rendered immobile and struggling to articulate even a single complete sentence. Clearly, he was no longer fit to preside over the affairs of the Kai family. Kai Fanzhou, initially filled with concern, gradually felt a sense of delight bubbling within him. With a swift turn of his gaze, he promptly summoned the clan leaders of the Kai family to convene at Jiren Hall, where he shared the details of Kai Jirong's condition and proposed the election of a new head of the family to oversee their affairs. The incident involving the removal of the plaque from Jiren Hall was attributed by Kai Fanzhou to Kai Jirong having offended an esteemed guest from the capital. Although the Kai family engaged in various enterprises within the Great Chu Kingdom, their ancestors primarily focused on the practice of medicine. Jiren Hall served as the cornerstone of the Kai clan's legacy, and thus, the new head of the family must possess a thorough understanding of medical arts. While Kai Jirong may not have been as renowned as Kai Fanzhou, he indeed possessed medical skills. Now that he was incapacitated, the responsibility of selecting a new family head fell squarely upon Kai Fanzhou. Once the matter of the new family head was settled, Kai Fanzhou summoned the housekeeper Wang De into his chamber. You are to send someone to keep watch over Renai Hall and report immediately should there be any developments. Yes, my lord, Wang De responded and departed. The news of the plaque being removed from Jiren Hall spread throughout the city, attracting even Yuan Hong, who had ventured out to buy goods, to the scene. Sister Jean, the plaque of Yinyang's foremost medical establishment has been taken down from Jiren Hall. Su Ruojin, pen in hand and not pausing in her writing, inquired, oh, why is that? I heard from the officials that it was due to a patient being on the brink of death while they remained indifferent, came the reply. As Su Ruojin finished the last stroke of her pen and set it down, A moment of contemplation led her to grasp the underlying reason. Given the esteemed reputation of Kai Shini, how could the Su family possibly remain unaware? General Su undoubtedly first visited Jiren Hall, while Kai Fanzhou, neglecting his duty to save lives, was compelled to seek a physician at Jushin Tower. Such a physician like Kai Fanzhou, lacking in medical ethics, would naturally produce mediocre practitioners like Ma Yunan. Truly, as the saying goes, a crooked beam begets a crooked pillar. With this thought, Su Ruojin took up her pen and wrote a note, handing it to Yuan Hong. Send it out with the carrier pigeon. Understood. Yuan Hong swiftly took the note and rushed out. Given the unethical practices at Jiren Hall, they are unworthy of the medicinal materials and prescriptions from Tianyi Pavilion. Tianyi Pavilion stands as the premier purveyor of medicinal materials in the Great Chu Kingdom, no matter how rare or precious the herbs may be. If they exist in this world, Tianyi Pavilion can procure them, with the only distinction being the amount of silver involved. Furthermore, any recognized medical establishment associated with Tianyi Pavilion may seek assistance for difficult cases encountered during treatment, and Tianyi Pavilion will provide appropriate remedies based on the circumstances. Kai Fanzhou's renown comes from his treatment of several challenging ailments, with his remedies sourced directly from Tianyi Pavilion. One wonders how Kai Fanzhou would feel upon learning that Jiren Hall has been blacklisted by Tianyi Pavilion. In the temporary residence of Regent Wang Yinyang, how is it? Xiao Yanchu gazed with concern at the small face of Year, flushed and now asleep. Mu Jingshan removed the silver needle and tucked the little one in. It is of no consequence. He has merely caught a chill. After taking the medicine and getting some rest, he will sweat it out. Children of his age can develop a fever even while staying indoors. At times, it is simply due to growth spurts. Xiao Yanchu sighed in relief. That is good to hear. Year was found at Wangyue Tower. What do you suppose he was doing there? Mu Jingshan gathered the needles and put them away. Wangyue Tower, the very tavern where Steward Zhang previously encountered Year. Could it be that Year is in search of that young maiden? Ah, indeed, that Dr. Su, despite her tender years, has shown remarkable progress in treating General Su's lingering ailment. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Oh, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Xiao Yanchu. Almost every physician in the capital, including the esteemed officials of the Imperial Medical Institute, has attended to General Su's chronic condition. Yet they merely propped up the old man's health with precious herbs, finding no superior remedy. Now, Mu Jingshan claims there are signs of improvement. Perhaps you might take Year to see her? Who knows? There might be a novel approach to treatment, Mu Jingshan suggested. Having cared for the young master for many years, he had yet to coax a single word from Year. Despite poring over countless medical texts, he had not discovered a more effective method. Perhaps allowing this young lady a chance could yield a miracle. Even if it does not, it cannot possibly be worse than the current state. Xiao Yanchu regarded Year, remaining noncommittal. At that moment, Hu Qing entered, speaking softly. Your Highness, I have investigated, and it appears that Dr. Su attempted to attend the consultation conference at Jushin Tower, but was turned away by the innkeeper responsible for maintaining order. Xiao Yanchu's gaze turned frosty. Have I not stated that anyone with a medical certificate, regardless of age or gender, may participate in the consultation conference? It seems that my words hold no weight in this yin-yang. Attend to this matter. Yes, Hu Qing replied promptly, departing, well aware that his lord was displeased. The young attendant who had obstructed Su Ruojin lamented within the confines of the inn, regretting that after several days of toil, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of the regent. During these past few days, he had reveled in the power he wielded, basking in the feeling of superiority over others. Whether it was the physicians arriving from various locales to attend the consultation conference, or officials and wealthy merchants eager to meet the regent, all had to pass through his scrutiny. Each visitor wore a forced smile before him, and some even discreetly bestowed upon him morsels of food or small silver coins. This stark contrast left him in a rather discontented mood. Who is Li Wangkai? A voice pierced through the air as the inn's door swung open. Instinctively, the attendant assumed an air of condescension, retorting, Who goes there? The consultation conference has concluded. You are too late. Honestly, one cannot help but wonder how some still wish to curry favor with the regent, oblivious to their own standing. Seize him, Hu Qing commanded. And several constables advanced to apprehend Li Wangkai. You, who obstructed a certified physician's participation in the consultation and defied the regent's orders, shall be taken away. Your Honor, this is an injustice. Your Honor, this is an injustice. I am fiercely loyal to the regent. Li Wangkai pleaded amidst his cries, yet he was escorted away. Naturally, The Tsushin building would not dare to employ someone who had offended the regent. Meanwhile, Su Ruojin remained oblivious to Li Wankai's punishment. She found herself helplessly embraced by a young maid, whose tears and snot were almost drenching her attire. Chapter 38. Water Journey. Oh, my lady, how I long for you. At last, you have permitted me to serve by your side. You cannot fathom the excitement I felt upon receiving the messenger pigeon. I was restless throughout the night, unable to find sleep. As tears and snot threatened to spill forth, I was pulled away by Jihua, who handed me a handkerchief and admonished, Yin Luo, the elder has instructed you to compose yourself. Should he catch sight of you in such a state, you would surely face punishment. I took the handkerchief to wipe my tears, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I cannot help but be overwhelmed. It has been 2 long years since I last saw my lady. Yet she has occupied my thoughts daily. Jihua, with utmost decorum, greeted Su Ruojin, saying, Jihua pays her respects to you, my lady. Su Ruojin smiled gently. It is amusing that Yin Luo is a year your senior, yet you appear more like the elder sister. Realizing this, Yin Luo hastily performed a bow. I pay my respects to you, my lady. Jihua had once been afflicted with a grave illness, and with her family unable to afford treatment, she was discarded, wrapped in a straw mat, at a mass grave. With her last breath, she crawled to the roadside, where she collapsed, fortuitously discovered by Su Ruojin, who healed her and brought her to Tian-E Pavilion for training. As for Yin Luo, she was orphaned. Her parents lost to fate, and was bound by her brother and sister-in-law, destined for sale to a brothel. Su Ruojin, upon witnessing her plight, purchased her for 10 taels of silver and also placed her in Tian-E Pavilion. Jihua and Su Ruojin are of the same age, while Yin Luo is a year older. In their hearts, both have always regarded Su Ruojin as their mistress, though she has never permitted them to refer to themselves as servants. Observing the 2 weary individuals, Su Ruojin smiled and said, Enough now. I have mentioned that there is no need for excessive courtesy. You have traveled a long way and should rest early. Miss, we are not tired, truly. How could we be weary when we are in your presence? One of them, Yin Luo, cautiously inquired. How long will you allow us to stay by your side this time? She and Jihua had always desired to accompany the young lady and attend to her needs. Yet Su Ruojin had consistently found it troublesome to have anyone around and had denied their requests. Seeing through Yin Luo's apprehensive thoughts, Su Ruojin replied with a smile. I am opening a medical clinic and cannot manage alone, which is why I have invited you to assist me. As long as the clinic is in operation, you shall remain by my side. Wonderful, Yin Luo exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. She instinctively moved to embrace Su Ruojin, but was halted by Jihua, who shot her a disapproving glance. Yin Luo quickly realized she had overstepped and, with a sheepish grin, said, I will go and organize the herbs then. With that, she turned and made her way toward the carriage. Jihua then bowed and said, Miss, there are too many herbs to deliver at once. This batch consists only of some common ones, while the others will arrive in 2 days. I shall join Yin Luo in organizing the materials now. Su Ruojin nodded in acknowledgement. Go ahead. These 2 girls had learned some medical skills at Tian-E Pavilion, and their assistance would certainly lighten her burden. By the time everything was completed, it was already evening, around 8 o'clock. Su Ruojin entered the room of General Su. Upon seeing her, General Su, now awake, reached out to grasp her hand, tears streaming down his face. Xiaolu, Xiaolu, I have finally found you, my dear Xiaolu. Beside her, Su Juan looked somewhat awkwardly at Su Ruojin and said, Dr. Su, I apologize. My grandfather has just regained consciousness and is still a bit disoriented. Mr. Su, she reassured. Upon awakening, it is normal for your vision to be somewhat blurred and for you to feel weak. I have arranged a medicinal bath for you, and you will find great relief after soaking for a while. Hearing this, the old general slowly began to comprehend. Turning to Su Juan with a questioning gaze, is she truly not Xiaolu? He could no longer afford to instill false hope in his grandfather, given the elder's age. He could not bear the weight of disappointment any longer. It would be better not to raise expectations at all. Su Ruojin offered a gentle smile. It is quite all right. Please, take your medicinal bath. With that, she instructed a servant to bring in the bath barrel. Observing the proprieties between the genders, she provided some final instructions before exiting the room. By the time the elder was prepared, it was nearly the end of the high hour, around 10 o'clock at night. Exhausted from the day's labors, and with preparations for tomorrow's opening weighing on her mind, Su Ruojin decided to wash up and retire for the night. In her dreams, She found herself back on that fateful day, witnessing the little boy with his back turned to her, crying as he searched for her, repeatedly calling out sister. Her heart softened at the sight, and she hurried to approach him, poised to call out his name when she was jolted awake by a cacophony of voices. Water is flooding. Quick, put out the fire. Water. Hurry, fetch water. Su Ruojin sprang up, hastily donning her outer garment before flinging open the door and rushing outside. There, by the wall of the courtyard, she saw the storeroom ablaze, with Su Ruojin, and other maids and servants frantically carrying buckets of water to extinguish the flames. And Yuan Hong was among them. Fortunately, the discovery was timely, and the fire was not extensive, quickly extinguished. Jihua approached Su Ruojin with a face full of remorse, exclaiming, "Miss, I apologize. It is my fault for not keeping a close watch on the storeroom. Please punish me." Yin Luo's small face was smudged with soot, her eyes reddened with distress. "Miss, we had no idea. Everything was in order when Jihua and I inspected it before resting. Yet somehow, a fire broke out in the middle of the night." Old Madame Lin arrived, her face etched with terror and anxiety. "Xiaojin, what has happened?" The storeroom was filled with thick smoke, and the medicinal herbs delivered that very day had been largely consumed by flames, leaving the walls blackened by soot. Su Ruojin reassured old Madame Lin, "Grandmother, it is all right." Upon witnessing the dire state of the storeroom, old Madame Lin's eyes welled with tears. "Xiaojin, the clinic is set to open tomorrow, and with all the herbs destroyed, what shall we do?" Su Ruojin gestured for Jihua to support old Madame Lin as she ventured into the storeroom, methodically searching for something. Before long, her gaze sharpened as she discovered a burnt fire starter submerged in a puddle of water in the corner. It must have been doused during the frantic attempts to extinguish the flames. She glanced up at the ventilated window on the wall, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Clearly, someone did not wish for her clinic to open smoothly. Chapter 39. The grand opening. This fire starter was commonplace, easily obtainable in the marketplace, lacking any distinctive markings, making it improbable to trace the arsonist through this evidence. However, considering who in the entirety of Yinyang might harbor intentions against her clinic's establishment was a matter that could be deduced with little effort. Was it the Lin family or Kai Fanzhou? Or perhaps both? "What shall we do, miss?" Yin Luo, weeping, wiped her tears with her hand, her small face growing even darker. Su Ruojin rose to her feet. "Jihua, you and Yin Luo should help everyone tidy up the storeroom, selecting the usable herbs. We will open as usual tomorrow." The most vital aspect of a medical clinic is to have a skilled physician. As long as one can prescribe effective remedies, we can temporarily procure herbs from other pharmacies. The room where General Su resides is a bit distant from the storeroom. When Su Jian heard the commotion and rushed out, the fire had already been extinguished. "Dr. Su, do you require assistance?" Su Jian inquired. "No need to trouble you, Su Gongzi. I shall manage on my own," Su Ruojin replied, her gaze fixed on the fire starter, devoid of any emotion, resembling a deep pool, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. If she was not mistaken, the fire in the storeroom was merely the beginning. Those who dared to provoke her, Su Ruojin, would have to pay the price. Su Jian's eyes flickered slightly, and he chose not to speak further. Some matters are better acted upon than discussed. At the Kai residence, each time she attended to the master, she was as soft as a cat, yet she had to feign admiration by exclaiming how remarkable he was, which was truly vexing. At times, she genuinely wished for Kai Fanzhou to prescribe her some medicine. At that moment, Wang Da called softly from outside, "Master." Upon hearing Wang Da's voice, Kai Fanzhou donned his attire and led Wang Da to the study. "Speak." Wang Da lowered his voice. "I saw a batch of herbs arrive today, stored in the backyard storeroom. I tossed a fire starter inside and left only when I saw the flames ignite. Those herbs are surely compromised as well." Upon hearing this, Kai Fanzhou burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "Excellent. Well done. I shall head to the treasury shortly to claim my reward. Without any medicinal herbs, I shall see how she intends to inaugurate her practice tomorrow. This lowly girl from the impoverished village thinks she can make a living by opening a clinic in Yinyang? A mere pipe dream. It is time for you to learn who truly reigns as the master of the Yinyang Medical Hall, and I expect you to depart in tears. Wang Da, accompany me tomorrow to extend our congratulations to Dr. Su on her grand opening. Please remember to arrange for the other physicians from the clinics to join us." "Yes, my lord." On the 8th day of the 12th month in the 2nd year of Shangyan, all auspicious signs were present. Early in the morning, Yuan Hong was eagerly waiting at the entrance, holding a string of firecrackers. Old Lady Lin chided him playfully. You little rascal, why the haste? The hour has yet to arrive. My dear lady, I merely wish to ensure we do not miss the auspicious moment. It is best to arrive early. Please stand back, lest you be caught in the blast of the firecrackers, Yuan Hong urged with consideration. Jihua had risen early to assist Su Ruojin in getting up. Su Ruojin was accustomed to managing everything herself, yet she could not resist Jihua's insistence and thus acquiesced. Yin Luo had chosen a splendid purple satin gown adorned with golden butterflies for her, exuding elegance without veering into the realm of the gaudy. She also selected a golden headpiece for Su Ruojin to wear. However, Su Ruojin found it too heavy and declined, saying, Yin Luo, today is merely the opening of the clinic. I am a doctor, not a contestant in a beauty pageant. Reluctantly, Yin Luo set aside the headpiece and ultimately selected a white jade hairpin complemented by a golden tassel. As the time approached, the group made their way to the entrance, where they found Chun Sin Yang and several villagers already gathered, eagerly awaiting the opening of the clinic. Among them, in addition to Chun Sin Yang, were several familiar faces. Upon seeing Su Ruojin emerge, Chen Sanyang hurriedly approached, saying, Dr. Su, our village lacks anything of value, but here are some eggs I have saved from my home, offered in celebration of your clinic's opening. I hope you do not find them unworthy. Madame Tang and Xiao Chui also arrived, presenting some vegetables they had grown themselves. Taizhu brought a chicken as a gift, while Qin Yang bestowed a hand-stitched screen she had worked tirelessly on upon learning of Su Ruojin's clinic inauguration. Observing the heartfelt blessings and smiles from the crowd, a warm sensation surged within Su Ruojin. Perhaps this was the essence of her rebirth in this world. The sincere faces before her were the very reason she was willing to establish a small clinic in Anyang, accompanying old Lady Lin and Yuan Hong through a simple and tranquil life. Thank you all, Jihua, Yin Luo, Su Ruojin called out. The two immediately understood. Jihua directed the other maids and servants to accept the congratulatory gifts, while Yin Luo produced prepared red envelopes to distribute. Another young maid presented a small basket filled with candies for the children present. As the appointed time arrived, a young servant shouted. Yuan Hong promptly took out a fire stick to ignite the firecrackers. Amidst the crackling sounds of the fireworks, applause, and laughter, the red cloth draped over the Ren Ai Tang plaque fell away. The Ren Ai Tang clinic was officially opened. Congratulations, Dr. Su, on your prosperous opening. A man's voice resonated from the crowd. Upon recognizing the speaker, astonished gasps echoed through the gathering. How did Physician Kai come as well? Dr. Zhang from Miaoren Tang, Li from Shun Tang, and Yang from Fuyuan Tang are here too? It is quite normal for peers to extend their congratulations. Kai Fanzhou not only arrived himself, but was also accompanied by several middle-aged gentlemen. After expressing his felicitations, Dr. Zhang from Miaoren Hall promptly remarked, Dr. Su, you truly embody the spirit of a remarkable woman, as you are the very first female physician to establish a clinic in Yinyang City. I hold you in high esteem. He continued, henceforth, any female ailments that we find inconvenient to treat can be referred to Dr. Su. Indeed, it is a way to lend support to Dr. Su, Dr. Li chimed in. Dr. Yang then added with a smile, Dr. Su, we are all aware that running a clinic is distinct from other professions. It is a matter of life and death. Should you frequently encounter ailments beyond your expertise, do not hesitate to seek our counsel. We shall undoubtedly offer our utmost assistance. And even if you were to consult us daily, we would never grow weary of it, would we, gentlemen? The other physicians naturally concurred. Kai Fanzhou merely smiled in silence, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. While these remarks may seem innocuous at first, a closer examination reveals that each statement subtly belittles Su Ruojin, portraying her as a physician solely capable of treating women's ailments, and implying that the patients she receives are merely a charity bestowed upon her. Dr. Yang's comments nearly suggested that Su Ruojin was incompetent in handling other medical issues, leaving her reliant on their assistance. Du Yu quietly reminded Su Ruojin of the identities of their visitors, each one being a proprietor of the Yinyang Clinic, and themselves also physicians. Given the events of the previous night, Su Ruojin was acutely aware that Kai Fanzhou had not brought such a party with good intentions, making their condescending remarks entirely unsurprising. Chapter 40. A request. Chen Sanyang cast a sidelong glance at several doctors before speaking. Oh, I have never witnessed anyone arriving empty-handed to offer congratulations on an opening. Those who know would understand your intent to celebrate, but those unaware might assume you are merely seeking a free meal. It is customary for a newly opened medical establishment to distribute red envelopes to those present, symbolizing good fortune, to come to congratulate without presenting a gift. Yet only taking a red envelope is hardly different from begging. Indeed, these are esteemed doctors from Yinyang, and they should have the decency. Madame Tang chimed in, harboring no fondness for Jiren Tang or that so-called Dr. Kai. That day, she had clearly observed Kai Fanzhou's disdainful expression directed at both herself and her daughter-in-law. Upon hearing Chen Sanyang's remarks, Kai Fanzhou and the other doctors instantly wore expressions of discomfort. They had come not with genuine intentions of congratulation, but rather to provoke. The notion of bringing gifts was far from their minds. In their view, merely attending to extend their good wishes was already a favor to Su Ruojin. However, under the leadership of Chen Sanyang and Madame Tang, the majority present were filled with gratitude towards Su Ruojin, naturally siding with her and joining in the commotion. Su Ruojin remained silent, observing Kai Fanzhou and his group without uttering a word. Inwardly, Kai Fanzhou cursed Su Ruojin for her lack of propriety at this moment. A simple word from her could have alleviated their embarrassment. Yet, witnessing Su Ruojin's unwillingness to speak, the crowd, led by Chen Sanyang, continued to point and whisper. Kai Fanzhou and his fellow doctors were indeed prominent figures in Yinyang, and while they found themselves in an awkward position, they had come without gifts, leaving them with nothing but silver to offer. In their current predicament, should they present a handful of small coins, they would likely be met with derision. Thus, they reluctantly extracted a banknote. In the great nation of Chu, the minimum denomination of a banknote is 50 taels. However, Kai Fanzhou possessed only 100 tael notes. And with a pained grin, he offered one to Dr. Su, uttering, "A modest token of my esteem, wishing you prosperous beginnings." The phrase prosperous beginnings was articulated through gritted teeth. Yuan Luo stepped forward to receive the banknote, and in that moment, Kai Fanzhou silently hoped that Su Ruojin would exhibit some sensibility and promptly decline the offering, thereby allowing him to retract the note. He clutched it tightly, unwilling to relinquish it. Yuan Luo tugged at it, but found it immovable, raising an eyebrow. "What is this, Dr. Kai? Are you reluctant to part with it? If so, we shall simply let it be." Her words struck at Kai Fanzhou like a slap, prompting him to release his grip. "You impudent girl, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yuan Luo seized the banknote and proclaimed, "Dr. Kai graciously presents 100 taels as a congratulatory gift." "Thank you, Dr. Kai." Upon hearing her declaration, several physicians who were contemplating offering a mere 50 taels halted their motions. Kai Fanzhou had already set a precedent with his generous gift of 100 taels. It would be utterly inappropriate for them to contribute only 50. Reluctantly, others dug out their own 50 tael notes, casting resentful glances at Kai Fanzhou, blaming him for leading the way with such a substantial gift. Kai Fanzhou sensed the discontent in their gazes, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Yet he had no outlet for his grievances. How could he be held accountable for this? He had merely come to find a point of contention. Yet before he could even articulate his concerns, he was compelled to part with 100 taels, which pained him deeply. After collecting the banknotes, Yuan Luo respectfully presented them to Su Ruojin. Hope blossomed anew within Kai Fanzhou and her companions, who inwardly urged, "Quickly refuse, quickly refuse, quickly refuse." How could a junior accept such a lavish gift from their esteemed seniors? After all, it amounted to 100 taels per person. Was she not concerned about her future prospects in Yinyang? However, to their astonishment, Su Ruojin effortlessly accepted the banknotes. Tucking them into her sleeve with a beaming smile, addressing the group, "I sincerely thank all the esteemed doctors for your generosity. Please do me the honor of joining me for a drink at Wangwei Tower shortly." It was merely a few tables of food. How much could it cost? Even if they indulged in the most expensive dishes and wines at Wangwei Tower, it would hardly exceed 10 taels. A mere 10 taels exchanged for 500. Truly a profitable venture. The last flicker of hope for Kai Fanzhou and her companions extinguished, and they silently cursed Su Ruojin once more. The doctors exchanged knowing glances toward Kai Fanzhou, who cleared her throat and spoke. "A drink is unnecessary. But we do have a request. We hope that Dr. Su could lend her assistance." Having just received 500 taels, Su Ruojin naturally would not decline. Inquiring, "What is it? If it is within my power to assist, I shall not refuse." Upon hearing this, excitement flickered across the faces of the group. The bait had been set. Now it was Su Ruojin's turn to feel the pressure. Kai Fanzhou began. "It has come to our attention that Qingyang City in northern Dechu has suffered from a snow disaster, leaving its citizens in dire straits. with the harsh cold and rampant illness. Our Jiren Tang is spearheading a collective donation of 7,000 taels of silver from various medical establishments in Yin to aid the victims of Qingyang City. We wish to inquire whether Ren Ai Tang will join us in this charitable endeavor. As these words escaped his lips, the gaze of the surrounding townsfolk shifted towards Kai Fanzhou and his entourage. Truly, Jiren Hall lives up to the epithet of the healer's benevolent heart. Indeed, this initial gesture involves a staggering sum of 7,000 taels of silver, a not insignificant amount. What a pity. Who could argue otherwise? Yinyang City is not particularly large, with no more than 10 medical establishments within its confines. 7,000 taels of silver translates to an average contribution of 700 taels per clinic. This means that Su Ruojin would not only have to return the silver she had just received, but also contribute an additional 200 taels. For a newly established ordinary clinic, parting with such a sum at once is no trivial matter. Kai Fanzhou's insistence on making this matter public serves only to pressure Su Ruojin into compliance through the court of public opinion. Kai Fanzhou is convinced that a young girl like Su Ruojin can hardly possess substantial funds, having likely exhausted her savings to launch the clinic. By demanding her to donate further, he believes she would be at a loss. Determined, Kai Fanzhou aims to compel Su Ruojin to produce either silver or medicinal materials before the crowd. Should she fail to do so, it would cast a shadow on her compassion. How could a healer devoid of benevolence rightfully bear the title of a physician? What face would Su Ruojin have left to show in Yinyang City? Before Su Ruojin could utter a word, Kai Fanzhou, feigning goodwill, added, Dr. Su's clinic has just opened, and perhaps you may not have sufficient silver. Donating medicinal materials directly is also an option. Surely, the new clinic is well stocked with various medicines, and I believe Dr. Su can manage that. Observing Kai Fanzhou's demeanor, which suggested he was merely an onlooker, Su Ruojin had already concluded that the fire in the storage room yesterday was inextricably linked to him. If he intended to coerce her into submission through forced donations and to revel in her humiliation, she would see whether Kai Fanzhou possessed the capability to achieve that. A subtle smile graced Su Ruojin's lips as she began to speak. Chapter 41. Fire Spirit Ginseng. Dr. Kai is indeed correct. When disaster strikes Qingyang City, it is our duty as citizens of the Great Chu to lend a helping hand. I am willing to auction a 500-year-old Fire Spirit Ginseng, and all proceeds from its sale will be donated to aid the relief efforts in Qingyang City. The moment her words left her lips, the room was filled with a collective gasp. Kai Fanzhou and the 4 physicians accompanying him turned pale. As practitioners of medicine, they understood far better than ordinary citizens the significance of a 500-year-old Fire Spirit Ginseng. Unlike ordinary ginseng, the medicinal properties of Fire Spirit Ginseng are extraordinarily potent and remarkably effective against severe cold-related ailments. Countless noble families have sought after a century-old Fire Spirit Ginseng at exorbitant prices, let alone a 500-year specimen. Which medical establishment would not treasure a 500-year-old Fire Spirit Ginseng as a family heirloom? It would be nearly impossible for others to even catch a glimpse of it, much less part with it. Now, Su Ruojin was offering a 500-year-old Fire Spirit Ginseng. What an audacious gesture that was. A century-old Fire Spirit Ginseng could fetch upwards of 1,000 taels of silver, while a 500-year specimen would start at no less than 7,000 taels, often with no market available. Should a wealthy family find themselves in urgent need, they would not hesitate to pay well over 10,000 taels for it. Su Ruojin's generous donation was equivalent to a minimum of 7,000 taels of silver, matching the total contributions of the entire Yin Medical Hall. Should the price be driven even higher, her donation could surpass that of Kai Fanzhou and his companions. Kai Fanzhou and others promptly recovered from their astonishment, as Dr. Zhang, with a mocking expression, gazed at Su Ruojin. Dr. Su, being so youthful, might you have been deceived? I have heard that many individuals are adept at using short-aged Fire Spirit Ginseng to masquerade as the esteemed century-old variety. This insinuation implied that Su Ruojin was fabricating a falsehood, unable to present the claimed 500-year-old Fire Spirit Ginseng. Yin Luo, incensed, felt the urge to retort. After all, the Tianyi Pavilion storeroom housed an entire box of 500-year-old Fire Spirit Ginseng, with an abundance of the century-old variety as well. Even a casual toss of a single piece could incite a stir in the Great Chu Kingdom, and 10 pieces of millennia-old Fire Spirit Ginseng were also in their possession. For the physicians at Tianyi Pavilion, the century-old Fire Spirit Ginseng, which appeared rare to outsiders, was merely a commonplace material for developing medicinal formulas. How dare they question the integrity of the young lady? Just as Yin Luo was about to speak, Jihua restrained her, shaking her head. Yin Luo swallowed her words, aware that her impulsive nature might inadvertently reveal the young lady's true identity, which she preferred to keep discreet. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to remain in Yinyang City for so many years. Kai Fanzhou chuckled lightly. Dr. Su, 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng, is indeed a rarity. Why not present it for everyone to behold? It seemed that Su Ruojin, rather than choosing a more prudent course, had opted to boast about possessing 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng. And now the challenge lay in whether she could substantiate her claim. Su Ruojin let out a light chuckle, addressing Dr. Kai as a fellow physician. It appears you are unaware that the fire spirit ginseng is most susceptible to cold. At the current temperature, if I were to extract the ginseng, it would turn black within a minute, losing its medicinal efficacy. Of course, if you, Dr. Kai, are willing to bear the consequences of such a loss, I would not hesitate to present it now. Kai Fanzhou was momentarily taken aback. He had completely overlooked this critical detail. The fire spirit ginseng thrives in the hottest of environments, and its preservation necessitates a continuous source of heat. Indeed, any establishment that possesses this precious herb must maintain a fire burning nearby for 12 hours a day to retain its potency. Even during transport, measures must be taken to ensure the surrounding temperature remains conducive. Confronted with Su Ruojin's remarks, Kai Fanzhou's expression darkened. Who says I was unaware? I merely expressed my concern for your well-being, fearing you might be deceived. I am curious, how does Dr. Su intend to sell the fire spirit ginseng? Quite simply, she replied. Interested buyers may come to the shop to register and receive their unique identification code. I shall post a blank sheet of paper at the entrance of the clinic, where prospective buyers can inscribe their codes and bids at their convenience. Bidding will conclude 3 days hence at the stroke of midnight, with the highest bidder claiming the prize. The starting bid is set at 5,000 taels of silver, with minimum increments of 100 taels, ensuring a fair process. Su Ruojin elucidated the terms of the sale for the fire spirit ginseng. A 500-year-old specimen is a rare treasure, and starting the bidding at 5,000 taels of silver is remarkably reasonable. Not only others, but even Kai Fanzhou himself felt tempted. Possessing such an ancient fire spirit ginseng would undoubtedly enhance the reputation of Ji Rintang. Yet, without having seen the actual item, who would dare to make a purchase? What if, upon winning the bid, it turned out to be a counterfeit? Dr. Yang inquired aloud, and it was not only Kai Fanzhou who felt tempted by the price. He too was intrigued. Should he acquire a fire spirit ginseng of such caliber, his clinic might well surpass Jiren Hall, becoming the foremost medical establishment in Anyang. I am prepared to establish a contract. Should the ginseng I provide not be a 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng, I shall compensate double, Su Ruojin proclaimed. Observing her calm demeanor, Kai Fanzhou and the others exchanged glances, questioning whether she truly possessed the fire spirit ginseng. Where could such a young girl possibly obtain such a rare treasure? Unfazed by their speculations, Su Ruojin commanded, Jihua, please draft the contract and display it at the entrance of the clinic. Yes, miss, Jihua replied, though she was puzzled by her mistress's intentions. She had always resolutely followed Su Ruojin's directives. Once Jihua completed the contract, Su Ruojin affixed her seal and posted it alongside the bidding notice at the clinic's entrance. She glanced at Kai Fanzhou and asked, Dr. Kai, does this suffice? In the Great Chu Kingdom, those who violate contracts may face exile as punishment. With Su Ruojin having taken such measures, Kai Fanzhou could hardly object, and he could only respond with an awkward smile. Indeed, Dr. Su has considered everything thoroughly. The surrounding townsfolk erupted in applause. Dr. Su is truly magnanimous. From now on, I shall seek treatment at Renai Hall. I wonder, though, if the consultation fees and medicinal costs are exorbitant. Any doctor willing to donate a 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng to aid the disaster victims, no matter the cost, I shall certainly visit for treatment. Listening to the praises from the common folk for Su Ruojin, Kai Fanzhou's eyes glimmered with a cunning thought as he spoke again. It seems you intend to transform Su Ruojin into the resident physician of your Jiren Hall, while also promoting the sale of medicinal herbs. Kai Fanzhou was quite adept at calculating his own interests. Dr. Kai, you are quite well informed. I have indeed burned quite a few medicinal materials, Su Ruojin replied with a smile that barely concealed her skepticism as she regarded Kai Fanzhou. The young lady's gaze was indifferent, yet sharp as an icy blade, seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul and sending chills down their spine. Since Su Ruojin had no leverage against him, Kai Fanzhou steadied his nerves, I heard someone mention that there was an incident here last night involving a flood, and I caught a whiff of burnt herbs. Herbs are particularly vulnerable to fire, and with the water gone, I presume they were nearly incinerated. I merely wish to extend a helping hand. Su Ruojin responded with a cold smile, recognizing that Kai Fanzhou had abandoned all pretense. Did he believe she was incapable of retaliating? If he was courting danger, there was no reason for her to show mercy. Who said that Renai Hall lacked medicinal materials? At that moment, a male voice echoed, "Is that so?" A horse-drawn carriage approached and halted at the entrance of the medical hall. The coachman alighted, setting down a stool and drawing back the curtains. From the carriage emerged a young man clad in a light blue brocade robe, tall and elegant, with striking features and an air of noble grace. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age and bore a slight resemblance to General Su. Upon spotting Su Ruojin, the young man's eyes flickered, and he bowed respectfully. "May I inquire if you are Dr. Su of Renai Hall?" "Indeed, I am," Su Ruojin replied, also bending her knee in a gesture of respect towards the young gentleman. "Dr. Su, this is a congratulatory gift from the Su family for the opening of your clinic. Here is the list. Kindly verify and accept it." Upon seeing the man's visage, Su Ruojin realized that this was sent by General Su. "May I inquire, who is this young master?" "I am Su Yiting, the fifth in my family. These are merely some ordinary medicinal herbs. I thought they might be of use to your clinic and hope you do not find them unworthy." Upon hearing the mention of herbs, Su Ruojin accepted the list and glanced at it. Composed entirely of common yet essential medicinal materials, the quantity ample enough to support the normal operations of an ordinary clinic. The materials sent by Su Yiting effectively alleviated the clinic's pressing needs, prompting Su Ruojin to graciously accept the offering. "In that case, I shall honor your gesture and express my gratitude to General Su." Su Ruojin handed the list to Jihua, instructing her to direct the servants and maidservants in unloading the herbs from the cart. "Young Master Su, would you care to step inside the clinic for a moment?" Su Ruojin extended the invitation. Su Yiting, with a slight bow, replied, "The clinic has just opened today, and I presume Dr. Su has numerous matters to attend to. I shall not impose further and will visit again another day." Su Yiting's words rang true. Su Ruojin was indeed preoccupied with the myriad tasks at hand and could not extend her full hospitality to him. Thus she did not insist. Previously, Su Yiting had not accompanied his father and elder brother, nor his third brother to Shirley Village. He and his second and fourth brothers had separated to explore other locations in search of clues regarding the missing sixth brother. As the foremost business prodigy of the Great Shu Kingdom, Su Yunfeng effortlessly procured medicinal herbs for Renai Hall. Given Su Yiting's status, there was no necessity for him to personally deliver the herbs. However, he was intrigued by Dr. Su and wished to catch a glimpse of him. Just one glance stirred sentiments within Su Yiting, reminiscent of his mother. How splendid it would be if Dr. Su were indeed Xiao Lu. Yet, it was precisely due to his grandfather's mistake in recognizing Xiao Lu that such events unfolded, causing the Su family to become increasingly cautious about familial recognition. It is essential to understand that the sole legitimate daughter of the illustrious Su general's residence would undoubtedly attract numerous opportunists. The allure of fame and fortune can corrupt even the purest of hearts. Upon hearing the name Su family, Kai Fanzhou was rendered speechless. Which Su family? There is no prominent family by that name in Yinyang. Could it be the Su general from the capital? Was it possible that the venerable general was rescued by Su Ruojin? Unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable. How could the general possibly trust such a young girl with his care? The general must have been saved by Mu Jingshan. Indeed, it was surely a mere coincidence. Perhaps this was merely a performance orchestrated by Su Ruojin. After bidding farewell to Su Yiting, Su Ruojin smiled and addressed those present. "Today marks the grand opening of Renai Hall. As a friend, I hope you all will visit often, but as a physician, I sincerely prefer that you come less frequently, ideally not at all. Thank you all for your support today." "Excellent." Chun Sanyang led the applause and then inquired, "Dr. Su, may we visit the clinic?" "Of course," Su Ruojin replied. "Yin Luo, Jihua, please guide everyone inside to explore the clinic. Everyone, please gather around. The establishment has prepared some tea and candies for your enjoyment," Jihua announced. Naturally, Kai Fanzhou and his companions would not enter the medical hall, they simply departed. However, each of them was preoccupied with a singular thought. How much should they bid to acquire this precious fire spirit ginseng? Following Jihua into the medical hall, Yuan Hong assisted the elderly matriarch, Lin, to the rear courtyard. Su Ruojin also turned, ready to enter the medical hall, when she was suddenly embraced around the thigh. Looking down, a flicker of joy illuminated her face. "Little Bao, what a surprise to see you. How did you get here? Who brought you?" Crouching down, Su Ruojin lovingly brushed Little Bao's hair, sensing a gaze fixed upon her. Upon raising her head, she noticed not far from Little Bao stood a young man clad in a white brocade robe, a light blue sash at his waist. His hair elegantly tied with a jade crown. His countenance was strikingly handsome, and he observed her and Little Bao with an air of indifference. Tall and poised, he exuded an elegant demeanor imbued with the essence of scholarly grace. Yet, Su Ruojin understood that the man before her was no mere delicate scholar. His gaze was cool, tinged with an unmistakable aloofness that suggested a barrier to strangers. There lingered a subtle, almost imperceptible aura of lethal intent, so faint that had Su Ruojin not encountered countless assassins, she would have failed to detect it emanating from him. This individual was extraordinary. "Little Bao, have you slipped away again?" Su Ruojin inquired. Little Bao looked up at her and slowly shook his head, indicating that he had not run away. Su Ruojin understood. "Then who brought you out?" Little Bao gradually turned his gaze towards the young man. At this moment, Xiao Yanchu approached, saying, "Dr. Su, I am Jiang Qian, the uncle of Heiress. I am grateful for your assistance in locating him earlier." He continued, "This morning, Heiress awoke in tears, unresponsive to any inquiries from both Xiao Yanchu and Mu Jingshan. He sat there silently weeping, which left them in a state of great distress. Xiao Yanchu recalled that Heiress had ventured out yesterday, and a sudden realization struck him. Was Heiress seeking that young lady from the other day? Upon hearing this, Heiress turned to Xiao Yanchu, his tear-streaked face affirming with a slight nod. "Your Highness, I too wish to seek Dr. Su's wisdom," Mu Jingshan exclaimed excitedly. Had it not been for the young master's sudden fever yesterday, he would have certainly stayed to inquire with Su Ruojin about the needle she used that alleviated General Su's ailment so swiftly. Mu Jingshan found himself at a loss for words. After all, who could challenge the authority of a prince? He quietly prepared to take his leave. "Dr. Su, I shall certainly come to seek your guidance." Su Ruojin gazed at the man before her, her thoughts echoing the phrase, like a startled swan, graceful as a roaming dragon. In her 2 lifetimes, she had encountered numerous gentlemen, yet few could rival the appearance and demeanor of the man before her, perhaps none at all. Today marked the opening of Dr. Su's clinic, and she brought a modest gift, hoping it would not be deemed insignificant. Xiao Yanchu presented a small sandalwood box to Su Ruojin. As she rose to accept the box and opened it, she was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that this young gentleman would bestow such a gift upon her. Chapter 43. Temporarily setting aside the clinic? Within the confines of the box lay a resplendent, translucent orb, exuding a faint azure glow and emanating a delicate fragrance reminiscent of orchids. The blue foam fruit, renowned for its therapeutic properties in treating gastrointestinal ailments, thrives in the depths of the ocean, only manifesting its subtle luminescence after a century of growth. Its alluring scent captivates aquatic life, leading to the unfortunate circumstance that many fruits are devoured by fish the moment they emerge, making it exceedingly rare for any to reach the venerable age of 100 years, a rarity that rivals even the 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. The blue foam fruit is not a treasure easily encountered by the common individual, aside from the Imperial Medical Bureau. It is unlikely to be found in other medical establishments within the capital. Most physicians, having only glimpsed it within the pages of medical texts, may never have the fortune to behold the actual fruit in their lifetime. Yet, this young lady identified the blue foam fruit at a glance, her expression devoid of astonishment, as if she regarded it as no more extraordinary than any other medicinal herb, save for its elevated value. This suggested either a resolute temperament, capable of concealing her emotions, or a familiarity with such items, rendering her immune to surprise. It appeared that Dr. Su was not as uncomplicated as she seemed. With a gentle smile, Xiao Yan addressed her. "Dr. Su, the blue foam fruit is a mere happenstance acquisition of mine. Being a medicinal herb, its paramount purpose lies in healing and saving lives. Lacking any medical expertise, I would be squandering its potential by holding on to it. It is far more fitting to present it to you, where it can truly realize its efficacy. Given your compassionate nature, dedicated to aiding the disaster-stricken populace of Qingyang, your willingness to auction off the 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng for relief funds only underscores the insignificance of my humble blue foam fruit in comparison. Moreover, Jiang has one more request." Dr. Su accepted the blue mo fruit, which allowed me to speak. Su Ruojin assured that she would certainly fulfill her promise. Yet she would not be foolish enough to agree without knowing the other party's request. A physician must exercise utmost caution. Su Ruojin regarded Xiao Yanchu with an expression of tranquility. In light of this, if Dr. Su consents to my request, may I ask you to accept this blue mo fruit? Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as she gazed at Xiao Yanchu, her meaning unmistakable. Speak plainly. And do so swiftly. Xiao Yanchu touched his nose. Realizing that this was the first time in the Great Chu Kingdom someone had dared to express impatience towards him so overtly. Dr. Su, I would like to request that you examine Ear. He has been reticent since childhood, never engaging in conversation or interaction, and many physicians have failed to provide any remedy. Would you be willing to take a look at him? Of course, the consultation fee will be negotiated separately. Treating the little treasure? Su Ruojin lowered her gaze to the small treasure clinging to her foot, reluctant to let go, his large, watery eyes fixed upon her. She was already well aware of the child's condition. To properly nurture his health would require at least 3 months of close proximity, while psychological guidance would demand an even longer period of time. There are 2 dimensions to his ailment, physiological and psychological. The physiological aspect is relatively easy to treat, but the psychological requires an understanding of the root causes and the unraveling of his emotional knots. A person capable of presenting the blue mo fruit so nonchalantly is likely from a prominent family. Can such a lineage be entrusted with their child in her care? According to Su Ruojin's knowledge, there indeed exists a Jiang family in the Great Chu Kingdom, reputedly descended from a lineage that produced both empresses and favored consorts. With the current imperial grandmother also hailing from the Jiang clan, she pondered whether the man before her had any connection to the Jiang family. If he were truly a member of that esteemed lineage, it would not be surprising for him to possess the rare Lanma fruit. Master Jiang, I have previously examined Xiaobao's pulse. If I am not mistaken, he was once able to speak, but has since withdrawn into silence due to some form of trauma. Furthermore, his digestive system is significantly weaker than that of an average child. To restore his health, he must remain under my care for a minimum of 3 months, during which time I will employ a regimen of specialized diet, herbal remedies, medicinal baths, and acupuncture to effectuate improvement. As for the emotional barriers he has erected, it will depend on his own willingness to trust and accept the support of those close to him to help him gradually emerge from this state. Su Ruojin candidly communicated her diagnostic findings. Should the other party refuse to allow Xiaobao to stay with her, she would be unable to assist further. If I were to offer a substantial fee, would Dr. Su be willing to temporarily set aside her medical practice and remain by Ear's side until his recovery is complete? As anticipated by Su Ruojin, Xiao Yanchu realized he could not remain in Anyang for an extended period, nor did he feel secure leaving Ear there. Given Ear's status, should certain individuals become aware, not only would Ear be in jeopardy, but the young woman before him and everyone associated with the medical establishment could also be at risk. Observing his hesitation, Su Ruojin did not press the matter further. Master Jiang, if it is not feasible to have Xiaobao treated in my care, then I truly cannot assist with his ailment. A skilled artisan cannot craft without materials, and a physician cannot heal from a distance. Simply prescribing a few medications will not lead to a complete recovery for the young child. At best, it will merely preserve his life, allowing him to grow up as he once did. As for Xiao Yanchu's suggestion that she abandon her clinic to focus solely on treating the child, Su Ruojin finds herself unable to comply. If she were willing to treat only the affluent, why would she remain in the modest town of Yinyang? A healer should not limit their care to the elite. Ordinary citizens equally deserve access to effective treatment. This belief inspired her to establish the Tianyi Pavilion, aimed at assisting various clinics across the Great Chu Kingdom in researching medicinal formulas. By developing superior remedies and disseminating them through these medical establishments, a greater number of individuals may be spared from the agony of illness. Xiao Bingyi remained silent, merely gazing at Su Ruojin, clinging tightly to her arm, shaking his head as tears streamed down his cheeks. Su Ruojin let out a quiet sigh, pondering what she might use to comfort the child, yet found herself utterly unprepared. All she had on her was a stack of banknotes, which certainly could not be offered to the young boy. It was not that she was unwilling. Rather, to such a small child, a handful of banknotes would hold far less allure than a mere glass marble. Moreover, such trinkets did not exist in this era. Observing the demeanor of young Master Jiang, it was clear that his family was not lacking in currency. She could only turn to Xiao Yanchu, hoping he might soothe the child, for he was the boy's uncle. and the child would surely be more inclined to heed his words. Chapter 44. Concerning offspring, what further complicated Xiao Yinchu's hesitation was that other physicians, including Mu Jingshan, had examined Ear's condition and concluded that they could only sustain him with medication, perhaps hoping for a miracle when he grew older. However, the young girl boldly asserted that improvement could be achieved in merely 3 months, rather than merely deferring hope for Ear to mature and potentially recover. The distinction here is significant. In recent days, the individuals dispatched by Xiao Yinchu had informed him of the girl's remarkable ability to heal others, despite being a forsaken adopted daughter of the local governor. Perhaps it was time for him to place his trust in her, to take a gamble. If he wagered correctly, Ear could blossom into a healthy child. If not, the worst outcome would be that Ear remained as she was. As for safety, he could simply deploy more hidden guards to protect her. A flicker of surprise danced in Su Ruojin's eyes. She had not anticipated that the man before her would be willing to believe in her capabilities. Since the patient had faith in her, Su Ruojin found no reason to withhold treatment, especially given her fondness for the little treasure. It pained her to think of him remaining in his current state. Therefore, she graciously accepted the blue fruit, considering it a portion of her consultation fee. This time, Su Ruojin did not decline. The blue fruit would indeed serve well to regulate the little one's digestive system. I am grateful, young Master Jiang. There are matters to attend to at the clinic, so I shall take my leave. Su Ruojin took the box and, hand in hand with the little treasure, made her way into the medical establishment. Xiao Yinchu observed their departing figures until they vanished from view. Once they were out of sight, he called out, Hu Qing. Hu Qing appeared, kneeling before Xiao Yinchu. Master, remain in Yin Yang, and with the assistance of an E and the others, ensure the clandestine protection of the young master and Dr. Su. No mistakes are to be made. Understood, Master. Upon entering the clinic, Su Ruojin slowed her pace, as she accepted the box from Xiao Yinchu. She seemed to catch sight of a dark line encircling his wrist. A dark line adorns the young boy's wrist, evoking a sense of familiarity in her. Miss, who is this child? Upon seeing Su Ruojin enter the medical hall, Jihua hurriedly approached, interrupting her train of thought. It was prudent to disclose as little information about the child as possible, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. Observing the child's somewhat vacant gaze, Jihua instantly discerned that something was amiss. Her heart ached for the young one, who was already suffering at such a tender age. Little Bao, Sister Su has matters to attend to. Would you kindly accompany me to the backyard for some rest? There's a young gentleman there with whom you may play. As she spoke, she reached out to take the boy's hand. However, Little Bao remained unresponsive, clinging tightly to Su Ruojin's hand. Noticing this, Jihua hesitated to forcefully separate them. A child afflicted with a daze cannot be coerced into action, as it may provoke a fierce reaction or even lead them to harm themselves in resistance. Fortunately, Little Bao hailed from a wealthy family. Had he been born to common folk, his condition might have been dismissed as madness, leading to abandonment. Very well, I shall take him to the backyard. Please attend to other matters for now, Su Ruojin instructed. Understood. I shall join you shortly. With that, Su Ruojin led Little Bao to the backyard. Upon seeing the boy, old Madame Lin was taken aback. Once she grasped the situation, her heart filled with sympathy, reminiscent of the time Su Ruojin lay unconscious in the snow. This child is indeed unfortunate. You carry on with your tasks. I shall look after him, she said. After a moment's thought, she rummaged through a cabinet and retrieved a small wooden sword, a relic from when Yuan Hong used to play with it. Little Bao, would you like to stay with your grandmother? She has a small wooden sword for you. Brother, let me show you how to wield a sword, Yuan Hong chimed in. Xiao Bao's eyes sparkled as he glanced at the wooden sword, releasing Su Ruojin and moving towards old Madame Lin. Su Ruojin let out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Xiao Bao was willing to accept old Madame Lin. Otherwise, he would have clung to her, and she would have been at a loss for how to handle it, as she needed to tend to patients at the clinic. Having Xiao Bao by her side constantly was not feasible, especially given his frail health. If he were to contract another illness from other patients, it would lead to complications. After arranging for Xiao Bao, Su Ruojin entered the consultation room to commence her examinations for the day. On the inaugural day of the new clinic, there were many onlookers, yet only a handful sought medical attention. After bidding farewell to the second patient suffering from a cold, Du arrived with his wife to take their leave from Su Ruojin. As the proprietor, he lingered a bit longer. Dr. Su, we shall take our leave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Madame Du, perhaps due to her introverted nature, remained quiet. Smiling gently, and nodding in acknowledgement towards Su Ruojin. Just as Du was about to depart, Su Ruojin called out, "Mr. Du, please hold on." Du turned, somewhat puzzled, and inquired, "Dr. Su, is there something else?" Su Ruojin glanced at Madame Du. "Might I request that you both accompany me for a brief discussion regarding offspring?" Upon hearing the word offspring, both Du and his wife's expressions shifted. "Very well." Without further ado, Du ushered his wife into the room. Su Ruojin signaled Jihua to close the door before she spoke slowly. "Mr. Du, forgive my candor, but if I am not mistaken, you have been married for many years without any children, have you not?" Du let out a sigh, while Madame Du's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she took out a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. Previously, Du had contemplated asking Dr. Su for another opinion, but recalling the countless physicians they had consulted over the years, including the esteemed Dr. Kai, and the lack of any tangible results, he dismissed the thought. Moreover, considering that Dr. Su was a young unmarried woman, it seemed somewhat inappropriate to burden her with such matters. However, upon Dr. Su's unsolicited mention of the topic, Du felt compelled to share their plight, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. Unlike other doctors who were approached by them seeking assistance, Dr. Su had merely glanced at his wife and instantly discerned their lack of offspring, suggesting she might possess genuine skill. Du shared a deep emotional bond with his wife, who had remained childless. Despite the numerous suggestions from others to take a concubine, he remained steadfastly opposed. Now, hearing Dr. Su broach the subject, Madame Du's heart swelled with guilt as she silently wiped away her tears, feeling responsible for Du Lang's lack of heirs. At times, she even contemplated that if she were to pass away, her husband could remarry and have children, thus freeing him from her perceived burden. Yet, she could not bear the thought of losing such a wonderful man. Dr. Su chose not to elaborate further. She first took Madame Du's pulse and then instructed Du to rest his hand on the pulse cushion. Although it is said that medicine does not knock on doors, Dr. Su wished to repay Du for the assistance he had rendered her. Du was taken aback. "Dr. Su, why must I also have my pulse taken? I am a man and cannot bear children. Childbearing is a matter that involves both parties. Thus, both must be examined," Dr. Su indicated, encouraging him to place his hand on the pulse cushion. Du wore a look of skepticism, yet he obediently placed his hand out, feeling an undeniable sense of disappointment. Alas, it was evident that Dr. Su was still quite youthful. The act of childbirth was inherently a woman's affair. What business did a man like him have in diagnosing pulses? Moreover, having consulted numerous physicians who all asserted that his wife was in a frail state, making conception a challenge, he wondered what purpose it served to subject himself to this. Despite these thoughts, Du acquiesced to Su Ruojin, as it would be unbecoming to disregard the esteemed doctor's efforts. After all, taking a pulse was hardly a loss. Once the pulse was taken, without uttering a word, Su Ruojin began to compose prescriptions. After completing 2 prescriptions, she handed them to Du. "Mr. Du, this prescription is for your wife, to be taken 3 times a day. After 7 days, please return for a follow-up. This one is for you, to be taken in the same manner 3 times daily, with a follow-up in 7 days as well." Du was taken aback. "Dr. Su, why must I also take medicine?" Indeed, his wife was in a weakened state, making conception more challenging than for an ordinary woman. With some adjustment, it should not pose a significant issue. However, the primary reason for their childlessness lay with him. His kidney yang was deficient, inhibiting the nourishment of kidney essence, thus complicating their hopes for offspring. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope, as the depletion of kidney essence was not absolute. If they diligently followed the prescribed regimen for 2 months, they would certainly conceive, Su Ruojin explained patiently. Exchanging glances with his wife, Du saw astonishment and delight reflected in her eyes. The shock stemmed from the realization that the difficulty in conceiving was largely attributable to him, while the joy arose from Dr. Su's assurance that with 2 months of care, they had a chance to conceive. After 5 long years, this was the first time a doctor had spoken of their potential to have a child. Once the prospect of conception was within reach, the source of their difficulties became inconsequential. Madame Du was still somewhat incredulous. "Dr. Su, can I truly conceive a child? Once you are properly adjusted, there should be no issue. However, your body is somewhat cold. We shall administer acupuncture once every 7 days and indulge in medicinal baths to expel the chill from your system, ensuring that your delivery is not fraught with difficulty." Madame Du nodded eagerly. "Yes, indeed. I will come without fail." Over the years, she had endured countless hardships in pursuit of a child. She would not hesitate to endure any procedure, If it meant bearing a child, she would gladly roll out the acupuncture board, though she had yet to conceive. The mere prospect of trying was infinitely preferable to despair. After completing the acupuncture for Madame Du and bidding farewell to the Du couple, Yin Luo entered to serve tea to Su Ruojin. Miss, the fire spirit ginseng has yet to receive any bids. Why not simply set a price and sell it directly? It would save so much trouble. This inquiry had been on Yin Luo's mind all morning, and she finally found the opportunity to voice it. Su Ruojin took a sip of tea before responding slowly. What is it that our clinic currently lacks? We have the herbs. We have the physicians. In Yin Luo's eyes, there is no better doctor in the great Chu kingdom than her own miss. Thus, it dawned on her that their clinic was not lacking in anything. My dear miss, please do not keep me in suspense. Do tell. Yin Luo pouted playfully. I suspect what we lack is renown. Just then, Ji Hua entered, carrying a plate of dried apricots. Miss, here are the dried apricots from you Ji just bought. Su Ruojin took one and popped it into her mouth, savoring the perfect balance of sweet and tart, which refreshed her palate, alleviating much of the bustling stress of the opening. She turned to Ji Hua, commending, well done. Yin Luo remained oblivious, her expression one of complete bewilderment. Su Ruojin continued, for a medical clinic to thrive, it must possess a certain renown. If others are unaware of your establishment, how can they seek your services? Oh, miss, I comprehend now. The public auction of the fire spirit ginseng, documented in black and white, will undoubtedly pique the curiosity of many, drawing them in. As more individuals come forth, the clinic's reputation will naturally grow, Yin Luo interjected eagerly. Su Ruojin gazed at Yin Luo with satisfaction. Indeed, you are a teachable soul. Yin Luo chuckled. It is thanks to your excellent guidance. Mississippi Ji Hua then added, the fire spirit ginseng is inherently a rare herb. Commencing the bidding at 5,000 taels of silver is already a bargain. Whether it be reputable medical establishments or affluent merchants, none will overlook this opportunity. They will surely send representatives to place their bids, and with the bidding board updated in real time, it will attract the curious. Furthermore, the method of using code names for the auction ensures that no one knows the identity of the bidders, intensifying their intrigue. Once the auction concludes and the disaster relief funds are donated, I believe that our Ren AI Tang will no longer be a hidden gem in Yinyang City. At this moment, Yin Luo fully grasped the situation and clapped her hands in delight. Miss, you truly are remarkable. The fire spirit ginseng is a precious commodity, and many would prefer to keep their acquisition a secret. Utilizing code names not only safeguards the buyer's privacy, but also elevates the clinic's reputation while fulfilling our charitable duty. It is a win-win scenario. Just then, a young servant entered to report, Sister Ji Hua, someone has come to register for the bidding codes. The three of them exchanged knowing smiles. A visitor had arrived. By the way, Ji Hua, have the medicinal herbs and doctors dispatched to the Qingyang disaster area from the Tianyi Pavilion already set off? Su Ruojin inquired. That Kai Fanzhou continues to provoke the young lady, unaware that when the snow disaster struck Qingyang, she had already arranged for personnel to provide aid. Truly, he underestimates her noble intentions with his petty mindset. That's good. You and Yin Luo keep a close watch on the medical clinic. I will check on Xiao Bao in the backyard. Ji Hua would manage the clinic for the time being under Yin Luo's supervision, as they could handle ordinary patients. Concerned about Xiao Bao, Su Ruojin proceeded to the backyard. Upon arriving, she found Xiao Bao crouched alone in a corner, wielding a small wooden sword, engrossed in drawing something on the ground, indifferent to Yuan Hong's chatter beside him. Su Ruojin gently approached and saw that he had drawn little stick figures on the ground, appearing to engage in combat as they held various objects. Xiao Bao, what are you drawing? Heiress looked up upon seeing Su Ruojin, dropped the wooden sword, and reached out for an embrace. Su Ruojin lifted him into her arms. You've been very well behaved today, Xiao Bao. Are you hungry? Heiress nestled his head into Su Ruojin's neck, barely nodding. Had he not been so close, she might not have noticed his subtle gesture. All right, sister will prepare something for you to eat. Su Ruojin carried Heiress into the house, instructing him to sit and wait while she made her way to the kitchen. Children's digestive systems differ from adults, requiring medicinal dishes for adjustment, a task only Su Ruojin could undertake personally. In the kitchen, she gathered and washed ingredients such as fox nuts, Job's tears, lotus seeds, yam, and stir-fried lentils before placing them in a clay pot with clean water to simmer for 20 minutes. Afterward, she strained the broth, blending part of it with rice to create a nourishing congee for the child. The remaining soup was sweetened with a touch of rock candy water, and infused with a few drops of blue mist fruit extract, which little Bao would drink as water. Su Ruojin carried the prepared nourishing porridge and approached Heiress, saying, "Little Bao, come, sister will feed you." Upon seeing this, Yuan Hong hurried over to take the bowl, exclaiming, "Sister Jean, let me feed him." He felt a pang of sympathy for Sister Jean, who had been busy all morning, wishing to share her burden. However, little Bao reached out and grasped Su Ruojin's hand, gazing up at her. The implication was unmistakable to anyone observing. Su Ruojin smiled gently. "Very well. Sister will feed little Bao." She scooped a spoonful of porridge, blew on it to cool, and little Bao obediently opened his mouth. Before long, the small bowl was empty. Su Ruojin also took a moment to eat something before attending to little Bao's acupuncture. Once the treatment was completed, little Bao had already fallen into a deep slumber. Su Ruojin tucked him in snugly and settled down beside him to rest for a while. At that moment, Yin Luo hurried into the room, saying, "Miss, the wife of the magistrate has arrived," and she said. Upon noticing Su Ruojin with her eyes closed, she quickly lowered her voice. Chapter 46. Zhao Jiao comes knocking. Hearing the commotion, Su Ruojin opened her eyes, sat up from the couch, and fixed her penetrating gaze on Yin Luo, demanding, "What did she say?" "She mentioned that you stole the fire spirit ginseng from the magistrate's residence and demanded that we return it." Zhao Jiao accused her of stealing the fire spirit ginseng from the residence? Huh, this Zhao Jiao truly never learns. Let us go. Zhao Jiao was currently seated in the medical hall with Lin Wanqing, as a maidservant served them tea. Zhao Jiao lifted her teacup, took a sip, and immediately spat it out, exclaiming, "What a wretched clinic. They can't even provide decent tea. What is this abominable concoction? It has a strange taste, surely. They aren't attempting to poison me." Su Ruojin, accompanied by Yin Luo, swiftly emerged from the courtyard. Visiting a clinic naturally entails consuming medicinal tea. This is Dong Zisu tea from the Dali region of the Great Chu Kingdom, known for its cooling and detoxifying properties, as well as its ability to ward off wind and cold. Given the recent chill in the air and the prevalence of wind-cold ailments, all visitors to my clinic are welcome to enjoy a cup to prevent such illnesses. If Madame Lin finds it unpalatable, she need not partake. Someone, please remove the tea. A nearby maid, upon hearing this, promptly snatched the teacup from Zhao Jiao's hands and efficiently cleared away the tea. Upon learning of the tea's preventive qualities against wind cold, Zhao Jiao had initially wished to indulge in a few more sips, but now that it had been taken away, she felt too embarrassed to request its return. Her complexion alternating between shades of anger and embarrassment, Zhao Jiao gazed at the woman before her, adorned in a pale purple silk gown embroidered with golden threads. Her hair elegantly pinned with a gilded cloud-patterned hairpin. She was no longer the marginalized wild girl relegated to the Lin family's back courtyard. How could this wild girl, having been away from the Lin residence for merely a few days, undergo such a remarkable transformation? Yet, that hairpin still seemed rather meager. She could afford only one, proving that a mountain chicken could never become a phoenix. With this thought, Zhao Jiao felt a sense of comfort. Previously, when Kai Fanzhou visited the Lin residence and informed Zhao Jiao that Su Ruojin intended to sell a 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng, Zhao Jiao, despite her seclusion within the inner chambers, was aware of the rarity of such a treasure, let alone one aged for 5 centuries. Su Ruojin, a destitute girl, could hardly possess such expensive items. Zhao Jiao could only surmise one possibility. That old wretch must have secretly hidden them away for this wretched girl. It was likely not just the fire spirit ginseng. There must be other treasures bestowed upon Su Ruojin. Otherwise, how could she afford a medical clinic and don such fine garments? Zhao Jiao recalled that Lin Zhengshan once mentioned that the matriarch of the Lin family was also born into a wealthy merchant family, yet severed ties with her kin to marry her father-in-law. If that were the case, it would not be surprising for the old matriarch to possess some valuable items. This old wretch had concealed these treasures so well during her time with the Lin family that no one had discovered them. Nevertheless, since she belonged to the Lin family, these treasures should rightfully belong to Qing heir and Yang heir. Why should Su Ruojin, this base offspring, benefit from them? Uncertain if it was Lady Lin or Miss Lin who was unwell, Zhao Jiao was perplexed as to why they rushed to their humble clinic. In light of their acquaintance, Su Ruojin assured, "I shall have Yin Luo examine your pulses thoroughly." Su Ruojin sat down and spoke calmly. Zhao Jiao, enraged, retorted, "Su Ruojin, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is ill? You are the one who is sick." This wretched girl was cursing her and Qing heir. Furthermore, if they were indeed unwell, They would naturally seek the esteemed physician Kai for treatment, rather than visiting this meager clinic. Oh, Su Ruojin remained unperturbed, sipping her Dongzi Su tea before continuing. Since you are not ill, might I inquire what brings Lady Lin to our clinic? Su Ruojin, do not feign ignorance. Hand over the fire spirit ginseng immediately, for it belongs to the Lin family. Zhao Jiao was incensed by Su Ruojin's calm demeanor. How dare a thief present herself as innocent before her? Madam Lin, when did the fire spirit ginseng become yours? Su Ruojin, unfazed, gazed at Zhao Jiao with a tranquil expression. Zhao Jiao found herself momentarily captivated by the calm, yet profound fury emanating from Su Ruojin's eyes. Although her tone was devoid of anger, Zhao Jiao could perceive an underlying wrath that threatened to engulf her if she were not cautious. Stammering, she replied, "You." Lin Wanqing, observing the unfolding scene, gently interjected, "Sister, Miss Su, this fire spirit ginseng should belong to my grandmother, correct? You are no longer the young lady of the Lin family, and ought to return our grandmother's possessions to the Lin estate." As Lin Wanqing beheld Su Ruojin's increasingly exquisite visage, a flicker of jealousy crossed her gaze. This impudent girl, she thought, surely would endure the harshness of her parents in Shirley Village after being cast out of the Lin residence. That couple had been meticulously chosen by her, and they had already driven 3 daughters-in-law to despair. Such thoughts only deepened Lin Wanqing's contempt for the old matriarch. Despite being her own grandmother, she had turned against her family to assist an unknown wretch. It was evident that the old matriarch had secretly funded this impudent girl's medical studies behind the Lin family's back. Zhao Jiao and Lin Wanqing had not considered that following the death of Lin Laoi, the old matriarch had single-handedly raised Lin Zhongshan and likely had little money left. Su Ruojin let out a disdainful laugh. "Miss Lin, may I inquire where you acquired the notion that the fire spirit ginseng was a gift from my grandmother? Even if it were, what of it? It is my grandmother's property, and she may bestow it upon whomever she wishes. Who has the right to interfere?" She dedicated it to the regent, convinced that it would surely win his favor. The fire spirit ginseng was a prize she was determined to possess. Lin Wanqing declared, "Miss Su, my grandmother belongs to the Lin family. Her belongings should naturally be passed down to her own legitimate grandchildren. Given her advanced age, I fear she may be deceived by those with ulterior motives." Zhao Jiao feigned a demeanor of magnanimity. "Su Ruojin, you have resided in the Lin household for many years. I offer you a chance. If you hand over the fire spirit ginseng now, I shall overlook your transgressions and spare your life. Be aware that deceiving one with an item valued at nearly 10,000 taels of silver is no trivial matter." Su Ruojin rose. "Madam Lin, you are free to report my alleged fraud to the authorities. I, Su Ruojin, am prepared to defend myself in court at any time. However, I must kindly remind you that the crime of false accusation carries its own severe consequences." Yin Luo, without hesitation, approached Zhao Jiao. "Madam Lin, Miss Lin, please." Zhao Jiao seethed with anger. As the wife of a magistrate, she was accustomed to receiving respect in Yin Yang and had never encountered being dismissed. "Su Ruojin, stop right there." But Su Ruojin paid her no mind, continuing her steps unimpeded towards the back courtyard. Lin Wanqing clenched the handkerchief tightly, casting a venomous glare at Su Ruojin's vanishing figure. "Mother, let us seek father. I cannot believe that Lin Zhongshan would remain indifferent upon hearing of the 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng. As long as the ginseng belongs to the old matriarch of the Lin family, it matters not whether she willingly bestows it upon Su Ruojin." Chapter 47. The Secret Theft. Upon returning to the courtyard, Su Ruojin contemplated for a moment before taking up her pen to compose a letter, which she handed to Yin Luo. "Deliver this to the Merchant Alliance." "Yes." Mississippi Yin Luo accepted the letter and exited. Su Ruojin gazed tenderly at the still slumbering Xiaobao, gently smoothing his hair, a soft smile gracing her features. Zhao Jiao's prompt arrival was undoubtedly orchestrated by Kai Fanzhou. She had been preoccupied with matters at the medical clinic and had little time to attend to affairs concerning the Kai family. Since they had taken the initiative to remind her, it would be remiss not to acknowledge their expectations. Su Yiting regarded the letter in his hand, which commanded the cessation of all business dealings with the Yin Yang Kai family. The letter bore the seal of the Dark Alliance. Naturally, Su Yiting would not decline such a modest request from the Dark Alliance, especially since it aligned with his own intentions. After Zhao Jiao and Lin Wanqing left the medical clinic, they noticed a throng gathered before the auction board outside. The innovative method of sale piqued everyone's curiosity as they observed the bidding for the fire spirit ginseng. which had already begun attracting offers. The bidders, all literate servants from various families, eagerly speculated about the identities behind the code names, reveling in the excitement. Zhao Jiao cast a disgruntled glance. Come, let us see how long she can bask in her triumph. Lin Zhengshan, having just concluded his official duties, was momentarily perplexed by Zhao Jiao's words. Madam, what are you referring to? What is this fire spirit ginseng? Once Zhao Jiao elucidated the situation, Lin Zhengshan remained silent, slowly sipping his tea. This only heightened Zhao Jiao's anxiety. Oh dear, my lord, what shall we do? Speak up. If the 3 days pass and that young girl manages to sell the fire spirit ginseng, it will become quite troublesome. Zhao Jiao is not naive. Those who can afford several thousand taels of silver to purchase fire spirit ginseng are certainly not from ordinary families, and it is uncertain whether they are within the reach of our prefectural office. Lin Zhengshan set down his teacup and pondered for a moment. My lady, I have never heard my mother mention possessing any fire spirit ginseng. What if it does not belong to her at all? Before Lin Zhengshan could finish his thought, Zhao Jiao interjected. Oh, my lord, how can one be wise throughout their life, yet momentarily foolish? I distinctly remember you mentioning that your mother's family was once affluent. It would not be surprising for a wealthy family to possess fire spirit ginseng. Moreover, what about Su Ruojin? Others may be unaware, but surely you understand her situation? How could such a young girl possess such a rare item? Lin Zhengshan considered her words and realized the truth in them. He had not anticipated his mother to keep such secrets. Very well, I shall speak with her about it. We cannot let this matter escalate to the court. I cannot afford to tarnish my official reputation over a single piece of fire spirit ginseng. Madame Lin cast a cold gaze upon the illegitimate son she had raised, her heart unperturbed. It had long since perished when she was relegated to the side courtyard. Mother, you are indeed a member of the Lin family. One's family cannot turn against one another. Even if not for my sake, consider Wanqing and Xiang. They are your legitimate grandsons. Surely, the fire spirit ginseng should be reserved for them. Lin Zhengshan implored earnestly. Madame Lin scoffed disdainfully. Lin Zhengshan, I cannot assume the role of your children's grandmother. I have stated before that this old woman is unworthy of such a precious item as fire spirit ginseng. It was bestowed upon her by her master, and I have no right to interfere. Lin Zhengshan, undeterred, inquired, Can you tell me who Xiaojin's master is? Yuan Hong immediately brandished a broom, positioning himself before Lin Zhengshan. As Lin Zhengshan attempted to speak further, Yuan Hong swung the broom at him. Startled, Lin Zhengshan hastily fled, calling out, Mother, please reconsider. We are family. Su Ruojin observed this scene from a distance, remaining silent. Lin Zhengshan had been raised by the matriarch of the Lin family, and she was uncertain how much affection the matriarch held for this nominal son. She was unwilling and unable to interfere. The decision lay solely with the matriarch. After Lin Zhengshan departed, Su Ruojin entered the matriarch's chamber. Grandmother, she addressed her. Upon seeing Su Ruojin, the matriarch's face brightened with a smile. Xiaojin, are you not busy with your tasks? It's nothing. Yin Luo and Ji Hua are keeping watch. I came to see you, grandmother. The matriarch, well aware, understood that Xiaojin was concerned about her emotional well-being upon encountering Lin Zhengshan and had come to offer comfort. Warmth spread through her heart. Xiaojin, I know you are a person of great capability, but do not let me be a burden to you. Rest assured, I am no longer connected to the Lin family. Regrettably, Lin Jingyi had passed away, and she was unable to sever ties with the Lin surname. Seeing that the matriarch's spirits were not significantly affected, Su Ruojin felt relieved. Grandmother would never be a burden to me. I am counting on your support. Otherwise, I could hardly manage alone. Therefore, please take good care of your health. I cannot do without you. Madame Lin chuckled and said, Very well, very well. Grandmother will certainly take good care of her health, as I will need her assistance in caring for my little Jiner in the future. Thank you for your help, dear grandmother. In this new life, Su Ruojin had never contemplated marriage or childbirth. She found contentment in living a simple and unadorned existence alongside the old lady and Yuan Hong. As night fell, little Bao was reluctant to part from Su Ruojin, prompting her to invite him to sleep beside her. In the latter half of the night, Su Ruojin abruptly opened her eyes, alerted by faint noises and muffled groans from outside. The sounds were soft and soon faded into silence, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. A smile played at the corners of Su Ruojin's lips as she tucked the blanket around little Bao before drifting back to sleep. With him nearby, the courtyard was as secure as a fortress. Any petty thief daring to target the medical clinic would be courting death. At dawn, Yen Luo came to attend to Su Ruojin and Little Bao, complaining, "Miss, it seems a wild cat entered the courtyard last night and knocked over the herbs that Ji Hua and I had laid out to dry." Su Ruojin's eyes flickered slightly. "A wild cat, you say? Perhaps. I have sent someone to investigate. The clinic is staffed only by the elderly, weak, and women, while the few young servants lack martial skills. Zhang Ren and his companions should have no trouble handling any situation." Lin Zhengshan remarked, "After all, as the prefect, any losses at the clinic would first be reported to me. I can easily suppress any issues that arise. What could a group of frail and defenseless individuals possibly do?" Just then, a panicked servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, it's bad. Master, you must hurry to the Yamen and see." Chapter 48. Has the plan been uncovered? Lin Zhengshan and Zhao Jiao exchanged a glance, a foreboding feeling swelling within them. He hurriedly changed his clothes and made his way to the entrance of the magistrate's office. A crowd had already gathered, murmuring and pointing. There lay 3 men at the entrance, their faces swollen and bruised, their mouths stuffed with cloth, bound together and discarded at the threshold. One of the men gradually opened his swollen eyes and, upon seeing Lin Zhengshan, widened them in alarm, emitting muffled sounds as if pleading for help. Lin Zhengshan was taken aback. Was this not Zhang Ren and his companions, whom he had dispatched? He promptly instructed the constables, "Quickly, bring them inside." Once within the office, Lin Zhengshan led the 3 men to the courtyard and removed the cloth obstructing Zhang Ren's mouth. "My lord, we had just scaled the wall into the back of the medical hall when suddenly we were ambushed by unknown assailants. They knocked us out before we could even discern their faces." Lin Zhengshan stood in shock. Had his plans been uncovered? Yet, he had thoroughly investigated and found that the medical hall had not employed any guards. Who could have attacked Zhang Ren and his companions? However, now that the adversary was on guard, it would be unwise to take further action. Zhao Jiao, growing anxious, exclaimed, "My lord, what shall we do? Are we really going to let the fire spirit ginseng slip through our fingers? That is worth a fortune." Lin Zhengshan was equally troubled. "What more can I do? It is not as if I could simply report Su Ruojin. Ultimately, they possess no evidence against her. The covert operation has already failed. What options remain? Perhaps I should have dealt with her decisively from the start." Meanwhile, the early morning tranquility was shattered as Kai Fanzhou, snugly nestled with his concubine, was roused by the persistent knocking of a servant at the door. "Master, master, the elders have summoned you to the council chamber urgently." Awakened from a serene slumber, Kai Fanzhou felt a twinge of displeasure. These old codgers were relentless, disrupting his rest. Upon arriving at the council chamber, he was met with the furious glare of the eldest clan elder of the Kai family. "Kai Fanzhou, whom have you provoked?" he demanded. Confused, Kai Fanzhou, although the family head, was still subject to the oversight and constraints of the elders. Any actions that jeopardized the family's interests could lead to his dismissal from the position of head. "What is the matter, esteemed elder?" he inquired. "Ah, Kai Fanzhou, you have barely occupied the position of family head for a few days, and already our family's ventures are suffering. We have just received alarming reports from various regions. The Merchant Alliance has officially notified all its affiliated guilds to cease all collaborations with the Kai family. The Merchant Alliance governs the majority of industries in the Great Chu Kingdom. Severing ties with them equates to dismantling our business. While it is true that our family is renowned for its medical heritage, it is unreasonable to expect all descendants to pursue medicine, particularly those from collateral branches, many of whom engage in trade elsewhere. This action by the Merchant Alliance effectively obliterates the livelihoods of a significant portion of the Kai family." Stunned, Kai Fanzhou replied, "Elder, you are aware that my efforts have solely been in the realm of medicine, with no involvement in other commercial enterprises. How can this be attributed to me?" Kai family head, the elder retorted, "Now that you have assumed this role, you are obligated to manage the affairs of the clan. You have 7 days to negotiate with the Merchant Alliance to resolve this issue. Otherwise, you may as well relinquish your position." With that, the elder dismissed himself and the others, leaving Kai Fanzhou to ponder the gravity of the situation. Kai Fanzhou, filled with rage, shattered a teacup. These old rascals merely subsist on idle gossip, shifting blame onto him whenever trouble arises. How could he possibly fathom the reasons behind the cessation of cooperation between the business alliance and the Kai family? Suddenly, a thought struck him. General Su. Could it be that his failure to attend to the old general's ailments had incited such retaliation from the Su family? Overwhelmed by this notion, Kai Fanzhou slumped into his chair, despair consuming him. What could the Kai family possibly wield against the formidable Su general's household? At that moment, a panicked servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, master, a multitude of officials and soldiers have arrived at the door." Kai Fanzhou's head swam with anxiety. What calamity had now befallen him? He hastily made his way outside. Upon witnessing a line of officials and soldiers at the entrance, his heart sank, yet he forced a smile, inquiring, "Esteemed officials, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" The leading officer, Zhang, cast a glance at Kai Fanzhou and declared, "By the order of the esteemed governor, we have come to apprehend the arsonist, Wang de Dr. Kai. Will you voluntarily surrender him, or shall we proceed to search for him ourselves?" The mention of arsonist Wang De sent beads of sweat trickling down Kai Fanzhou's forehead. Hadn't Wang De claimed his actions were flawless? How could the authorities have arrived so swiftly? Zhang jingled the weight of his bag before stowing it away and, glancing around, whispered, "Dr. Kai, some time ago, the storeroom of Renai Hall was set ablaze. This matter is now under the direct investigation of the Deputy Minister of Justice. The officials have been exceedingly busy, but they finally located a watchman who claims to have seen Wang De sneaking through the back of the medical hall on the night of the fire, tossing something inside." Indeed, it was that incident. How could the burning of a small medical storehouse possibly attract the attention of the Deputy Minister of Justice? Kai Fanzhou found himself utterly perplexed. "Well, Dr. Kai, for the sake of our acquaintance, you should voluntarily hand over the person in question. Otherwise, my brothers will have to enter and apprehend him, and your clinic may face dire consequences." The meaning of Zhang's words was abundantly clear. Kai Fanzhou quickly nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Constable Zhang. I shall go and bring him out at once." Hastily, Kai Fanzhou entered the clinic and located Wang De, who was hiding in the firewood shed. Wang De, in a state of desperation, kowtowed to Kai Fanzhou, pleading, "My lord, please save me. My elderly mother and my wife and children depend on me. This is a task you instructed me to undertake." "Silence!" Kai Fanzhou interjected sharply. He could not possibly involve himself in this affair, for the reputation of Jiren Hall was at stake. "Wang De, if you take responsibility for this matter, I will ensure the well-being of your mother, wife, and children. Otherwise, we shall all face ruin. With the power of the Kai family, I can easily extricate myself, but without you, your family will struggle to survive." After a blend of threats and persuasion, Wang De lowered his head and kowtowed once more to Kai Fanzhou. "My lord, I beseech you to take care of my family." "Rest assured," Kai Fanzhou replied, patting Wang De's shoulder, feeling a sense of relief within. Once Wang De was apprehended, whether his family would be cared for was ultimately a matter within Kai Fanzhou's control. Wang De was taken away, accepting all blame for the incident. In the Great Chu Kingdom, arson was severely punished. Fortunately, there were no casualties this time. Wang De was ultimately sentenced to 30 strokes of the rod and exiled to a distant land. Upon learning of the incident, Su Ruojin felt a twinge of surprise. After all, the fire at the Renai Hall storeroom had not resulted in significant losses. Typically, local authorities would not concern themselves with such trivial matters. Yet, to her astonishment, a suspect in the arson had been identified and a verdict rendered with remarkable swiftness. Furthermore, the governor had dispatched enforcers to Shirley Village, apprehending the family responsible for administering poison to General Su, and had uncovered that the entire village was implicated in the heinous act of infanticide, resulting in the banishment of all its inhabitants. Given these developments, it was evident to Su Ruojin that this was the work of General Su. While punishing the wicked is undoubtedly a commendable act, Su Ruojin chose not to dwell on it. Just then, Yin Luo burst into the room with fervor. "Miss, it has arrived, it has arrived." Chapter 49. The arrival of a young man. Su Ruojin set down her pen, inquiring, "What has arrived?" "The second batch of medicinal herbs has come," Yin Luo replied, her excitement palpable. "You mentioned a donation of fire spirit ginseng, but it was included in this second shipment. If any mishap occurred during transit, it would have been troublesome if the ginseng did not arrive on time. Thankfully, it has arrived punctually." A faint smile graced Su Ruojin's lips. "The timing is perfect. Let us go and take a look." At the entrance of the medical hall, a young man, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, was assisting the driver in unloading the goods. Upon noticing Su Ruojin's presence, he hurried over and bowed respectfully. "I greet you, Mississippi. Feng Ying, what brings you here to deliver the goods?" Su Ruojin asked, slightly astonished. Feng Ying was the grandson of the Grand Elder and a protector of the Tianyi Pavilion. It seemed rather unusual for him to be tasked with such a menial errand. "My grandfather was concerned for your safety, so he sent me to ensure your protection," Feng Ying replied, his head bowed, a faint blush adorning his youthful countenance. Yin Luo and Jihua exchanged a glance. It was no secret in the Tianyi pavilion that Feng Ying harbored feelings for the young lady. Yet, alas, while the flowers may be willing, the stream flows indifferently. The young lady appeared completely oblivious to matters of romance, suggesting that the elder was indeed aiding his grandson this time. Su Ruojin felt somewhat helpless. How could she not recognize Feng Ying's intentions? However, as someone who had lived a life anew, facing this 18-year-old youth, she could only regard him as a younger brother, devoid of any other sentiments. Yet, considering the situation with Wang De, Su Ruojin did not oppose Feng Ying's stay. Ensuring her own safety was not an issue. Yet within the courtyard were also old Madame Lin, Yin Luo, Jihua, and other maids and servants, none of whom possessed martial skills. Having some protection would be preferable. However, as more people gathered, the courtyard was nearing its capacity, and it would be necessary to seek out another residence. When Xiao Yanchu received the letter, he was engaged in a game of chess with the heir of the Duke of Anghua, Xinyu. He unfolded the missive delivered by the guard, his brow furrowing slightly. Ah, it seems a young man has arrived. Xinyu felt an abrupt chill in the air and, glancing up at Xiao Yanchu, inquired with confusion, "But has there been turmoil at the borders?" It should not be the case. Those nations had remained as tranquil as a hen under the formidable prowess of this military deity of the Chu kingdom in recent years. With the new year approaching, it was unlikely they would seek trouble without cause. If not for disturbances at the borders, what could possibly warrant such a peculiar situation before him? Xiao Yanchu had been gripping the black piece for quite some time, yet he made no move. It is nothing. The message from Yang states that Ear is well. Finally, Xiao Yanchu placed his piece on the board. Ear is well. That is indeed good news. Indeed, I still harbor some concerns. I shall leave the capital in your hands while I visit Yang to see Ear. As soon as the words left his lips, Xiao Yanchu vanished from sight. Xinyu sighed. Very well. Although Xiao Yanchu has already made all the arrangements, it is merely a matter of overseeing their execution. Yet, I still feel a sense of dissatisfaction. I had no desire to involve myself in such chaotic matters, which is precisely why I consistently declined official positions. Yet here I am, burdened by the relentless demands of the ungrateful Xiao Yinan. At that moment, Mu Jingshan entered. Young Master Shun, where's the prince? Xinyu tossed the white chess piece into the basket. He has gone to Yang to see Heir. 3 days of treatment had elapsed. General Su, after completing his final medicinal bath, felt an unparalleled sense of relief, as if he had not breathed so freely in years. Dr. Su, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. With your remarkable skills, have you ever considered opening a medical clinic in the capital? If you are willing, I shall personally oversee all arrangements. The old general sincerely invited him, knowing that should Su Ruojin decide to establish a clinic in the capital, he would extend his utmost assistance. Grandfather Su, I have grown accustomed to life in Yang and do not wish to relocate to the capital for the time being. Su Ruojin politely declined. Very well. Should you ever wish to come to the capital, please be sure to inform me. The old general felt a twinge of regret, but respected Su Ruojin's decision. After all, the capital was merely a 12-hour journey from Yang. If necessary, he could make several trips. Understood, Grandfather Su. By the way, do remember to take this bottle of pills, one a day. This winter, your old injuries shall no longer trouble you. That is indeed wonderful. General Su, having battled through numerous wars, bears many old wounds that flare up during winter or rainy days, causing him considerable discomfort. Recently, he has been soaking in medicinal baths and receiving acupuncture at Renai Hall, which has alleviated the pain from his old injuries. Su Yunfeng reassured him, Father, Xiao Lu will surely be found. Xiao Lu bears a butterfly birthmark behind his left ear, a secret never disclosed by the Su family. Previously, a young girl from Shirley Village had a similar mark behind her ear, which led the Su family to mistakenly believe they had found Xiao Lu. However, upon careful observation, Su Yunfeng noted that Su Ruojin did not possess the butterfly birthmark, thus she could not possibly be Xiao Lu. The old general fell silent, slowly closing his eyes to rest against the carriage, deeply sighing within. Xiao Lu, will I have the chance to see you again in my lifetime? After seeing off General Su, Su Ruojin devoted herself, beyond her regular consultations, to treating the peculiar condition of Xiao Bao. Whenever Su Ruojin appeared, he would follow closely by her side. Yet, Xiao Bao seemed to understand that Su Ruojin had her own responsibilities. During her consultations at the clinic, he would entertain himself in the room with the Hua Rong Dao puzzle specifically chosen for him. without crying or causing a fuss. Occasionally, Yuan Hong would come to converse with him. Although Xiao Bao ignored Yuan Hong, he did not exhibit the same resistance to the young man's approach as he had in the past. The bidding board at the clinic was incessantly updating with new bid amounts. The current bid had soared to 7,600 taels, with a day remaining until the auction's conclusion. Each day, a crowd gathered before the board to monitor the prices, and at night, there were those who stealthily arrived to inscribe the latest bidding figures. As a result, Ren'ai Hall has become a topic frequently discussed among the common folk of Yanyang during their leisure moments, with everyone speculating about who will ultimately acquire the precious 500-year-old fire spirit ginseng. The ability of a medical establishment to present such a rare herb is indeed a testament to its strength. Gradually, the business at Ren'ai Hall began to flourish. Coupled with the fact that Ren'ai Hall's consultation and medication fees are slightly lower than those of other clinics, an increasing number of patients began to seek treatment there. This prompted a sense of urgency among the other clinics, leading them to approach Kai Fanzhou. Kai, the esteemed physician, Ren'ai Hall is blatantly disregarding the rules. They are causing disruption. Are they attempting to eliminate us through their low prices, leaving only themselves standing supreme? Kai, the esteemed physician, you must devise a strategy. You are the leader of our Yanyang medical establishments. Indeed, Kai, I suggest we directly send someone to teach that young girl a lesson, so she understands the gravity of the situation and behaves accordingly. I have heard that Ren'ai Hall has the backing of a local governor, which complicates matters. What shall we do then? The owners of the various clinics exchanged opinions, while Kai Fanzhou remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Kai, do offer your insight. We cannot possibly be outmaneuvered by a mere young girl, Dr. Li urged anxiously. Kai Fanzhou took a sip of tea and replied leisurely, "What is the rush?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Li's face brightened. "Kai, do you have a brilliant plan?" Kai Fanzhou beckoned a few individuals over and whispered a few words, prompting all to raise their thumbs in approval. "Kai, you are indeed remarkable. A plan intricately woven, as expected of you. Let us see how she responds." After everyone departed, Kai Fanzhou summoned a servant. "Go to the governor's office and request Miss Lin to come here." "Yes, my lord." Before long, Lin Wanqing arrived at the medical clinic and bowed to Kai Fanzhou, saying, "Wanqing pays respects to master." Wanqing. The governor's wife visits Jinming Temple every 15th day of the month to offer incense. Tomorrow marks the 15th. You should also pay a visit to Jinming Temple. Lin Wanqing instantly grasped her master's intentions and eagerly nodded in agreement. "Master, what should I be mindful of?" "The governor's Miss Zhong has been frail since birth and remains unable to walk. I shall now impart to you the ancestral technique of invigorating blood circulation and dispelling blood stasis through acupressure. The application of this knowledge rests in your hands." "Understood, master." A glimmer of delight sparkled in Lin Wanqing's eyes. After having studied under Kai Fanzhou for a considerable time, she had only been taught rudimentary medical principles, followed by incessant memorization of medical texts. Lin Wanqing suspected that her master was largely cautious of her. Yet today, he was willing to teach her the ancestral acupressure techniques of the Kai family, indicating his desire to leverage her connection with the governor's wife. It appeared that Su Ruojin had exerted considerable pressure on Kai Fanzhou. In that moment, Lin Wanqing felt a twinge of gratitude towards Su Ruojin. Were it not for her, Kai Fanzhou might never have revealed his true teachings. In her previous life as an intensive care nurse, she had acquired some acupressure techniques, though she was uncertain how they differed from Kai Fanzhou's methods. During the following time, Kai Fanzhou summoned a maidservant to demonstrate the acupressure technique. With the knowledge she had gathered from her past life, Lin Wanqing found it effortless to learn, mastering it in no time. This took Kai Fanzhou by surprise. He had not anticipated that his young apprentice possessed a modicum of talent. "Excellent. Once you have mastered the basics, I shall instruct you in the art of acupuncture, which will enhance the efficacy of your therapeutic techniques." "Thank you, master. By the way, master, isn't tomorrow the day for the free medical consultation at Jiren Hall? Do they not require my assistance?" Lin Wanqing seemed to have a realization. She had originally planned to volunteer at the clinic during the consultation, allowing others to witness the benevolence of a magistrate's daughter. The consultation merely serves as a practical exercise for the apprentices. Your involvement is unnecessary. You need only attend to the magistrate's wife. Kai Fanzhou replied. As long as Lin Wanqing can successfully win over Su Ruojin and gain the favor of the magistrate's wife, it would mean that the magistrate himself stands firmly with Jiren Hall, ensuring its promising future. It is common knowledge that the magistrate cherishes his wife dearly. Securing the magistrate's wife is tantamount to securing the magistrate himself. Indeed, master. Lin Wanqing's eyes glimmered with determination. She was resolute in her pursuit of the magistrate's wife. On the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, light snow began to fall in Yinyang. Before dawn, Madame Zhong rose from her slumber. Zhongli, filled with concern, remarked, "Madam, it is snowing today, and the roads to the mountain are slippery. Shall we not wait until the weather improves?" Madame Zhong smiled gently. "I have vowed before the Bodhisattva that as long as Jiner remains unwell, I shall visit the temple to light incense on the 1st and 15th of each month without fail." Zhongli understood that he could not dissuade his wife and reluctantly acquiesced. "You have truly endured much over the years. Please dress warmly and ensure the servants take good care of you." "Rest assured, I shall be fine," she assured him. Madame Zhong had tidied everything up and was just about to board the carriage when concubine Shen approached, reaching out to offer her assistance. "Madam, the weather is cold and the road slippery. Allow me to accompany you on this pilgrimage." Madame Zhong cast a fleeting glance at her, evading concubine Shen's outstretched hand. "I cannot trouble you, concubine Shen." With that, she turned and ascended into the carriage. 13 years had passed, 13 long years during which Madame Zhong had never bestowed upon her a single glance. Ever since that fateful night when the master had returned home inebriated, he had never set foot in her fragrant quarters again. On the surface, she was merely the governor's concubine. Yet a concubine devoid of favor was susceptible to the whims of anyone in the household who could truly fathom her suffering. All of this was the fault of Yuan Shuqin. Had she not monopolized the master's affections and spoken ill of her, she would not have endured the neglect for over a decade. Inside the carriage, Madame Zhong's personal maid, Ying Chun, regarded her with disdain. "Madam, please do not think me impertinent, but if I may speak freely, your kindness is misplaced." Wen Song Dong, taking advantage of your postnatal weakness, crawled into the master's bed. You should have dealt with her severely. Instead, your compassion elevated her to the status of concubine. Madame Zhong smiled faintly. "Song Dong has always been my maidservant, having grown up alongside me. Though she has acted unjustly, I cannot condemn her to death for it." Ying Chun handed Madame Zhong a steaming hot water bottle. "It is fortunate for Song Dong to have encountered a mistress like you. In any other household, she would have been sold off or worse, had she not been dealt a fatal blow. At least the master has treated you well over the years, never once visiting that seductive woman's quarters. What use is a concubine without favor?" Madame Zhong gazed down at the Buddhist beads adorning her wrist and sighed. "I seek nothing for myself now. My only wish is for Jiner to recover. Both the madam and the master are truly benevolent souls. The Bodhisattva will surely perceive her sincerity, and the young lady's ailment shall be cured. One can only hope." Madame Zhong lifted the curtain of the carriage, allowing the gentle flurries of snow, accompanied by the biting cold wind, to enter. Ying Chun shivered, hastily lowering the curtain. "Madam, be cautious not to catch a chill. Master will surely worry." Jinming Temple lies just beyond the outskirts of Yinyang City, and the carriage ride took an hour. However, due to the slippery path, the coachman dared not hasten, taking an hour and a half to arrive. With Ying Chuan's assistance, Madame Zhong descended the carriage, only to find another carriage waiting at the entrance. "Oh, is that not the carriage of the prefect's residence?" she mused. "Madame Lin has come to pay her respects today as well." Ying Chun, with her keen eyes, immediately recognized the carriage belonging to the prefect's household. Upon seeing Madame Zhong alight, the curtain of the prefect's carriage was drawn back, revealing a youthful lady clad in a delicate pink blouse, who gracefully approached Madame Zhong and offered a respectful bow. Wanqing pays her respects to Madame Zhong. This was Madame Zhong's first encounter with Lin Wanqing, leaving her somewhat bewildered. "And you are?" "My father is Lin Zhongshan," Lin Wanqing gently replied. "Oh, so you are Miss Lin. Your father and my husband were colleagues. There is no need for such formality. Have you come to pay homage today as well?" "Indeed. If Miss Lin does not mind, let us ascend the mountain together," Madame Zhong graciously invited. "Of course, Madame Zhong. The path is treacherous. Allow me to assist you," Lin Wanqing said sweetly as she stepped forward to lend her support to Madame Zhong. Throughout the journey, Lin Wanqing deliberately sought topics of conversation to engage with Madame Zhong, and their dialogue was quite pleasant. After an arduous climb of 500 steps, they finally reached the entrance of the temple. Madame Zhong, already frail, was left breathless and weary from the ascent. Ying Chun hurried over to assist, offering her support alongside Lin Wanqing. "Madam, please enter the temple and rest for a while." Acknowledging her own fatigue, Madame Zhong nodded. allowing the two to help her into the temple's side room for respite. Once in the room, Lin Wanqing quickly approached to massage Madame Zhong's legs. "Madam, I have studied under physician Kai and learned a traditional massage technique from my master. Allow me to alleviate your discomfort. In Chapter 51, would you care to accompany me?" Lin Wanqing practiced the techniques taught by Kai Fazhou diligently. Yet she discreetly incorporated rehabilitation methods she had learned in her previous life. After the session, Madame Zhong genuinely felt relief in her legs. "I had no idea Miss Lin possessed such skills." Lin Wanqing graciously responded, "It is truly thanks to my master's teachings." He mentioned that this technique, when applied consistently, can invigorate the blood and alleviate stagnation, promoting flexibility in the legs. Upon hearing the mention of increased leg flexibility, Madame Zhong's eyes flickered momentarily, yet she refrained from commenting. At that moment, a young monk arrived to inform them that preparations were complete, and Madame Zhong could proceed to offer her incense. Ingchun assisted Madame Zhong to her feet as they made their way to the main hall. Accepting the 3 incense sticks handed to her by the abbot, Madame Zhong knelt reverently, whispering her wish. "I humbly pray for my son's health to be restored. If my wish is fulfilled, I shall return to reconstruct his golden form." Lin Wanqing knelt alongside Madame Zhong in reverence. After Madame Zhong had urged Ingchun to donate for incense, she settled beside her to listen to the sermon, a look of piety adorning her face. Lin Wanqing, her legs growing numb from the prolonged position, dared not shift uneasily, but instead gritted her teeth in quiet endurance. After a moment's contemplation, Madame Zhong decided that since they were both women, there was no cause for discomfort, and thus nodded in agreement. "Then I shall rely on Miss Lin. It is my honor to alleviate the madam's concerns," Lin Wanqing replied with grace. Previously, Dr. Kai had visited the manor, yet due to the constraints of gender propriety, he could not frequently attend to Jeaner. Now, with Lin Wanqing present, such barriers were rendered moot. After bidding farewell to Madame Zhong, Lin Wanqing hurried to Jiren Hall to convey the news to Kai Fazhou. His delight was palpable. "Excellent, excellent. It is indeed commendable that you are so capable. From now on, whenever you find the time, do come to me. I shall impart the art of acupuncture to you." "Thank you, master," she expressed gratefully. Upon exiting, Lin Wanqing observed a throng of individuals queued at the clinic. "Master, you truly are a benevolent soul." The charitable consultations on the 15th of each month have aided countless impoverished citizens of Yinyang. Kai Fazhou beamed with pride. A healer's heart is rooted in compassion. One ought to contribute to the welfare of the people of Yinyang. At that moment, a commotion arose from the crowd as a woman, cradling an infant, knelt at the clinic's entrance. "Doctor, I implore you, please provide medicine for my child. Time is of the essence, and I promise to repay the cost." Several attendants rushed forth, pulling the woman aside. "Away with you. Our clinic has already offered free consultation for your son. Do not be ungrateful." The woman clutched her infant tightly, struggling against the obstruction of the attendant, repeatedly bowing her head in desperation. "I implore you, just grant me a prescription, merely one, to bring down my child's fever. If it persists, my child may suffer irreversible harm." Among the crowd, some could not bear to witness her plight and spoke up. "She appears so pitiful. Perhaps we could offer her a prescription." The attendant cast a disdainful glance at the onlookers and retorted harshly. "The medicine to treat her child costs 1 tael of silver per prescription. If you pity her, then you should be the one to pay." For ordinary families, 1 tael of silver was no trifling sum. Although they wished to assist, they found themselves powerless, feeling sympathy but unable to contribute. "Madam, the doctor who just examined your child charges 1 tael of silver for his services, yet today he is waiving the fee, effectively giving you a tael of silver for free. However, we cannot simply give away the medicinal ingredients. If that were the case, this establishment would not be a clinic but rather a charity house. I advise you to find a solution swiftly," a well-meaning attendant advised. Due to its renowned reputation, Jiren Hall's consultation fees were not inexpensive. During its monthly free consultation days, it attracted numerous citizens seeking medical care. They would either obtain the doctor's prescription to have their medicines prepared at Jiren Hall or at other pharmacies. Many preferred the convenience of having their prescriptions filled at Jiren Hall. With no other options, the woman reluctantly rose, clutching her prescription as she sought her fortune at various pharmacies. To her dismay, she discovered that even the most affordable preparation of her prescription would cost 500 won, a sum far beyond her means. Gazing at the child in her arms, who had grown too weak to cry, the woman resorted to tearing her garment. beseeching a passing scholar to inscribe a note declaring her willingness to sell herself for medicine. She was prepared to sign a death contract, enslaving herself in exchange for her son's medication. In the Great Chu Kingdom, once one entered the status of slavery, they became akin to mere commodities, their lives and deaths dictated by the buyer, with the child inevitably following suit into servitude. A boy who became a slave would forever be barred from education or official service, and even if he achieved great military feats, promotion would remain out of reach. A girl, on the other hand, would find herself relegated to the roles of maid or concubine, or worse, sold into a brothel. Even those of humble origin, despite initial hardships, held the potential for redemption. Men could pursue studies or military exploits to bring honor to their families, while women might marry into modest wealth and become matriarchs. Yet for those shackled by slavery, their fates were irrevocable. In the face of mortality, the prospect of servitude seemed trivial. Thus, the woman knelt by the roadside, cradling her child, bending her body to shield him from the falling snowflakes. Lin Ruojin, observing this scene with a detached gaze, felt no stirrings of emotion. In her previous life, she had witnessed countless families, unable to afford medical expenses, forced to sign letters relinquishing treatment for their loved ones. To her, the impoverished were simply meant to be culled. She climbed aboard her carriage, passing slowly by the woman, her mind preoccupied with strategies to win the favor of Miss Zhong the following day. Lin Ruojin was acutely aware that despite her rebirth, she was not omnipotent. She must rely on every available connection to ascend higher. As her carriage rolled past, the woman sensed someone standing before her. A look of astonishment on her face. Could it be that someone wished to purchase her? When she raised her head and saw that the person before her was merely a 10-year-old boy, her eyes brimmed with disappointment, and she lowered her gaze once more. Yuan Hong carefully examined the words inscribed on the tattered cloth before the woman and then glanced at the infant cradled in her arms. Old Madame Lin had always told him that there are many unfortunate souls in this world, and if one encounters them, they should do their utmost to offer assistance. Yuan Hong spoke up. My sister can attend to your child's ailments. Are you willing to accompany me? The woman was taken aback, lifting her head. Is that true? Yuan Hong nodded. In his eyes, Sister Jean was omnipotent, capable of curing any illness in existence. Someone nearby recognized Yuan Hong. Isn't this the younger brother of Dr. Su from Renai Hall? Young lady, you should agree to him. Dr. Su's medical skills are no less than those of the physicians at Jiren Hall. Upon hearing this, the woman was overwhelmed with joy and tears streamed down her face. I am willing. I am willing. Thank you, young master. The child was on the brink of death, and at this moment, when someone extended a helping hand, she felt she had no right to refuse. Among the onlookers, there were also well-meaning individuals who followed them to Renai Hall. Chapter 52. First, awaken the child upon arriving at Renai Hall. Su Ruojin happened to be in the front hall. Yuan Hong brought the woman before Su Ruojin and briefly explained the situation. Sister Jean, she looks so pitiful. Please help her. Many of those who had followed also felt compassion and joined in pleading. Dr. Su, please take a look at her. The woman knelt before Su Ruojin, cradling her child. Esteemed doctor, I implore you to save my child. I will find a way to repay your medical fees. Yin Luo gazed at the woman with a heart full of compassion. Just as she intended to guide her into the inner chamber, she was halted by Su Ruojin's voice. Wait. Yin Luo paused, puzzled by Su Ruojin's demeanor. Observing the woman's state, it was evident that the child was gravely ill. Why was the young lady not in a hurry? The woman, in desperation, cried out, Doctor, I beseech you. If you can save my child, I will toil like a beast of burden. Su Ruojin gestured for Yin Luo to assist the woman, then spoke. If you truly face hardship, our Ren Ai Tang will not stand idly by. We shall not charge a single coin for consultation or medicine. However, first, you must rouse the child and let him make a sound. The woman was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a request from Su Ruojin. Doctor, my child has fainted from illness. There is no way to wake him. I implore you, please examine him quickly. The bystanders exchanged glances, puzzled by Su Ruojin's insistence. The child was already unconscious. Why demand that he be awakened? Wouldn't it complicate the diagnosis if he cried and fussed upon waking? Some murmured doubts about Su Ruojin's motives. Surely, she was not the type to refuse treatment without cause. Others scoffed, suggesting that she was merely tormenting the child. If she did not wish to treat him, why not state it plainly instead of putting the child through such distress? Yet, Su Ruojin remained resolute. Unless you awaken the child, I shall not proceed with the examination. The woman, now frantic, cried out, "He is in a deep coma. How can I possibly wake him? Doctor, I beg you, please attend to my child." Upon finishing her words, the woman rushed towards the consultation room, clutching her child. Jihua stepped forward to intercept her. "Madam, if you could elicit even a faint sound from the child, it would aid us in discerning his condition, would it not?" Jihua was perplexed by Su Ruojin's intentions, yet she understood that her mistress must have her reasons, and thus she complied. Her mistress had never erred in judgment. The woman's expression began to falter, and Jihua, standing close by, sensed something amiss. The onlookers, having heard Jihua's reasoning, concurred and urged her on. "Madam, please awaken the child for a moment. Indeed, a child's cries would facilitate proper diagnosis. Hurry, I can hardly bear to watch her plight. Dr. Su has graciously agreed to offer his services without charge, so why the hesitation?" As the woman's face grew increasingly ashen, her eyes darted, and she erupted into a heart-wrenching wail. "Dr. Su, if you do not wish to save him, just say so. Why must you torment my poor child? Who will come to his rescue?" Her cries were so poignant that they moved many to tears. "I, too, am a mother and cannot bear to witness such suffering. How pitiful. Dr. Su, please take a look at the child." However, Su Ruojin's countenance grew ever colder, her voice laced with unassailable authority. "Awaken the child." Yin Luo recognized the signs of her mistress's rising ire and hurried over to take the child from the woman. "Madam, allow me to take the child. I will rouse him." The woman hastily stepped back, her voice laden with tension. "Do not touch my child." Su Ruojin scoffed. "If you do not entrust the child to us, how can we look after him?" The woman clutched the child tightly, murmuring, "It's cold outside. I fear for my child's safety. Once we are inside, I shall surely hand him over to you." At that moment, others began to sense the unsettling atmosphere. Why was this woman behaving so? The doctor requested to hold the child, yet she refused, making it impossible for the physician to examine him. "Madam, please allow the doctor to take the child. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Perhaps a mother's worry has clouded her judgment." The woman began to sweat, yet she remained steadfast. "Doctor, please let me and my child into the examination room. I will give him to you once we are inside." Su Ruojin let out a cold laugh, tired of the charade. "If I am not mistaken, you are cradling a lifeless child." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The woman was taken aback for a moment before collapsing onto the ground, wailing, "How can you be so cruel, you wicked girl? How can someone like you be a doctor? Everyone, come and judge for yourselves. The doctor of Renai Hall is heartless, refusing to treat my child and cursing him to death. Oh, my poor child. Without you, I cannot go on living. In Luo, go and take her child. Let us see the truth before everyone here. If we have wronged you, Renai Hall shall compensate you with 1,000 taels," Su Ruojin declared. "Do not approach. I refuse to seek treatment at your unscrupulous clinic." The woman was in a state of panic, clutching her child and refusing to allow Yin Luo to take him. Unperturbed, Yin Luo forcefully seized the child and, before the gathered crowd, unveiled the cloth covering the infant. What lay beneath was a lifeless baby, its face mottled with bruises, lips pale and devoid of breath. Alas, it was indeed a deceased infant. Could it be that the child had only recently passed? Why would she bring a dead child in search of medical aid? Perhaps the child's demise had driven the mother to madness. "Oh, my child, what has happened to you? My child, you have killed my baby. Everyone, come and see. Renai Hall has taken my child's life." The woman's cries grew increasingly frantic, drawing a crowd that swelled at the entrance of the clinic. "Such nonsense. When I brought your child in, he was already deceased." Yin Luo had never encountered such a shameless woman, and her anger boiled over. It dawned on Yin Luo why the young lady had insisted that this woman awaken the child. Had the woman been allowed to bring the child into the consultation room, she could have easily accused Renai Hall of causing the infant's death, for inside the room were only the lady and the patient, with no witnesses to dispel her claims. Now, with the swaddling cloth unveiled before the assembly, the condition of the child was evident for all to see. There was no possibility of shifting blame onto Renai Hall. "Yin Luo, alert the authorities and state that someone has brought a dead infant to extort us at Renai Hall," Su Ruojin stated coldly. "You, a mother, appear somewhat dirty in your hands, yet your face and neck are unblemished, and although your attire is humble, it is clean. How could any mother allow her child's wrapping to be so tattered, old, and filthy?" Upon the reminder from Su Ruojin, everyone began to perceive the discrepancies surrounding the woman. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that something was amiss. She was even adorned with rouge. I found her somewhat familiar, reminiscent of Madame LV from the neighboring village. But how could she possibly possess such a young infant when her own children were already 7 or 8 years old? Was she truly attempting to deceive us? This child appeared to have recently passed away. Could it be that she was responsible for the demise? The truth would be unveiled once the coroner from the authorities arrived to investigate. Upon hearing Su Ruojin's intention to report to the authorities, the woman's countenance shifted dramatically as she seized the child from Yin Luo's arms. "Must you insist on this?" she exclaimed, turning to flee the medical hall. Yin Luo intercepted her, directing her towards the magistrate's office. "Yes, miss." Yin Luo signaled to the servant to restrain the woman and escort her to the officials. Madame LV fell to her knees, pleading, "Dr. Su, spare my life. I was momentarily possessed by folly. I repent and shall never commit such an act again." "From where did the child originate?" Su Ruojin inquired. Chapter 53. The night visit to the medical hall. Su Ruojin surveyed the gathering crowd, her voice resonating clearly. If the citizens of Yinyang are genuinely suffering due to economic hardships and cannot afford medical care or medications, they are welcome to our Renai Hall. If their claims are legitimate, we shall provide diagnosis and medicine free of charge. However, should anyone seek to exploit our benevolence, let this woman serve as a cautionary example. Yin Luo, take her to the authorities. "Yes, miss." This time, regardless of Madame LV's desperate pleas, she was resolutely taken to the magistrate's office by Yin Luo. "Excellent. Oh, how splendid this is. The Jiren Hall offers free consultations, yet does not waive the cost of medicinal materials, while the Renating even exempts the fees for medicine. Truly remarkable. Doctor." Su's noble intentions elicited applause from the onlookers upon hearing Su Ruojin's remarks. Ultimately, Madame L was sentenced to 30 strokes of the rod, and after enduring the punishment, she was left barely alive. Upon returning to her village, her husband's family, unable to bear the shame, cast her aside. Unbeknownst to Madame L, her fleeting greed for petty gains had led to the ruin of her entire life. In the courtroom, she revealed that Dr. Zhang from Mioran Hall had funded her to carry out this deed, yet for reasons unknown, this information was subsequently suppressed. Yin Luo, infuriated, sought to confront Mioran Hall, but was restrained by Su Ruojin, who advised her to remain patient, asserting that Mioran Hall would not escape unscathed. Given that Madame L was willing to engage in such treachery for a meager profit, it was evident that she was no virtuous soul, and she would not simply let this matter rest. Mioran Hall would soon witness the consequences. After enduring her punishment and being cast aside, before she could recover and seek retribution from Dr. Zhang, she fell gravely ill and soon passed away. In her final moments, unable to contain her bitterness, Madame L divulged the entire affair to her brother, urging him to seek vengeance against Dr. Zhang. Following her death, her brother carried her coffin to the entrance of Mioran Hall. Dr. Zhang could have easily denied responsibility, for with Madame L deceased, there was no evidence against him. However, her brother whispered menacingly into Dr. Zhang's ear, warning him that should he attempt to evade accountability, Madame L would haunt him as a ghost, tormenting him each night. That night, unsettling rumors of hauntings spread through Dr. Zhang's household. Given his own sense of guilt and desire to avoid escalating the situation, he ultimately compensated a substantial sum to suppress the matter. Following this incident, Dr. Zhang developed a deep-seated animosity towards Kai Fanzhou, who had orchestrated the scheme. When calamity struck, Kai Fanzhou conveniently distanced himself, leaving Dr. Zhang to bear the brunt of the consequences. Kai Fanzhou had cunningly suggested that Dr. Zhang stage a scene during the charitable consultation at Jiren Hall, ensuring that Su Ruojin would remain unsuspecting. The spot where Madame L knelt was in close proximity to Renai Pavilion, all meticulously planned. Unexpectedly, the sly Su Ruojin did not fall for their trap, denying them the opportunity to extort from Renai Hall. Had it not been for Dr. Zhang's own bribe to the county office, he would have faced repercussions when Madame L implicated him. He cursed the ill-conceived notion put forth by Kai Fanzhou. At the hour of the rat, the auction results for the fire spirit ginseng were announced, fetching a final price of 10,500 taels. Jihua confirmed the bidder's identity, a wealthy merchant with the surname Liu. Jiren Hall had already withdrawn from the bidding once the price reached 9,000 taels. The opposing party dispatched a steward to collect the ginseng, completing the transaction with admirable efficiency. Su Ruojin handed the banknotes to Jihua, instructing her to deliver them to Tianyi Pavilion for the benefit of the disaster-stricken populace of Qingyang, ensuring proper documentation was maintained. Yes, Mississippi. The record-keeping was merely a precaution against any malfeasance by ill-intentioned individuals. Su Ruojin smiled, tucked the blanket around Jihua, and lay down herself. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, Su Ruojin abruptly opened her eyes, clutching 3 silver needles. "Who goes there?" The voice of Feng Ying echoed, followed by the sounds of a struggle outside. Moments later, a muffled grunt from Feng Ying could be heard. "Let me go." Miss Su's righteousness was evident as she unhesitatingly donated 10,000 taels of silver. A male voice broke the silence, and Su Ruojin recognized it as Jiang Qian's. Furrowing her brow, she sheathed her silver needles and opened the door. There stood Feng Ying, caught in Jiang Qian's grip, an expression of fury etched on his face. Upon seeing Su Ruojin, Jiang Qian released Feng Ying, saying, "I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, Miss Su. I happened to pass through Yinyang and, pressed for time, thought to take a glance at her." Rubbing his wrists, Feng Ying approached Su Ruojin, a surge of inexplicable hostility rising within him as he regarded the dashing figure clad in dark attire before him. "Miss, who is he?" he inquired, feeling a sense of indignation. Despite being a guardian of the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion, he had barely exchanged 20 moves with this man. Su Ruojin cast a reassuring glance at Feng Ying before addressing Jiang Qian with a cool demeanor. "Mr. Jiang, visiting the back of the clinic at such an hour may lead one to believe you are a scoundrel pursuing ulterior motives, and thus, we cannot be blamed for our defensive actions." A smirk danced on Jiang Qian's lips, realizing she had just labeled him a rogue. "I assure you, Miss Su, my only intention was to check on Iya during my brief passage through Yin'ang. I hope for your understanding. Iya is already asleep. Are you certain you wish to wake him?" Su Ruojin shot him a sidelong glance. "His sleep has been quite fragile, improving only recently. Should you dare to disturb him, I would not hesitate to drive you out of this clinic. Even if my martial skills are lacking, a touch of poison would suffice." Jiang Qian seemed to sense an undercurrent of lethal intent emanating from Su Ruojin. It was evident that the young lady was incensed. Jiang Qian touched his nose and produced a wooden box, handing it over. "Since Iya has already fallen asleep, let it be. This is a token of appreciation for Miss Su's diligent care of Iya." Su Ruojin accepted the box and opened it, revealing a ruby butterfly hairpin. In this era, rubies were indeed rare treasures, and the gem embedded in the hairpin was translucent and flawless. This exquisite piece was worth a fortune. After speaking, Su Ruojin, filled with resentment, tossed the box back to Jiang Qian and turned to enter her room, shutting the door behind her. Who wouldn't he be aggrieved after being disturbed from slumber in the dead of night? Feng Ying approached Jiang Qian, casting him a disapproving glance. "Young Master Jiang, please. Such a rogue, intruding upon a lady's chamber at night." Was fortunate that the young lady did not retaliate. Jiang Qian said nothing further. He glanced at the firmly closed door and leaped away. Upon seeing his master emerge, Hu Qing, who had been concealed among the trees, could no longer contain his amusement. The formidable war god of the Great Chu had been so unceremoniously expelled. Who could he blame? It was the prince's own folly to venture into someone's backyard at such an hour. It was a miracle he wasn't reported to the authorities. The one he longed to see was so close yet remained unseen, leaving an unsettling feeling in his heart, particularly in light of the intelligence Hu Qing had received regarding a certain young man. Now, a person who could not withstand even 20 moves under his command was hardly a concern. Moreover, the way the young lady gazed at that man was utterly innocent, devoid of any hint of romantic inclination. Hu Qing, ensure the safety of the young master and Miss Su. After giving his instructions, Xiao Yanchu swiftly mounted his horse and sped away. Chapter 54. Into the water the following day. Su Ruojin anticipated that Jiang Qianan would visit the medical clinic early to inquire about Iya. However, it was merely Hu Qing who arrived to inform her that young Master Jiang had urgent matters to attend to and had departed from Yin'ang overnight, promising to visit the young master at a later time. It appeared that Jiang Qianan was indeed pressed for time, which indicated his genuine concern for Iya. With this thought, Su Ruojin felt her irritation dissipate significantly. The weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly, prompting Su Ruojin to take the opportunity to take the little treasure out for a stroll. It would be beneficial for the child, who had been bedridden, to experience the outside world, aiding in his recovery. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong clamored to join them. Ultimately, Su Ruojin decided to have Yen Luo and Ji Hua manage the shop, while taking the elderly Lady Lin along, and the four of them set out from the clinic. As the new year approached, the streets began to exude a festive atmosphere, with vendors selling lanterns, couplets, firecrackers, fireworks, and various New Year goods, their calls blending into a lively chorus. The little treasure held Su Ruojin's hand tightly, walking closely beside her, while Yuan Hong joyfully dashed from stall to stall, glancing at each one and picking up trinkets to show everyone. "Jinjia, this little tiger lantern is so beautiful," he exclaimed. "Lady, these roasted chestnuts smell delightful. Little treasure, look at this bamboo dragonfly. Isn't it fun?" Upon hearing Yuan Hong's enthusiastic shouts, the little treasure would slightly turn his head to glance at the items in his hands. Yet his expression remained unchanged. Su Ruojin smiled as she pulled out a small pouch and handed it to Yuan Hong, saying, "Choose whatever you like and get something for your brother as well." "All right, thank you, Jinjia." Yuan Hong replied happily, taking the pouch and sprinting toward the various stalls. "Little Bao, this is a little tiger lantern. I have one, and you have one. When night falls, we shall light them up. This is chestnut cake, incredibly delicious. I also bought 2 bamboo dragonflies. Each of us will have one." Yuan Hong continuously handed items to little Bao, who, overwhelmed, unconsciously released his grip on Su Ruojin's hand and cradled the treasures in his arms, his eyes sparkling with delight. In Yinyang City, there flows a river, with a vacant space by its bank where numerous children play. Yuan Hong gently attempted to take little Bao's hand, whispering, "Little Bao, shall I take you over there to fly the bamboo dragonflies?" Little Bao nervously glanced up at Su Ruojin, his large eyes filled with a hint of fear, yet tinged with anticipation. Su Ruojin squatted down, tenderly stroking little Bao's head. "Little Bao, do not be afraid. Go play with brother Yuan Hong. Sister and Grandma Lin will watch over you from here. There is nothing to fear." Little Bao turned to face Yuan Hong, who patiently extended his hand, awaiting little Bao's grasp. Once more, little Bao glanced back at Su Ruojin, encouraged by her reassuring smile. Slowly, he lifted his hand and offered it to Yuan Hong. With joy, Yuan Hong took little Bao's hand, guiding him aside. "Little Bao, flying these bamboo dragonflies is quite simple. Soon, we shall see who can soar the highest." Yuan Hong took small steps, cautious not to outpace little Bao. Observing this scene, Grandma Lin smiled, pleased to see that little Bao was finally warming up to Yuan Hong. Su Ruojin felt a sense of happiness as well. It would indeed be a great pity if such a delightful child were unable to speak throughout his life. "Oh, Xiao Jin," Lady Lin said, pointing to a nearby stall, "there is a silk thread vendor. Let us select some silk threads. The new year is approaching, and I wish to craft new garments for all of you." Although Su Ruojin was reluctant to impose such labor on Lady Lin, she could not resist the elder's insistence. As Lady Lin would often say, it is essential for the children to wear clothing made by their elders, for it allows them to embody the blessings of their forebears. Glancing over, Su Ruojin observed Yuan Hong flying a bamboo dragonfly, while Xiao Bao quietly watched beside him, a faint smile gracing his cherubic face. Thus, she accompanied Lady Lin to the stall. Upon their arrival, the vendor eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Good day, esteemed lady and young miss. Come, behold my exquisite silk threads, freshly transported from Jiangnan. I dare say there are none in Yinyang with such a rich variety of colors as mine." Lady Lin examined the offerings and nodded in approval. "These threads are indeed splendid. Xiao Jin, come, assist your grandmother in selecting some." As the two were engrossed in choosing silk threads, they suddenly heard the piercing cries of a child. "Help! Someone has fallen into the water. Help!" The frantic voice emanated from the direction of Yuan Hong and the others. Su Ruojin hastily set down the silk threads and rushed towards the commotion. A crowd had gathered by the riverbank, pointing and gesturing, while a young attendant was attempting to fish someone out with a pole. And another brave soul had already leapt into the water. There, struggling in the depths, was a child of about 10, floundering in the turbulent waters. In the midst of the crowd, Su Ruojin spotted Yuan Hong, tightly cradling Xiao Bao in his arms, his hair disheveled, eyes red-rimmed as he gazed desperately at the water. Xiao Bao resembled a frightened little creature, curled up against Yuan Hong, trembling uncontrollably. Su Ruojin hurried over and embraced Xiao Bao, who had reddened eyes and buried his head on her shoulder, refusing to look up. She gently patted his back and reassured him, "Do not be afraid, dear brother. I am here." Perhaps due to her comforting words, Xiao Bao's trembling gradually subsided. "What happened, Yuan Hong?" Su Ruojin inquired anxiously. "We were playing with bamboo helicopters when that child came over and snatched ours away, even trampling on Xiao Bao's lantern. I stepped in to stop him, but he pushed me. When he couldn't budge me, he attempted to shove Xiao Bao instead. In my panic, I pushed him back, and he fell into the river. Yuan Hong, having trained in martial arts from a young age, possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary child. Even without employing any combat techniques, it was effortless to push another child into the water. He recalled Su Ruojin's admonition to refrain from resorting to violence easily. Initially, he had not retaliated against the child's aggression, allowing himself to be shoved. However, upon seeing the boy pivot to target Xiaobao, he could not tolerate it. It was one thing to bully him, but absolutely unacceptable to bully Xiaobao. After hearing the account, Su Ruojin grasped the situation. At that moment, the child who had fallen into the river was rescued. Fortunately, the rescue was timely, and he was not in any life-threatening danger. However, the frigid winter waters had left him shivering uncontrollably, his lips turning purple. "We must go," Su Ruojin declared. "Stop." A figure rushed forward, blocking her path. The newcomer had a brutish appearance, exuding an air of menace. "What do you think you're doing? You think you can just walk away after injuring my young master? There is no such thing as an easy escape in this world." Su Ruojin cast a cold glance at the individual before her. "Which family do you belong to?" Luo Biao smirked derisively. "We are from the Yin Yang Zhao family. The governor is my family's brother-in-law." The Zhao family? Wasn't that the maternal family of Zhao Jiao? After arriving at the Lin family, Zhao Jiao had never introduced her to her relatives, and now that Su Ruojin had been expelled from the Lin family, it was unlikely that she would ever be mentioned again as a former adopted daughter. Seeing that Su Ruojin remained silent, Luo Biao assumed she was intimidated and grew more arrogant. "Go, send those two brats to kneel before my young master and apologize. They may only cease when my young master permits it. Furthermore, deliver 1,000 taels of silver to the Zhao residents as compensation. If anything were to happen to my young master, your two little brats shall pay with their lives." Chapter 55. A job well done. The Zhao family cherished Zhao Hongwei immensely. Wherever he went, aside from the servants, they even specially retained Luo Biao, a martial artist, to accompany him. Due to the family's indulgence, Zhao Hongwei had developed a rude and overbearing character from a young age. Coupled with the Zhao family's connection to Governor Lin, few in Yinyang City dared to offend this little tyrant. Moreover, some young ruffians enjoyed trailing behind him, reveling in their shared authority. When Yuan Hong pushed Zhao Hongwei into the water, Luo Wei failed to react in time. He had not anticipated that anyone in Yinyang would dare to lay a hand on his young master. The young ruffians accompanying Zhao Hongwei were struck with fear. Yet none dared to plunge into the water to rescue him, only shouting for help. Fortunately, there were several servants following Zhao Hongwei, who swiftly pulled him to safety. Following such an incident, Luo Wei had to find someone to take responsibility. Otherwise, he would be unable to provide an explanation to the Zhao family. Su Ruojin cast a cold glance at Luo Biao and simply uttered two words: "Step aside." Luo Biao was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate young girl would show no fear of him, daring to command him to move. Doubting his own hearing, he incredulously repeated, "What did you say?" Ignoring him, Su Ruojin circumvented him and proceeded to walk away. Luo Biao seized her arm, exclaiming, "You little wretch, don't overstep your bounds." But before he could finish, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his hand, causing him to collapse to his knees, crying out, "Ah, what have you done to me?" He watched in horror as his right hand transformed from pale to a sickly green, gradually darkening to black. You dare to poison me." Aside from the previous incident with a thief who had infiltrated the medical hall, handled swiftly by his hidden guards, Hu Qing and the others had remained effectively concealed. Earlier, when he observed a child attempting to push the young heir, Hu Qing had been ready to intervene, but unexpectedly, Yuan Hong acted even more swiftly, pushing the child into the water. In that fleeting moment, Hu Qing could only think, "Well done." Yet, it was not yet his turn to act. And now Luo Biao had fallen victim again. Hu Qing began to question whether this Dr. Su truly required his protection. Unfazed by Luo Biao's plight, Su Ruojin continued on her way. "Quick, stop her." Luo Biao shouted to the other servants of the Zhao residence as he bore the pain. Aside from the personal attendant watching over Zhao Hongwei, the other servants rushed forward to encircle Su Ruojin. "Are you certain you wish to impede my progress?" She halted and spoke calmly, her eyes betraying no hint of fear in the face of so many. Luo Biao approached, clutching his right hand, grimacing in pain. "You wretched girl, hurry and give me the antidote, or I'll make you wish you never existed." Su Ruojin raised her eyelids slightly, casting a glance at Luo Biao. It seems the pain isn't severe enough. Despite the fact that the young girl had done nothing, Luo Biao felt an inexplicable pressure bearing down on him. stirring fear within his heart. What do you intend? Hurry and provide me with the antidote. Su Ruojin let out a light laugh. You wish for the antidote? Kneel before these two children and admit your wrongdoings. Only when they are pleased will I consider granting you the antidote. You. Upon hearing her echo his own words, Luo Biao was momentarily taken aback. What? I have shown you mercy by not summoning your young master to kneel before me. You ought to be grateful. Su Ruojin added with a hint of sarcasm. Luo Biao felt as though countless tiny blades were slicing into his arm, each one laced with salt. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, and he struggled to maintain his composure. If the poison within you is not resolved within half an hour, it will spread to your spiritual core, and even the mightiest of deities will be unable to save you. I suggest you cease wasting time and hasten to the physician for the antidote. With that, Su Ruojin strode forward. The servants, sensing Luo Biao's distress, hesitated, unsure if they should continue to obstruct her path. What, do you wish to emulate him? Su Ruojin's gaze swept across them, cold and unyielding. At her words, they instinctively took a step back, parting to allow her passage, watching as she departed. You worthless wretches, why haven't you hastened to escort me? To the medical hall? Luo Biao, in agony, struggled to articulate his words, too preoccupied with preserving his own life to consider stopping Su Ruojin. Zhao Hongwei had also succumbed to a high fever, and the young servants hurriedly transported both men to Jirantang. Zhao Hongwei's ailment was merely a chill-induced fever, and after a few acupuncture sessions by Kai Fanzhou, his temperature began to stabilize. However, despite Kai Fanzhou's extensive efforts to find a remedy for Luo Biao's poison, he had yet to discover an effective solution. Nevertheless, he managed to alleviate a significant portion of the toxins through bloodletting and some conventional antidotes. The discoloration in Luo Biao's arm had subsided, yet his right hand remained grotesquely swollen, double the size of an average man's arm. And any contact sent piercing pain coursing through him. Kai, dear physician, could you possibly devise another remedy? The pain in this hand is unbearable. It is essential for my livelihood. Luo Biao grimaced in agony, while a servant applied medication beside him. As a martial artist, if his right hand were rendered useless, who would employ him? Naturally, Kai Fanzhou could not admit his inability to fully counteract the poison. Luo guard, ailments descend upon us like a mountain, yet they depart as delicately as pulling threads. The poison in your hand has been significantly mitigated, but it has nonetheless inflicted damage upon your tendons and bones. Recovery cannot be instantaneous. With a few days of medication and some ointment, you shall gradually improve. The physician's words left Luo Biao with little room for protest, compelling him to mutter in frustration, "That vile girl is truly malicious. Should I encounter her again, I shall not let her escape." Ouch, be gentle. From Luo Biao's description, Kai Fanzhou had already deduced that the person they encountered today was Su Ruojin. The audacity of Su Ruojin to offend the Zhao family did not escape Kai Fanzhou's notice. He was determined to seize this fortuitous opportunity to make her suffer a little. Luo Guardian, if I am not mistaken, the person you have offended today is none other than Dr. Su Ruojin. Her Renai Hall has been quite the sensation in Yinyang lately. From my perspective, you might as well resign yourself to your misfortune, Kai Fanzhou muttered as he collected the needles. What? She is merely a humble physician. What right does she have to make me suffer? Just wait, I'll show her what I am capable of. Luo Biao's eyes brimmed with resentment. Having served as a guardian for the Zhao family for many years, he was accustomed to receiving a measure of respect in Yinyang, often addressed as Luo Guardian. Little did he expect to be bested by a mere girl today. He could hardly swallow his indignation. Yet, Luo Biao was no fool. He cast a glance at the young master, who had just taken medicine and fallen asleep, and a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. Chapter 56. Destroy her medical hall. Oh, my son. At that moment, anguished cries echoed from the entrance of Jiren Hall. A plump woman, adorned in a dark-patterned silk garment and bedecked with golden hairpins, entered the medical hall accompanied by a throng of maids and servants. Upon seeing Zhao Hongwei, whose face was reddened from the cold and whose head was wrapped in cloth, tears streamed uncontrollably from Madame Zhao's eyes. Zhao Hongwei was her precious darling. She could hardly bear to scold him, let alone strike him. Witnessing her son's plight today, Madame Zhao's heart ached profoundly. Upon awakening, Zhao Hongwei spotted Madame Zhao and immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, "Mother, cough, I was pushed into the water. Mother, you must stand up for me and punish those two little rascals, cough." He had merely been intrigued by their lanterns and bamboo dragonflies, wishing to play with them for a moment. Under ordinary circumstances, he would hardly have cared for such trifles. In Yinyang, there was no reason for Zhao Hongwei to be denied anything he desired. If he found those worthless items appealing, it was their honor. The two little brats should have presented them to him on their knees. Zhao Hongwei completely forgot that it was he who had attempted to push Yuan Hong into the water but had been unable to do so. In a fit of rage, he had aimed to shove the child beside Yuan Hong into the water instead. If he could not move the larger boy, could he not manage the smaller one? To his astonishment, it was he who ended up in the water. Never before had Zhao Hongwei endured such humiliation. He insisted that his mother should submerge those two little rascals in the river for 2 hours. No, for an entire day and night. Who dares to push my son into the water? Who is responsible? Luo Biao, who is it? How could you fail to protect the young master? Upon hearing that someone had pushed her son into the water, Madame Zhao could no longer contain her fury. Luo Biao quickly replied, Madam. It was the two little brats brought by Su Ruojin from Renei Hall. That Su Ruojin even poisoned me to prevent me from rescuing the young master, which led to his fall into the water. Madam, as a mere guard, I can endure this insult, but our young master must not suffer unjustly. Luo Biao deliberately muddled the sequence of events, shifting the blame for his negligence onto that wretched girl. The young master is the lifeblood of the madam. Allowing him to be harmed to such an extent, how could the madam possibly spare that wretched girl? She should merely await the moment when the girl kneels in supplication. Su Ruojin? It was the first time Lady Zhao had heard this name. The surname Su? There are no prominent families bearing that name in Anyang City. It is likely that Su Ruojin hails from a humble background. With this thought, Lady Zhao felt unrestrained. In Anyang City, many were acquainted with Lady Zhao. Upon witnessing her fierce demeanor, they stepped aside. Ji Hua emerged first, casting a cold glance at Lady Zhao. Madam, if you seek medical attention, kindly queue over there. Bah! Do not curse me. Bring out Su Ruojin. If she dares to harm my son, she should not hide like a turtle. If she does not kneel and apologize today, she ought to soak in the river for a day and a night. I will not let this matter rest, Lady Zhao retorted vehemently. Just as Su Ruojin had soothed Xiao Bao and lulled him to sleep, she heard the commotion outside. Gently, she stepped out of her room and closed the door, only to see Feng Ying approaching swiftly. Miss, a lady has come looking for you, claiming that you have harmed her son, Feng Ying hurriedly informed. Upon hearing this, Su Ruojin immediately understood it was Lady Zhao. The Zhao family had long dominated Anyang City, leveraging their connections with Lin Zhizhou. It was evident that it was their son who had bullied Yuan Hong and Xiao Bao, yet they had the audacity to demand an explanation. Remembering how Xiao Bao's little face had turned pale, his body trembling, and even retching in fear, Su Ruojin felt a pang of sorrow. If that were the case, the Zhao family should be expelled from Anyang City. Feng Ying, have the Dark Alliance's contacts in Anyang investigate the Zhao family's affairs with utmost urgency. Yes, miss. The wind shadow turned and exited the door. Su Ruojin stepped out of the medical hall and gazed coldly at Madame Zhao, stating, I have heard you were looking for me. At the entrance of the medical hall, there were 3 steps. Madame Zhao stood at the bottom, while Su Ruojin stood atop. Casting a detached glance that exuded an air of superiority, Madame Zhao felt a wave of pressure wash over her, igniting her anger. Su Ruojin, you allowed your brother to push my son into the river. He is still suffering from a high fever. If you do not provide an explanation, our Zhao family will not let this matter rest. Madame Zhao, why do you not inquire why your son was pushed into the water by my brother? Had he not first trampled on my brother's lantern, attempted to seize their bamboo dragonflies, and even contemplated pushing a 5-year-old child into the river, my brother would not have acted. Is it only permissible for your Zhao family to bully others while denying others the right to defend themselves? Su Ruojin's voice was icy. Unbeknownst to others, Ji Hua and Yin Luo, standing nearby, were acutely aware that the miss was indeed infuriated. They looked at Madame Zhao with a hint of sympathy, for the wrath of the miss was a formidable thing. As a result, that young master remained bedridden, perhaps for the rest of his life. Madame Zhao scoffed. What worth is a broken lantern? You should inquire how many people in Yinyang City are eager to present gifts to my family. Who would covet your worthless lantern? Even if my son did desire it, that would merely be your blessing. Now, take those 2 little brats to our Zhao family and have them bow to my son in apology. Then let them jump into the river and remain submerged. They will only be permitted to rise when my son consents. Miss Su, if you are wise, you should obediently follow Our Lady. Otherwise, creating a ruckus will not be beneficial for you. When the time comes, your medical establishment may no longer operate, and you shall have no one to blame but Our Lady for her lack of mercy. She is currently offering you a chance out of goodwill. The matron standing beside Lady Zhao also chimed in supportively. Su Ruojin slightly curled her lips, seemingly revealing a hint of a smile, as she slowly descended the steps. Approaching Lady Zhao, believing that Su Ruojin was about to apologize, Lady Zhao tilted her head slightly, awaiting a kneeling plea for mercy. In the next moment, a resounding slap struck Lady Zhao's face, causing her cheek to swell instantly. The onlookers were taken aback, unable to comprehend that Su Ruojin would strike. Lady Zhao, momentarily dazed, only realized she had been hit when the fiery pain registered. Following that was a scream. Su Ruojin, how dare you strike me? Calling you a little brat, Lady Zhao? Is this the conduct of the Zhao family? Since no one in the Zhao family has taught you the virtue of propriety, I shall not hesitate to educate you myself. Su Ruojin clapped her hands. Everyone, go ahead, smash her medical establishment. Whoever dares to stop you, beat them. Lady Zhao, clutching her face, her eyes reddened with fury, gritted her teeth and proclaimed, I, Sun Linyang, have never suffered such humiliation in Yinyang City. If I do not demolish the Renai Hall today, I shall no longer be called Sun Linyang. Chapter 57. A flicker of fear at that moment. Lady Zhao craved to demolish the medical establishment and sell Su Ruojin to the lowest brothel, subjecting her to countless humiliations. Furthermore, she intended to sell those two little brats to the Xianggu Pavilion as playthings, believing that would alleviate the resentment she harbored within. Madame Zhao came this time with the intention of instigating trouble, accompanied by a dozen guards. Luo Biao, disregarding his injuries, followed along to witness the commotion. Upon hearing their mistress's orders, the guards naturally surged forward. Over the years, they had engaged in similar confrontations, always ending with their adversaries kneeling and begging for mercy. If matters escalated to the magistrate's office, Lin, the governor, being the brother-in-law of their master, would certainly not allow any harm to befall his kin. Thus, the guards felt no trepidation. Standing at the entrance of the medical hall, Yuan Hong was incensed and prepared to charge forward, intent on confronting them, but was halted by a mere glance from Su Ruojin. He clenched his fists, his eyes reddening as he watched the scene unfold. Su Ruojin's expression remained unchanged as she advanced slightly, prompting Luo Biao to discreetly retreat a few steps. Having suffered defeat at her hands before, he was wary of her expertise with poison and feared falling victim again. It must be said that Luo Biao possessed remarkable foresight. Dealing with such a multitude was not worth Su Ruojin's effort to engage directly. Engaging in physical combat was exhausting and would result in a profuse sweat, whereas employing poison was far more efficient. Should her master discover that she foolishly resorted to fighting under such circumstances, he would likely lecture her incessantly. As her master would put it, when poison could suffice, there was no need for physical confrontation. Then, Madame Zhao witnessed as the guards, who had advanced to encircle Su Ruojin, all collapsed to the ground, clutching their stomachs and frothing at the mouth. Madame Zhao recoiled in horror, trembling as she pointed a shaky finger at Su Ruojin, exclaiming, You dare to use poison. Su Ruojin chuckled lightly. Madame Zhao, it is well known that medicine and poison are but two sides of the same coin. Have you forgotten? I am a physician. What? Should I simply stand idle while others strike at me? Indeed, you should take them to the clinic. There is still a chance for salvation. Delay, however, and the outcome may be dire. Just now, not to mention those guards from the Zhao family. Even he could not discern how Miss Su executed her strike before these guards collapsed. Hu Qing momentarily imagined whether he could evade Miss Su's poison. It appeared that he could not. Thus, Hu Qing resolved to cultivate a harmonious relationship with Miss Su, ensuring that he did not provoke her ire. Otherwise, he might find himself unaware of how he fell victim to poison. Meanwhile, Luo Biao silently rejoiced at his swift evasion. Madame Zhao, in a state of alarm, retreated several paces, fearing that Su Ruojin might target her as well. She hastily produced a handkerchief to cover her face and exclaimed, Su Ruojin, how dare you poison someone in public? You shall pay for this. Madame Zhao had arrived with such arrogance, yet now she departed in utter disarray, drawing laughter from the onlookers. The sound of their mirth turned her face a tumultuous shade of green and white. Soon, a group came to carry away the poison guards. Kai Fanzhou observed as yet another batch of poison guards was delivered from the Zhao residence, feeling quite overwhelmed. Who exactly was this Su Ruojin? Capable of incapacitating so many in the streets simultaneously? In his own case, he would require a more secluded environment to achieve such a feat. Su Ruojin repeatedly challenged Kai Fanzhou's understanding, and for the first time, he felt a flicker of trepidation towards this young girl as he watched the guards wailing in pain. Had he not pushed Zhao Hongwei into the water, none of this would have transpired, and Yuan Hong was engulfed in profound guilt. Su Ruojin gazed at him and inquired, "Yuan Hong, tell me, if you had chosen to retreat today and refrained from striking, well, what would the outcome have been?" Yuan Hong pondered for a moment and said, "They would push both me and Xiao Bao into the river. Falling into the water may not be a significant issue for you. But if Xiao Bao were to fall in this frigid weather, it could very well cost him his life. Your intervention is to protect both yourself and your brother, as well as those you hold dear. What is wrong with that?" Su Ruojin's voice remained calm and composed. "While we should strive to be kind to others, it does not mean we should allow others to trample over us without resistance. Excessive weakness will only embolden the wicked, sometimes. Taking a step back does not lead to broader horizons, but merely allows others to encroach further." Yuan Hong lifted his head, his eyes shining with understanding. "Sister Jean, I comprehend now." Su Ruojin smiled gently. "Thus, you must practice martial arts with greater diligence. Only by becoming formidable can you better protect those we wish to safeguard. Always remember, this world is governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. The malevolent will never be swayed by kindness, and only through strength will they learn to fear." "I understand, Sister Jean. I shall begin my training at once." Yuan Hong dashed towards the courtyard. Yin Luo, somewhat indignant, remarked, "Miss, why do you not allow me to poison that Madame Zhao? Let us see if she dares to be so arrogant thereafter." Just moments ago, she had attempted to make a move, but without her mistress's signal, Yin Luo dared not act recklessly. Do not rush. For some, losing what they cherish most is far more painful than succumbing to poison. Su Ruojin gazed in the direction Madame Zhao had departed. The Zhao family dared to behave so audaciously in broad daylight. Surely, they had committed unspeakable deeds behind the scenes. Given this, she saw no reason not to seize the opportunity to dismantle the Zhao family entirely. Lin Jingshan's monthly salary was modest, and the elderly Lady Lin had exhausted her savings raising him. Later, upon marrying Zhao Jiao, the legitimate daughter of the affluent Zhao family, their household began to experience a measure of comfort. Zhao Jiao's brother, leveraging his connection with Lin Jingshan, managed to expand the family business significantly, sharing a portion of the profits with his sister and brother-in-law. It was these contributions that allowed the Lin family to maintain their current prosperity. Without the Zhao family, would Lin Jingshan and Zhao Jiao still enjoy such a comfortable life? Madame Zhao, having left the medical clinic, made her way directly to the Lin residence. Upon seeing her sister-in-law with the left side of her face swollen and bruised, Zhao Jiao inquired with concern, "Sister-in-law, what happened to your face?" Although her brother had taken numerous concubines, he still respected his legitimate wife, Sun Lingyang, who had borne him a son, making it unlikely that he would resort to violence against her. Thus, it was inconceivable that anyone, let alone in the Zhao household or even in Anyang, would dare to strike Madame Zhao. Fuming with anger, Madame Zhao exclaimed, "Sister, it was that Su Ruojin from the newly opened Renai clinic who hit me. That little girl actually had the audacity to lay hands on me." Zhao Jiao was taken aback and exchanged a glance with Lin Wanqing, who stood beside her. Lin Wanqing offered Madame Zhao a cup of tea, saying, "Aunt, please take a moment to calm down and sip some tea." "What happened with Su Ruojin?" Madame Zhao gulped down the tea in one go and slammed the cup onto the table. "That wretched girl allowed her brother to push Wei'er into the river, and Wei'er is still suffering from a high fever. When I went to her to demand an explanation, she slapped me without hesitation and poisoned all the guards I brought with me. Is there no law left in this land? Is my brother-in-law around? I must inform her that Su Ruojin is heedless of human life and brazenly resorts to poisoning." Zhao Jiao felt a sudden jolt of alarm. When had Su Ruojin learned the art of poison? A wave of trepidation washed over her, and she was relieved to have expelled her from the Lin residence. However, this wretched girl is so malicious that it would not be amiss to seize this opportunity to eliminate her. Zhao Jiao was acutely aware of her nephew's character, and whether the situation was as Zhao Fu Rin described remained uncertain. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Ruojin had once been a foster daughter of the Lin family. Should Lin Jingshan intervene, and if Su Ruojin were indeed at fault, it could be seen as an act of righteousness in the face of familial ties. Yet, if Xiao Hongwei were to bear the blame, and Lin Jingshan were to protect the Zhao family, it would appear as though he were complicit in shielding them. Now that Lin Jingshan's prospects for promotion are bright, Zhao Jiao was unwilling to let him take such a risk. It would be wiser to. Chapter 58. The accusation. With this thought, Zhao Jiao spoke up. Sister-in-law, everyone in Yinyang City is aware of the relationship between the Zhao family and the Lin family. It is not appropriate for your brother-in-law to intervene in this matter. Before Zhao Jiao could finish her sentence, Sun Linyang suddenly raised her voice. Zhao Jiao, Wei Er is your own nephew, the sole male heir of the Zhao family. How can you bear to let him be bullied so unjustly? Over the years, your Lin family has benefited greatly from the Zhao family. Do not be ungrateful. Zhao Jiao felt a surge of indignation rise in her chest as Sun Linyang's words struck her like a blow. Her sister-in-law had always been a thoughtless person. Whenever it came to her son, she transformed into a prickly porcupine, igniting at the slightest provocation, acting and speaking without a moment's contemplation. The words spoken were rather harsh. What is meant by having gained numerous benefits from the Zhao family? If the Zhao family did not have their own master providing support, would they be able to thrive so well in Yinyang? Although Zhao Jiao was filled with anger, she knew she would still need to rely on Madame Zhao to take action, thus suppressing her ire and patiently explaining, Sister-in-law, please do not rush. I have not yet finished my words. That Su Ruojin has poisoned over 10 guards, which is no trivial matter. If we are to make a fuss, let us do so on a grand scale, ensuring she has no room for maneuver. Sun Linyang looked at Zhao Jiao with confusion. What do you suggest we do? As long as the governor intervenes, this matter will no longer be related to our master. When the higher authorities inquire why the magistrate has not taken on this case, it can be claimed it involves family ties, thus avoiding suspicion while also garnering a good reputation. It must be said, Zhao Jiao's strategy was quite astute. Sun Linyang's eyes brightened. Indeed, how had she not considered this angle? She could not help but slap her thigh, exclaiming, Sister, you are clever. I shall write a petition to the governor, accusing her of maliciously poisoning and committing acts of violence. Watching Sun Linyang's departing figure, Lin Wanqing expressed her concerns. Mother, do you truly believe Anna's words? Zhao Jiao took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, the truth is of little consequence. What matters is that we must not miss this opportunity. If your aunt wins the case, she will also be able to deal with that little vixen, Su Ruojin. If she loses, it is not a case handled by your father, so your uncle cannot blame us. Lin Wanqing finally comprehended Zhao Jiao's intentions. Indeed, regardless of the era, everyone calculates for their own benefit. Su Ruojin gazed at the words written on the paper, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The Zhao family indeed does not disappoint her expectations. Miss, the porridge for little Bao is ready, Yin Luo announced, entering with a bowl of porridge. Su Ruojin accepted the porridge, added a couple of drops of blue foam fruit essence, and gently blew on it before feeding little Bao small spoonfuls. Little Bao obediently opened his mouth to eat, his large eyes fixed on Su Ruojin, appearing quite docile. Little Bao, you are growing up now. Would you like to try feeding yourself? Su Ruojin inquired tenderly. She was aware that in the noble families of the Great Chu, children were often accustomed to having everything handed to them, and many grew up unable to dress themselves. However, she was not a pampered young lady from a wealthy family, nor did she intend to indulge her child. In her eyes, regardless of gender, every child should learn to be independent as soon as possible. Since little Bao was entrusted to her care, she hoped he would learn self-sufficiency rather than relying on others for everything. The process of acquiring such skills would not only foster his confidence but also help alleviate his condition. Yet, little Bao merely blinked at her, seemingly perplexed by her words. Su Ruojin sighed inwardly, realizing she might be a bit too hasty. No rush, little Bao, we will take our time. Just then, a maid hurried into the room. Her voice tinged with alarm. Miss, there are many officials outside, and Sister Jihua is trying to block their way. Su Ruojin instructed Yin Luo to take care of little Bao and proceeded to the medical clinic. A crowd had already gathered at the clinic's entrance, with several officials standing at the door, who, to their credit, were behaving rather politely. The young lady has been accused of poisoning by Dr. Su, leading to a tragic loss of life. We have come at the behest of the governor to escort Dr. Su to the court. We kindly request you to inform him. It is rare for the officers to show such politeness when taking someone away, yet the governor specifically instructed us to treat Dr. Su with respect. Therefore, as Su Ruojin did not emerge, the officers dared not enter the medical hall uninvited. When did my lady ever take a life? This is a baseless accusation. She shall not accompany you. Jihua, filled with indignation, positioned herself defiantly at the entrance of the medical hall, embodying an unyielding barrier. Hidden among the trees, Hu Qing marveled at the girl's extraordinary courage. Despite the presence of numerous officers, she stood her ground without quaking in fear. Truly, a reflection of her esteemed master. Having learned his lesson, Hu Qing understood that he could not regard Miss Su as an ordinary girl. He would refrain from intervening until the very end. Observing how she would navigate this predicament, "I shall accompany you," Su Ruojin's voice rang out. The officers, upon seeing her and hearing her words, felt a wave of relief wash over them. With the governor's prior instructions, they were uncertain of how to proceed had she truly refused to go with them. "My lady," Jihua exclaimed anxiously. If she were to follow them, what would the common folk think of her? What rumors might arise, potentially tarnishing her reputation? For a young woman, honor is of utmost importance. Su Ruojin responded with a gentle smile, "Fear not. While others may be unaware, you know me well enough. Rest assured." Jihua was undoubtedly aware of her young lady's remarkable capabilities, yet understanding did not quell her anxiety, for they were now in the courtroom. Su Ruojin chose not to utter another word, following the constables as they departed. "Let us go and witness this ourselves. Dr. Su is a virtuous individual and must not be wronged," someone asserted. "Indeed, we shall go as well," another echoed. "I will accompany you. Were it not for Dr. Su, my father would have long since perished." At the entrance of the medical clinic, several individuals who had previously received treatment from Su Ruojin observed her being taken away by the constables, and they promptly decided to follow to the government office to lend her support. Upon arriving at the courthouse, Lord Zhong was seated in judgment, with Lin Zhengshan at his side, while Madame Zhao knelt on the floor. Su Ruojin bowed respectfully, addressing Lord Zhong and Lord Lin. "Provide a chair for Dr. Su," Lord Zhong commanded, and a constable promptly brought her a chair. Madame Zhao, astonished, exclaimed, "My lord, why is she permitted to sit? I am the esteemed matron of the Zhao family, the sister-in-law of the prefect, and yet I must kneel here, while Su Ruojin, merely a lowly physician, is allowed to sit." In Chapter 59, A Resounding Slap, Lord Zhong regarded Madame Zhao with indifference, stating, "The laws of the Great Chu Kingdom stipulate that scholars and physicians need not kneel before officials of the fourth rank or below. As for why she is allowed to sit, during the snow disaster in Qingyang City, Dr. Su generously donated over 10,000 taels of silver. Such a person of great virtue deserves to be afforded this honor in the court. Madame Zhao, should you also wish to donate 10,000 taels of silver for Qingyang City, I would likewise grant you a seat here." Madame Zhao fell silent. She could not possibly produce 10,000 taels of silver. Even if she could produce the amount, how could she possibly bear to part with it? It is a staggering sum of 10,000 taels of silver. After expressing her gratitude to Lord Zhong, Su Ruojin nonchalantly seated herself, not casting a glance at Lin Zhengshan throughout. Lin Zhengshan, incensed, fumed at this unfilial daughter, grateful that her ties to the Lin family had diminished. Lord Zhong struck the gavel and proclaimed, "Su Ruojin, Lady Zhao's son has accused you of inciting your younger brother to commit violence, pushing Zhao family scion Zhao Hongwei into the river with the intent to drown him. She seeks an explanation from you. Yet you have allegedly retaliated by poisoning the Zhao family's guards. Is this true? You speak nonsense. You lie with your eyes wide open. There were countless witnesses that day, and you dare to fabricate such tales." Lady Zhao shouted vehemently, "Silence! Zhao's son, should you dare to disrupt this court again, you shall receive 10 strikes of the rod." Lord Zhong admonished, striking the gavel once more. Lady Zhao promptly fell silent, casting a venomous glare at Su Ruojin. What, then, was the actual situation? Unhurriedly, Su Ruojin recounted the events of that day, then posed a question. "May I inquire, my lord, if others have taken the offensive? Am I not permitted to defend myself? If my brother had not acted to protect himself, it would have been my frail 5-year-old younger brother who faced the peril of being pushed into the icy waters, which would equate to a death sentence for him. When Lady Zhao's entourage besieged our home, had I not retaliated, how could a mere weak woman contend against more than a dozen guards from the Zhao residence? I would not have survived to stand here before you today." Lady Zhao, exasperated, opened her mouth to protest but hesitated, recalling Lord Zhong's earlier warning. Instead, she resorted to desperately signaling Lin Zhengshan with her eyes. At present, Lord Zhong serves as the presiding judge. He does not take the initiative to inquire about Lin Zhengshan, who, in turn, feels equally reluctant to speak. He can only feign ignorance toward Lady Zhao's subtle gestures. "Madame Zhao, you claim that Dr. Su deliberately harmed your son and his attendant. Do you possess any evidence?" "My lord, the common woman has witnesses. The servants and guards in my household can testify. Your honor may summon them to give their accounts." Upon hearing the demand for evidence, Lady Zhao felt a surge of elation. With so many witnesses in her abode, who would dare to refute her? "Dr. Su, do you have any witnesses on your side?" Lord Zhong then directed his query towards Su Ruojin. "My lord, all of Madame Zhao's witnesses are from her household. Can their testimonies be deemed credible? Many were present at the time of the incident, and I believe some of those individuals are outside the court today. Your honor may inquire if anyone is willing to testify on my behalf. If not, I shall have no witnesses and will rely solely on your judgment." Lord Zhong turned to the courtyard. "Is there anyone willing to testify for Dr. Su?" A brief silence enveloped the room. Lady Zhao, feeling a sense of secret satisfaction, thought to herself, who in Yinyang would dare to offend the Zhao family? I shall see today who has the audacity to testify for this insignificant person. I am willing to testify for Dr. Su. It was indeed young Master Zhao who attempted to seize Dr. Su's brother's toy and even sought to push the child into the water. Dr. Su's brother merely resisted, and it was young Master Zhao who fell into the river. I can also attest that Lady Zhao, accompanied by her guards, came to the medical hall and without hesitation commanded her guards to assault Dr. Su, demanding the destruction of Renea Hall, prompting Dr. Su to defend himself. "Yes, I am willing to testify. I was present as well and am also willing to testify." As more individuals rose to stand in support, Madame Zhao's complexion grew increasingly pale. How could this be? How dare these lowly commoners testify for Su Ruojin? Were they not afraid of retribution from the Zhao family? In her desperation, Madame Zhao turned abruptly, shouting towards the courtyard, "You dare to assist this wretched girl? Do you not fear the Zhao family? Just wait and see." She glanced at Lord Zhong and noted the dark expression on his face. Lord Zhong struck the wooden tablet with authority and declared angrily, "Bold Zhao Sunshire, how dare you threaten witnesses in this court? 20 lashes for you." As the order was given, an officer approached with a redwood board, ready to administer the punishment. Terrified, Madame Zhao cried out to Lin Zhongshan, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, save me please." Yet, before the authority of the court, Lin Zhongshan dared not utter a word and turned his back. With each resounding slap, Madame Zhao's face swelled to the point where her original features were unrecognizable, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. She had never anticipated that by seeking justice, she would instead receive punishment, while Su Ruojin remained unscathed. "My lord, you must uphold justice for me." Madame Zhao struggled to articulate her plea. Given the multitude willing to testify for Su Ruojin, Lord Zhong saw no ambiguity in the matter. He proclaimed, "In the case of Zhao Sunshire versus Su Ruojin, the facts are clear. I hereby declare Su Ruojin not guilty." As Zhongli was about to suggest a withdrawal, he was abruptly interrupted by Su Ruojin, whose words left everyone present astounded. "Master Zhong, I wish to file a complaint against the Zhao family for their tyrannical behavior, for forcibly seizing a maiden and maliciously framing her. The audacity of a mere woman like Su, daring to confront the Zhao family, raised concerns about potential retribution." Lin Zhongshan stood in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock at Su Ruojin's boldness. How could this girl be so fearless? While the Zhao family's previous lawsuit against Su might have cost them some dignity, it would not have threatened their very foundation. However, if Su Ruojin's allegations were substantiated, it could spell the ruin of the entire Zhao clan. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, Su Ruojin? If you lack evidence, this could be considered slander, and the repercussions are beyond your capacity to bear. At this moment, Lin Zhongshan, feeling a sense of urgency, pointed at her and spoke sternly. He too felt a pang of anxiety. The Lin family and the Zhao family were tightly intertwined. With Master Zhong soon to be reassigned to the capital, and with Lin's aspirations for promotion requiring financial backing, the downfall of the Zhao family would jeopardize his prospects. Although Lin Zhongshan had not directly participated in the Zhao family's clandestine dealings, he had a fair understanding of their nature. His words, ostensibly in defense of Su Ruojin, subtly implied that her actions were merely the capriciousness of a young woman and should not be taken seriously. "Master Lin, when might you advocate on behalf of a humble maiden? It was inappropriate to expel someone from the premises, yet expect her father to intervene on her behalf. Su Ruojin, I act in your best interest. Do not be ungrateful." Lin Zhongshan glared fiercely at Su Ruojin. Ignoring him, Su Ruojin produced a stack of legal documents from her bosom. "Lord Zhong, these are the incriminating evidence against the Zhao family. I implore you to discern wisely." The scribe stepped forward to accept the documents from Su Ruojin and handed them to Lord Zhong. As Lord Zhong perused the papers, his expression darkened with each passing moment. Although Madame Zhao did not see the documents, her perception of Lord Zhong's demeanor hinted that matters were turning dire. Initially, she intended to use this situation to punish Su Ruojin, yet now it seemed her own husband was ensnared within the web of accusations. Kneeling on the ground, she felt her strength wane, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. Upon entering the hall, she collapsed, crying out for justice, entirely oblivious to the signals Lin Zhongshan was directing her way. "My lord, please advocate for my child. He is suffering from a high fever and lies in a state of unconsciousness." "Is that so? Fetch all parties mentioned in these documents to this court." It was over. He was doomed. The legal documents Su Ruojin presented were not mere narratives. They detailed specific times, responsible parties, and the amounts involved. He had carelessly tossed a few silver coins to the concubine's family as compensation, believing they would not dare to report him. As the magistrate was his brother-in-law, who would fear whom? The common folk do not challenge the authorities. Thus, both families had to swallow their grievances. This time, however, the number of individuals involved was substantial. Half the court officials had to be dispatched, taking over an hour to bring the relevant parties into the hall. There was no need for torture. Based solely on the information provided in the documents, Lord Zhong casually posed a few questions, and immediately, everyone confessed. They realized that the magistrate was already aware of everything. There was no longer anything to conceal. The family of the concubines lamented, beseeching the esteemed magistrate to advocate on their behalf. Lin Zhongshan repeatedly wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Su Ruojin cast a glance at Lin Zhongshan, recognizing his ever-present cunning as he distanced himself from the unfolding events. Amidst the fervent cries of the common folk imploring the magistrate for justice, the Yin and Zhao families were utterly vanquished. No, it cannot be, it cannot be. Madame Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as she incessantly muttered that it was impossible. She merely sought to avenge her son. How could it result in the downfall of the Zhao family? If Su Ruojin were not a sorceress, how could she be privy to such clandestine matters of the Zhao family? Madame Zhao was filled with regret, questioning why she had entangled herself with this enchantress. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand her son, for had he not instigated this calamity, the Zhao family would not have reached such a dire juncture. Little did Madame Zhao realize, her misfortunes were far from over. To kill is to strike at the heart. Su Ruojin understood this truth well. She harbored no compassion for those who dared to oppress her. Among the information relayed by the clandestine alliance, there was a revelation she had not inscribed on the official document. Upon witnessing her husband's malevolent gaze, Madame Zhao involuntarily shivered. My lord, what has come over you?" Caught unawares, she was suddenly thrust aside, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Ji Hua, who had been anxiously waiting outside, rushed to her side, draping a cloak over her shoulders. "Miss, thank goodness, you are unharmed." Although the miss had previously reassured her, Ji Hua's heart finally settled at this moment. A man, adorned with such a monumental humiliation, who could endure it? How could he possibly tolerate it? Ji Hua still could not comprehend. "Miss, does he truly trust you so easily?" Chapter 61. It's up to you. A child's appearance invariably reflects that of their parents. Even if Zhao Hongwei bears a closer resemblance to son Lin Yang, he will still possess traces of his cousin's features. One cannot fathom how Zhao Jiao would react upon learning all of this. Upon discovering the truth, Zhao Jiao collapsed. All she intended was to tarnish Su Ruojin's reputation. Yet she inadvertently obliterated her own family. The Zhao lineage was extinguished. Overwhelmed by this devastating blow, Zhao Jiao fainted and subsequently developed a high fever. Kai Fanzhou visited her residence, administering acupuncture for 3 consecutive days until she finally recovered. Zhao Jiao grasped Lin Wanqing's hand, her voice weak. "Qing'er now? Your mother has only you and Yang'er. Mother, rest assured, Qing'er will strive to ensure you live a good life. Here, take your medicine," Lin Wanqing gently reassured. Carefully feeding Zhao Jiao the medication, her eyes flickering. She was still inexperienced and relied heavily on Zhao Jiao's support. In recent days, Lin Wanqing had been visiting the governor's residence to massage Su Ruojin, and the young girl did not resent this elder sister who was 2 years her senior. Observing this, Madame Zhong grew increasingly amiable towards Lin Wanqing. Zhao Jiao, witnessing her daughter's understanding, felt a sense of comfort in her heart. The following day, Lin Wanqing, as was her routine, arrived at the Zhong residence, where she found Granny Zhong standing at the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. A spark of joy ignited in Lin Wanqing's heart as she hurried forward. Granny Zheng, how kind of you to wait for me at the door. Let us proceed inside. We mustn't keep Jiner waiting too long. Zheng Mama, a trusted confidant of Madame Zheng, had always been accompanied by young maidservants to Miss Zheng's chamber. Today, however, it was Zheng Mama herself, which indicated that Madame Zheng held her in even higher regard. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Zheng Mama's face as she slightly bowed to Lin Wanqing, saying, Miss Lin, I kindly ask you to wait a moment. Once Dr. Su arrives, we shall enter together. If you are in haste, I can have a maid escort you inside first. Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Zheng Mama was not waiting for her. Dr. Su? Which Dr. Su could it be? Surely it was not the one she was thinking of. At that moment, a carriage halted at the entrance of the Zheng residence. Su Ruojin descended from the carriage, carrying a small box. Zheng Mama's face lit up with joy as she hurried to greet her. Dr. Su, you have arrived. Madam is already awaiting you. Just as Su Ruojin was about to bow, Zheng Mama intervened, exclaiming, No need for that, no need. Dr. Su, please, do come in. Dr. Su was someone whom the master had repeatedly instructed to be treated with utmost courtesy. Thus, Zheng Mama dared not show any negligence. Otherwise, there would be no need for her to personally come out to welcome her. Dr. Su, this is... Zheng Mama was about to introduce Lin Wanqing when Su Ruojin smiled gently. Zheng Mama, we are acquainted. Miss Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again. Lin Wanqing tightened her grip on the handkerchief, forcing a smile. Dr. Su. She had not anticipated that Su Ruojin would arrive at the governor's residence so swiftly. You two are acquainted? That is splendid. Please, come in, Zheng Mama said, pleased to see the two women knew each other, and led them into the house. Before she could meet Madame Zheng, Lin Wanqing was escorted to Miss Zheng's chamber. Su Ruojin could clearly sense that Lin Wanqing was somewhat distracted during the massage today. With concern, she inquired, Sister Lin, are you feeling fatigued? If so, we may conclude for today. Only then did Lin Wanqing realize her lapse in composure, hastily adjusting her motions. No, it is not that. I happened to see Dr. Su arriving to attend to the madam, and I recalled that not long ago. He was accused in court of poisoning someone, which led to my distraction. I hope, dear Sister Jean, that you will not hold this against me. Having been raised in seclusion, Su Ruojin was unaware of such matters, as her father, Governor Zheng, would not discuss court affairs with her. The mention of poisoning startled her, causing her to exclaim in alarm, Rui. A young maid promptly approached, asking, Miss, what is your command? Quickly, summon my mother and inform her that I have urgent business. Su Ruojin spoke with urgency. Rui did not dare to delay and swiftly exited. Lin Wanqing's eyes flickered with a glimmer of triumph, but she soon lowered her gaze, continuing the massage while saying, Sister Jean, I only heard about this matter from others, and I am not well versed in the specifics. Regardless, I must speak to your mother about it. Before long, Madame Zheng arrived hastily. As she had only one daughter, she could not help but feel anxious upon hearing of her daughter's urgent need. Jean, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Upon entering, Madame Zheng hurried to her daughter's side, anxiously checking her forehead, fearful of a fever. Mother, I am fine. Has a new doctor come to help you with your health? Su Ruojin inquired. Indeed, it was your father who arranged for this doctor. She just arrived at the residence today and is still in your mother's chamber. What is the matter? Lady Zheng responded, slightly puzzled, as she had scarcely exchanged a few words with Su Ruojin before being summoned by her daughter. Mother, I heard that this doctor has poisoned people in the past. I am a bit frightened. Could you please ask her to leave? Su Ruojin's delicate face paled slightly. Lady Zheng paused for a moment, surprised. Who told you this? It was Sister Lin who informed me, Su Ruojin confessed candidly. Lin Wanqing promptly halted her activities and stood up, saying, Lady Zheng, I too heard this from others. It was merely a casual conversation with Jiner, and I am not well versed in the specifics. Lady Zheng cast a measured glance at Lin Wanqing. Miss Lin, please refrain from sharing hearsay with Jiner in the future. Yes, Lady Zheng, I understand, Lin Wanqing replied, lowering her head in acknowledgement. She had not expected that this single piece of information would suffice to drive Su Ruojin away. Yet the seed of suspicion, once sown, would inevitably take root. Who would not fear a doctor capable of administering poison? Lady Zheng gently stroked her daughter's head. Do not worry, my dear. Dr. Su possesses remarkable medical skills, and your father holds her in high regard. Do you not trust your father? As Su Ruojin idolized her father, she felt reassured by his trust in the doctor. Mother, I understand. Su Ruojin, unperturbed, interjected, "It is quite all right, Lady Zhong. Allow me to take your pulse first." Her willingness to assist Lady Zhong was a gesture of gratitude for the kindness extended by Lord Zhong. Madame Zhong furrowed her brow slightly after Dr. Su Ruojin took her pulse and let out a quiet sigh inwardly. It was indeed as she had feared. Over the years, most physicians who had attended to her had worn similar expressions, and Madame Zhong had grown accustomed to it. "Dr. Su, my constitution has been this way for years. Please speak plainly. Madame Zhong, did you experience a difficult labor when you gave birth?" Su Ruojin inquired. It was precisely due to that arduous delivery that Jeaner had been frail and sickly from birth, only walking at the age of 2, yet still suffering from leg issues. Ultimately, losing the ability to walk at the age of 10, Madame Zhong had long held herself responsible, believing her poor health had adversely affected her child. "Yes, the residual toxins from your difficult labor have never dissipated, resulting in your current frailty," Su Ruojin continued. "What did you say? Residual toxins?" Madame Zhong was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, your difficult delivery was exacerbated by poison administered to you, which increased your blood loss during childbirth and could easily lead to hemorrhaging, endangering both your life and that of your child," Su Ruojin stated candidly. As for why Madame Zhong had been poisoned during childbirth, that was beyond her purview. It was akin to the situation in Lin Jingshan's courtyard, where, apart from Zhao Jiao, there were 3 concubines, each of whom suffered miscarriages for various reasons upon becoming pregnant. Su Ruojin found it hard to believe that Zhao Jiao had no hand in this. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhong's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. Who is it that seeks to harm me and Jeaner? 13 years, 13 long years, and I had no idea I had been poisoned back then." Seeing this, Nurse Zheng hurried over, gently stroking Madame Zhong's back, whispering, "My lady, the priority now is to restore your health. If not," Madame Zhong dared not entertain further thoughts. For years, she had been nurturing her body, and her constitution was relatively robust, making the expulsion of residual toxins somewhat easier. Madame Zhong glanced at Nurse Zheng, and both of them shared a moment of exhilaration. Nurse Zheng cautiously inquired, "If the lady's health improves, might she conceive again?" The bond between the lady and the master was profound. If she could only bear Miss Jeaner, the lineage would surely be diminished. Madame Zhong anxiously regarded Su Ruojin. For Nurse Zheng's question was one that weighed heavily on her heart. This was also the reason she was willing to allow her maid, who had climbed into the master's bed, to be raised to the status of concubine. She did not wish for the master to sever the Zhong family's lineage because of her own inability to bear children. At just under 30, if Madame Zhong's health were restored, conceiving again should not pose a challenge. "Madame Zhong, please lie down. I shall administer acupuncture," Su Ruojin announced, producing her needle case. "Oh, yes, I shall go at once," Madame Zhong replied, warmth brimming in her eyes as she excitedly grasped Nurse Zheng's hand. After 13 long years, a physician finally spoke of the possibility of curing her ailment. She might still have children, regardless of the outcome. She was willing to place her trust in Su Ruojin. Hope was infinitely preferable to despair. After completing the acupuncture and prescribing medicine, Su Ruojin rose to take her leave, saying, "Madame Zhong, if convenient, you might visit my clinic every 3 days for medicinal steaming, which will further assist in expelling the residual toxins from your body." The art of herbal steaming involves a plethora of herbs and necessitates a specialized steaming bed. Furthermore, the administration of acupuncture must be adjusted according to the actual circumstances post-steaming. Madame Zhong's visits to the medical hall have become considerably more convenient. At present, Madame Zhong is less concerned with the medical hall and focuses instead on treatment at home. As long as healing is achieved. "Very well, I shall certainly go. Nurse Zheng, please see Dr. Su off." Nurse Zheng accompanied Su Ruojin out, and they fortuitously encountered Lin Wanqing, who had just completed her massage session. Upon exiting the governor's estate, Lin Wanqing remarked softly, "Miss Su, I merely wish to remind you that one should act within one's capabilities. Overexerting oneself may lead to harm." Despite possessing some medical knowledge, Su Ruojin could hardly be compared to her master. She cast Lin Wanqing a sidelong glance and retorted, "Miss Lin, if you have a penchant for pickled radishes, indulge yourself." With that, she strode directly to her carriage and departed. Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback by Su Ruojin's words and turned to her maid, Chuiju, to inquire, "What does she mean?" Chuiju hesitated but ultimately chose to shake her head. "Miss, this servant is also at a loss. She dared not reveal to her mistress that Dr. Su's comments implied she was fretting unnecessarily, lest it bring misfortune upon herself. Truly, it was incomprehensible. Lin Wanqing turned away, determined to consult her master for a strategy. Nurse Zheng, having been Madame Zhong's wet nurse since her infancy, had been with her throughout her marriage to the Zhong family and regarded her as her own daughter. Over the years, witnessing Madame Zhong's hardships had deeply pained Nurse Zheng. Now, upon hearing that the lady's illness could be cured, she felt more joy than anyone else. Madame Zhong wore a smile on her face as she spoke to Nurse Zheng. You know, after Dr. Su administered the injection, I felt a pleasant warmth in my abdomen. It was quite comforting. Mother, are you feeling better? At that moment, a young maid wheeled in Su Ruojin. Her mind was preoccupied with the words of Lin Wanqing, leaving her somewhat uneasy, prompting her to come and check. Jeaner, I am perfectly well. The physician assures me that my ailment can be cured. That is truly wonderful. It seems the rumors are not entirely true, Su Ruojin replied, her heart lightened with joy. Rumors? Madame Zhang recalled Lin Wanqing's earlier words, her gaze darkening with realization. This Miss Lin was far from the innocent portrayal she had put forth. Someone intended to harm both her and Jeaner, and she would not let this matter rest easily. Indeed, Madame, Su Ruojin responded, her face alight with surprise. It is rare for a child with a developmental delay to show such initiative in approaching someone. Su Ruojin lifted the little one, feeling that he had gained a bit of weight. Little treasure, do you miss your sister? The child nodded gently, and Su Ruojin beamed with delight. Come, sister will take you to buy cotton candy. At Jiren Hall, Lin Wanqing recounted the circumstances surrounding the governor's residence to Kai Fanzhou. Master, what shall we do now? Kai Fanzhou stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before responding. Qing'er, I have a plan. It is merely a matter of whether you dare to execute it. If successful, you shall become a renowned physician in Yinyang. Renowned physician in Yinyang? Lin Wanqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Qing'er will follow your instructions, master. Chapter 63. Young Master Jiang arrives. In the capital at the regent's residence. The young lord was in good health, and Dr. Su had dealt a decisive blow to the Zhao family. Dealt a decisive blow to the Zhao family? Although the Zhao family cannot be considered a prominent clan, they hold a respectable position in Yinyang. Yet, this young girl managed to bring the Zhao family to ruin with remarkable ease. At that moment, a guard entered. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has sent someone to request the young master. She wishes for you to bring him to the palace for a meeting. Very well. After the guard departed, Shen Yu entered. Has she discovered something? Shen Yu chuckled softly. She is clearly eager for Yi to meet his demise, yet she feigns a semblance of maternal affection. Xiaoyan Shu responded nonchalantly. Isn't she the same, wishing for my untimely end? Indeed, aside from her son, the Xiao family lineage consists solely of you and Yi. If you both were to perish, her son would secure his position on the throne without contest. How is the Dowager Empress' health? Shen Yu seated herself, pouring a cup of tea and taking a sip. As usual, it has not worsened under Mu Jingshan's watch. At the mention of his mother, a flicker of concern crossed Xiao Yanchu's eyes. He absent-mindedly traced the rim of his teacup, remaining silent for a while. As the new year approached, Yinyang City began to adorn itself with festive decorations, and red lanterns were hung at the entrance of Renai Hall. Yuan Hong held Little Bao's hand as they admired the lanterns. Now, aside from Su Ruojin, Little Bao had also grown accustomed to being led by old Lady Lin and Yuan Hong. The medical clinic was flourishing, with Su Ruojin hiring several more physicians, allowing her to enjoy some leisure time. She accompanied old Lady Lin in their quarters, engaging in conversation. While old Lady Lin gazed at her with a look of contentment, Little Jean, once the new year passes, you will soon turn 16. In an ordinary household, you would have been betrothed by now, yet alas, sigh. Grandmother does not wish for you to marry into a wealthy family. She simply desires for you to find someone who treats you well. Su Ruojin felt a bit troubled. In her previous life, even as the head of the family, she was persistently urged by the elders to marry. To her surprise, in this new life, at just 15 years old, she was being pressed into marriage again. Grandmother, I am still quite young. There is no need to rush, Su Ruojin hurriedly replied. Do not rush, do not rush. All you ever say is that there is no need to hurry. But in another 2 years, you will find yourself an old maid. Then we shall see how eager you are, grandmother remarked. She found Feng Ying to be quite a fine young man. His affection for you was well known in the clinic. Yet she was uncertain of your feelings. If you hold him in good regard, I shall arrange for your marriage next year, she proposed. Su Ruojin, somewhat exasperated, replied. I have no feelings for him. Please do not meddle in matters of the heart, for that would only lead to misunderstandings and potentially hinder Feng Ying. She was aware of Feng Ying's affections, but since the establishment of the Heavenly Medical Pavilion, she had only regarded him as a friend, never entertaining any romantic notions. Seeing that Su Ruojin truly held no interest in Feng Ying, old Madame Lin relented, saying, "Very well, if you feel no affection, then so be it. However, if you happen to encounter someone you fancy, do inform your grandmother." "I understand, grandmother. Should I ever meet someone, you will be the first to know," Su Ruojin promptly assured her. Old Madame Lin discerned Su Ruojin's dismissive tone and chuckled with a hint of reproach. "My dear girl, if I do not take it upon myself to worry for you, you will surely become an old spinster. Then, who would still wish to marry you? If no one wishes to marry me, then so be it. I could spend my life by grandmother's side, and that would be quite delightful as well." How absurd. What woman does not wish to marry? Lady Lin believed this to be merely the shy pretext of a young girl. Little did she know, it was indeed the genuine sentiment harbored within Su Ruojin's heart at that moment. Just then, Yin Luo entered. "Miss, young Master Jiang has arrived." "Young Master Jiang? Jiang Qian?" Perhaps she might attempt to persuade Jiang Qi and to allow Xiao Bao to spend the new year in Yinyang. Su Ruojin approached the entrance of the medical clinic and offered a slight bow. "Young Master Jiang." Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Qian lifted his gaze. The young lady was adorned in a delicate lavender dress embroidered with silver thread, complemented by a white fur-trimmed jacket. The fine white fluff along her collar danced gently, adding an ethereal charm to her presence. The blue and white tassels at her waist dangled a piece of mutton-fat jade, enhancing the slender elegance of her figure. Although it had been merely a fortnight since their last encounter, Jiang Qian felt as if he had not seen her for years. She appeared to have lost a bit of weight. Perhaps the rigors of the medical clinic had taken their toll. Young Master, Hu Qing whispered, noticing his master's prolonged silence. Jiang Qian quickly composed himself. "Miss Su, it has been a long time. Are you well? As the new year approaches, I came to check on Heiress. Thank you for your concern, young Master Jiang. All is well. Please, come inside," Su Ruojin replied, turning to lead the way. Jiang Qian followed closely, while Hu Qing busied himself directing the servants to carry in the wooden boxes. Upon reaching the backyard, Jiang Qian's eyes immediately fell upon Heiress, who was squatting in a corner, drawing on the ground with a stick. Heiress, Jiang Qian called softly, fearing that a louder voice might startle the child. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Bao turned, and upon recognizing Jiang Qian, he set down the stick and ran over. Jiang Qian swiftly crouched down, extending his arms to embrace the little treasure who had rushed towards him. He felt a profound astonishment. Typically, when he called the child, he would merely glance up, yet today he had run straight into his arms. Had Heiress recovered so swiftly? Jiang Qian gazed at the child in his embrace with an air of disbelief. Heiress clung tightly to him, burying his head in his chest. Though Heiress was still unable to articulate his thoughts, this gesture was ample proof of his affection and longing. Jiang Qian lifted the little one and turned to Su Ruojin, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Su. You're too kind, young Master Jiang. As a physician, it is my duty to dedicate myself to the healing of the child entrusted to me," Su Ruojin replied, her joy evident upon witnessing the child's reaction. "Heiress, were you just drawing something?" Jiang Qian inquired softly. The little one lifted his head and pointed towards the spot where he had just been squatting. Jiang Qian carried him over. A light snow had just fallen in Yinyang, and on the snowy ground, the child had drawn a little rabbit, reminiscent of the cotton candy he had once enjoyed. Jiang Qian gently ruffled the child's hair, saying, "Heiress, your drawing is truly splendid." In that moment, the child's eyes sparkled with delight. "Young Master Jiang, did you also pass through Yinyang this time?" Su Ruojin invited him into her abode, pouring him a cup of steaming tea. "No, I came specifically to see Heiress." Jiang Qian lifted the teacup and took a sip, savoring the unique taste, a blend of bitterness intertwined with sweetness. "Miss Su, this tea is quite exceptional. It seems far from ordinary. This is Dongzisa tea from Yunnan, known for its ability to clear heat and detoxify, preventing wind and cold. Given the journey you've undertaken through snow and wind, it is particularly suitable for you," she explained. "However, the taste is undoubtedly inferior to the tea that the young master typically enjoys. If the young master finds it unpalatable, there is no need for him to force himself. A person capable of extravagantly spending for a child surely indulges in superior tea. Thus it is entirely reasonable that he might struggle to appreciate the Eastern purple perilla tea." Miss Su has shown her kindness. Jiang Qianan, entirely unperturbed, took another sip. The Eastern purple perilla tea, with its mildly bitter flavor, possessed a unique and exotic aroma, revealing a distinct taste upon careful savoring. Sitting beside Jiang Qianan, Su Ruojin caught a faint whiff of sandalwood emanating from him. Upon closer inspection, this scent intertwined with a subtle, elusive fragrance reminiscent of orchids, tinged with a hint of brininess. This aroma. Su Ruojin sipped her tea nonchalantly, her eyes glimmering slightly. Chapter 64. The gift list. Jiang Qianan gently patted the head of the little treasure beside him. The child, having lost his parents at a tender age, was accustomed to visiting other relatives during the new year. As soon as Jiang Qianan's words fell, Su Ruojin noticed the little treasure stiffen slightly, leaning closer to Jiang Qianan. Therefore, the little treasure does not favor the relatives Jiang Qianan mentioned. Yet, Su Ruojin also discerned another implication in his words. By tradition, it is permissible to break from tradition. Young Master Jiang, if possible, could you allow the little treasure to remain in Yinyang for the new year? If his treatment is interrupted, everything must begin anew. Su Ruojin ventured to inquire. Upon hearing her words, the little treasure blinked and climbed down from the couch, moving to sit beside Su Ruojin, leaning against her. Both understood the unspoken sentiment of the little treasure. Jiang Qianan gazed at Xiao Bao, a wry smile gracing his lips. In that case, I must trouble Miss Su. Did this imply consent? Su Ruojin felt her heart lighten. I share a wonderful rapport with Xiao Bao, and I have great affection for him, so it is hardly a burden. At that moment, Hu Qing entered, bowing to both individuals before producing a piece of paper and handing it to Su Ruojin. Miss Su, I appreciate your care for our young master. This is a small token of gratitude from the young master. I hope you will accept it. Su Ruojin glanced at Jiang Qianan, who nodded in encouragement for her to take a look. Upon receiving the list of gifts, even Su Ruojin couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of young Master Jiang. 2,000 taels of silver, 5 bolts of cloud brocade, 50 pounds each of over 100 commonly used medicinal herbs, various supplements, and an array of festive foods for the new year, including fireworks and firecrackers, everything one could wish for. Before Su Ruojin could utter a word, Jiang Qianan spoke first. Miss Su, you did not accept the hairpin I presented last time. These items are merely ordinary goods that can be utilized during the new year, and I hope you will not refuse them this time. Moreover, these offerings are not solely for you. Xiao Bao requires expenses while in your care. Su Ruojin glanced at Xiao Bao and chose not to decline further. Then I sincerely thank young Master Jiang. Jiang Qianan smiled faintly, an unconscious sigh of relief escaping him. In truth, he had initially prepared even more, but fearing that the abundance might overwhelm Su Ruojin, he reduced the gold to 1,000 taels and exchanged the Tianqin silk for cloud brocade. Miss Su, I shall be departing tomorrow. I have not had the opportunity to explore Yinyang properly, and I have heard that there will be a lantern festival tonight. Would you be so kind as to accompany both Xiao Bao and me on a stroll? A generous gift has just been presented, and it is only fitting to accompany others to the lantern festival, extending the hospitality of a gracious host. Su Ruojin nodded in agreement. If young Master Jiang does not mind, I would be delighted to show you around. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao promptly descended from the couch, grasping Su Ruojin's hand, standing ready to embark on their outing. Su Ruojin chuckled as she playfully pinched his little nose. Look at how eager you are. Come. Sister will first take you to the Jushin Pavilion for some delicious food. With Xiao Bao in tow, the three of them exited the medical clinic together. Hu Qing, wishing to follow, was met with a cold glance from his master and, feeling somewhat chastened, discreetly retreated. At this hour, the evening was still young, and the Lantern Festival had yet to commence. Su Ruojin led the two to the Jushin Pavilion. Renowned for its roasted duck, the establishment was not suitable for Xiao Bao, whose stomach had yet to fully recover. Therefore, Su Ruojin opted for the Jushin Pavilion. The signature dishes there, such as the exquisite pork, the fresh carp, the candied lotus seeds, and the ginseng chicken soup, were all quite delectable and more suitable for Xiao Bao's condition. Given that the Lantern Festival was taking place, combined with the approach of the new year, the first floor of the Jushin Pavilion was bustling with patrons, and the waitstaff were tirelessly attending to the crowd. As Su Ruojin and her companions entered, a keen-eyed waiter greeted them, noticing their refined attire. 3 guests for a meal, I presume? Would you prefer the main hall or a private room? A private room, please, Su Ruojin replied. Excellent choice. You are indeed fortunate. The main hall is fully occupied, but we have just 1 private room available. The waiter warmly ushered them inside. Just as they were about to enter the Jushin Pavilion, A familiar voice called from outside. Waiter, I would like a private room. Lin Wanqing immediately spotted Su Ruojin and her companion standing beside the shop assistant. Upon seeing Jiang Qianan, her expression momentarily faltered. Clad in a deep blue brocade robe adorned with silver threads intricately embroidered with auspicious clouds, and cinched at the waist with a pale moon-white floral sash, Jiang Qianan exuded an air of innate nobility. His hair was simply tied back with a white jade crown, and he radiated a regal demeanor merely by standing there. If Mu Jingshan embodied the essence of a refined and aloof hermit, then Jiang Qianan epitomized the effortless charisma of a nobleman born to command. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but wish that if he were the regent, he would possess such striking elegance and haughty grace. Such a man would truly deserve her, Lin Wanqing. She pondered the nature of Su Ruojin's relationship with a man of such stature. Qinger, what troubles you? Kai Fanzhou's voice broke her reverie. Lin Wanqing quickly regained her composure and replied, Master, please wait a moment. Today, she had specifically invited Kai Fanzhou to the Juxian Tower for a meal. But to her surprise, it was so bustling that even private rooms were unavailable. She hurried to Su Ruojin's side and whispered, Miss Su, I have invited my esteemed minner for a gathering today. Might I request the use of your private room? I would be willing to offer you a token of gratitude. Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Oh, and how much is Miss Lin willing to offer? Lin Wanqing felt a surge of delight. It seemed that Su Ruojin had not encountered much of the world and was easily swayed by the prospect of money. She completely forgot that Su Ruojin had once donated a fire spirit ginseng to Qingyang City. How could a person driven by greed part with 10,000 taels of silver? Miss Su, if you are willing to relinquish the private room to me, I shall offer you 10 taels of silver. Lin Wanqing tilted her head slightly, anticipating Su Ruojin's excited gratitude. In Lin Wanqing's eyes, it was a simple choice to forego a private room for a mere 10 taels of silver. Even a fool would know what to choose. The corners of Su Ruojin's mouth curled upwards even more. Miss Lin, I shall offer you 20 taels of silver if you promptly disappear from my sight. As your presence is quite unappetizing, and I fear I may lose my appetite. Su Ruojin, how dare you be so shameless? Lin Wanqing was momentarily at a loss for words. However, Su Ruojin swiftly changed her tone, transforming Lin Wanqing's anger into hope. Chapter 65, Su Ruojin. Do you dare to play tricks on me? Observing Lin Wanqing's expectant gaze, Su Ruojin spoke leisurely. Of course. If Miss Lin is willing to part with a bit more money, I might consider relinquishing the private room. Lin Wanqing's spirits lifted. Speak up. How much do you desire for me to take the room? Whatever you ask, I can afford it. Indeed, she was as opportunistic as they come, attempting to extort her. With her master present, Lin Wanqing could not afford to lose face. She thought to simply offer more to dismiss this beggar. Only Jiang Qian discerned the mockery glimmering in Su Ruojin's eyes. A subtle smile graced his lips as he hoped that Miss Lin would still find joy in the end. Very well, I do not require much, just 1,000 taels, and I shall yield the private room to Miss Lin. What say you? Su Ruojin spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if in her eyes 1,000 taels and 1 tael of silver were hardly distinguishable. Su Ruojin, how dare you deceive me? Lin Wanqing's voice suddenly rose, drawing the attention of many onlookers, who began to murmur amongst themselves. While not everyone was acquainted with the sheltered Miss Lin, a considerable number recognized Kai Fanzhou. His expression darkened as he called out, Qing heir. It was then that Lin Wanqing realized her folly, her face flushed with indignation. Miss Lin, how can this be considered a deception? You were the one who insisted I should bid freely, claiming you could afford it. I have placed my bid, yet you have reneged and turned the blame upon me. Is there no sense of fairness left? The derision in Su Ruojin's gaze made Lin Wanqing feel a throbbing at her temples. Miss Lin, if you provide me with 1,000 taels of silver right now, I shall promptly take my leave and relinquish the private room to you, and I assure you, I will not go back on my word. Su Ruojin added fuel to the fire. You. Lin Wanqing was rendered speechless with rage, her eyes brimming with tears as she turned to Kai Fanzhou, master. Kai Fanzhou had naturally overheard their exchange and found Su Ruojin's behavior to be utterly excessive. He spoke in a tone reminiscent of an elder admonishing a younger person. Miss Su, to facilitate others is to facilitate oneself. Being overly aggressive may invite trouble upon you. Upon hearing these words, a chill washed over Kai Fanzhou, and the temperature in the vicinity plummeted several degrees. He raised his gaze in search of the source of this chilling sensation, only to meet the indifferent glance of the man standing beside Su Ruojin. Yet, it was this single glance that sent a shiver down his spine, instilling within him a profound desire to kneel in submission. Who on earth is this man? Regardless of his identity, Kai Fanzhou's years of interpersonal dealings instilled in him an instinct that warned him of the formidable man before him. How could that wretched Su Ruojin have entangled herself with such a person? Kai Shini, will I bring calamity upon myself without your concern? You ought to focus on whether your position as the head of the family can remain secure. I have heard that your Kai family has offended the Merchant Alliance. And apart from Jiren Hall, you have no other business endeavors to pursue. Su Ruojin was not one to be intimidated by his intimidation tactics. How did she know? Kai Fanzhou felt a tightening in his chest, and as he opened his mouth to speak, he heard cries emanating from outside the Juxian building. Shopkeeper, I implore you, have mercy, save my Wang Kai. He has suffered for the sake of your establishment. At the entrance, Su Ruojin and her companions could easily discern the scene unfolding outside. A woman in her 40s was kneeling on the ground, weeping inconsolably. With 2 children kneeling beside her, an older boy, around 10, and a younger girl, perhaps 7 or 8. The children remained silent, bowing their heads in sync with the woman, occasionally lifting their hands to wipe away their tears. The marketplace was bustling with people today, soon crowding the entrance of the Juxian building. The shopkeeper emerged, his expression darkening upon witnessing the spectacle. Wang Sai's mother, Wang Kai, brought this upon himself and must face the consequences. How can you blame us for this? Wang Sai's wife had injured her foot while foraging for herbs in the mountains to treat him and was still bedridden at home. Wang Sai's wounds have become infected, and the doctor warns that if left untreated, he will perish. Shopkeeper, I beseech you, have compassion and provide us with some funds to heal Wang Sai's injuries. Please. I beg you. As she spoke, Wang Kai's mother bowed her head repeatedly before the shopkeeper. The 2 children also incessantly prostrated themselves, crying out, We implore you. The shopkeeper appeared troubled, responding, Wang Kai's mother, I am merely a shopkeeper. Without the approval of the owner, I dare not speak. Su Ruojin found the man lying on the wooden planks somewhat familiar. After a moment's reflection, she recalled that he was the very shop assistant who had once obstructed her from attending the consultation conference. How had he come to this state? Wang Kai's mother sank to the ground, pounding it in despair, exclaiming, Heavenly Lord, you truly seek to take my life. My son, Wang Kai, has dedicated himself to the service of your esteemed Juxian Lu, and yet he has suffered for stopping someone he ought not to have. What a calamity! Su Ruojin discerned the underlying truth. It was due to his interference with a significant personage that he had ended up like this. Recalling the shop assistant's previously arrogant demeanor, it was indeed easy to offend others, and one might say he had brought this upon himself. The crowd continued to swell, and beads of sweat began to form upon the shopkeeper's brow. If this persisted, it would affect business, and he could scarcely bear the owner's wrath. Nevertheless, a person of his stature would not be easily intimidated. Suddenly, he spotted Kai Fanzhou and, seizing the opportunity, exclaimed, Wang Kai's mother, that is the renowned physician Kai. Why not beseech him for assistance? With no other options left, Wang Kai's mother turned and knelt before Kai Fanzhou, pleading, Physician Kai, I beseech you. Have mercy and save my son, Wang Kai. I vow to serve you as a humble beast of burden in my next life as a token of my gratitude. Please, I implore you. Kai Fanzhou inwardly cursed the shopkeeper, thinking, is he not throwing me into the fire? From that moment on, he vowed never to dine at Juxian Lu again. Though inwardly cursing, he could not truly turn away in front of so many witnesses. Kai Fanzhou's thoughts shifted as he glanced at Lin Wanqing. Qinger, why don't you check on him? It would also serve as an opportunity to assess your recent progress in medicine. Lin Wanqing turned her gaze to Wang Kai, who lay prostrate, his clothing soaked with blood, clinging to his back, now rendered a dark hue. The foul odor emanating from him was palpable even from a distance. The thought of approaching him was repugnant. Lin Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly, yet she dared not disobey her master's command. Furthermore, she stole a glance at Jiang Qian. If she could demonstrate her medical skills before him, perhaps he would regard her with a higher esteem. With this thought, her reluctance waned, and she saluted Kai Fanzhou. Yes, master. Suppressing her urge to retch, she approached the man, finding the stench increasingly unbearable. Chapter 66. Lin Wanqing takes the pulse in her previous life. Lin Wanqing had cared for numerous patients in critical conditions, yet back then, she had at least been equipped with medical masks, disposable gloves, and various disinfectants, alongside the aid of instruments. Nothing like facing the situation directly as she was now. She instructed the maid beside her, "Go. Lift his hand and cover the wrist with a cloth." "Yes, Mississippi." Once the maid completed her task, Lin Wanqing took out a cloth to cover her nose and drew closer to the man, wrapping another cloth around her hand before placing it on Wanqing's wrist. The onlookers nodded in approval. This young girl, despite her tender age, indeed possessed some medical knowledge. "I recognize her. She is the daughter of Lin Jizhou. I heard she has already become a disciple of the esteemed physician Kai. No wonder, exceptional teachers produce outstanding students." As Lin Wanqing overheard the discussions, a hint of pride surfaced on her face. She slightly raised her head, intentionally glancing at Su Ruojin. Then, her gaze shifted to Jiang Qianan, who was looking at her. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. He must think the same as everyone else, right? Indeed, it seems so. Kai Fanzhou looked at Lin Wanqing with a sense of satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Although he hadn't personally checked the pulse, he could discern from the patient's condition that Lin Wanqing's diagnosis was likely accurate. "Now, you should go to Jiren Tang and acquire some healing ointment, along with several prescriptions for treating wound infections. Mention my name, and there will be no charge," Kai Fanzhou stated generously. The healing ointment was a product of Jiren Tang, crafted for treating external injuries, utilizing common and inexpensive ingredients such as catechu, dragon's blood, and lard. It effectively staunched bleeding and alleviated pain from minor cuts and bruises. Given the affordability of the materials, the price was also reasonable. As for the medications for treating wound infections, Kai Fanzhou, having learned from Su Ruojin's previous rebukes, had already instructed the shop staff. Anyone who came claiming that Divine Dr. Kai had sent them for free medicine would receive the cheapest available options. These medications were often concocted from damp, worm-eaten, or moldy ingredients, specifically assembled as complementary supplies. Even such remedies were limited to 3 prescriptions, with any additional requests necessitating payment. Upon hearing Kai Fanzhou's words, the crowd erupted in applause. Truly, he was the esteemed Divine Dr. Kai. Previously, I heard someone remark that Dr. Kai lacks medical ethics. Now it appears that envy towards him has led to malicious rumors. It must be so. Both Dr. Kai and his apprentice are virtuous individuals. Wanqing's mother joyfully ushered the 2 children forward, urging, "Quick, bow to Dr. Kai and this esteemed lady physician. Your father will be saved." Obediently, the children knelt and offered their respects to Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing. Standing together, Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing gazed down at the trio, accepting the gesture with composure. Soon, Wanqing's mother intended to lift the stretcher with the children when a voice interrupted. "Wait." Upon hearing this, both Kai Fanzhou and Lin Wanqing instinctively furrowed their brows. "What further advice does Miss Su have?" Kai Fanzhou inquired, suppressing his annoyance and clenching his fists. The situation had been resolved splendidly. Yet Su Ruojin seemed intent on stirring trouble. For Su Ruojin, Wanqing had indeed obstructed her path in the past and had looked down upon her. However, he had already faced punishment for his actions, and his transgressions were not deserving of death. If Su Ruojin was unaware of Wanqing's injuries, it could be excused. But now that the matter lay before her, she could not turn a blind eye. "Young Master Jiang, may I request a brief moment?" Su Ruojin quietly asked Jiang Qianan. "Miss Su, please proceed." Jiang Qianan lifted the child and stepped aside, watching with keen interest to see what the young lady would do. Having witnessed countless wounded soldiers on the battlefield and those punished with the rod, even without medical knowledge, he discerned that the man on the stretcher had developed an infection due to corporal punishment. The punishment of the rod may appear straightforward, yet if the wounds inflicted by such a punishment are not promptly cleaned and treated, they are prone to infection, which could even lead to death. It is far from the simplistic portrayal offered by Lin Wanqing. Any discerning observer can see that the man on the board is teetering on the brink of life and death. He cannot simply be cured with a modest healing ointment and 3 doses of medicine. Jiang Qianan does not consider himself a virtuous man. Had it not been for Su Ruojin's intercession, he would not have given a second thought to the fate of this stranger. His current curiosity lies in how Su Ruojin will respond to the situation. The man's injuries, clearly resulting from the rod punishment, emit a foul stench and are severely infected. Healing salve and a mere 3 doses of medicine will not suffice. If this situation persists for another 3 days, he is undoubtedly doomed. Su Ruojin spoke in a calm voice, devoid of emotion, yet her assertion of his certain demise left everyone momentarily stunned. Wanqing's mother let out a wail, lamenting, "What shall we do? My poor son, is it truly that grave?" Miss Lin did not indicate any life-threatening danger during her pulse diagnosis. Someone questioned. It is hard to say. He appears to be inhaling less and exhaling more. I fear he cannot hold on much longer. Did not Dr. Kai offer free treatment? Do you know who this young lady is? She is Dr. Su from the Renai Hall. Her medical expertise rivals that of Dr. Kai, and I trust her words. Surely not. She looks so young. How could her skills compare to those of Dr. Kai? The crowd murmured in discussion. Lin Wanqing glared at Su Ruojin with indignation. This was her first formal public diagnosis, and Su Ruojin's words had utterly undermined her authority. Su Ruojin, do you take pleasure in my misfortune? I, along with my master, kindly took the pulse of the patient and even provided him with medicinal ointment from Jiren Hall. What more could you desire? Are you perhaps concerned that Jiren Hall might encroach upon the business of your Renai Hall? If you lack the skill to learn, then step aside and refrain from this futile chatter. Su Ruojin circumvented the obstruction posed by Lin Wanqing and approached Wang Kai directly. She first placed her hand on his wrist to take his pulse, then lifted his garment to examine the wounds on his back. His back was swollen and ulcerated, with numerous areas festering and discharging pus, some of which had become infested with maggots. Certain wounds had not been timely treated and were stuck to his clothing. Su Ruojin produced a cloth and delicately extracted a small splinter of wood from one of Wang Kai's wounds. Remnants of the wooden rod used during the punishment that had pierced his skin. Standing upright, she first placed a medicinal pill into Wang Kai's mouth. Then stated, he has developed sores from the rod due to his injuries. To my knowledge, the healing ointment is effective for ordinary abrasions and minor cuts, but it is of little use for rod sores. The treatment requires the removal of necrotic tissue, followed by the expulsion of stagnant blood with a stone needle, and then applying a golden wound medicine and angelica ointment, alongside a healing potion. This patient's pulse is already too weak to detect, Miss Lin. You merely brushed against him lightly and hastily concluded that it is merely an infectious ailment. What value do you place on human life? Upon hearing Su Ruojin's words, Wang Kai's mother momentarily ceased her weeping, staring blankly at the young girl. Lin Wanqing, exasperated, retorted, Su Ruojin, you are deliberately slandering me. Who says that a longer examination guarantees accuracy? Is it wrong for me to say he has an infectious disease? Indeed, strictly speaking, Lin Wanqing's assertion that Wang Kai was afflicted by an infectious ailment was not entirely incorrect. Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow and inquired, oh, then pray tell. What medication would be deemed appropriate for his condition? Chapter 67. Perhaps a change of fragrance pouch. Upon hearing Su Ruojin's question regarding the suitable remedy, Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Kai Fanzhou had once handed her a book on herbal medicine to memorize, but finding the task arduous, she had merely skimmed through it before casting it aside. She had intended to use it as a reference, believing that occasional consultations would lead to eventual retention of the material. Now, confronted with Su Ruojin's inquiry, Lin Wanqing found herself at a loss for words, caught in a predicament from which there was no escape. Su Ruojin interjected, Miss Lin, while these 3 herbs indeed possess the ability to clear heat and expel toxins, given the patient's current physical condition, he would be unable to withstand the potent effects of Huang Lian. Kai Fanzhou shot Lin Wanqing a disapproving glance, deeming her utterly inept. Lin Wanqing, momentarily speechless, managed to retort, then what do you propose he take? Despite Su Ruojin's medical knowledge being no superior to her own, Lin Wanqing was certain that any flaws in the remedies she suggested would be seized upon by her master, who would relish the opportunity to vindicate himself. For herbs, Sin Lian, Chai Hu, Mountain Gardenia, Bai Zhu, Fu Ling. Am I correct, esteemed physician Kai? Su Ruojin directed her gaze towards Kai Fanzhou. Having practiced medicine for many years, Kai Fanzhou recognized that Su Ruojin's prescription was impeccable, with some of her chosen herbs even surpassing his own considerations in intricacy. However, he had no intention of offering her praise. Since Dr. Su has made her recommendations, it is evident she possesses a comprehensive treatment plan. Therefore, we at Jiren Hall shall refrain from intervening, entrusting this patient entirely to Dr. Su. Jing'er, let us depart. Kai Fanzhou turned and left, while Lin Wanqing shot a fierce glare at Su Ruojin before hurriedly following suit. Su Ruojin turned and handed a few copper coins to a nearby child who was watching with curiosity. Go to Renai Hall and find someone named Jihua. Ask her to send 2 people to take him away. The child, thrilled by the sight of the coins, eagerly took the money and dashed towards Renai Hall. Su Ruojin then helped Wang Cai's mother to her feet, saying, Auntie, please wait here for a moment. Someone will come to carry your son to the clinic. Rest assured. We will ensure he receives proper treatment. Wang Sai's mother stood there, stunned, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Among the crowd, someone who recognized Su Ruojin called out, "Annie, hurry and thank her. She is Dr. Su from Renai Hall, the one who cured my mother's long-standing headaches." Indeed, Wang Sai's mother, express your gratitude to Dr. Su. Renai Hall does not charge the truly impoverished. Finally realizing the situation, Wang Sai's mother attempted to kneel in gratitude, but was halted by Su Ruojin. Subsequently, Su Ruojin handed a few more copper coins to the older boy of the two children, instructing, "Take this and buy something to eat." The child hesitated, reluctant to accept. But Su Ruojin insisted, and he finally accepted the coins, gratefully exclaiming, "Thank you, sister." After reiterating for them to wait for the clinic staff, Su Ruojin made her way into the tavern. Jiang Qianan observed this scene with a faint smile gracing his lips. This young girl certainly had a penchant for meddling in others' affairs. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, young Master Jiang," Su Ruojin said, feeling slightly remorseful for the delay caused while inviting him to dine. "It is of no consequence," Jiang Qianan replied with a placid demeanor. The attentive shopkeeper guided the trio to a private room. Su Ruojin instructed the staff to bring a basin of water for her to cleanse her hands, then took a seat. "Does young Master Jiang have any dietary restrictions? Are there particular preferences in cuisine?" "None at all. I am at your discretion, Miss Su," Jiang Qianan replied, gently placing the little treasure beside him. "Very well, then we shall accommodate the tastes of the little one." Su Ruojin, no longer hesitant, ordered several dishes suitable for the child. Soon, the table was laden with food, and Su Ruojin picked up a piece of the renowned 3/7 stewed chicken, offering it to Jiang Qianan. "Try this. It is the famous 3/7 stewed chicken from Jiuxian Lu, and it boasts a delightful flavor. Do not mind the slight bitterness. It possesses nourishing properties that invigorate and replenish vitality." "Thank you." Jiang Qianan placed the piece of chicken into his mouth. A hint of bitterness intermingled with the sweetness of the meat, creating a unique gustatory experience that pleasantly surprised him. "I never thought a hint of bitterness in chicken soup could be so enjoyable," he remarked sincerely. "Indeed, I was not misleading you," Su Ruojin said with a smile, as she served some dishes to the little treasure. After their meal, as they exited Jiuxian Lu, night had fallen, and the streets were adorned with various lanterns. The bustling crowd was filled with the laughter of children, interspersed with the crackling of firecrackers. Su Ruojin led the little treasure to a stall where she purchased a small tiger lantern for him. In the past, the little treasure would have found it daunting to venture into such crowded places, let alone stroll outside. Yet now, he willingly held Su Ruojin's hand, navigating through the throngs without a trace of fear. Jiang Qianan observed the pair ahead of him, a warm smile gracing his features. Boom! The sky erupted with bursts of fireworks as Su Ruojin lifted Little Bao into her arms. "Little Bao, would you like to see the fireworks with your sister?" Little Bao nestled his small head against Su Ruojin's shoulder and nodded. Jiang Qianan quickened his pace to catch up with the two. As the fireworks blossomed, illuminating the night sky of Yin-Yang and casting a glow upon Su Ruojin's smiling face, the young girl's eyes sparkled with joy. Her brows arched gracefully, and her lips formed a delightful curve, her fair complexion shimmering in the light of the fireworks, while her eyes reflected their brilliance. Witnessing her in such a state, Jiang Qianan felt a flutter in his heart, and his breath became slightly erratic. Not far from the trio, a shadow flitted past. Early the next morning, Jiang Qianan came to bid farewell to Su Ruojin and Little Bao. "Miss Su, I entrust Little Bao to you. Should you require any assistance, please inform Hu Qing. He will make the necessary arrangements." Hu Qing stepped forward, saying, "Miss Su, I reside in the courtyard next to the medical clinic. Do not hesitate to call upon me if needed." Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow, recalling her intention to rent the adjacent courtyard, only to learn that it had already been leased. It turned out to be Jiang Qianan who had rented it. "Then I appreciate your help." Su Ruojin did not dwell on the matter further. It was only natural for him to send a guard to watch over Little Bao, given his concerns. "I will not be able to visit Little Bao until after the new year. Take care on your journey." Su Ruojin bowed slightly. As Jiang Qianan turned away, Su Ruojin caught a whiff of the faint yet distinct scent of sandalwood mingled with the fragrance of orchids. She glanced at the black silk pouch adorned with a golden thread chelan pattern tied at Jiang Qianan's waist, pondering thoughtfully. Such complexities of the affluent households are truly perplexing. "Young Master Jiang," Su Ruojin called out. Su Ruojin contemplated for a moment before speaking. "If it pleases you, Perhaps you might consider changing your fragrance pouch. Jiang Qian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Take care, Miss Su. With that, he turned and mounted his horse, spurring it onward. In the capital, within the imperial palace, at the Qian Palace, Granny Xin was grooming Empress Wei's hair when eunuch Shuangxi entered, kneeling to pay his respects. The Empress, with her long protective fingernails, tapped the table lightly. Granny Xin ceased her movements and stepped aside. Chapter 68, Your Highness. Do you intend to open a medical clinic? After a pause, Empress Wei spoke slowly, her tone inscrutable. Isn't this young heir suffering from a condition that keeps him indoors most of the time? I had asked the regent to bring him to me. Yet he claimed the child is shy. I am, after all, a relative of the heir, not a stranger. How could he bear to leave the young heir in Yinyang? Granny Xin interjected at an opportune moment. Your Highness, could it be that the regent has found a renowned physician? Empress Wei responded with a cold smile. He is merely grasping at straws. If a mere clinic in Yinyang could truly cure Heiress' condition, what need would there be for the imperial physicians? Furthermore, if he had indeed found a renowned physician, do you think he would so readily divulge this to me? I shall observe what the regent is truly up to, sending someone to monitor that clinic and report back promptly if anything arises. Understood, Your Highness. Shuangxi then withdrew. Madame Xin stepped forward to continue grooming Empress Wei's hair. Your Majesty, the regent has been tirelessly searching for a divine physician for the young prince. If he were to succeed, might the prince's affliction be cured? Empress Wei cast her gaze downwards at her protective ring and replied with a hint of indifference. If Heiress continues in this state of foolishness, I shall ensure he grows up safely, enjoying a life of tranquility. However, should the affliction indeed be cured, then he must not blame this imperial grandmother for her lack of familial affection. China will assume power in a year's time, and I shall not permit anyone to obstruct his path. Madame Xin fell silent, her hands moving ever so gently. At the regent's residence, Xinyu craned his neck to glance behind him, but found nothing. He expressed his surprise. You truly left Heiress in Yinyang? Aren't you concerned that she might take action? Xiao Yanchu settled into his seat, taking a sip of tea. She will not act until she is certain that Heiress' condition has improved. I intentionally let her know that Heiress is in a small clinic. She will perceive it as a desperate measure on my part. Mu Jingshan, visibly anxious, inquired, so? Has Heiress' condition improved at all? Xiao Yanchu regarded him for a moment before responding. Yesterday, Heiress and I dined at the gathering of Talon's pavilion, and later I took him to see the fireworks. Throughout the entire experience, he exhibited no signs of fear. Would you not agree that he has improved? Mu Jingshan's mouth fell open in astonishment. That is not merely an improvement. It is a significant recovery. Was it truly that young lady who healed him? She is remarkable. I must go to Yinyang at once. I must inquire how she managed to cure Heiress' affliction. With that, Mu Jingshan turned to leave. Halt. Xiao Yanchu's voice rang out. Mu Jingshan halted abruptly, a look of distress etched upon his face. Your Highness, it is the new year. Surely I can rest for a moment? He lamented. I just overheard the chief of the Astronomical Bureau mention that it will snow continuously in the capital starting tomorrow. Will you be able to travel? Xiao Yanchu replied coolly. Lowering his gaze, he sipped his tea, non-committal. What excuse can I devise to have her accompany me to the capital? Perhaps to open a branch of the Renai Hall? Yes, that seems a plausible justification. Xinyu, bewildered, interjected. Your Highness, are you going to open a medical clinic? If I instruct you to proceed, then just do so without all this prattling, came the curt response. Mu Jingshan cast a dubious glance at him. What is your intention? Oh, what could it possibly be? Just a curious inquiry. Do hurry and tell me, Xinyu replied, his tone teasing. Indeed, she was but a young maiden, recently come of age, and in his eyes, she surpassed even the renowned Princess Fengxi in beauty. This revelation left Xinyu astounded. Princess Fengxi? She is the most beautiful woman in the capital, and you dare to claim she is more lovely? So, oh, I see, Xinyu exclaimed, his expression one of understanding, leaving Mu Jingshan utterly perplexed. What do you understand? Pray, enlighten me, he urged. Frustration flickered across Mu Jingshan's face as he contemplated striking Xinyu, though he refrained, knowing he would not prevail. One day, I shall test my newly researched poison on you. Mu Jingshan declared menacingly at Xinyu's retreating figure before turning towards the Empress Dowager's quarters. However, it was true that this winter in the capital was notably colder than in previous years. Oh, well, there is no need to rush. It can wait until the weather warms. Mu Jingshan resignedly shook his head. The fragrant pouch was a gift from the Grand Princess, the only family member Xiao Yanchu could trust within the palace. In his youth, Xiao Yanchu was bullied by the eunuchs and maidservants of the court. Had it not been for the Grand Princess's protection, he would not have survived to this day, let alone trained in martial arts at Qinghua Mountain. If the Grand Princess had intended him harm, she would not have saved him in the first place. It was hard for Xiao Yanchu to believe that she wished him ill, yet the words of Su Ruojin lingered in his mind. After some contemplation, he decided to remove the pouch and place it in a box, opting instead for another to wear. This new pouch was woven in a pale white color with golden threads and embroidered with auspicious clouds by the palace's most skilled seamstress. The craftsmanship was among the finest in all of Dechu, yet Xiao Yanchu found this particular pouch rather unappealing. Perhaps, as his gaze shifted thoughtfully, he began to ponder. On New Year's Eve, the medical clinic closed its doors early. In the backyard, a long table constructed from the clinic's furniture was set up alongside a fire pit. Jihua, Yin Luo, and the young maidservants busily moved in and out, preparing for the festivities. In no time, the table was laden with a variety of dishes. Most of the maidservants and young helpers at the clinic were orphans, some having been sold by their parents due to their gender, all pitiable souls without a home to return to, with nowhere to go during the new year. They remained at the clinic. Ultimately, Su Ruojin decided to arrange a grand table in the backyard so that everyone could share the New Year's Eve dinner together, celebrating in a lively manner. As the preparations neared completion, Su Ruojin called for Yin Luo. Yin Luo, please go next door and invite Hu Qing to join us for the New Year's Eve dinner. Yes, Mississippi. Yin Luo was aware that Hu Qing had been sent by young Master Jiang to protect Xiao Bao. It would be unkind to leave someone alone during the New Year festivities. Yin Luo approached the neighboring door and knocked gently. It opened almost immediately. Hu Qing stepped out, inquiring, Miss Yin Luo, how may I assist you? Young Master Hu, our young lady invites you to join us for the New Year's Eve dinner, if it is convenient for you. Of course, it is most convenient, Hu Qing replied without hesitation, promptly shutting the door behind him and following Yin Luo to the medical clinic. The 12 remaining shadow guards had no choice but to conceal themselves, watching with longing as Hu Qing departed, their hearts filled with resentment towards him for lacking loyalty. Chapter 69. New Year's Eve Dinner as Shadow Guards. They were not meant to be in the open. Their master feared that Miss Su might have some plans and would not be able to locate them. Hence Hu Qing was sent forth. They could only remain hidden in the shadows. Dark 5 sighed with discontent. The eldest is so fortunate, able to enjoy the hospitality next door. I can already smell the delicious aromas wafting through. It makes my mouth water. A flavorless broth made from cabbage, darkened stir-fried potatoes, and a bowl of an unidentifiable yellow mush greeted their eyes, a sight that was difficult to behold. The only dish that appeared somewhat appetizing was the stir-fried pork with green peppers prepared by Hu Qing before he left. Perhaps we should head to the Gathering of Talents Pavilion instead, Dark 6 suggested, unable to stomach the meager offerings before them. Dark 1 shot him a glance. You may relish your meal there, but what if something occurs here with the young master? Who would bear the consequences? At least we have pickles and steamed buns, plenty to fill our bellies. Thus, the 12 shadow guards spent the New Year's Eve eating rice, pickles, and a plate of stir-fried green peppers, all while inhaling the tantalizing scents emanating from next door. In the medical hall, initially, the maids and servants felt too shy to dine at the table with the young ladies and madams standing in proper formation. It was only when Su Ruojin feigned anger that they anxiously took their seats, one by one. Once everyone was settled, Su Ruojin rose to propose a toast. Today marks our first New Year together. I hope Ren'ai Hall flourishes and becomes the finest medical establishment in Yan'an. No. Throughout the entirety of the Great Chu Kingdom, when we have established our success, I shall expand Ren'ai Hall across the Great Chu Kingdom and even into the Northern Li Kingdom, the Xiaya Kingdom, and the Yunqi Kingdom, ensuring that Ren'ai Hall is prevalent across the 9 continents. At that time, all present will be esteemed elders of Ren'ai Hall. Now, let us raise our glasses together to wish for a prosperous year ahead. Cheers. To a prosperous year ahead. Cheers. To a prosperous year ahead. Cheers. To a prosperous year ahead. After they finished their first drink, Yin Luo presented numerous red pouches, distributing one to each person present. The pouches were quite plump, and upon opening one, someone exclaimed in astonishment, Miss, this is far too generous. 20 taels of silver lay within, a sum that an ordinary citizen would toil for an entire year to earn. The young ladies realized that their mistress was bestowing such a substantial gift for the new year. Furthermore, they had only recently begun their employment at the medical hall. A few young maids were moved to tears, recalling how they had previously endured hunger and cold, fearing they would either perish or be sold into a brothel to suffer. To their surprise, having been brought to the medical hall by their mistress, they found the work to be manageable with a kind-hearted employer. It was remarkable that so soon after its establishment, the medical hall distributed such generous red envelopes for the new year. The group exchanged glances, rising from their seats to kneel before Su Ruojin, offering their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Mississippi. We vow to remain loyal to you for life, never to betray our master." "All right, please rise." No tears during the new year. Su Ruojin smiled as she encouraged them to stand. Hu Qing, slightly taken aback, remarked, "Miss Yanluo, why do I also have one?" Yanluo chuckled softly. "Mr. Hu, the miss has stated that your efforts in protecting Xiaobao and the clinic have not gone unnoticed. Of course, you deserve a share as well. Here, take it." Before Hu Qing could decline, Yanluo pressed the pouch into his embrace. Realizing the situation, Hu Qing quickly stood to bow to Su Ruojin. "Thank you, Dr. Su. Mr. Hu, today is a joyous occasion. There is no need for such formalities. Do enjoy the spicy chicken my grandmother prepared," Su Ruojin replied with a smile. "Just call me Hu Qing, referring to me as Mr. Who feels too distant," he said. Su Ruojin nodded. "Very well. From now on we shall call you Hu Qing. Now, let us eat and drink." The table soon buzzed with lively conversation. Old Lady Lin produced a pouch from her bosom, handing it to Xiaobao. "This is a special gift just for you, hoping you recover swiftly and grow up healthy." Xiaobao hesitated, turning to look at Su Ruojin. She nodded, prompting him to accept the pouch, after which he embraced Old Lady Lin. For Xiaobao, this was his sole means of expressing gratitude. Old Lady Lin beamed with joy. "Xiaobao is becoming increasingly well-behaved. Grandmother, what about mine?" Yuan Hong looked at Old Lady Lin with a pitiful expression. "How could we forget about you, my little monkey? Come and take it." Madame Lin handed a purse to Yuan Hong. Upon receiving it, Yuan Hong immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "May you be blessed like the East Sea and live as long as the South Mountain." Such sweet words. Madame Lin chuckled, playfully scolding him. She then produced another purse and handed it to Su Ruojin, saying, "Take this. It is for you." Su Ruojin hurriedly declined. "Grandmother, I lack for nothing. You need not give me anything. That simply will not do. According to custom, as long as you remain unmarried, your elders must bestow you with New Year's money. Do you not want it? Then hurry and find yourself a husband, with him to look after you. I could save a bit as well." Observing that Madame Lin appeared intent to continue her discourse, Su Ruojin quickly accepted the purse, saying, "I will take it. I will take it. Is that not sufficient, grandmother?" Madame Lin smiled, knowing well that her granddaughter feared nothing in this world except the subject of marriage. She pondered which fortunate young man would win the heart of such an exceptional granddaughter. Madame Lin did not demand that Su Ruojin's future husband be extraordinarily remarkable. She merely wished for him to cherish her granddaughter alone throughout his life. Subsequently, Madame Lin revealed 3 sets of clothing. "These are new garments I made for you. Quickly try them on to see if they fit." One set was a vibrant red short jacket with a round collar, complemented by an embroidered red skirt. The edges adorned with a circle of white rabbit fur, lending an air of playful charm. Another set was a deep blue training outfit, clearly suitable for martial arts practice. The third set was a light blue, front-open long shirt made of cloud-patterned brocade, cinched at the waist with a moon-white embroidered belt. When the 3 emerged in their new attire, one radiated in brilliant red, another exuded an aura of heroism, while the third, dressed in finery, unmistakably showcased the noble and aloof demeanor of a young gentleman from a prestigious family. Madame Lin gazed at the trio with great satisfaction. At this moment, the sounds of firecrackers and fireworks echoed outside, and Yuan Hong could no longer contain his excitement. "Little Bao, would you like to go set off some fireworks with your brother?" Little Bao, whose health was frail, could not endure the loud firecrackers, but fireworks were permissible. Little Bao grasped Su Ruojin's hand tightly while his eyes were fixed on the fireworks that Yuan Hong had prepared in advance. Su Ruojin understood Little Bao's intentions and smiled, saying, "I will join you both." Little Bao's eyes sparkled with delight as he exerted a bit more strength, clearly urging Su Ruojin to hasten her pace. "Grandmother, would you like to come along?" Yuan Hong invited. Old Madame Lin chuckled softly. "At my age, I fear the cold, so I shall not go. You all enjoy yourselves." Watching the trio depart, old Madame Lin felt that Lin Zhengshan would one day regret expelling Su Ruojin from the Lin residence. It had been less than a month since Su Ruojin was driven out, yet old Madame Lin already sensed that life had changed entirely from what it once was. Chapter 70. A startling inspiration in the capital, the Imperial Palace. On New Year's Eve, as per tradition, the emperor hosted a grand banquet for his officials, requiring all officials of the fourth rank and above to bring their families to the palace. Empress Dowager Wei entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony alongside the emperor and empress, and all officials bowed in reverence. Both Empress Dowager Wei and the emperor glanced towards the position of the regent king, which was conspicuously empty. Xiao Chunyi frowned slightly. His fists clenched. His elder brother, the emperor, had always disregarded him, yet he arrived later than him, the emperor. Sensing her son's anger, Empress Dowager Wei discreetly cast a glance in his direction. Xiao Chunyi quickly regained his composure and alongside the empress, took his seat at the main position. Li Yuanxing, where's the regent king? As soon as the words fell, a eunuch at the entrance announced, the regent prince has arrived. All the ministers rose once more to kneel and pay their respects. Xiao Yanchu waved his hand dismissively, saying, please rise. It is the new year, and there is no need for excessive formality. Thank you, regent prince, the ministers replied, standing up. Xiao Yanchu approached Xiao Qinyu, bowing slightly in greeting. I have come to pay my respects to your majesty, the empress dowager, and the empress. Xiao Qinyu quickly raised his hand in a gesture of feigned support. Royal brother, there is no need for such formalities. Xiao Yanchu turned and took his seat. Among the crowd, a pair of eyes had been fixed intently on Xiao Yanchu since his entrance into the hall, unwavering in their gaze. Brother Yanchu, I have finally seen you, exclaimed Shuanger. Let the banquet commence. Music and dance shall begin. With the voice of Li Yuanxing echoing through the hall, the melodies resonated, and the dancing maidens entered, performing gracefully. The ministers exchanged toasts, extending their warm wishes for the new year, creating an atmosphere of harmony and joy. Several officials raised their cups to Xiao Yanchu, who graciously accepted every toast. Seventh brother, the empress and the prince consort, toast to you. Wishing you all your heart's desires fulfilled. Xiao Yanchu looked up to see the grand princess, Xiao Fengming, and prince consort Song Zijia. It was rare for him to rise and lift his cup. Thank you, imperial sister. May your wishes also come true. The grand princess's eyes flickered slightly. I appreciate your kind words, seventh brother. Indeed, she harbored a significant worry. Despite being married to the prince consort for many years, she had not conceived. Although the prince consort never voiced any complaints, her mother-in-law harbored some discontent, which had always weighed heavily on her heart. The grand princess had secretly sought many doctors, consuming countless medicines to no avail. Seventh brother, you appear quite thin. Are you unwell? She inquired with concern. In this frigid palace, apart from their mother, only the imperial sister would notice such things. That is good, seventh brother. If not for the concern of the elder sister, it would be wise for you to wed a princess soon, for having a confidant by your side to care for you is indeed beneficial. And it would ease the worries of the elder sister. Xiao Yanchu smiled faintly and replied, elder sister, when I encounter someone to my liking, I shall certainly marry her. The princess sighed softly. Oh, you. In this world, how many can truly be deemed to one's liking? Emotions can be cultivated. As long as the family background and character are commendable, feelings will naturally develop after marriage. In the royal family, how many unions can one truly control? With this thought, the princess glanced at the prince consort beside her, who maintained a gentle smile. The prince consort nodded slightly at Xiao Yanchu before finishing his cup of wine. At that moment, a young maiden stepped forward, gracefully kneeling before the emperor and empress dowager, saying, Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, in honor of this splendid occasion, I wish to perform a dance, offering my blessings for the prosperity and stability of the great Chu kingdom and for the eternal preservation of the state. She was none other than the celebrated beauty of the capital, the niece of Empress Dowager Wei, and the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, the 16-year-old Princess Feng Shi, Wei Shuang. Frost has put forth her heart, remarked the Empress Dowager with a smile, giving her approval. Xiaochen would not make things difficult for his cousin either. The ministers set down their cups, filled with anticipation, for it was said that Princess Feng Shi's dance was unparalleled in the capital. Indeed, it was a rare fortune to witness the enchanting dance of Princess Feng Shi today. All thanks to the grace of the emperor. Princess Feng Shi truly lived up to her title as the foremost beauty of the capital, even before she began her performance. She exuded an air of elegance and charm. Wei Shuang respectfully bowed and retreated to the side hall to change her attire. As she passed by the regent's table, She casually cast her gaze upon the man who occupied her thoughts day and night. To her dismay, Xiao Yanchu was engaged in conversation with the princess, offering her not even a glance. Wei Shuang lightly bit her lip. For him, she had diligently practiced this dance for a year. Yearning for just one glance from him on this New Year's Eve, she believed that her performance would astonish the world, and he would surely hold her in his heart from that moment onward. With this thought, she quickened her pace towards the side hall. Before long, eunuchs brought out 3 round drums, leaving the attendees curious about their purpose. Boom, boom, boom. The golden silk skirt, paired with a matching veil, accentuated the young maiden's graceful figure to perfection. As she descended, the musicians began to play, and the dance flowed in harmony with the music. Those present had never witnessed such an extraordinary dance. They all paused, setting down their chopsticks and wine cups, captivated by the enchanting performance. Wei Shuang danced tirelessly, her gaze seemingly enchanting as it drifted towards the regent. Yet, he remained with his head bowed, sipping his drink, never sparing her a glance. Fortunately, her year of training had not been in vain. She quickly composed herself and successfully completed the dance without mishap. Ultimately, Wei Shuang struck a pose like a celestial being atop the central drum. The dance ceased, and the music fell silent. After a few seconds of stillness, the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. Bravo! Princess Fengxi truly deserves the title of the greatest talent in the Great Chu Kingdom. In ancient times, there was the melody of the feathered garment. Today, we witness Princess Fengxi's mesmerizing drum dance. Simply astounding. Indeed, with this singular dance, it is certain that Miss Fengxi will ascend to even greater heights of brilliance. The Duke of Ding truly has a remarkable daughter. Duke Wei Qiming, though he feigns modesty, cannot conceal the pride gleaming in his eyes. Your Majesty, Miss Fengxi's performance was nothing short of astonishing. Should she not be rewarded? The Empress Dowager smiled graciously, her gaze fixed contentedly upon the kneeling Wei Yinfeng. Truly, she is a worthy scion of the Wei family. Alas, had it not been for my mother's refusal back then, the current empress would rightly be my cousin, Yinfeng. The Empress Su, noticing the reaction of Xiao Qinyi, tightened her grip on her handkerchief, her eyes flickering, yet her countenance remained composed. In my humble opinion, Miss Fengxi has reached the age for courtship. Why not seize this auspicious occasion to bestow upon her a match of her heart's desire? The Empress Dowager spoke gently. The entire capital is aware of Miss Fengxi's affections for the regent, and thus, despite coming of age, no engagement has been arranged. A pang of reluctance surged within Xiao Qinyi, yet he dared not oppose the Empress Dowager's wishes, nodding in acquiescence. Everything shall be at the discretion of the Empress Dowager. Chapter 71. A marriage bestowed. Wei Yinfeng, still kneeling with her head bowed, felt her heart race uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her chest. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. Her aunt has always known of her admiration for the regent. Her long-held aspiration is on the verge of realization, making the year of arduous practice worthwhile. As anticipated, the Empress Dowager turned her gaze to Xiao Yanchu and spoke. Regent, you have now surpassed your youthful years. It is time for you to take a wife to manage the affairs of your household. The Empress Dowager observed that Princess Fengxi, in terms of appearance, talent, and lineage, was indeed a perfect match for the regent. Seizing the opportunity of the day, she proposed to arrange a marriage between the two. Princess Fengxi, would you consent to this union? Although her tone was one of inquiry, the words of a sovereign carry the weight of a decree. Thus, the marriage was effectively a foregone conclusion. Any ordinary subject would dare not refuse. The decision rests with the Empress Dowager, replied Wei Yinshi, her voice trembling with excitement. In that moment, she resembled a bashful young girl, unable to steal a glance at the regent. Nearby, a minister whispered, "Congratulations to the Duke of Dinghua. Soon he shall be the father-in-law of the regent." The Duke smiled but remained silent. At this juncture, the hall fell into silence, all eyes turning toward Xiao Yanchu. He casually lifted a grape to his lips, his expression indifferent, as if the Empress Dowager's words pertained to another, entirely unrelated matter. Witnessing his demeanor, the Empress Dowager felt a surge of frustration but managed to suppress her anger, asking once more, "Regent, what is your stance on this matter? Were it any other subject, there would be no need for such repeated inquiries. A direct decree would suffice, for who among the subjects would dare to defy imperial command?" However, the individual in question was the regent, and even the Empress Dowager could not compel him into matrimony. Xiao Yanchu wiped his hands with a handkerchief, then rose to bow slightly toward the emperor and the Empress Dowager. "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, I have dined sufficiently. There are matters to attend to at my residence. So I shall take my leave. Ah, and Empress Dowager, please do not concern yourself with my future marriage arrangements. The ministers exchanged glances, none daring to make a sound. In the vast hall, one could hear a pin drop amidst the hundreds present. The Empress Dowager's face turned a deep shade of anger as she watched the retreating figure of Xiao Yanchu. His blatant disregard for her authority was unmistakable. She had previously hinted, both openly and subtly, at marrying Wei Yinshuang to Xiao Yanchu, yet each time he deftly evaded her intentions with various excuses. Today, she had hoped to exert pressure in this setting, compelling him to accept the proposal. Once Wei Yinshuang entered the regent's residence, it would be tantamount to placing a spy by his side. How could she not manipulate Xiao Yanchu then? However, she never anticipated that he would so brazenly refuse to grant her any semblance of respect in front of the assembled ministers. Clenching her fists in fury, the Empress Dowager rose in anger, declaring, "I am weary," before turning on her heel and departing. Xiao Chun-yi looked on with concern at Wei Yinshuang, who knelt below, her body trembling slightly. He spoke, "Princess Fengxi, with exceptional talent, captivates all with her mesmerizing dance. I bestow upon you a pair of jade rui, 1,000 taels of gold, 2 pieces of Tian Qin Yunjin, a delicate hairpin of jade and 7 treasures, and a pair of jade bracelets." With reddened eyes, Wei Yinshuang fought back the tears threatening to fall as she bowed her head deeply to Xiao Chun-yi, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gifts." As the palace banquet concluded, Wei Yinshuang followed the Duke of Dinghua, her head bowed in silence. Upon hearing her father's words, she abruptly lifted her gaze, her tone resolute. "No, father, I wish to marry the regent above all else. Otherwise, I would rather sever my hair and live as a spinster." 2 years ago, upon witnessing the formidable figure of Xiao Yanchu, mounted and brandishing a spear as he entered the imperial city with an air of sternness, she realized that he was the only one for her in this lifetime. Before the Duke of Dinghua could utter a word, Wei Yinfang continued, "Father, do you believe my aunt would consent to let her daughter marry another?" The Duke, recalling the Empress Dowager's previous words, fell silent. Indeed, it was only through Shuanghe marrying into the regent's household that the regent and the Wei family could be bound together, ensuring Heiress stability on the throne. After a long pause, he sighed, "Shuanghe, I apologize for the burden this places upon you." "Father, as long as I can wed the regent, I am content," Wei Yinfang replied. The Duke, somewhat resigned, was well aware of his daughter's temperament. She had always been accustomed to having her desires fulfilled. Furthermore, now that the Wei family was intertwined with the emperor, they would rise and fall together. He added, "Today, the regent's rejection of marriage may invite gossip, but do not worry, I shall handle it for you." "Thank you, father," Wei Yinfang said, her eyes glimmering as she fell silent. Upon returning to the mansion, Steward Zhang approached to take Xiao Yanchu's cloak. "My lord, would you care for some food?" In the palace, where customs abound, few could truly sate their hunger in such an environment. "No, I shall visit my mother. There is no need for you to accompany me." "Understood, my lord." As Xiao Yanchu entered the Yilan courtyard, he was met with the sound of a cough, causing his heart to tighten, prompting him to quicken his pace. Aunt Su Lan emerged just in time to see the prince's beaming face. She approached and offered a respectful bow, saying, "Greetings, Your Highness. The Empress Dowager was just speaking of you." "How is mother?" Xiao Yanchu inquired. Aunt Su Lan sighed. "She remains much the same. Winter is always a trying time for her. However, once the year passes, spring will arrive, and the Empress Dowager's health will improve. There is no need for you to worry excessively." "Very well, I shall go in and see mother." Aunt Su Lan promptly lifted the door curtain, allowing Xiao Yanchu to enter. She then hurried to the bedside, assisting the Empress Dowager into a more comfortable position. "Mother, the prince has come to see you." Though the Empress Dowager was only in her 40s, illness had rendered her pale, her hair streaked with gray, and her form frail, making her appear far older than her years. "Chuer, you have arrived," she said softly. "Mother, how do you feel?" Xiao Yanchu quickly took a seat beside her. Concern etched on his face. "I just attended a palace banquet," the Empress Dowager replied, gazing at her son with a hint of sorrow. "Chuer, you should consider marrying a princess. Having someone to care for you would ease my worries." "Mother, today the Empress Dowager wishes to bestow Wei Yinshuang upon me." The Empress Dowager was taken aback. "You have already assisted the Wei family so much. Why do they still refuse to leave you be?" Overcome with emotion, she began to cough violently. And Su Lan hastily brought a cup of water, urging, "Empress Dowager, please drink some water." while gently patting her back to help her breathe easier. Mother, my aid is not for the Wei family, but for the people of Dechu. If chaos were to erupt in Dechu, it is the common folk who would suffer. As a prince, I bear the responsibility of safeguarding the citizens of Dechu. Lady Jiang took a sip of water to compose herself. In the end, it is the Wei family who benefits, yet they remain so vigilant towards you. Mother, it is of no concern. They cannot harm me. That is for the best. I heard from Dr. Mu that you left Yi in Yinyang. How is he faring now? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanchu's mind conjured the image of the little girl and Yi holding hands while watching fireworks, and his expression softened considerably. There is a doctor in Yinyang with commendable medical skills, since Yi has been under her care. He has begun to show a willingness to engage with the outside world. I visited him not long ago and took him out to see the fireworks. Really? Yi is willing to go out. That is truly wonderful. Lady Jiang sensed that her son became noticeably gentler at the mere mention of Yinyang. Could it be because Yi's health was improving? If that doctor can indeed cure Yi's ailment, you must express your gratitude to her. I will, mother. Chua. I do not expect much from your future bride's family background. I only hope you find a girl whom you genuinely like and who treats you sincerely and kindly. Lady Jiang gazed at her son with tender eyes. Having been confined within the palace for the greater part of her life, living a wretched existence, she now wished for her son to lead a more carefree life, unshackled by the chains of power, as long as it is someone he cherishes. Even a simple peasant girl would not be unacceptable. For reasons unknown, at that moment, the visage of the little girl flashed through Xiao Yanchu's mind. Noticing the weariness in Lady Jiang's demeanor, he took his leave. Emerging from Elan Courtyard, Su Yanchu was enveloped by the cacophony of firecrackers reverberating throughout the city and the dazzling display of fireworks illuminating the night sky. A sudden urge to hasten to Yinyang surged within him. However, he could not abandon his mother for this festivity. This year marked the first time in many that he remained in the capital for the new year, and he could not forsake his maternal figure. Perhaps, after the minor celebration, he would reconsider. In Yinyang, Su Ruojin accompanied the venerable Lady Lin in welcoming the new year, engaging in casual conversation while Yi rested against her lap. At that moment, the city was suddenly awash with the crackling sounds of firecrackers, creating a harmonious symphony of celebration. As the clock struck midnight, every household erupted in a chorus of firecrackers, invoking wishes for a prosperous and joyful new year. The sound of firecrackers also echoed at the entrance of the medical hall. Yi, seemingly startled by the commotion, trembled slightly, prompting Su Ruojin to cradle him gently and cover his ears. Grandmother, Sister Jean, the 5,000 firecrackers I set off are crisp and continuous. This year will surely unfold favorably, declared Yi enthusiastically. Lady Lin beamed with delight, replying, Indeed, indeed. In this new year, may all proceed smoothly for everyone. Very well. Off you go, she gestured. Sister Jean, may I awaken Xiao Bao at the hour of the rabbit to join in the firecracker festivities? Yuan Hong inquired. Before he could finish, Lady Lin lightly tapped his head, reminding him, Xiao Bao's health is fragile. We must not startle him with the noise. Realizing his oversight, Yuan Hong sheepishly scratched his head. In my excitement, I forgot. Very well. I shall rise early to set them off myself. In Yinyang, it was customary for every household to rise at the break of dawn on the first day of the new year to ignite firecrackers, symbolizing the welcoming of vibrant and auspicious days ahead. All right, just get up and go ahead. You should rest now. During the new year, you are the most excited. Lady Lin chuckled. This was later when she asked Ji Hua to prepare a small bed again, gently persuading Xiao Bao to sleep in it by himself. Although Xiao Bao appeared much smaller than his peers due to his frailness, he was indeed 5 years old, and it was not ideal for him to continue sharing a bed. Su Ruojin tidied up and then lay down herself. In popular folklore, it is believed that during the new year, one should refrain from taking medicine or consulting doctors unless absolutely necessary, particularly in life and death situations. The common folk prefer to postpone any medical attention until after the festivities, as a way of signifying their hope for a year free from illness. On the 4th day of the new year, the Yining City God Temple Fair commenced. Early in the morning, Yuan Hong was already up and waiting. As a group exited the medical hall, Hu Qing was already outside, having been invited by Su Ruojin through Yen Luo to join them at the temple today. Su Ruojin thought it best for Hu Qing to openly accompany them rather than hiding away, especially during the lively celebrations of the new year. The streets were bustling with people, filled with a vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly, the sound of gongs filled the air, and a crowd surged towards the source. Look, someone is presenting a banner ahead. For whom is it being sent? Let's go take a look. As they approached, they saw a person striking a gong, followed by 3 individuals carrying a large ceremonial banner that read, New Star of the Apricot Grove, Divine Physician with Extraordinary Skills. Who is this for? I don't know. Let us follow and find out. With the streets crowded during the festive season, it wasn't long before a throng of curious onlookers trailed behind the banner procession. Sister Jean, let us go see it too. Yuan Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Ruojin smiled gently and said, You go ahead. We will wait for you here. All right. Yuan Hong replied, darting off in a flash, soon disappearing around the corner with the procession of banners. The colorful banners had drawn away a multitude of onlookers, leaving the street noticeably quieter. Su Ruojin led Little Bao to the sugar painting stall, encouraging him to spin the bamboo stick on the turntable. The turntable was adorned with various images of peaches, rabbits, peacocks, and puppies. The stall owner would create a corresponding sugar painting based on where the arrow of the bamboo stick landed. Upon noticing their arrival, the stall owner cheerfully greeted, Hello, little friend. Happy New Year. Come and give it a spin. Little Bao hesitated to extend his hand, prompting Su Ruojin to gently grasp it, saying, Shall we spin together? Only then did Little Bao give a slight nod. With Su Ruojin holding his small hand, they both turned the bamboo stick on the turntable, which eventually came to rest on the peacock. The peacock design was displayed in full plumage, requiring the most ingredients of all the designs. Wow, little friend, you are indeed lucky, the stall owner exclaimed, scooping a generous portion of syrup to begin crafting the peacock. Little Bao watched intently as the stall owner created the sugar painting. Once the peacock was completed, the stall owner affixed a long bamboo stick to it and handed it to Little Bao, saying, Here you go, be careful with it. Little Bao accepted the sugar painting, delicately licking it, his eyes narrowing with delight as a rare smile graced his slender face. Su Ruojin exchanged a glance with old Madame Lin, both finding solace in the shared expression of satisfaction. Take it slow, be careful not to drop it, old Madame Lin cautioned. Can you guess where that banner is headed? Yuan Hong teased, holding back the answer. Jiren Hall? Yen Luo ventured a guess. The characters inscribed on the banner were evident to all, undoubtedly destined for the medical establishment. Yuan Hong, with an air of mystery, shook his head. He Shuntang? Yen Luo proposed yet another name for the medical house. Yuan Hong continued to shake his head. Yen Luo recounted her knowledge of Yanyang Medical Hall, but Yuan Hong persisted in his negation. Oh dear, Yuan Hong, stop the suspense and tell us. Who is it truly meant for? Yen Luo, now anxious, urged him. Chapter 73. Rejection. Observing Yen Luo's urgency, Yuan Hong finally revealed. It was delivered to the governor's residence for Lin Wanqing, and it was the esteemed Madame Zhong who sent the banner. What? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. They had considered all the medical establishments, yet she had eluded their thoughts. Yuan Hong divulged the gossip he had overheard. I heard that Miss Zhong had suffered from a peculiar ailment, developing black spots on her skin. And it was Miss Lin who cured her, prompting Madame Zhong to present the banner. Black spots? Su Ruojin felt an unsettling dissonance. She had visited the governor's residence several times, but Miss Zhong, hindered by her mobility, remained indoors, and they had yet to meet. How could a young lady who scarcely ventured beyond her door suddenly develop such blemishes? Regardless, with Madame Zhong's presentation of the banner, Lin Wanqing's reputation in Yin-Yang City had undoubtedly soared. On the 7th day of the new year, Feng Ying brought news from Tianyi Pavilion. Ji Rintang had offered 2,000 taels of silver to purchase the antidote for the second course of Ewing Frost, which had been declined. Upon receiving this news, Su Ruojin finally discerned the unsettling truth. Ewing Frost was a poison concocted by Tianyi Pavilion. It did not claim lives but caused the entire body to be covered in black spots, increasing in number over time. Treatment required 2 courses, otherwise, the affliction would recur. If she recalls correctly, last year Kai Fan Zhou approached Tianyi Pavilion to purchase the shadow cream, claiming it was for the purpose of researching an antidote. At that time, the shadow cream had only just been developed, and the preliminary antidote formula could merely suppress the symptoms temporarily, causing the black spots to vanish for 7 days before they inevitably returned. As a collaborative medical institution with Tianyi Pavilion, it was only natural that they would not refuse Kai Fan Zhou's request. Having another individual dedicated to researching the antidote was certainly advantageous. Should Kai Fan Zhou succeed in his endeavors, Tianyi Pavilion would be willing to invest in acquiring the antidote formula. However, before Kai Fan Zhou could produce any significant results, Tianyi Pavilion had independently developed a remedy. Furthermore, considering that Lin Wanqing had consistently been providing massages for Miss Zhong, it was evident that Su Ruojin had deduced much. How audacious Lin Wanqing was to dare apply the shadow cream to the governor's daughter. Previously, Su Ruojin had merely informed Tianyi Pavilion to cease collaboration with Jiren Hall, but had not conveyed this to Jiren Hall itself. Thus, Kai Fanzhou remained unaware that his medical institution had been blacklisted by Tianyi Pavilion. It seemed that over the years, he had grown accustomed to seeking assistance from Tianyi Pavilion whenever faced with difficulties, which had generally obliged his requests. This familiarity had emboldened him to allow Lin Wanqing to administer the shadow cream to the governor's daughter. Had this been in the past, Kai Fanzhou's strategy would indeed have been effective, swiftly elevating Lin Wanqing's reputation in Yinyang while winning the favor of the governor's wife and daughter. Regrettably, the situation had changed. In Yinyang, Tianyi Pavilion only had Jiren Hall as a cooperating medical institution, and with Kai Fanzhou's request denied, he found himself unable to seek assistance from any other medical facility. Upon receiving the news of Tianyi Pavilion's refusal, Kai Fanzhou was utterly taken aback. This turn of events had exceeded his expectations. Previously, regardless of any requests related to medical expertise, the Heavenly Medical Pavilion would strive to accommodate them, let alone the successfully developed antidote. It had never outrightly refused like this time, and he was even informed by the pavilion that there would be no future collaborations with the Jiren Hall. Kai Fanzhou was utterly perplexed as to how he had offended the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. Without their support, what would he do if he encountered any perplexing ailments in the future? Even in the absence of such issues, certain rare medicinal materials were solely obtainable from the Heavenly Medical Pavilion throughout the Great Chu Kingdom. Moreover, with Wanqing currently treating Miss Zhong, the absence of the antidote for the second treatment would surely lead to a resurgence of the shadow frost poison. What would he do then? Cold sweat beaded on Kai Fanzhou's forehead. The strategy had been his suggestion to Lin Wanqing. Should it fail, ruining her reputation would mean completely alienating Linji Prefect. What to do? What to do? Lin Wanqing remained unaware that Kai Fanzhou could not procure the antidote. In the past few days, she had taken great pride in the banner displayed in her room. To avoid detection, she carefully applied the Shadow Frost medicinal powder onto a handkerchief each time. Once Miss Zhong had finished her massage, she would use the handkerchief to wipe her sweat, allowing the poison to gradually seep into her skin. By the second day of the new year, when Madame Zhong came to summon her, Lin Wanqing knew her efforts had borne fruit. After using the detoxifying medicine given by her master, all the dark spots on Miss Zhong's body had indeed vanished. Madame Zhong, filled with gratitude, offered her 300 taels of silver as thanks, which Lin Wanqing graciously declined. This further endeared her to Madame Zhong, who had previously harbored a slight dislike towards her. Subsequently, Lin Wanqing inadvertently revealed her aspiration to emulate her master, dedicating herself solely to the well-being of her patients, with the ambition of adorning the medical hall with banners of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhong comprehended the challenges faced by Lin Wanqing as a female physician. Thus, she instructed Granny Zhong to prepare a banner to present to Lin Wanqing. Such an admirable female doctor was worth promoting, and Madame Zhong was eager to advocate for her, which would undoubtedly benefit the people of Yinyang. When Zhao Jiao entered Lin Wanqing's room and beheld the banner, she felt a sense of pride. "Qing'er, from this moment forth, you shall be the most renowned female doctor in Yinyang." Lin Wanqing's recent accomplishments had finally overshadowed that little vixen, Su Ruojin, and Zhao Jiao felt an unparalleled sense of contentment this year. Lin Wanqing offered a gentle smile. "I still have much to learn from my master. Qing'er, once the new year arrives, you will be 16. It is entirely my fault for losing you and delaying your marriage prospects. Rest assured, I shall find you a suitable match." In the Great Chu Kingdom, it was customary for young women to begin considering suitors at the age of 14, and they could marry shortly after coming of age. Upon hearing Zhao Jiao's words, Lin Wanqing feigned modesty, lowering her head as her eyes flickered. With her current status, no matter how proficient her medical skills were, she could only aspire to marry into the family of a fourth-rank official as a primary wife, which would already be considered a significant elevation. Lin Wanqing was unwilling to settle for a common official's household. In her eyes, her beauty and intellect warranted a union with a prominent family in the capital, even with a prince or a noble. However, whether it be a young lord, prince, or nobleman, all were based in the capital, and if she remained in Yinyang, she would have no opportunity to encounter them. Lin Wanqing recalled the regent she had longed to meet, the legendary god of war of the Great Chu. No, she must devise a way to reach the capital. Mother, my marriage is not urgent. I only wish to diligently study medicine. Once the entrance examination for the Ruojin Academy in the capital commences, I aspire to take part. Zhao Jiao paused for a moment. She had previously encouraged Lin Wanqing to pursue medicine, not expecting her to achieve much, but merely to acquire some skills that could elevate her status, making it possible to marry into a family of fourth-rank officials. However, if Qing'er could gain admission to the Ruojin Academy, it would be an entirely different matter. Chapter 74. Kai Fanzhou, you wretched scoundrel. The Ruojin Academy is situated at the foot of Kangwu Mountain, on the outskirts of the capital, and is the most renowned academy in the Great Chu. Each generation's headmaster of the Ruojin Academy is a teacher to the emperor, and being able to study there is tantamount to being trained under the current sovereign. For many consecutive years, the top scholars of the imperial examination have all emerged from the Ruojin Academy. Furthermore, the academy does not discriminate against commoners. Anyone who can pass the entrance examination is welcome to enroll. Once admitted, most men enjoy a smooth career path, while women are eagerly sought after by prominent families, destined to become the mistresses of noble households. Gaining entry to the Ruojin Academy is the most expedient means Lin Wanqing could conceive of for entering the capital and marrying into a prestigious family. Qing'er, are you truly serious? The Ruojin Academy is not easily accessible, though there is no bias against commoners. Those who can actually gain admission are almost exclusively royal relatives or scions of noble families. Even if the academy's examination is quite fair and open to all, the education that children from noble families receive from a young age is incomparable to that of ordinary commoners. Mother, please believe in your daughter. As long as there is one outstanding specialty, admission to Ruojin Academy is assured. I have studied diligently under my master and have even cured Miss Zhong's ailment. I shall take the entrance examination for Ruojin Academy with my medical skills, and I am confident of success. Lin Wanqing spoke with unwavering conviction. After all, she possessed the medical knowledge from her previous life, and the scarcity of female physicians in the Great Chu Kingdom implied lesser competition. She was certain she would be accepted. Furthermore, she had once been a university student in her past life, and she retained some knowledge of classical poetry and literature from that world. With these assets, she was resolute in her belief that she would not fail to gain admission to Ruojin Academy. Seeing her daughter's confidence, Zhao Jiao felt a surge of excitement as well. If Lin Wanqing could indeed enter Ruojin Academy, it would be akin to soaring to great heights, with an immeasurable future ahead. Very well, as long as Qing'er has faith. Your father and I will certainly support you. Zhao Jiao wished to share some heartfelt words with Lin Wanqing when suddenly, Granny Zhang hurried in, her expression fraught with urgency. Madam, Miss, the governor's wife has sent someone to summon the young lady to the residence. It appears Miss Zhong's old ailment has recurred. What? Lin Wanqing finally grasped the situation. The 7-day period had elapsed. Why had her master not yet provided her with the antidote? She quickly exited the Lin residence and instructed the palanquin bearers, first, go to Jiren Hall. She needed to obtain the antidote from her master before she could attend to Miss Zhong. Otherwise, how could she hope to neutralize the poison? Lin Wanqing's complexion paled as a sense of dread enveloped her. What should she do now? Did master leave me anything? She asked, a glimmer of hope lingering in her voice. Nothing, replied the young attendant from the clinic, shattering Lin Wanqing's last hope. Miss Zhong's ailment was entirely under her own management. Kai Fanzhou had not made an appearance at all. Now, without an antidote, how could she possibly treat her condition? Should she fail, it would be impossible to shift the blame onto Kai Fanzhou. Madame Zhong was still awaiting her return, and Lin Wanqing could not afford to delay. Thus, she hastily prepared some common detoxifying medicine that Kai Fanzhou had taught her and hurried to the governor's residence. Zhong Mama had been stationed at the entrance, and upon seeing Lin Wanqing's arrival, she disregarded all formalities and swiftly ushered her towards Su Ruojin's chamber. Upon seeing Lin Wanqing, Madame Zhong sighed with relief. Miss Lin, please examine Ruojin. Why have the dark spots reappeared? Lin Wanqing forced herself to remain composed. Madame Zhong, please do not worry. Allow me to take a look. She stepped forward, feigning a pulse examination for Su Ruojin, and produced the antidote she had prepared. Handing it to Zhong Mama, would you kindly brew this medicine for the young lady? Oh, certainly. I shall attend to it immediately. Zhong Mama beamed with joy as she took the medicine and departed. Thank you, Sister Lin, Su Ruojin expressed, feeling somewhat reassured by Lin Wanqing's presence. After all, Sister Lin had successfully cured her of the dark spots previously. Although the spots were unsightly, they did not cause her any significant discomfort. Yet, which girl could accept such blemishes on her skin? Naturally, she felt anxious. Lin Wanqing forced a smile. Dear Ruojin, do not fret. The medicine will work wonders. Zhong Ruojin nodded in agreement. Madame Zhong felt her anxiety dissipate. Miss Lin, we are fortunate to have you here. Otherwise, we would be at a loss for what to do. Lin Wanqing maintained a smile on her face while internally praying that the antidote she had concocted would prove effective. Yet, what if it failed? After a brief interval, Nurse Zheng entered with the prepared medicine. Without hesitation, Zhong Ruojin consumed the potion. All eyes were anxiously fixed on her reaction. Moments later, Zhong Ruojin suddenly began to gag and retched violently. Jiner, what is the matter with you? Mrs. Zhong exclaimed. Rushing to support her daughter, Lin Wanqing's complexion turned slightly pale. In essence, her remedy had utterly failed to yield results. Swiftly adjusting her mindset, Lin Wanqing feigned calmness and spoke. Madame Zhong, this is a normal reaction. It indicates that the toxins within Miss Jiner are being expelled. I shall now administer an acupuncture treatment to alleviate her nausea. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhong exhaled in relief and promptly vacated her position for Lin Wanqing. Vomiting induced by medicinal irritation of the stomach was not a particularly grave ailment. Utilizing the acupuncture techniques taught to her by Kai Fanzhou, Lin Wanqing successfully quelled Zhong Ruojin's retching. Observing that her daughter had ceased vomiting, Mrs. Zhong no longer harbored doubts. Miss Lin, why have the black spots on Jiner not yet faded? Last time, after administering a single dose, the blemishes on Zhong Ruojin's skin had vanished almost instantly. Madame Zhong, the recurrence of the black spots is more tenacious and will require several days of treatment before they disappear, Lin Wanqing elucidated. Oh, that is reassuring, Mrs. Zhong replied, not dwelling on it further, for illness descends like a mountain, yet departs like a thread, and it was perfectly normal to consume medicine for a few days. Then might I trouble you, Miss Lin, to write out the prescription? I shall have Nurse Zheng procure the medicine. Of course, Madame Zhong. Lin Wanqing walked calmly to the side to write a prescription, appearing completely unperturbed. In reality, the handkerchief in her grasp was nearly ruined, soaked with perspiration. Upon returning to the Lin residence, she began to feel restless, having prescribed 5 days' worth of medicine for Zhong Ruojin. At that moment, Lin Wanqing realized the possibility that Kai Fanzhou might also be incapable of curing the poison, leaving her alone to confront all of this in Yin-Yang. This was indeed something Kai Fanzhou could do. Kai Fanzhou, you scoundrel! Lin Wanqing cursed silently. Yet, despite her grievances, she had to devise a solution to this predicament. What to do? There seemed to be no way out. Lin Wanqing turned to Zhao Jiao, confiding the entire situation. Mother, I have been deceived by Kai Fanzhou. Tomorrow, the Zhong family will discover that Miss Zhong's poison remains unresolved, and they will come seeking retribution. By then, my reputation will be utterly ruined. The only course of action is for me to head to the capital. You shall say that I believed Miss Zhong's poison was cured and that I set off to prepare for the entrance examination at Ruoyin Academy. As long as I can gain admission to Ruoyin Academy, the Zhong family will think twice before making any accusations. It must be said that Lin Wanqing had devised a clever plan. Chapter 75. The escape. Zhao Jiao was rendered speechless by Lin Wanqing's revelations. If this were true, it would mean that Qingyo had irrevocably offended the governor's office, jeopardizing Lin Jingshan's prospects for promotion. If Qingyo left, the Zhong family would find it difficult to raise objections. Zhao Jiao hurriedly prepared provisions for Lin Wanqing. Qingyo, let Suiju and Granny Zhang accompany you. They can take care of you on the journey. Once everything was in order, Lin Wanqing departed from Yin-Yang under the cover of night, making her way to the capital. The following day, when Madame Zhong observed that her daughter had taken medicine for 5 days yet her condition remained unchanged, she hurriedly sent someone to find Lin Wanqing, only to learn that she had already departed for the capital to prepare for the entrance examination at Ruoyin Academy. In her fury, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Whether Lin Wanqing's intentions in the capital were genuine or feigned, her ability to abandon her patient so callously revealed her true character. Madame Zhong deeply regretted her initial misjudgment of Lin Wanqing's integrity, feeling once again deceived. Despite Lin Wanqing's treatments, Jiner's leg showed little improvement. It became evident that Lin Wanqing was merely a charlatan seeking fame without possessing any genuine medical skill. Upon learning of this situation, Zhong Li's eyes burned with indignation. Very well, Lin Jingshan, your daughter dares to treat mine with such disdain, let her escape, and you shall bear the consequences. Previously, Zhong Li had chosen to overlook Lin Jingshan's shortcomings, considering Lin Wanqing's attentive care of Jiner, as the Zhao family had also endured their share of trials, and thus Lin Zhongshan was not entirely to blame. However, it now appeared that a father capable of raising such a daughter could not be a virtuous character himself. Zhongli retrieved a recommendation letter she had previously composed and burned it in the candlelight, before taking up her pen once more to rewrite. Lin Zhongshan of Yanji, a man of mediocrity, indulges his wife and brother-in-law in their misdeeds at Yanji. Such a person is unfit for significant responsibilities and should be demoted to county magistrate. After finishing, Zhongli sealed it in an envelope and entrusted it to the steward. Deliver this to the Ministry of Personnel. Yes, my lord. Aware of their guilt, Lin Zhongshan and Zhao Jiao presented themselves at the governor's residence with lavish gifts for several consecutive days, only to be denied entry by the doorman. Qingyao had indeed shown Miss Zhang the situation and prescribed medication. However, if the ailment remained untreated, it could hardly be attributed to Qing'er. Which physician in this world would dare to guarantee the cure for all ailments? Even the esteemed doctors of the Imperial Medical Bureau would not make such audacious claims. Consequently, Lin Zhongshan did not receive the anticipated ire from Governor Zhong, but instead found himself frozen in place by an edict from the Ministry of Personnel demoting him. Just the night before, he had been contemplating an elevation to governor, yet in the blink of an eye, he had been reduced to the status of a county magistrate. This thought flitted through his mind only momentarily, for now, both Lin Zhongshan and Zhao Jiao placed their hopes on Lin Wanqing. If Qing'er could gain admission to Ruojin Academy, there might yet be a glimmer of hope. Though Lin Wanqing had fled, the affliction of Su Ruojin still required attention. Madame Zhong had simultaneously dispatched messengers to summon Kai Fanzhou and Su Ruojin, believing their medical expertise would provide a better outcome. Madame Zhong found it peculiar that both Lin Wanqing and Kai Fanzhou had coincidentally traveled to the capital. Not long after, Su Ruojin arrived with her medical kit in hand. Although Jiner was somewhat frail, she was still a young lady. If the dark spots on her skin could not be alleviated, it would spell ruin for her future. Madame Zhong, do not fret. Allow me to take Miss Zhong's pulse first, Su Ruojin said as she settled beside Su Ruojin, gently placing her fingers on the young woman's wrist. As she suspected, Su Ruojin had indeed been poisoned by the shadow frost. Miss Zhong has been afflicted by the shadow frost poison. Once the toxin is neutralized, she will be well again. Without further ado, Su Ruojin produced an antidote pill and handed it to Su Ruojin. Take this pill, Miss Zhong, and you shall recover. Due to Lin Wanqing's intentional or unintentional disparagement of Su Ruojin in front of Su Ruojin, she harbored a certain degree of resentment towards her. However, upon witnessing Su Ruojin's confident demeanor in person, Su Ruojin inexplicably felt a sense of trust blossoming within her. Without further contemplation, she accepted the pill and swallowed it. As soon as Su Ruojin's words fell, Su Ruojin sensed an unsettling discomfort in her abdomen. Zheng Mama promptly approached and guided her to the nearby chamber. Watching the two depart, Madame Zhong felt a surge of anxiety. Dr. Su, what will happen with the poison? Who is it that wishes to harm my daughter? Previously, at Su Ruojin's behest, Madame Zhong had uncovered that years ago, it was indeed concubine Chun, who was her personal maid at the time, that had poisoned her during childbirth by lacing the labor-inducing medicine, resulting in severe hemorrhaging and nearly costing both her life and that of her child. Madame Zhong had never taken a life, out of respect for concubine Chun, who had once been her maid. She spared her life after administering a beating and sold her away. Now that concubine Chun was no longer in the household, Madame Zhong could not fathom who else might wish to harm her daughter. Su Ruojin retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Madame Zhong, there is no need for concern. Miss Zhong has taken the antidote. Once the toxin is expelled, all will be well. The shadow frost merely causes dark spots on the skin, inflicting no other harm. If Madame Zhong were to discover that the shadow frost was merely a concoction of Su Ruojin's whimsical creation, one could only wonder at her reaction. With this thought, Su Ruojin felt a twinge of guilt. Her initial intent in crafting the poison had been for amusement, never imagining it would be employed for malice. That is good. That is good. Thank heavens for your presence. Madame Zhong felt a weight lift from her heart. Madame Zhong, the issue of Miss Yuing Shuang is trivial. I wish to discuss Miss Jin's leg ailment with you, Su Ruojin stated earnestly as she set down her handkerchief. Upon mentioning Jiner's health, Madame Zhong was overcome with sorrow. Dr. Su, you are aware that I had a difficult labor. Jiner was born frail and has since been unable to walk. It is all my fault. What? Did you say Jiner can walk normally again? Madame Zhong suddenly raised her voice, standing up from her chair. In her quest to remedy Jane Eyre's condition, she had consulted countless physicians, all of whom declared that it would be exceedingly difficult for Jane Eyre to stand again. Yet now, Su Ruojin asserted that Jane Eyre could walk normally. She had never dared to hope for Jane Eyre to run and jump. Merely being able to walk again would be a blessing beyond measure. Madame Zhang regretted not having summoned Dr. Su sooner, wishing she could slap herself for her oversight. At that moment, a tense voice echoed from the doorway. Chapter 76. I want Su Ruojin dead. Zhang Lujin had long since resigned herself to her fate. Convinced she would spend her life confined to a wooden chair, Su Ruojin's words struck her like a bolt of lightning, shattering the despair that had long settled in her heart. Yes, but the road to recovery will be arduous. I am not afraid. I fear no hardship. As long as I can stand, Zhang Lujin exclaimed eagerly. In comparison to a lifetime of boredom and despair confined to her room, the struggles of rehabilitation seemed trivial. For the first time, this was the first instance someone had said she could stand. Mother, did you hear that? Sister Su says I can stand. Zhang Lujin gazed at Madame Zhang with excitement, her eyes brimming with tears. Mother heard. Mother heard. Madame Zhang nodded vigorously. Su Ruojin, accustomed to witnessing patients' excitement upon seeing hope, calmly beckoned Zhang Ruojin over. Come, let me examine the progress of your toxin's resolution. Rolling up Zhang Ruojin's sleeve, she observed that the dark spots on her arm had significantly faded, though they had yet to vanish completely. The poison has been alleviated, yet some residual toxins remain. I shall prescribe a few more remedies. After 3 days, it will be entirely purged. Su Ruojin began to jot down the prescription. Madame Zhang and Zhang Ruojin exchanged a glance, a hint of apprehension evident in their demeanor as Madame Zhang spoke. Dr. Su, what about Ruojin's leg? The healing of her leg will not occur swiftly. I will administer acupuncture daily. She will be able to stand after a month, and subsequently, treatments will be required every 5 days. The priority now is to eliminate the residual toxins from the shadow frost, before changing the medication and focusing on her overall recovery. Su Ruojin explained the treatment process succinctly. A month. I will be able to stand in a month? Zhang Ruojin still found it hard to believe. All right. I will practice diligently. After completing the acupuncture for Zhang Ruojin, Madame Zhang personally escorted Su Ruojin out of the residence. Dr. Su, Ruojin has not left the house, and even her meals are prepared by Nurse Zhang. I truly cannot fathom how she was poisoned. Su Ruojin replied with a gentle smile. Madame Zhang, given that Miss Zhang has not ventured outside, the number of individuals capable of administering poison to her is exceedingly limited. Shadow frost can be ingested directly or absorbed through wounds and skin. However, it only causes the appearance of dark spots without inflicting any other harm, indicating that the perpetrator did not intend to endanger Miss Zhang's life. No one would poison another without reason, if there was no desire to take Heiress' life. Then what could it be for? Madame Zhang fell silent, gradually finding the answer within herself. It turned out that I had invited the wolf into my home. She let out a bitter smile. Unfortunately, now that Lin Wanqing had fled and there was no evidence to accuse her of poisoning, Madame Zhang made a mental note of the incident. Those who dare to harm her daughter would not escape easily. Su Ruojin said nothing further. Bowing in farewell to Madame Zhang, Kai Fanzhou, of course, had not gone to the capital but had instead hidden away in his estate. Otherwise, if Lin Wanqing's condition did not improve, the Zhang residents would undoubtedly seek him out. Without the support of the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion, he could not cure the poison of the shadow frost. He could not afford such humiliation. After a few days, a servant who had been secretly gathering news from the Zhang residents arrived at the estate to inform Kai Fanzhou that Miss Zhang's black spot illness had been cured and that she had not left Yinyang in recent days. Kai Fanzhou was taken aback. How could she have healed so swiftly? He had assumed that Miss Zhang would need to go to the capital for treatment, where numerous medical establishments collaborated with the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion, surely capable of curing the shadow frost's poison. Do you know who treated her? Kai Fanzhou inquired. Su Ruojin. How could it be her again? Had she usurped his collaboration with the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion to obtain the antidote for the shadow frost and restore Miss Zhang? Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, how could the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion have inexplicably ceased its cooperation with Jiren? That little vixen must have employed some underhanded scheme to persuade the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion to abandon the Kai family. He would not let her off easily. The common folk crowded around, clapping and following behind. He watched in disbelief as the plaque of the once-renowned Yinyang First Medical Hall, which had hung at the entrance of Jiren Hall for many years, was now displayed at the entrance of Renai Hall. Kai Fanzhou clenched his fists. Upon returning to Jiren Hall, A servant informed him that the clan elders were awaiting him in the meeting hall at the back. As Kai Fanzhou entered the chamber, he heard the stern reprimand of the clan leader, head of the family. The title of Yinyang First Medical Hall has long been ours at Jiren Hall. Yet it has been usurped by a mere girl from Renai Hall. As the head of the family, how do you intend to account for this to us and to the Kai family? Kai Fanzhou's gaze swept slowly over the elders present. Elders, what is there to account for? Each of your families relies on Jiren Hall for sustenance. Has Jiren Hall deprived you of even a single coin from your monthly distributions? Now, when Jiren Hall is being oppressed by others, instead of aiding me, you come to place blame upon me. Is this Kai family solely mine? If that were the case, the business of Jiren Hall would not be in decline as it is now. Since you are all gathered here today, shall we discuss the possibility of reducing the dividends for each family? Upon hearing this, the clan leaders exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, as Kai Fanzhou pointed out, the other businesses within the clan had been stifled by the merchant alliance, resulting in diminished returns. Most of their expenditures were dependent on Jiren Hall, and should Kai Fanzhou decide to cut off Jiren Hall's support, their lives would become quite difficult. The third elder quickly intervened to ease the tension. Head of the family, we are merely anxious about the situation. A small girl has managed to seize the reputation of Jiren Hall in just a month. It is a grievance that none of us can bear quietly, don't you agree? Once the elders had departed, Kai Fanzhou seized the teapot from the table and hurled it to the floor. Tea and shards of porcelain scattered across the ground. A group of old fools, utterly ignorant, merely coming here to flaunt their authority. The sound of the shattering teapot startled Wang, who had been following him. Wang hurriedly stepped forward to tidy up, offering words of consolation. Master, please temper your anger. Such vexation is not worth jeopardizing your health. Go, fetch me 3,000 taels in silver notes. Chapter 77. Seeking the Dark Alliance. Kai Fanzhou, clutching the 3,000 taels in silver notes, stepped outside and made his way to Yihonglu, the grandest brothel in Yinyang, where he was a frequent visitor. Upon spotting him, the matron greeted him with a smile. Ah, Master Kai, you have graced us with your presence. Yinyang has been thinking of you day and night, neglecting both food and drink. It is quite pitiful to behold. Kai Fanzhou tossed a pouch of silver towards her, and her smile widened even further. Master Kai, please, allow me to escort you upstairs. Yinyang, Master Kai has arrived. Yinyang was Kai Fanzhou's longtime companion at Yihonglu. Navigating the establishment with ease, he soon arrived at her chamber. Upon pushing the door open, he found Yinyang seated at her vanity, combing her hair, seemingly oblivious to his entrance. Unperturbed, Kai Fanzhou approached and embraced her. What is this? Are you upset? Yinyang cast him a sidelong glance and continued with her grooming. How could I dare to be displeased? Master Kai is a busy man. Surely he would not remember a mere woman like me. Kai Fanzhou produced a butterfly-shaped jade hairpin from his pocket and delicately placed it in her hair. My dear Yinyang, do not harbor resentment. I have indeed been preoccupied with matters of late. However, I seized this opportunity to visit you today. This is the jade hairpin that has just arrived at Su Ruojin Pavilion. A unique treasure for us, enhancing our Yinyang's beauty beyond that of flowers. Yinyang glanced at the jade hairpin adorning her head, her expression softening somewhat. You do have a conscience. Kai Fanzhou laughed heartily, pulling Yinyang into his embrace and leading her to the bed. In less than half a tea time, Kai Fanzhou ceased his actions, holding the beautiful maiden contentedly in his arms. He toyed with Yinyang's hair and, seemingly casually, inquired, Yinyang, I have heard you mention the Dark Alliance. Do you know how to contact them? Kai Fanzhou was one of Yinyang's favored patrons, always managing to earn a fortune in a short span of time without much effort. Yinyang, with a flirtatious tone, replied, Are you seeking the Dark Alliance? That is not for you to worry about. Just tell me how to reach them. Kai Fanzhou responded. Yinyang's eyes twinkled. I have indeed heard of it, but... She paused, gazing at Kai Fanzhou with an enigmatic look. Kai Fanzhou, understanding her implication, seized a garment nearby, produced a banknote, and tucked it into the quilt. You little temptress, truly insatiable. Yinyang giggled, planting a kiss on Kai Fanzhou's cheek. You understand me best, my lord. Please tell me. I once heard from a guest that one must lose 18 taels of silver at the Fulu gambling house, neither more nor less, and utter the phrase congratulations and prosperity, and someone will reach out to you. Having obtained the information he sought, Kai Fanzhou no longer hesitated. He donned his attire and departed from Yihong House, turning his steps towards the Fulu gambling house to follow Yinyang's instructions. As night fell, Kai Fanzhou was on the verge of slumber when an arrow suddenly pierced through the paper window, embedding itself in a pillar within the room. Startled, he instinctively opened his mouth to call for help but was drawn to a note attached to the arrow. Upon retrieving the note, he discovered it bore the instructions: "Write your demands and the amount on this paper, along with half the deposit, and place it beneath the willow tree by the Yin River outside the city." The note bore the distinctive mark of the Dark Alliance. Kai Fanzhou understood that this was a summons from their agents. He took out a piece of paper and inscribed 3,000 taels of silver to purchase the life of Su Ruojin from the Renai Hall. She engages in extortion and poisons the innocent. This is an act of delivering the populace from harm. The Dark Alliance, a mysterious organization within the Great Chu Kingdom, was rumored to be capable of anything as long as the payment was adequate. They never set prices. Instead, it was left to the client to determine the amount based on the circumstances, with half the deposit required up front and the remainder upon completion. Thus, clients must carefully consider their offer. Otherwise, they risk forfeiting half of the deposit. To Kai Fanzhou, the task of eliminating a mere young girl seemed trivial, and 3,000 taels of silver appeared to be more than sufficient. In the capital, Xiao Yinshu was preparing to depart when urgent military news arrived from the borders. The Northern Li Kingdom had mobilized a significant force to station at the borders of Northern Chu, compelling him to hasten to the front lines. Meanwhile, the incident of Princess Fengxi being publicly rejected by the regent had spread throughout the capital. Some expressed sympathy for the regent, while many others secretly mocked Princess Fengxi for her overestimation of her own worth, as she was not the only one aspiring to wed into the regent's household. Following this event, the people of the capital were well aware that the Empress Dowager intended to betroth Princess Fengxi to the regent, and no one dared to propose to the Duke of Dinggua's household thereafter. Rumors circulated that Princess Fengxi, heartbroken by the regent's refusal, had fallen ill and was confined to her bed. Until the 17th day of the first lunar month, Princess Fengxi was summoned into the palace by the Empress Dowager, who praised her for her deep concern for the welfare of the common people and her benevolent heart. Having secretly donated 10,000 taels of silver to aid the victims of the snow disaster in Xinjiang City, in recognition of her actions, the Empress Dowager bestowed upon the princess numerous valuable gifts. As news of this spread, Princess Fengxi became regarded by the populace as a living bodhisattva, with many expressing their indignation on her behalf, openly cursing the regent for being blind to the virtues of such a good young woman. Su Ruojin was unaware that young Master Jiang had gone to the border. She merely assumed he was too preoccupied to visit Little Bao and paid it little mind. However, upon receiving a letter from the Dark Alliance, she smiled, though the warmth did not reach her eyes, which were instead filled with a chilling detachment. Kai Fanzhou had the audacity to enlist the Dark Alliance to assassinate her. Feng Ying was incensed. "Miss, should we not have someone deal with Kai Fanzhou?" At this point, Feng Ying made a gesture across her throat. Su Ruojin raised her hand. "No need to bother. The deposit will not be refunded." Su Ruojin's fingers drummed incessantly on the table, and after a moment, she ceased and commanded, "Feng Ying, bring the family members of those patients whom Kai Fanzhou has previously treated to their demise, and inform his wife of his extramarital affair, which has resulted in a son and a daughter." Long before, the Dark Alliance had provided Su Ruojin with intelligence on Kai Fanzhou. Initially, he merely needed to play the role of his esteemed physician self without provoking her, allowing both to coexist without interference. She considered him merely a foolish jester, incapable of stirring significant trouble. However, she was taken aback by his intention to seek the Dark Alliance to take her life, since they sought her demise. She could not remain passive. "Very well, miss," Feng Ying replied, and departed to execute her orders. Kai Fanzhou waited for several days without receiving any news about Su Ruojin's situation, growing increasingly anxious. He spent 18 taels of silver at the gambling den to seek out the contact person of the Dark Alliance. However, this time, after sending out the signal, he received no response whatsoever. Left with no other recourse, he reassured himself that perhaps the members of the Dark Alliance were engaged in preparations, and it was not unusual for several nights to pass without communication. That evening, Kai Fanzhou went to rest in the chamber of his concubine. The matter still only halfway through, when suddenly the door was kicked open. Startled, Kai Fanzhou lost all composure, collapsing onto the form of his concubine. As he turned to the entrance, anger welled within him. "Wang, what is the meaning of this?" Kai Fanzhou bellowed. Wang, his legitimate wife, was the daughter of the wealthy Wang family of Yinyang City. It could be said that Kai Fanzhou had relied on marrying Wang to gain financial support from his father-in-law, which had allowed him to develop Jiren Hall to its current scale. Wang had been raised with great indulgence by her parents, and her haughty nature was well known. Despite being married to Kai Fanzhou for many years, she had been unable to bear children, which had compelled him to take several concubines. However, today, Wang had received startling news revealing that Kai Fanzhou had secretly been keeping an extramarital affair who had borne him a son and a daughter. In the grand realm of Dechu, no respectable family would tolerate such a situation. Not only would a man be ridiculed for keeping a mistress, but it would also be a direct affront to his legitimate wife. Unable to endure this humiliation, Wang confronted Kai Fanzhou. "Well, Kai Fanzhou, I allowed you to take concubines. Yet you are still unsatisfied, daring to keep a mistress behind my back." Wang, slightly plump, stood resolutely at the door, flanked by a group of maids, blocking the entrance with determination. Upon hearing the matter at hand, Kai Fanzhou hastily donned his attire, his gaze evasive, and he retorted, "What concubine? I am unaware of any such thing. Is it that one of you has been gossiping maliciously before my wife? Step forth and confess, lest I sell you all off." The current state of business at Jirentang had dwindled compared to former times, and the Kai family's other enterprises faced oppression from the business alliance. As the head of the family, Kai Fanzhou was reliant on the support of his father-in-law to safeguard Jirentang. In such circumstances, he dared not offend the Wang clan. "Madam, you must not heed the slanderous whispers of petty individuals and hastily cast doubts upon your husband," Kai Fanzhou pleaded in protest. Over the years, he had long since secured the arrangement with that concubine, who rarely ventured outside, making it impossible for the Wang family to uncover her. With this conviction, Kai Fanzhou gradually found solace. "Kai Fanzhou, it seems you will not shed tears until you behold the coffin. Have you not kept a concubine? Then who are they?" Wang pointed behind her. The numerous maids parted, revealing a woman and 2 children bound and gagged with rags, thus unable to voice their plight. The woman, around 23 or 24 years of age, was strikingly beautiful, her hair disheveled from being pulled. Upon seeing Kai Fanzhou, she struggled desperately, shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. The 2 children, appearing to be 6 or 7 years old, whimpered continuously. Kai Fanzhou was taken aback. He never anticipated that Wang would bring this mother and her children directly before him. Although Wang was known for her fiery temper, she was not foolish and understood the need for evidence. With this, Kai Fanzhou found himself unable to deny or divert attention from the matter of the concubine. The mother and her children looked at him through their tears, causing a pang of heartbreak within Kai Fanzhou. No matter how one argues, they are still his own flesh and blood. Observing Kai Fanzhou's expression, Wang's understanding deepened, and she scoffed. "Kai Fanzhou, since you insist you have not taken a concubine, then you must not be acquainted with them." After speaking, Wang commanded, "Come here, sell them to the brothel." "Yes, madam." Immediately, a servant approached to take the 3 away. Kai Fanzhou panicked. "Madam, please reconsider." Wang let out a cold laugh. "What? Are you reluctant?" "Kai Fanzhou, on the day of our grand wedding, you vowed never to take a concubine, yet I, fearing you might be left without descendants, voluntarily allowed you to take one. Who would have thought you would still be unsatisfied and take a mistress outside? Historically, a legitimate wife has the right to deal with a concubine as she pleases. Even if I were to kill her, no one would dare utter a word against me." Kai Fanzhou realized that Wang would follow through with her words, and he truly panicked. Madam, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once." "Forgive you? Perhaps, if you deal with those 3, I might consider it." Traditionally, the fates of captured concubines are typically twofold: execution or sale. Wang was forcing Kai Fanzhou to make a choice. Yet, neither option was one he desired. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Madam, might you allow them to leave? I have matters to discuss with you privately." Wang cast a glance at Kai Fanzhou, then waved her hand, dismissing everyone. The concubine swiftly exited, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. She understood well that in this household, it was better to offend the master than to provoke the madam. To offend the master may result in nothing more than a punishment of kneeling. Yet to offend the mistress could lead to a life devoid of sustenance and fine garments, not to mention the latest seasonal jewelry. Within the confines of the room, only the 2 remained, and Kai Fanzhou suddenly knelt down with a thud, startling Wang Shi. Traditionally, a man's knee is said to rest upon golden ground, and Kai Fanzhou, a revered physician in the outside world, was kneeling before his wife. This unexpected gesture left Wang Shi somewhat at a loss. With a voice tinged with emotion, Kai Fanzhou implored. My lady, I acknowledge my mistakes. I beseech you to forgive me this once. Yunyang is also a pitiful soul, having fled from the south and fainted by the roadside. I could not bear to leave her in such a state, so I rescued her. Upon regaining consciousness, she insisted on offering herself to me. Out of compassion, I took her in, fearing your disapproval, hence I did not dare to bring her home. Seeing her husband kneel before her, tears welling in his eyes, Wang Shi felt a pang of sympathy. As the door opened, the servants witnessed their master embracing his wife. Instantly understanding that the storm had passed, Wang Shi commanded, "Let these three reside in the Huayong courtyard. Without my permission, they are not to step outside." "Yes, my lady." The maids replied in unison. Su Ruojin, upon learning of this, smiled faintly, reflecting on Kai Fanzhou's fortuitous luck in having such a magnanimous wife. Since that was the case, she thought to lend him a further hand. The information the Dark Alliance had provided her regarding Kai Fanzhou extended beyond mere circumstances. A few days later, Wang Shi and her maidservants ventured into the marketplace, where they stumbled upon two individuals embroiled in a quarrel, drawing a crowd of onlookers. As Wang passed through the throng, he beheld a woman fiercely grasping a man's collar, berating him with fervent indignation. "You wretched soul! In your pursuit of marrying a concubine, you dare to lace my tea with safflower daily, rendering me barren. I often wondered about the peculiar taste of this tea, and you deceived me into believing it was a tonic. What sins have I committed to endure the company of such a heartless person?" Wang, taken aback and caught off guard, was startled, while a nearby maid hurried over to separate the two. The woman collapsed onto the ground, lamenting her plight with great fervor. Her husband, standing aloof, observed with a sardonic gaze, remarking, "Have you even considered your own appearance? You resemble a bloated pig, aged and unattractive. Can you possibly compare yourself to my beloved flower? It's a mercy I haven't divorced you yet." With a disdainful spit, she retorted, "What beloved flower? Merely a lowly courtesan. I shall report you to the authorities. Just wait." With that, she rose and dashed toward the direction of the magistrate's office. Upon reaching a secluded alley, they both halted, exchanging glances that belied any lingering animosity. From the corner of the street, Zihua emerged. "My lady," she said, "we have accomplished the tasks you entrusted to us." The woman smiled and replied, "Excellent. Here is your reward." Zihua handed them 2 silk pouches filled with silver. "Thank you, my lady," they exclaimed, clutching the pouches as they hastily departed. As the crowd dispersed and the 2 figures faded into the distance, only Wang remained, standing in a daze, staring vacantly after them. A concerned matron, noticing her mistress's unusual demeanor, approached and whispered, "My lady, are you well?" The mistress, tea, safflower, peculiar tastes, supplements, infertility. Why does everything sound so familiar to her? "Madam, madam," the old woman called out several times, noticing Wang's lack of response. Only then did Wang come to her senses. "What is it?" "Madam, are you unwell?" The old woman expressed her concern. "I am fine. Let us go to Renai Hall." Wang replied. Wang was a straightforward person. She insisted on clarifying any matter immediately. After all, her husband was the esteemed Dr. Yin Yang, who had always attended to her health, rendering visits to other medical establishments unnecessary. As the legitimate wife of Kai Fanzhou, she was well aware that apart from Renai Hall, all other clinics in Yinyang had various connections with Kai Fanzhou, often implicitly regarding him with reverence. Could she trust the words of those clinics? Only Renai Hall was viewed as a thorn in Kai Fanzhou's side. Upon arriving at the entrance of the clinic, Yin Luo informed Su Ruojin, "Miss, the lady has arrived." Su Ruojin smiled faintly and approached. "Madam, here for a consultation?" Wang followed her into the consultation room, instructing her servants to remain outside. "What seems to be the trouble, madam?" Su Ruojin inquired. "I wish to know if I can still conceive," Wang replied. Su Ruojin gestured for Wang to place her hand on the pulse pillow. After a while, she withdrew her hand and let out a soft sigh. Wang, visibly anxious, asked, "Doctor, can I still conceive?" Su Ruojin shook her head gently. "Madam, due to your long-term consumption of safflower, you can no longer conceive." "What did you say?" Wang exclaimed, rising to her feet in agitation. "Not only the red flowers, but I can also detect a faint scent of musk emanating from the lady. Has she perhaps adorned herself with a sachet containing musk? Musk and red flowers." Alas! Su Ruojin sighed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Although Wang sure lacked medical knowledge, she was the wife of a physician and was certainly aware that both musk and red flowers could pose risks to a woman's pregnancy. Her hands trembled slightly as she produced a sachet from her person and offered it to Su Ruojin. Doctor, is this what you mean? Su Ruojin accepted the sachet, opened it, and extracted several minuscule black grains. This is indeed musk. The sachet contained an array of potent herbs and flowers. The scent of musk subdued to the point of being nearly imperceptible. Wang Shi trembled all over, her eyes reddening. This was a sachet specially prepared for her by Kai Fanzhou, claiming it would soothe the spirit and aid in sleep. With her husband being a renowned healer, how could Wang Shi harbor any doubts? She perceived it merely as his tender care and had kept it close. Little did she realize, it was a poison that would forever rob her of the chance to become a mother. If the lady does not believe, she may consult another physician. Thank you, doctor. Wang Shi forced a bitter smile as she departed the clinic. Yumomo, please inquire about what that Yunyang was involved in previously, she instructed upon exiting. Understood, miss. Yumomo replied, taking her leave. Yumomo had been her wet nurse, accompanying her to the Kai residence upon her marriage, and was her most trusted confidant. Upon returning home, Wang Shi ordered the servants to fetch red flowers and steep them in her favorite black tea. As she brought the cup to her lips, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Thus, this is what Kai Fanzhou referred to as the nourishing supplement for her well-being. It appears that from the very beginning, Kai Fanzhou was unwilling for her to bear his child. Perhaps he had already concocted a scheme for taking a concubine or maintaining a mistress. The notion of marrying only her and never taking another is nothing more than a deceitful fabrication. His true aim lies with the Wang family. If he remains childless, the Wang family's fortune will inevitably fall into Kai Fanzhou's hands. In due time, as he ages and loses his charm, without offspring by his side, he would be entirely at the mercy of Kai Fanzhou. At that moment, Yumama entered the room, observing Wang's swollen eyes with a twinge of sympathy. She gently called out, Mississippi. Upon hearing Yumama's voice, Wang wiped her eyes with a handkerchief and replied, Speak. Yumama had ventured out to gather information with remarkable ease, uncovering precisely what she sought. Baishui City is not far from Yinyang City, and Kai Fanzhou frequently travels there for consultations. Wang quickly grasped the situation. This elucidated why Kai Fanzhou had taken Yunyang as a mistress. In the Great Chu Kingdom, even taking a concubine necessitates that the secondary wife's family background be unblemished. She may hail from a humble household, but must never originate from the brothel. So that was it. No wonder Kai Fanzhou dared only to keep her in secret. It seems she had forced his hand that night, compelling him to weave such a lie to deceive her. Since Kai Fanzhou acted unkindly from the outset, she shall not be blamed for her subsequent ungraciousness. Yumama, go and sell those 3 individuals, then summon my father, Wang said coolly. A wave of unease surged within her, yet she maintained a smile on her face. Father-in-law. What brings you here? Wang Yuanwei let out a cold laugh. If I had not come, my daughter would have no idea what kind of torment you would subject her to. Kai Fanzhou, you are truly something else. You've even taken a mistress. Kai Fanzhou cast a resentful glance at Wang, recalling how they had seemingly reconciled the previous day. Why had he summoned his father-in-law? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts. Today, the accountant from Jiren Hall informed him that there was still a deficit of 8,000 taels for the medicinal materials, and he intended to seek assistance from his father-in-law. Father-in-law, how could I dare? I hold Zhu'er in the palm of my hand. He continued, as for Yunyang, Zhu'er has already consented to allow her into the household as a 4th concubine. No sooner had he finished speaking than a teacup hurtled towards him, which he narrowly avoided, preventing it from striking his head. Father-in-law, what is the meaning of this? Kai Fanzhou exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. What do you think it means? Kai Fanzhou, you are well aware of your own actions. I have come today to demand that you divorce Zhu'er. Though it is often said that one should not tear down 10 temples to save a single marriage. How could Wang Yuanwei allow his daughter to remain with a man who had rendered her incapable of bearing children for life? The Wang family could easily support 100 Wang Kaizus, if need be. Divorce? Kai Fanzhou was taken aback. If he were truly to be divorced, where would he procure the necessary funds? He resolutely refused to consider such a possibility. Father-in-law, I acknowledge my faults regarding Yunyang. Feel free to chastise me as you wish. I bear no grievances. However, I genuinely cherish Zhu'er and cannot bear to be without her. I absolutely refuse to divorce. I will send Yunyang and the others away this instant, and I vow never to see them again for the rest of my life. Kai Fanzhou spoke sweetly, yet his heart was resolutely certain that Wang Kaiju did not genuinely wish to part ways. Her actions were merely a response to the troubles brought upon him by her family regarding Yunyang. What could a woman nearing her 40s do after leaving him? Huh. This matter was not for you to decide. Wang Yuanwei waved his hand, and Granny Yu presented a tray bearing a scented pouch and a cup of tea. Upon seeing these two items, Kai Fanzhou's pupils constricted. No, it was impossible. They could not have discovered the truth. He realized that at this juncture, he could no longer conceal anything, and with a thud, he knelt down. Father-in-law, Zhu, I was wrong, blinded by my own delusions. Please forgive me. I will send away the concubines in the courtyard, including Yunyang. I swear that from this day forth, there shall be only Zhu in my heart. Both children shall bear her name. She will be their sole mother. After uttering these words, he turned on his knees towards Wang. We have been husband and wife for many years. Could you truly bear to leave me? Wang's eyes glistened with tears as she turned away. She had longed for children, dreaming of having her own, which had led her to easily agree to Yunyang's entrance into their home, all for the sake of those two children. Little did she know that Kai Fanzhou, in his ambition to control her, had extinguished her hopes of motherhood. How could she endure such a betrayal? Kai Fanzhou, if you do not write the divorce decree today, we shall take this matter to the authorities, Wang Yuanwei declared, rising to depart. Kai Fanzhou dared not let Wang Yuanwei truly approach the officials. This matter would unravel easily, and there would be no way to evade the consequences. If it were truly the case, not only would the prospect of separation be inevitable, but his reputation would also be utterly ruined, rendering him incapable of remaining in Yinyang. Very well, I shall write. Kai Fanzhou gritted his teeth, declaring resolutely. Yumomo promptly presented the paper and ink that had been prepared in advance. Once Kai Fanzhou finished writing and affixed his seal, Wang Shi immediately rose and instructed, Yumomo, let us depart, taking with us all the gifts that accompanied my dowry. Remember, not a single person or item is to be left behind. Yes, miss. Yumomo replied, swiftly summoning her subordinates to begin the relocation of belongings. One by one, various items were carried out, including exquisite landscape paintings, a grand Wangwali cabinet adorned with phoenix and peony motifs, a coral-inlaid entrance cabinet, intricately carved wooden chaise lounges, as well as countless boxes of garments, fabrics, and jewels. Even the flowers and trees planted in the courtyard were uprooted and removed from the Kai residence. Kai Fanzhou watched with a heart full of anguish. Yet these were all part of Wang Shi's dowry, and he found no justification to intervene. After Wang Yuanwei and Wang Shi departed from the Kai residence in a grand procession, the steward hurriedly approached with distressing news. Master, Aunt Yu and the two children have been sold by the madam. What? Kai Fanzhou felt a sharp pain in his chest. A wave of metallic sweetness surging in his mouth, which he forced down, resorting to a few medicinal pills to find some relief. Yes, master. The steward replied hastily before exiting. Master, the local magistrate's officials are at the door, claiming someone has accused you of administering drugs and causing death through a needle's mishap. The steward's voice dwindled to a whisper. With Wang Shi's departure, the entire Kai residence felt desolate, and now faced with this new predicament. The steward pondered whether it might be time for him to seek employment elsewhere. Previously, it was the lady who dispersed the monthly allowances, now that she has departed. Can the master truly manage to provide such funds? Kai Fanzhou felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. And were it not for the butler's quick reflexes in steadying him, he would have collapsed onto the floor. Despite his disorientation, he knew he had to attend to the matters at hand. Gazing at the individuals kneeling before him in the hall, he felt an icy chill envelop his limbs. Had he not previously sent warnings to these people? Should they dare to cause a disturbance, they would all face dire consequences. Yet here they were, emerging now. When Kai Fanzhou learned that among those seated in the hall was a gray-haired elder, an official from the Imperial Medical Bureau, his legs grew weak. The situation was not inherently complex, regardless of how Kai Fanzhou attempted to defend himself with the presence of the Imperial Medical Bureau official. The undeniable fact of his misjudgment leading to the patient's demise could not be evaded. Although it was not his intention, according to the laws of the Great Chu, a physician who, during the course of treatment, due to inadequate medical skills, administers incorrect medication or performs erroneous acupuncture, resulting in a patient's death, would be sentenced to a year of hard labor at the Lagastone Quarry near the border of Xiaoyu Kingdom. After Lord Zhong announced the punishment, Kai Fanzhou sank to the ground in despair. Previously, he could rely on the Wang family for assistance in avoiding such a penalty. But now that he had been estranged from them, how could they possibly extend their support? The Kai family certainly would not expend vast sums to save him, at most. They would simply appoint a new head of the family. Those physicians from the Yin-Yang Medical Hall who had once stood loyally behind Kai Fanzhou now remained silent, offering no words of defense. Why did everything unfold with such uncanny timing? After all these years, the Wang family had never discovered the truth. Why, at this moment, did they suddenly become aware of his illicit relationship and the use of poison against her? The families of these patients are impoverished, devoid of power and influence. Having ostensibly resolved matters themselves, why do they now suddenly emerge to sue him? Something feels amiss, profoundly amiss. Kai Fanzhou sensed that the entire situation was steeped in peculiarity, yet he could not discern the underlying thread. After all, in matters so clandestine, who besides him could possibly possess such knowledge? As Kai Fanzhou was escorted to the quarry, nearly the entire populace of Yinyang City gathered to witness the spectacle. Most could scarcely believe that the illustrious physician Kai could be responsible for causing death, and furthermore, that he would threaten the families against reporting him to the authorities. Bah, a so-called divine physician, when in truth he is merely a quack. When my grandson fell ill, I sought his aid, yet he turned away without a second glance. My father suffered a sudden heart ailment, and because I could not produce 50 taels for the consultation fee, he refused to lend a hand, leading to my father's demise. I have heard that Mr. Chen's long-standing ailment was cured by him. He only treats the wealthy, indifferent to the plight of the destitute. He deserves this fate. Had he chosen to intervene earlier, my son would not have perished. An elderly woman, overcome with grief, hurled a cabbage at Kai Fanzhou. With this initial act, others followed suit. Rotten tomatoes, foul eggs, and decaying vegetable leaves rained down upon him. The people's animosity towards Kai Fanzhou stemmed not from a lack of medical skill, but from his blatant refusal to seize numerous opportunities to save lives. As Kai Fanzhou cowered within the confines of the prison cart, attempting to evade the barrage of projectiles, the cart was simply too confined, leaving him little refuge. Before long, he was besmirched with a multitude of filthy substances. At that moment, Kai Fanzhou suddenly caught sight of Su Ruojin standing amidst the crowd, gazing at him with a smile. For reasons unknown, he harbored a strong conviction that everything transpiring was orchestrated by her. That little wretch, if he ever had the chance to confront her, he would not let her off easily. Yen Luo stood beside Su Ruojin, her brow furrowed in confusion. Miss, why not simply eliminate him? Chapter 81. Severely wounded Yen Luo could not comprehend why, with her mistress's formidable abilities, dispatching a mere Kai Fanzhou would be a trivial endeavor. So why grant him clemency? Su Ruojin watched the departing prison cart and spoke slowly. For Kai Fanzhou to transition from the revered divine physician to a despised criminal, to be abandoned by the Wang family, and to have lost sight of those two children amounts to a complete disintegration of family ties. This is a fate more tormenting than death itself. Moreover, given his frail constitution, it remains uncertain whether he can endure even a year in the stone quarry. Yen Luo looked at her with admiration, exclaiming, truly worthy of being the mistress. Jihua, standing nearby, smiled silently, though others were oblivious. She understood that her mistress refrained from taking a life unless absolutely necessary. Yet, this did not imply that Su Ruojin was soft-hearted. In the past, someone had bribed an assassin to infiltrate the heavenly medicine pavilion to slay the Lord, only to succumb to poison upon entry. The unfortunate soul writhed in agony for 7 days and nights, their flesh and organs rotting away, utterly powerless even to take their own life. Since that incident, no one dared to recklessly challenge the heavenly medicine pavilion. Should this Kai Fanzhou prove wise enough to cherish this opportunity and behave himself, perhaps he could find solace. However, should he remain obstinate and unrepentant, should fate bring him back into the hands of the mistress, he would undoubtedly meet a grim end. As the withered trees of Yinyang sprouted new buds and the forsythia bloomed with blossoms, Ren Ai Hall had truly transformed into the foremost medical establishment of Yinyang. With a constant stream of patients seeking care each day, Su Ruojin found it increasingly challenging to carry her little Bao. While the venerable Lady Lin gazed at him with a heart full of contentment, not only had Bao gained weight, but he had also grown taller. Alas, the question lingered. When would he finally utter his first words? Su Ruojin smiled gently as she caressed Bao's head, reassuring herself that there was no rush regarding his speech. The psychological scars he bore could not be mended in a fleeting moment, in just over 2 months. His ability to accept the presence of those in the clinic who were dear to him marked a significant milestone. Presently, little Bao was able to dine like an ordinary child, with the sole exception of avoiding particularly spicy or difficult-to-digest foods, thus requiring no excessive dietary restrictions. Occasionally, Su Ruojin caught glimpses of smiles gracing Bao's face, which filled her with immense satisfaction. The young girl displayed remarkable resilience, enduring pain without a single cry of distress, steadfastly persevering in her training. Meanwhile, Lady Zhong's health was gradually improving. With Lin Wanqing's departure and Kai Fanzhou's assignment to the border, Jiren Hall had devolved from Yinyang's premier medical institution into a mere ordinary clinic, suffering a significant decline in business. Following Lin Jingshan's demotion to county magistrate, he and Zhao Jiao had settled down considerably, refraining from causing any further trouble for Su Ruojin at the clinic. Yet, to ensure little Bao felt secure, Su Ruojin had constructed a door between her room and Bao's, allowing him to seek her presence whenever he needed. Upon entering her chamber, a potent scent of blood assailed her senses, causing her pupils to constrict as she slowly reached into her sleeve, retrieving 3 silver needles that glimmered with a faint azure light at their tips. She delicately shifted her steps, gradually approaching the source of the metallic scent of blood. There, she discerned a shadow leaning beside the bed. With a swift motion, Su Ruojin raised her hand, and the silver needles were poised to strike the shadow. "It is I," came a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Su Ruojin halted, and the silver needle barely grazed the shadow's head, embedding itself into the wall instead. She hastened over, revealing Jiang Qianan clad in dark attire, his complexion as pale as parchment, lips a ghastly shade of purple, and his eyes languidly half-closed. "What are you doing here?" Su Ruojin hurriedly moved to support him. Her hand rested on Jiang Qianan's waist, feeling a damp, sticky sensation. With all her might, she assisted him onto the bed, only to discover her hands and garments were smeared with blood. How grievously he must have been wounded, concealed beneath his dark clothing. "What happened to you?" Su Ruojin's words trailed off as she realized Jiang Qianan had succumbed to unconsciousness. Time was of the essence. As a physician, her sole focus was on saving him, with no regard for any impropriety that might arise. Without hesitation, she removed Jiang Qianan's garments to assess his injuries. Upon observing the wounds covering his chest, back, thighs, and calves, each a testament to various blade and arrow strikes, she couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. The deeper lacerations exposed raw flesh, and an arrow had pierced through his back, traversing his chest and narrowly missing his heart, the shaft having been broken off. Had the arrowhead deviated by even a centimeter, Jiang Qianan would not have returned to seek her. She took his pulse once more and had to concede that it was nothing short of miraculous that Jiang Qianan had survived to this moment. Wounds from blades, injuries from arrows, and the heart-corroding powder seemed to be accompanied by an unknown poison coursing through his veins. Yet, it is precisely this enigmatic toxin that has stifled the potency of the heart-corroding powder, allowing Jiang Qianan to endure until he reached the medical hall. Su Ruojin found herself at a loss to determine whether to consider him fortunate or unfortunate. Apart from these wounds, she observed numerous healed scars of various sizes on Jiang Qianan's body. This man, did he not hail from a prestigious family? How could he bear such scars? What trials had he endured? Emerging from the room, Su Ruojin softly roused Yan Luo and Ji Hua, instructing them to boil water and prepare medicine. Upon returning, she unfastened her dedicated cloth pouch and retrieved the thinnest blade from within. This surgical knife had been meticulously crafted by her second master, modeled after the surgical instruments of her previous life. The second master had also fashioned other surgical tools according to her designs, which had intrigued her master so much that he took away an identical set. Fearing that Jiang Qianan might regain consciousness during the procedure, Su Ruojin first administered several needles to ensure he remained in a state of unconsciousness. She then produced the alcohol she had distilled to disinfect both the surgical knife and the wound. Perhaps due to the alcohol's contact with the injury, Jiang Qianan furrowed his brow in pain while remaining unconscious. The arrowhead embedded in his chest was peculiar, unlike the typical triangular barbed arrows. This one resembled 2 triangles stacked together, featuring 4 barbs that could only be extracted from the front. With utmost caution, Su Ruojin began to incise the flesh surrounding the arrow wound, facilitating a smoother extraction of the projectile. "Jiang Qianan, bear with it for a moment." Fully aware that he could not hear her, Su Ruojin softly offered a reminder before forcefully pulling out the arrow. Jiang Qianan emitted a muffled groan, his body rising and then collapsing back onto the bed with the motion of the extraction. Blood gushed forth from the wound, prompting Su Ruojin to swiftly retrieve a silver needle and deftly apply it, successfully halting the bleeding. She then employed tweezers in conjunction with a scalpel to meticulously cleanse the debris from the wound, and took out the fine suturing thread crafted by the Heavenly Medicine Pavilion to stitch the injury closed. At that moment, a voice from the doorway called out, "Miss, the water is boiled." Su Ruojin stepped outside to receive the hot water, instructing, "Boil some more." "Yes." Ing Luo, unaware of the events transpiring within the room, recognized that it was not the appropriate time for inquiries, and promptly turned to continue boiling water. Su Ruojin then took a cloth and carefully wiped Jiang Qianan's body. As she poured basin after basin of bloodied water away, Ing Luo found herself on the verge of asking questions multiple times, but suppressed her curiosity upon seeing the serious expression on Su Ruojin's face. Once she had cleaned him, Su Ruojin proceeded to apply alcohol to disinfect the wounds, suturing the deeper ones and bandaging them. By the time she had completed all these tasks, she was drenched in perspiration. With the external injuries attended to, she next focused on the internal injuries. Su Ruojin took Jiang Qianan's pulse again. It showed some improvement. Yet the sight of his still darkened lips indicated that the poison from the heart-eroding powder continued to wreak havoc. She produced an antidote for him to swallow and once more administered acupuncture. As she removed the 16 needles one by one, Jiang Qianan suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, expelling black blood, while the needles transformed into a dark hue as well. Once everything was concluded, Jiang Qianan's lips, previously a shade of dark purple, had turned a ghastly pale. The heart's poison has been resolved. However, another toxin within him seems to have lingered for quite some time, forming an inexplicable and sinister equilibrium with his bodily functions. To recklessly attempt to detoxify him could jeopardize this precarious balance, especially given Jiang Qianan's severe injuries, which might even cost him his life. After taking his pulse, Su Ruojin confirmed that this poison would not claim Jiang Qianan's life for the time being. So she decided against any immediate action. Everything could wait until he regained his strength. Preserving his life was the priority. Once Su Ruojin had attended to all necessary matters, Jihua arrived at the door with the medicine. "Miss, the medicine is ready." Su Ruojin accepted the medicine and closed the door. Jiang Qianan's current condition was not one to be exposed to more eyes. Sitting beside the bed, Su Ruojin gradually administered the medicine to Jiang Qianan, and only when he had consumed the entire bowl did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. As she kept vigil over Jiang Qianan, Su Ruojin busied herself until the early hours of the morning, eventually leaning against the headboard and drifting into sleep. Outside, Yin Luo could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered to Jihua, who was in the young lady's room. Jihua shook her head. "I do not know either, but this person is undoubtedly gravely injured. Let us refrain from discussing what the young lady has chosen to keep to herself and remain vigilant." Yin Luo understood the gravity of the situation and nodded, "Understood." As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into the room, and Su Ruojin slowly opened her eyes. She gazed at Jiang Qianan, still deep in slumber, and reached out to touch his forehead, which felt feverishly hot. She quickly exited the room, where Jihua and Yin Luo had stood guard all night. Upon seeing the door open, they approached her. Su Ruojin spoke hastily. "Inside is Jiang Qianan. He has sustained severe injuries. This matter must remain a secret among the three of us. Yinjua, please attend to Xiaobao, and Jihua, prepare the medicine. I entrust the clinic to you both today. Jiang Qian remains unconscious, and I must keep watch over him." "Understood, miss." The two women hurried off to their tasks. As for the reason Jiang Qian had appeared in the young lady's chamber in the dead of night, Yinjua and Jihua were well aware that it was not their place to inquire. "Jiang Qian, I have done all that I can. The rest is up to you. I hope you can endure this, for Xiaobao is still waiting for you," Su Ruojin murmured, gazing at Jiang Qian, who lay in bed with his eyes still firmly shut. After administering him medicine, she once again applied acupuncture. Yinjua called from outside, "Miss, Hu Qing requests an audience." Upon seeing Su Ruojin, Hu Qing wore an expression of deep concern. "Miss Su, I have received a message via carrier pigeon from the manor. The master has sustained grave injuries and is missing. I must set out to search for the young master and have come to bid farewell to you." Su Ruojin raised an eyebrow, realizing that Hu Qing was unaware that Jiang Qian lay within the clinic. Yet, she had no intention of disclosing this information. Their acquaintance was merely superficial. They did not share a deeper understanding. What calamity had befallen Jiang Qian to inflict such severe wounds? She could only speculate. He remained in a precarious state, and she dared not entrust him to another's care. Let Hu Qing search. Once Jiang Qian awakens, He will reveal the truth if he so chooses. Please be careful on your journey, Su Ruojin replied, nodding faintly. As Hu Qing departed the clinic, he felt a twinge of resentment. Regardless of the circumstances, the young master had always treated Miss Su with great kindness. How could she hear of his misfortune without a trace of concern upon her face? Oh, the fickleness of the human heart. Returning to her quarters, Su Ruojin fell into deep contemplation. Initially, Zhang Ren and his companions sought to pilfer the fire spirit ginseng from the medical hall, only to be apprehended upon their entrance. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Hu Qing. Yet, one cannot fathom why Hu Qing failed to notice Jiang Qianan entering his own quarters yesterday. Although Hu Qing's martial prowess may not rival that of the second master, he is nonetheless a formidable presence even within the dark pavilion. How could he have overlooked Jiang Qianan's arrival? It appears that Jiang Qianan possesses far greater capabilities than one might assume. Such a remarkable individual. So grievously wounded. Who could the assailant be? The following day, Jiang Qianan gradually opened his eyes, feeling parched and sore all over. Yet the sensation of countless insects gnawing at his flesh had dissipated. Had he been rescued? Who was his savior? As he slowly turned his head, he beheld a woman slumbering beside his bed. Gazing upon her gentle visage, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Qianan's lips. Indeed, it was she. However, just as dusk approached, a band of assailants emerged unexpectedly. Caught off guard, Jiang Qianan found himself outnumbered and fled, only to be struck by an arrow laced with the venom of heart-corroding powder. As the poison coursed through his veins, his head grew increasingly heavy, and he could only rely on instinct to escape. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself in the presence of Su Ruojin. Thus, in a state of semi-consciousness, he had instinctively made his way to the medical hall. Jiang Qianan lifted his hand, a sharp pain from his torn wound seizing him. Yet he managed a slight smile as he tenderly placed his hand upon the girl's hair, cautious not to disturb her slumber. Su Ruojin suddenly awoke, and upon seeing Jiang Qianan conscious, she exhaled in relief. The period of danger had finally passed. She placed her hand against Jiang Qianan's forehead, relieved to find that his fever had subsided. Feeling the warmth of her palm, Jiang Qianan's breath caught momentarily, and a blush involuntarily crept to his ears. Upon awakening, all was well. I shall fetch you a glass of water. Su Ruojin rose to pour the water. Thank you, Jiang Qianan replied, his voice hoarse like a broken bell. He obediently drank the water, falling silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the young girl, resembling a deep pool or a sky full of stars, drawing one into its depths. However, the girl who was feeding him water seemed utterly unfazed, continuing to speak. By the way, Hu Qing came looking for you. I didn't mention your situation at the clinic to him. Would you like me to inform him that you are here with me? No need. Let him find out for himself, Jiang Qianan replied. If Hu Qing were to learn of his condition, he would surely linger at the clinic daily, which would be bothersome. As you wish, Su Ruojin replied nonchalantly, as he was not her retainer after all. Is it you who changed my clothes? Jiang Qianan pondered a serious matter. In the 20th century, as a physician, Su Ruojin held no concept of modesty concerning her patients, particularly since she had not stripped Jiang Qianan entirely, leaving him with a pair of undergarments. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qianan fell silent, his ears flushed crimson. A sudden stillness enveloped the air. At that moment, Su Ruojin seemed to realize something. Turning to Jiang Qianan, you don't hold it against me for having removed your clothing, do you? And no, Jiang Qianan stammered. That's good, Su Ruojin sighed in relief. Although the customs of the Great Chu Kingdom were relatively liberal, intimacy between men and women often implied a bond of commitment. She seemed almost entirely exposed before Jiang Qianan. She could not sacrifice her entire life simply because she saved one person. I am the doctor, and you are the patient. I undress you solely to save your life. Rest assured, this matter shall remain confidential, Su Ruojin added, as if to reassure Jiang Qianan of her intentions. Did she express disdain for herself in her tone? At that moment, Zihua also arrived with the medicine. Su Ruojin took the bowl of medicine and naturally fed it to Jiang Qianan. The tips of her hair inadvertently brushed against his face, causing a gentle stir within him, akin to a spring breeze dancing across the water's surface, soothing his pain. Now, you can rest easy. I will have Feng Ying come to change your bandages shortly. Do not worry. Feng Ying is one of us and will not speak of it to others. Now that Jiang Qianan had awakened, Su Ruojin felt it was inappropriate to continue changing his bandages. Even if she did not mind, one could not predict the opinions of others. After all, there are distinctions between men and women. Since it was not advisable for the patient to move, she decided to relinquish the room to Jiang Qianan and sleep alongside Xiao Bao instead. Thank you, Jiang Qianan replied, suppressing the disappointment within him. He understood that, given his current condition, it was indeed unsuitable for Su Ruojin, a young lady, to tend to him daily. Just then, the adjoining door creaked open, revealing a small figure standing at the threshold. The child gazed at Jiang Qianan, terror etched across his face, tears welling in his eyes, and his tiny form visibly trembling. Xiao Bao, what are you doing here? Su Ruojin hurriedly approached and scooped him up, taken aback by his unexpected arrival. Little Bao leaned silently against Su Ruojin's shoulder, his body trembling as he wept. Su Ruojin gently comforted him, saying, Little Bao, it's all right, it's all right. Your uncle's injury has been treated by your sister, and he will recover soon. Jiang Qianan, witnessing Little Bao's distress, felt his heart soften as he reassured, do not worry, your uncle is fine. Su Ruojin then lifted Little Bao and placed him beside Jiang Qianan. Little Bao reached out to touch Jiang Qianan's hand, his movements delicate, as if afraid of causing him pain. Jiang Qianan smiled tenderly, raising his hand to gently pat Little Bao's small head, saying, your uncle is all right. Once he is well, I will take you to the lake. Uncle, okay. Little Bao suddenly uttered these two words, leaving the three present in utter shock. Jiang Qianan, momentarily forgetting his injuries, gazed at Little Bao with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Why? What did you say? Please say it again. Cough, cough. Call me once more. Little Bao seemed to exert great effort, squeezing out a single word from his throat. Uncle. Having not spoken for so long, his voice resembled that of a toddler just learning to speak, unclear yet comprehensible. Miss Su, can speak. Cough, cough. Can speak. Jiang Qianan exclaimed, looking towards Su Ruojin. Su Ruojin's face mirrored his joy. Little Bao was finally willing to express himself. With this initial step taken, his full recovery was merely a matter of time. Soon, Little Bao would be a healthy child. At that moment, Feng Ying entered, carrying a wooden tray with a small medicine bottle. Miss, I have come to change the dressing for Master Jiang. All right. Thank you for your help. Young Master Jiang, please change your bandages first. I shall return shortly, Su Ruojin said as she departed with the child. After closing the door, Feng Ying unwrapped the bandages that bound Jiang Qian and began to apply fresh dressings. Young Master Jiang, are you aware of the identity of the person who inflicted such cruelty upon you? Had it not been for the young lady, you might have lost your life. As he tended to the wounds, Feng Ying spoke. The identity of my assailant remains unclear, but it is indeed Miss Su who saved my life, Jiang Qian acknowledged calmly. Young Master Jiang, I have no interest in your background, nor do I wish to know it. However, it is evident that our young lady seeks a tranquil existence. Given the severity of your injuries, your enemies must be formidable. I sincerely hope that once you recover, you will vacate the medical facility to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble upon us. The undertone of rejection and coldness in Feng Ying's words was unmistakable to Jiang Qian. Is that your sentiment or the young lady's? He inquired. The identity of the originator is inconsequential. I merely wish to prevent unrelated individuals from causing disturbances for the young lady. I trust that young Master Jiang is not one to repay kindness with malice. Feng Ying replied coolly. Feng Ying harbored considerable hostility towards him. As men, Jiang Qian could easily discern the way Feng Ying looked at Su Ruojin. Nevertheless, Feng Ying was not entirely wrong. His adversaries were indeed formidable, and should they discover his presence in the medical facility, they might come seeking him. Young Master Feng, once I am able to rise and walk, I shall take my leave. That would be most agreeable. I shall take great care to ensure your swift recovery. Young Master Jiang, Feng Ying responded, before finishing the bandaging and departing. Upon learning that the little treasure could speak, old Madame Lin was overjoyed and wished for him to call her grandmother. However, this time, the little one kept his lips tightly sealed and remained silent, which left old Madame Lin feeling somewhat disheartened. Su Ruojin smiled and remarked, Grandmother, it is already a remarkable achievement that the little treasure can articulate words. He does not possess a vast vocabulary just yet. Let us give him a little more time. After all, he hasn't called me sister either. Hearing this, old Madame Lin regained her composure and agreed. Indeed, there is no rush for the little one. He shall take his time. Soon, I shall prepare some sweet soup for you. Suddenly, the little treasure blurted out two words. Thank you, Grandma. Old Madame Lin was taken aback. Little treasure, could you please repeat that? The little one blushed fiercely, summoning the courage to utter, "Grandma. Oh, my dear little treasure. You finally called me Grandma." Old Madame Lin felt her eyes welling up with tears. Although she had only spent a little over 2 months with the child, she had already come to regard him as her own. It was a momentous occasion that the child could finally speak, and how could she not be overwhelmed with emotion? Now, it was Su Ruojin's turn to feel a tinge of melancholy, wondering when the little treasure would call her. Just then, the little one turned to her and said, "Sister." In that instant, Su Ruojin experienced an overwhelming sense of maternal pride, thrilled that her little one was learning to address people. Chapter 84. Who has hurt you? 5 days later, Jiang Qianan's injuries had healed considerably, and he was able to sit up slowly, though he still could not get out of bed. Su Ruojin entered the room with a bowl of medicine and took his pulse. "The wounds are healing well. In a few days, you will be able to walk normally again." "Thank you, Miss Su. Your medical skills are exceptional. Jiang owes you a debt of life." Su Ruojin nonchalantly remarked, "There is no debt or obligation. I am a physician, and I cannot stand idly by in the face of death. Now, drink your medicine." Jiang Qian obediently accepted the bowl of medicine and consumed it in one gulp. After setting the bowl aside, Su Ruojin inquired, "Do you know who injured you?" Jiang Qian pondered for a moment before responding. "Their attire resembles that of the Northern Li Kingdom, and the arrows that struck me are unique to them, double-headed arrows." "Then it was indeed people from Northern Li who harmed you? But this is Yinyang, a far cry from the borders of Northern Li and Dechu. Why would they target you here?" Su Ruojin expressed her curiosity. Although they appeared to be from Northern Li, their techniques do not align with those of the Northern Li people, Jiang Qian explained. "Thus, someone has disguised themselves as Northern Li individuals to assault you." "Jiang Qian, what is your true identity that prompts others to conspire against you so meticulously?" Su Ruojin mused. Jiang Qian fell silent, contemplating whether he should reveal his identity to her. Would she still regard him as a friend once she learned the truth? Would his identity create a sense of distance between them? Might it bring her unnecessary troubles? Yet, having posed the question, he was reluctant to deceive her. He began to speak. "I am." "Ah, please do not tell me who you are. I do not wish to know. I merely expressed a fleeting sentiment." Su Ruojin quickly interrupted. "You are the patient, and I am the doctor. Our relationship is quite simple. Sometimes, the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. I am still young and desire to live a few more years." Jiang Qianan. He rarely places his trust in others, only to be met with rejection. Su Ruojin had long suspected that Jiang Qianan's identity was extraordinary. Yet she had refrained from allowing the Dark Alliance to investigate. In the Great Chu Kingdom, as a physician, one is not required to kneel before officials of the 4th rank and below, but must perform the kneeling ritual when encountering those of the 3rd rank or higher. If Jiang Qianan's identity truly entailed court matters, and such a commotion was made over him, it was likely that he would not be of a rank lower than the 3rd. Setting aside other complications, she would be obligated to perform the kneeling ritual each time they met, and Su Ruojin had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble upon herself. The current situation was best, a physician and a patient, simply and plainly. Jiang Qianan let out a bitter smile, shaking his head. "Miss Su, you are indeed extraordinary." He had never imagined that as a dignified regent, he would face disdain from anyone. While others eagerly sought to align themselves with him, Su Ruojin, fully aware of his exceptional status, chose to distance herself. "This young lady, young Master Jiang, you are mistaken. Quite the opposite. I am merely an ordinary person, and thus possess a clear self-awareness. I cannot aspire to the company of the wealthy and powerful." Having given her instructions, Su Ruojin rose to leave, leaving Jiang Qianan with a look of helplessness. Upon exiting the room, Su Ruojin spotted Xiao Bao standing outside the door, gazing intently at it. Xiao Bao was quite perceptive, fearful of disrupting his uncle's treatment, and thus always stood quietly at the door. Feeling a pang of sympathy, she crouched down. "Xiao Bao, do not worry. Your uncle's wound is healing very well, and in a few days, he will be able to walk again." Little Bao nodded, taking Su Ruojin's hand as they departed. By the time they bloomed on the branches, Jiang Qianan was able to walk unaided. Just as Feng Ying had finished dressing his wounds, Su Ruojin entered with Little Bao. "See, sister did not deceive you. Can your uncle walk by himself now?" Little Bao squinted her beautiful eyes, approaching Jiang Qianan and gently taking his hand. Jiang Qianan spoke softly, "Ear, do not worry. Your uncle is well now." Little Bao nodded, saying, "Uncle, good." At this moment, she could only utter brief phrases, unable to form a complete sentence. Well then, uncle has finished. Sister will take you out to buy some candy. Su Ruojin led little Bao toward the door. Jiang Qianan felt a sudden impulse. Miss Su, may I accompany you? He believed that now being able to walk, an outing should pose no issue. Suddenly, Feng Ying slammed the ointment onto the table. Young Master Jiang, as a patient, you must possess the awareness of your condition. Your body has only just begun to recover. Venturing outside to catch the wind could risk infection of your wounds. I advise you to remain indoors and avoid causing us any trouble. Jiang Qianan. Little Bao obediently waved her small hand at Jiang Qianan before turning to follow Su Ruojin. Su Ruojin led Little Bao to a candy painting stall, where Little Bao chose a small dog. Receiving the little dog from the vendor, Su Ruojin guided her, saying, Little Bao, this is a small dog, a dog. Little Bao nodded, striving to repeat, dog, little, dog. Ah, Little Bao is truly remarkable, able to articulate 3 words now. Come, sister will buy you some candy. Neither of them noticed a figure observing them from a distance, who then vanished from sight. In the capital, within the palace, a cloaked figure knelt before the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, the young heir has begun to speak. What? Xiaobingyi can speak. Empress Dowager Wei tightened her grip on the teacup, incredulity lacing her voice. How could that little fool utter words? I would not dare deceive your Majesty. I heard it with my own ears. However, the young heir can only articulate 1 or 2 words and is yet unable to form complete sentences. Go. Eliminate him along with that doctor and the medical establishment. A glint of malice flickered in Empress Dowager Wei's eyes. She would not permit anyone who posed a threat to Heiress to exist in this world. If he desires to speak, then he shall find only a path to death. Yes. At that moment, the announcement of Gonggong Shuangxi echoed from the entrance. His Majesty has arrived. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, and the cloaked figure instantly vanished. Xiao Qinyi entered, bowing to Empress Dowager Wei. Your son pays his respects to mother. No need for such formalities, Heiress. Come, sit down, the Empress Dowager warmly beckoned. Thank you, mother. Once Xiao Qinyi took his seat, Granny Xian promptly presented a cup of tea. Heiress, give this a taste. It is pre-rain Longjing. Xiao Qinyi raised the cup and took a sip. Truly worthy of the tea in mother's palace. It is exceptionally rich. Thank you, mother. Xiao Qinyi set down his teacup and addressed his mother. Mother, the Kingdom of Bailey has sent an official letter, expressing a desire to forge a marital alliance with our great Chu, thereby enhancing the friendship between our 2 nations. Empress Dowager Wei also set down her teacup and gazed at Xiao Qinyi. Your Majesty, what is your perspective on this matter? Chapter 85. A heartfelt burn. Xiao Qinyi pondered for a moment before responding. Bailey and Great Chu have experienced border skirmishes over the years. This sudden military deployment by Bailey is likely an attempt to exert pressure on us to facilitate this proposed union. Empress Dowager Wei nodded with a hint of satisfaction. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Do you consent to this proposal? Xiao Qinyi continued. Great Chu has only recently emerged from turmoil, and our treasury is depleted. Engaging in war with another nation is ill-advised. If this union can usher in peace between our realms, I believe it may be worth considering. Empress Dowager Wei agreed. Indeed. But it remains unclear who they wish to marry. The proposal for the union involves Princess Yaolan, the most cherished younger sister of Emperor Wan and of Bailey, who is a mere 16 years of age. Bailey has stipulated that Princess Yaolan should select her own match. Your Majesty, should we succeed in bringing Princess Yaolan into our palace, Bailey will become a valuable ally, remarked Empress Dowager Wei. Yes, mother, I understand what must be done. Xiao Qinyi replied. It is said that Princess Yaolan is the most beautiful woman in Bailey, and naturally, Xiao Qinyi would not decline the prospect of having such a beauty in his harem. Gripping his teacup tightly, a flicker of resentment danced in his eyes as he declared, Mother, I will be able to govern in just 1 year. Why must I continue to be constrained by him? Without his influence, can our great Chu not thrive? Do we not have General Su and my cousin to safeguard our borders? Your Majesty, a ruler must learn to endure momentary anger, utilizing all that is beneficial to oneself, and eliminating it once it loses its value. You have yet to assume power, and many ministers in the court still heed the commands of the regent, particularly those obstinate elders. Moreover, he possesses the imperial edict left by your father, which introduces uncertainty until you formally govern. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Empress Dowager Wei's eyes. Although she was unaware of the specific contents of the edict, it undoubtedly pertained to the throne, and she could not allow anyone to usurp Heiress' position. Xiao Qinyi lowered his head, his gaze shrouded in ambiguity, and his voice was somber. The Crown Prince is aware. In the capital, at room 1 of Yinyun Tower. Incompetence, a mere assembly of incompetence. So many could not kill Xiao Yanchu, allowing him to escape. A man, approximately 25 or 26, seethed with anger. Your subordinates are to blame. I implore the prince to punish them. Go find him, bring him to me. He must not live. Honor can only be mine. Fei Malong smashed the cup in his hand onto the head of a kneeling guard. The guard dared not flinch, the teacup striking his forehead and drawing blood. Yes, my prince. Chun Fu stepped forward to brew another cup of tea for Fei Malong. My prince, do not be angered. It is not worth jeopardizing your health. Princess Yaolong will one day be yours. Indeed, Lana must be mine. How does Xiao Yanchu deserve my Lana? I cannot fathom what she sees in him, insisting on marrying him, even gaining the emperor's permission to ally with Dechu. Fei Malong fumed. He is but the valiant king of Bailey. Only he is worthy of our prairie's most beautiful jewel. Fei Malong accepted the tea and drank it in one gulp. Have those matters been resolved? He inquired. Very well. Xiao Yanchu, you dare to covet my LNR. Let us see if you can bear the weight of such a beauty's affection. Your Highness. The spies have brought news that the Great Chu has agreed to the marriage alliance, and the princess will soon embark on her journey to Great Chu, Chun Fu reported. In that case, I shall await her arrival in the capital of Great Chu, so she may understand the sincerity of my feelings, Fei Malong declared. Jiang Qianan was now able to walk about the courtyard. On his first day stepping outside, he was utterly taken aback. Hu Qing searched for his highness, only to discover that he was in the medical hall. The shadow guards would not dare to spy on Su Ruojin's chamber. Had it not been for the prince emerging himself, they would never have guessed that he had been residing in the physician's quarters for so long. They had intended to report that a man named Feng Ying frequently entered and exited Su Daifu's room. This exemplifies the saying, darkness beneath the light. Wasn't it said that men and women should keep their distance? The gaze of the shadow guard changed upon seeing Su Ruojin. It was known that their prince had never shown interest in women. The second shadow guard was so astonished that he nearly cried out, only to be silenced by the first guard's firm hand over his mouth. The second guard blinked furiously, signaling the first to release him. How could one cover both mouth and nose at once? He felt as though he might suffocate. After a moment, the second guard turned to descend the tree, but was halted by the first. Wait, the first guard said. What is it? The second guard asked, suspicious. You mentioned that His Highness has been in the medical hall for such an extended period. Why has he not contacted us? The first guard pondered. With the prince's capabilities, it is a trivial matter to contact the hidden guards nearby. It is evident that the prince must be incapacitated due to injury. Dark Two blurted out. Observing the prince's slow movements and recalling how Feng Ying had been frequently bringing ointment in and out of Dr. Su's room, it would be foolish not to deduce the prince's injury. Dark One gently guided. Even if the prince is injured, do you think he would delay contacting us until now? Dark Two's mind struggled to comprehend. Perhaps the prince has forgotten? Dark One shot him a glare. Forget? The prince clearly does not wish for us to intervene in this matter. We should feign ignorance and await his call. But the leader is still outside. Dark Two attempted to argue, only to be interrupted by Dark One. Nonetheless, trusting Dark One's judgment, who was undoubtedly the most astute among the hidden guards, Dark Two conceded. Leader, do not blame us for lacking loyalty. If anyone is at fault, it is the prince. At this moment, Su Ruojin arrived at the back courtyard and spotted Jiang Qianan strolling about, a smile gracing her lips. It seems he is recovering quite well. Today, she donned a pale pink silk gown, intricately embroidered with peonies and subtle patterns, the petals layered gracefully, swaying gently with her steps. A silk sash of the same hue adorned her waist, lending her an air of elegance laced with playfulness. Her delicate hair, styled in a flying fairy bun, was simply adorned with a pink jade hairpin, harmonizing beautifully with her attire. Her porcelain-like face featured eyebrows shaped like crescent moons and eyes sparkling like stars, while her lips bore a faint hue reminiscent of cherry blossoms in bloom. Upon witnessing the presence of such a young girl, Jiang Qianan felt as though a gentle feather brushed against his heart, his gaze reluctant to waver even slightly. Come, allow me to take your pulse. Su Ruojin ventured as she stepped into the room first. The girl's slightly cool fingers rested upon his wrist, and Jiang Qianan sensed a warmth emanating from it, spreading from his wrist to the depths of his heart. Chapter 86. Control. Jiang Qianan felt an unsettling emptiness in his wrist. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ruojin inquired, Young Master Jiang, are you aware of the nature of the poison that lingers within you? Caught off guard, he had not anticipated her discernment. It was worth noting that this poison, which only manifested during its monthly onset, eluded even Mu Jingshan's keen diagnostic skills. With a wry smile, he admitted, "Indeed. It seems nothing escapes Miss Su's perception. This poison has been with me since birth, and to this day, its name remains a mystery." Su Ruojin nodded in agreement. Indeed, this poison was a rarity in the world. In her previous life, she had only encountered similar descriptions in ancient texts. Yet she could not ascertain whether it was the same. Your ability to suppress the heart-corroding powder and reach the clinic is largely due to this poison within you. Its potency is formidable, yet it fortuitously counteracts the toxicity of the heart-corroding powder. However, when its effects manifest each month, the agony it brings is compounded by the heart-corroding powder's torment. May I inquire when this poison typically manifests for you? It occurs once a month, though the timing varies for each individual. 18. That would be tomorrow night. Su Ruojin continued to explore her thoughts. Is it true that each time the poison flares, the black line on your wrist ascends a little higher? Indeed, Jiang Qianan confirmed. Mu Jingshan mentioned that should this black line reach the Ling Tai, it would signify my demise. Jiang Qianan remained as tranquil as though discussing another's affairs, entirely detached from his own. How much longer? Su Ruojin inquired. For more years, he replied. Upon hearing this, Su Ruojin exhaled in relief. There was still time. She could not fathom that, with her capabilities, she would be unable to develop an antidote within 4 years. Very well. Tomorrow evening, I shall observe you and endeavor to alleviate your suffering during the episodes. I will gather some herbs, and when the next attack occurs, I shall take your blood to ascertain the nature of the poison. Watching the young girl depart, Jiang Qianan fell into contemplation. He had originally intended to leave today. For over the years, it had been Mu Jingshan who suppressed the poison whenever it attacked. Perhaps he should allow her to attempt it? After having concealed himself among the trees for quite some time, an heir finally discerned the familiar gestures of the prince. He felt a surge of excitement. The prince had finally remembered them. His elder brother would no longer need to wander aimlessly. At the regent's residence, Mu Jingshan was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove, incessantly tugging at Shenyu, asking, "Is there still no news of the prince?" Shenyu shook his head. He had dispatched everyone to search within the borders of the Dechu kingdom, yet there had been no word. What shall we do? Today marks the 18th. Every month on the 18th, the poison manifests. The prince must soak in a hot spring and receive acupuncture to counteract it, or he shall succumb to the torment and lose his sanity. I shall also commence the search. You must not let the dowager know of this matter. Shenyu understood the urgency and dared not delay. Very well, I shall go at once. Just as Shenyu exited the room, he encountered Hu Qing striding towards him. Greetings, young Master Shun, Hu Qing remarked. Swiftly pulled him into the room and closed the door behind them. Have you found the prince? Hu Qing nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have. Upon hearing this, Mu Jingshan sank into a chair, exclaiming, That's splendid news. In a rush, Shenyu inquired, Where is he? Where is he located? At this mention, Hu Qing's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the prince, whom he had sought so tirelessly, was actually at Ren'ai Hall. The prince was at Yin Yang's Ren'ai Hall. What? Mu Jingshan could scarcely believe it. This is utter madness. Although Dr. Su possesses some medical skills, she is entirely unaware of the severity of the poison afflicting the prince. A moment's inattention could cost him his life. Hearing Mu Jingshan's distressing words, both Shenyu and Hu Qing grew anxious. Hu Qing's voice trembled with emotion. What shall we do? Even if we rush over now, it may be too late. Regardless, we must make haste, Mu Jingshan insisted. I implore you, young Master Shun, to lend me your steed, the prized Arabian horse. I shall depart for Yinyang at once. There may still be hope. Without hesitation, Mu Jingshan disregarded all else. Time was of the essence. Every second counted. Let us go now and fetch the horse. Without a moment's pause, Shenyu turned and accompanied Mu Jingshan. According to ancient texts, the poison was crafted from exceptionally rare materials, requiring a precise mixture of the soul-harvesting grass leaves from Mount Jin, the ethereal dream fruits from the ocean depths, the sap of the millennia-old blood-sealing tree, the toxin from volcanic toads, and the soil from crane rock. The antidote to this poison is derived from 5 distinct elements, each sourced from different parts: the root of the soul-snatching herb, the flower of the dreamy fruit, the leaves of the millennial blood-sealing tree, and the blood of the volcanic rock toad. The crane rock soil remains a constant. Yet the enigma lies in the fact that no one has definitively identified what crane rock soil truly is. Some assert that it is named after a mountain called Crane Rock, with the soil from that mountain being the Crane Rock soil. Others claim it is a special elixir concocted by outsiders, and there are those who suggest it is a toxic plant. To this day, no one on the continent of Jeojo can accurately describe what Crane Rock soil is. Even in her previous life, Su Ruojin perused a myriad of ancient texts. Yet she found no record pertaining to Crane Rock soil. Each of these 5 medicinal ingredients is an extraordinary rarity, elusive and precious. Even the Heavenly Physician Pavilion currently possesses only the leaves of the millennial blood-sealing tree and the flowers of the dreamy fruit. Among these 5 ingredients, the leaves of the millennial blood-sealing tree are relatively easier to procure. One merely needs to venture into the deep mountains to find them. However, it is imperative to first ascertain whether Jiang Qianan is afflicted by the soul-snatching shadow. Fortunately, due to the peculiar nature of the soul-snatching shadow, Su Ruojin had taken special note of it in the ancient texts, considering the possibility of employing modern medical techniques to counteract this poison. Regrettably, during that era, the ecological devastation on Blue Star was severe, and the components mentioned in the soul-snatching shadow formula had become extinct, rendering the reproduction of this poison impossible, ultimately leading her to abandon the endeavor. Nevertheless, she retained the knowledge of how to prepare the formula for detecting the soul-snatching shadow. Master possesses an abundance of medicinal materials, and drawing upon her memories, Su Ruojin and her master swiftly concocted a detection potion. As long as the blood from Jiang Qianan at the time of poisoning is dripped into the potion, causing it to change from yellow to blue, it can be confirmed that it is the soul-devouring shadow. Chapter 87. You must not be in danger. Yin Yang lacks a hot spring, and given that Jiang Qianan's wounds have not yet fully healed, it is inadvisable for him to immerse himself in water to combat the poison. Su Ruojin, alongside her master, has developed a suppressive formula. The remainder depends on Su Ruojin's skill in needlework. With all preparations complete, they await the appointed time. As night falls, the sound of the midnight watch bell resonates punctually. A cloud drifts by, obscuring the moonlight, leaving only a veil of haze. Inside the room, Jiang Qianan, bound hand and foot to the bed, begins to experience a reddening of his eyes, and the dark lines on his wrists suddenly stir, slowly creeping upward as if they were living entities. As the black lines extend, Jiang Qianan feels as though countless streams of lava are coursing through his body, searing every inch of his skin. His entire body quickly flushes red, resembling a fully cooked shrimp, large beads of sweat pouring from his forehead, neck, and back. Within moments, his clothes are completely soaked, and wisps of steam begin to rise. Before he can recover from this searing torment, an intense chill emanates from his marrow, extinguishing the sensation of heat in an instant. Yet, before he can find even a moment of relief, a frigid wave begins to encase his entire being in ice. The garments, once drenched in sweat, now form a thin layer of ice, and frost visibly blooms upon his lips and eyelashes, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The excruciating agony of such rapid and extreme fluctuations between heat and cold is beyond what an ordinary person could endure, despite Jiang Qianan's desperate attempts to withstand it. Muffled groans of pain escape his lips. As the next wave of torment approached, Jiang Qianan's eyes turned a deep crimson, and he began to howl, desperately attempting to break free from the restraints binding his limbs, teetering on the brink of madness. Yinsua, Su Ruojin shouted emphatically. Without hesitation, Yinsua presented the prepared bowl of medicine, which Su Ruojin swiftly accepted and poured into Jiang Qianan's mouth. She then produced silver needles, skillfully piercing numerous acupoints with remarkable speed, inserting a total of 18 needles. With deft movements, she twisted, turned, and flicked each needle, while beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead. As the silver needles penetrated his flesh, Jiang Qianan gradually sensed that the searing and freezing sensations were being walled off, as if separated by an invisible barrier. As long as he remained within this protective enclosure, he would not suffer harm. For the first time in many years, he found that the agony of the poison coursing through him was not as unbearable as before. Previously, even while soaking in a hot spring under Mu Jingshan's assistance, he had endured 3 full hours of torment before it subsided. Mu Jingshan could only ensure that he retained a flicker of clarity amidst such extreme anguish, preventing him from choosing self-destruction during the onset of the poison. Yet now, with this wall safeguarding him, the pain could not reach him. However, this very protection rendered him unable to speak or move, leaving him to lie there, subject to the whims of others. Jiang Qianan, I must draw your blood to test for poison, Su Ruojin declared. No sooner had her words fallen than Jiang Qianan felt a sharp prick at the tip of his left middle finger. As Su Ruojin forcefully squeezed out a few droplets of blood into the potion, the once yellow, transparent liquid gradually transformed into a deep blue upon contact with the crimson blood. Indeed, it was the soul-devouring shadow. Observing Jiang Qianan, who lay on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, Su Ruojin couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Jiang Qianan once remarked that this poison is inherited from the womb, manifesting its torment once a month. Over the years, he must have endured unimaginable agony. The soul-devouring shadow possesses a peculiar trait. Those afflicted by its venom do not perish immediately, but instead suffer the relentless torment of searing flames and frigid cold intertwining. During the onset of the poison, one's perception of pain is magnified exponentially, and no matter the effort, one cannot succumb to unconsciousness. Thus must bear this suffering with sheer fortitude. Those with fragile willpower often find themselves unable to withstand the agony and choose self-destruction. Even if one manages to endure, their internal organs will gradually decay and lead to death after 15 years of poisoning. However, if a pregnant woman is poisoned, she remains unharmed, while the unborn child absorbs the toxicity of the soul-devouring shadow. The child will not experience the effects until after the age of 10, at which point they will endure the monthly torment, with the pain intensifying as they age. Such deep-seated hatred must fuel the desire to inflict such a poison upon another. What follows is a period of anticipation, waiting for the poison to dissipate on its own. This month has been survived, albeit barely. Having consumed the concoction prepared by herself and her master, though it does not neutralize the toxin, it hastens its decline. A shred of confidence still resides within Su Ruojin. As she accepted the tea handed to her by Ji Hua and took a sip, she was suddenly alerted by the sounds of combat outside, accompanied by flickers of fire. "The water has broken! The water has broken!" Someone shouted, but before the cry could finish, a muffled groan followed, indicating injury. Whoosh! Bang! Su Ruojin witnessed an arrow igniting upon striking the window, flames swiftly consuming the paper that obscured it. With her brow furrowing in concern, she quickly commanded, "Feng Ying, keep an eye on Jiang Qianan. Yun Luo, ensure that Xiao Bao is well cared for. And Ji Hua, keep a watchful eye on the old matriarch and Yuan Hong. Act according to the circumstances." "Very well, miss." The three were acutely aware of the urgency of the situation and immediately dispersed to carry out their tasks. Su Ruojin hastened out of her chamber, only to behold 6 masked figures perched atop the medical hall, armed with arrows aimed at the building. Meanwhile, approximately 10 masked individuals were engaged in fierce combat with a group of unfamiliar faces in the courtyard. Although Su Ruojin had never witnessed a confrontation involving the black-clad assailants, it was evident they were defending the medical hall, leading her to surmise they were associates of Jiang Qian. As someone attempted to thwart the archers on the roof, they were swiftly intercepted, leaving them unable to assist. Simultaneously, another wave of masked figures brandished swords as they rushed towards various rooms, seemingly in search of someone. "Jiang Qian, what is your true identity? Why do these men go to such lengths to eliminate you?" Su Ruojin had no time for contemplation. She drew a silver needle from her pocket and aimed it at the 6 individuals on the roof. With a muffled groan, they tumbled from their perch, lying motionless. The servants, startled awake, prepared to intervene, but the black-clad assailants attacked anyone in sight. Su Ruojin shouted, "Do not come out. Lock the doors." She called to several of the masked intruders, "If you seek a confrontation, direct it towards me." "Damn woman, seeking death," the assailants retorted, charging at her. Dark One, witnessing this scene while engaged in battle, felt a surge of panic and attempted to rush towards Su Ruojin, only to be obstructed by 2 masked figures. He could only shout, "Protect Miss Su." Indeed, Dark 2, Dark 3, Dark 5, and Dark 10 all sought to rush to Su Ruojin's aid. Yet they too were hindered by the black-clad adversaries. The opponent's martial prowess was evidently not inferior to theirs. Sounds from outside permeated the room, prompting Yin Luo to gently cover Xiao Bao's ears, fearful of awakening him. The elderly matriarch, accompanied by Ji Hua and Yuan Hong, observed without concern. Her worry was for Su Ruojin. She wished to step outside for a glimpse, but Ji Hua intercepted her. "Matriarch, there is no need to fret for the young lady. If you venture out, she will only be distracted by the need to care for you." The matriarch was not obstinate. Recognizing the validity of Ji Hua's words, she settled back, anxiously listening to the commotion outside. Jiang Qian also heard the sounds. Yet at that moment, He found himself utterly immobile, even unable to open his eyes, left to anxiously await and pray. Su Ruojin, you must not come to harm. Chapter 88. Jiang Qi and must compensate. Several figures clad in black surged towards Su Ruojin, weapons drawn. In the next heartbeat, the foremost trio clutched their midsections in disbelief before gradually collapsing, their faces darkening in an instant. One among them produced a small crossbow from his sleeve and aimed directly at Su Ruojin. If poison could not be employed at close range, then they would resort to ranged attacks. At such proximity, could a mere young girl evade the crossbow bolt? Yet, unexpectedly, as the bolt was released, Su Ruojin executed a casual turn, narrowly avoiding the projectile. What appeared to be a simple maneuver was, in fact, accomplished within the fleeting moment of the bolt's release. An individual devoid of martial training could not possibly perform such an action within such a brief interval. As the adage goes, a true expert reveals their skill with a single movement. The black-clad assailants were rendered dumbfounded. How had no one informed them that this young girl possessed martial abilities? In the spirit of reciprocity, Su Ruojin slightly lifted her eyelids and unleashed another volley of silver needles. Before her stood 4 men clad in black, now fallen, their dark faces marred by expressions of disbelief. Su Ruojin clapped her hands and took out a piece of dried apricot, savoring its perfectly balanced sweet and sour flavor. Her enchanting eyes narrowing in delight. Leaning against a pillar, she observed the ongoing battle and called out, "Hey, you there, kick him down the lane. Yes, that's clever. The one by the wall, attack his left shoulder. He bears an injury there. Indeed. Be cautious, mind the grass at the wall's edge. For I have only just planted it. I told you not to tread on it, yet you disregarded my warning." Fury ignited within her as she casually picked up a stone and tossed it. The sound of a stone meeting a black-clad figure's muffled grunt marked a momentary pause in their movement, allowing the others to seize the opportunity and subdue him. The skirmish concluded swiftly. Su Ruojin nodded, acknowledging their teamwork. Just as she was about to turn and enter the room to check on Jiang Qian's condition, she realized that the remaining adversaries were all Jiang Qian's men, and since the attackers had come for him, her concerns were no longer warranted. However, in that fleeting moment as she turned, the sound of muffled groans filled the air. Upon glancing back, she witnessed all the captured black-clad figures biting down on hidden poison, choosing death over capture. They were all assassins. Su Ruojin sighed, exasperated by the inconvenience. Were it not for Xiao Bao, she would have considered tossing Jiang Qian aside to attract a multitude of pursuers, jeopardizing her clinic with the need for repairs come morning. The herbs she had painstakingly cultivated would be lost. No, she would demand compensation from Jiang Qian. Upon pushing open the door, she was momentarily taken aback, then hastened toward Jiang Qian, who lay prostrate not far from the entrance, lifting him up with urgency. Observing the drag marks on the floor, he wondered if he had crawled over from the bed. It is important to note that after consuming the potion that suppresses the soul-devouring shadow, one is rendered immobile until the toxin dissipates. How remarkable it was that Jiang Qian managed to leave the bed under such conditions and even make it this far. His willpower must be extraordinarily strong. Jiang Qian forced his eyes open and, upon seeing Su Ruojin, managed to muster a faint smile, murmuring, "You are all right. That's good." Then, his head tilted to one side, and he fainted. This was due to the incomplete dissipation of the toxin. In his struggle against the drug's grip on his body, he had exhausted all his strength in the effort to crawl down. Thus, it was out of concern for his own well-being that Jiang Qian had made his way here. Contemplating this possibility, Su Ruojin gazed at the man in her arms, who, despite his pale complexion, could not hide the noble and radiant aura he exuded. Confirming that Jiang Qian was safe, she tucked him back under the covers and went to check on Xiao Bao and the matriarch, Lin. Xiao Bao remained peacefully asleep, undisturbed by the commotion outside. Such is the bliss of a child's slumber. "Grandmother, it's all right. Our clinic is not a place that just anyone can enter. See, everything is fine." Su Ruojin reassured her, positing that those individuals must have come for Jiang Qian, and once he departed, all would be well. Who exactly is Jiang Qian? The matriarch, Lin, had also discerned that Jiang Qian's identity was not ordinary. Regardless of who he is a patient, and I am a doctor. That is all we need to know. Knowing too much may only complicate matters, Su Ruojin replied. The matriarch nodded in agreement. You are right. Once he is safely gone, everything will be fine. But what about Xiao Bao? As the time has come to fulfill the initial promise of sending Xiao Bao away, Despite the reluctance, he is ultimately someone else's child. Tomorrow, when Jiang Qian awakens, I shall inquire whether he wishes to take Xiaobao along this time, Su Ruojin remarked. At present, Xiaobao's digestive system has been adjusted to resemble that of an ordinary child, and he is capable of uttering two-word phrases, with basic communication no longer an issue. The remaining progress relies on the companionship of loved ones to gradually assist him in his recovery. No matter how much one may care, one cannot replace the bond of kin. That responsibility must be entrusted to Jiang Qian. Miss, a young gentleman by the surname Mu claims to have come from the capital in urgent need to see young Master Jiang, a servant announced. Is he from the Jiang family? Su Ruojin sighed, resigned to her fate, and rose to greet him in the front hall of the medical clinic. May I inquire who you are, young sir? Su Ruojin inquired in return. Dr. Su, I am Mu Jingshan, the physician from young Master Jiang's household. We have met before, and I am uncertain if young master is currently in good health. Mu Jingshan, not knowing the state of his own lord, dared not ask directly, aware that fewer than 5 individuals would suffer from the poison each month. Upon hearing Mu Jingshan's words, Su Ruojin recalled their previous meeting when she treated old Master Su. Observing Mu Jingshan's weary appearance, she surmised he was the physician responsible for assisting Jiang Qian through the monthly episodes of poisoning. Having come at the appointed time to seek him out, Mu Jingshan was drenched in sweat, the anxiety in his eyes unmistakable. Su Ruojin reassured him, Young Master Mu, there is no need to worry. Young Master Jiang is fine and has already gone to sleep. If you wish to see him, it would be best to wait until he awakens. It seems you have also been on quite a journey. Allow me to have someone arrange a place for you to rest. Jihua, please escort young Master Mu to a resting area. Yes, Mississippi. Jihua approached. Young Master Mu, this way please. Mu Jingshan was momentarily taken aback. The prince was well? Typically at this hour, the prince would be enduring the most excruciating effects of the poison. How could he be sleeping now? He hesitated, unsure of how to express his thoughts. Chapter 89. Not wanting to see you at the medical hall, Su Ruojin noticed Mu Jingshan's hesitation and, reflecting on her own feelings, realized that she too would find it impossible to rest without a glimpse. She turned to Jihua and said, Take young Master Mu to see young Master Jiang. It was only when Mu Jingshan peered through the crack in the door and beheld Jiang Qian lying peacefully on the bed that he finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. The prince was indeed unscathed. This was a tremendous relief. After all, during the prince's prior bout with poison, Mu Jingshan had initially been able to rely on the prince's willpower to suppress the toxicity while administering acupuncture. However, as the ordeal progressed, the prince had descended into a frenzied state, requiring Mu Jingshan to bind him in the hot spring and muffle his cries to prevent him from biting his tongue in despair until the poison gradually subsided. It was incomprehensible that he could now sleep so serenely. One could only wonder how Mu Jingshan would feel if he knew that, in truth, his prince was still in a state of unconsciousness. Yet, even in that state, it was preferable to the torment of consciousness. The following morning, Jiang Qian opened his eyes, feeling remarkably light, a stark contrast to the aching body he had experienced on the second day after the poisoning. He opened the door to find Mu Jingshan waiting outside. Jingshan, what brings you here? Mu Jingshan hurriedly inclined his head, saying, I have come to see you, young Master Jiang, as I was unable to put my mind at ease. At that moment, the door beside them also opened, and Su Ruojin emerged. Upon seeing the two, she greeted them with a smile. Good morning, young Master Jiang, young Master Mu. How are you feeling, young Master Jiang? Thank you, Miss Su. I am quite well. Jiang Qian replied sincerely. Su Ruojin waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for thanks, young Master Jiang. As long as you are well, that suffices. However, my courtyard has been left in quite a disarray overnight, and there are those who have been injured as a result. Regarding the expenses for the repairs and their medical treatment, I fear you might. Su Ruojin's words trailed off, but the two men present understood her implication. Mu Jingshan was taken aback. This Miss Su was not at all as he had imagined. A person of such exceptional medical skill should possess an ethereal demeanor, viewing wealth as insignificant. How could she be so meticulous about every detail? Moreover, considering the benefits of healing the prince, it far surpassed the mere costs of repairs and treatment. Jiang Qian chuckled softly. That is only natural. I am truly grateful for your assistance last night, Dr. Su. Please let me know the consultation fee, and I shall ensure it is delivered. There is no need for a consultation fee. The 2,000 taels you sent previously is more than sufficient. As for the repair and treatment costs, 300 taels would suffice, Su Ruojin replied. Jiang Qianan was well aware that she referred to the 2,000 taels he had sent during the new year. That amount was hardly adequate. However, since Su Ruojin does not desire it, he shall not press the matter. Sometimes, in human relationships, there are debts and obligations that allow for reciprocity. He gestured to Mu Jingshan for the payment, who promptly retrieved 3 banknotes from his pocket and handed them to Su Ruojin, who graciously accepted them, remarking, "Well, we are even now." At that moment, a small figure emerged from the room, wrapping her arms around Jiang Qianan's leg. "Uncle, it's all right." Upon seeing the concern in the little one's eyes, Jiang Qianan's heart softened, and he lifted her into his arms. Your uncle is fine. There is nothing to worry about." Meanwhile, Mu Jingshan stood aside, astonished and speechless. The child before him appeared significantly plumper and taller since their last encounter. Her cheeks now rosy. Most importantly, she could speak. Yet, no one had informed him of this development. Master, little. Ear can speak. Ear can speak. Jiang Qianan shot Mu Jingshan a glance. She has been able to speak for quite some time. Mu Jingshan, in his excitement, seized Su Ruojin's wrist. "Dr. Su, how did you teach Ear to speak? Could you impart this knowledge to me?" Furthermore, he wished to seek Su Ruojin's guidance in medical arts. Mu Jingshan cast a pitiful glance at Jiang Qianan. It was simply impossible to ask for less. Jiang Qianan shot him a sidelong glance, cradling Ear as he turned to leave. "When I awaken tomorrow, I do not wish to see you at the clinic." Mu Jingshan sensed that the prince was indeed angry, and it appeared that he was upset with him. Yet, he had only just met the prince and exchanged a few words. How could he have possibly offended him? Fortunately, there remains a day, and Mu Jingshan, preoccupied with the enigma of what might have irked the prince, turned his gaze towards Su Ruojin, his demeanor imbued with humility. "Dr. Su," he implored, "I have a rather unreasonable request. Might you be willing to enlighten me on the treatment for the affliction of idiocy? Furthermore, I am curious to know how you managed to render young Master Jiang so tranquil last night." Mu Jingshan was uncertain of the depth of Su Ruojin's understanding of the poison that had afflicted the prince, hence he chose his words with great care. Noticing Su Ruojin's silence as she lowered her head, he became acutely aware of his own abruptness and felt a twinge of embarrassment. It is well understood that every physician possesses their own unique therapeutic secrets, esoteric knowledge that is seldom shared. Many esteemed medical families have thrived for centuries on the strength of a singular healing technique. To brazenly inquire about another's secrets was, evidently, to place Su Ruojin in an awkward position. In haste, Mu Jingshan offered his apologies. "Dr. Su, I sincerely apologize for my indiscretion. Perhaps I could first demonstrate the acupuncture technique, and you might provide your guidance." Before Mu Jingshan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Su Ruojin. "Master Mu, you seem to have misunderstood. I was merely contemplating how to impart all this knowledge to you within a single day. The breadth of the material was considerable, and Mu Jingshan's time in Yanyang was regrettably limited." This time, it was Mu Jingshan who was taken aback. Did Dr. Su truly intend to instruct him without a moment's hesitation? "Very well, I shall document the remedies, acupuncture methods, and dietary recommendations used for Ear, given your capabilities. I trust you will grasp it at a mere glance. Regarding Master Zhang's ailment, I can certainly compose a prescription for you. As for the acupuncture, I shall first illustrate a diagram detailing the procedure, and subsequently, I will have Feng Ying procure a straw man for a demonstration." How does that sound? This is the swiftest solution that Su Ruojin could conceive. In her philosophy, there is never a notion of withholding knowledge. The more individuals who are aware of certain acupuncture techniques and prescriptions, the greater the number of lives that can be saved, provided that the recipient possesses commendable character. Moreover, Mu Jingshan is one who accompanies Jiang Qianan and Ear. Should she not be present, Mu Jingshan would be capable of caring for them in her stead, particularly during critical moments when Jiang Qianan is afflicted by poison, thus alleviating some of the suffering. Splendid. This is truly marvelous. Dr. Su, I never anticipated that you embody the epitome of beauty and benevolence, Mu Jingshan effusively praised. Following this remark, he felt a sharp gaze directed towards him. Turning around, he found his lord, coldly observing him while cradling the young heir at a short distance. Was it not so? He had uttered nothing but compliments for Dr. Su. Why then was the lord irate? Chapter 90. Voting in the ensuing moments. Mu Jingshan was too engrossed in deciphering the prescription and acupuncture techniques provided by Su Ruojin to speculate on his lord's sentiments. Marvelous. Truly remarkable. How could I have overlooked this? Mu Jingshan mused as he studied the material. When Feng Ying returned with the straw man, Su Ruojin demonstrated the technique for him. While Mu Jingshan was astounded, he was also enveloped by a sense of frustration. He could replicate the prescription. Yet the finesse of Su Ruojin's acupuncture methods could not be mastered without a decade or more of diligent practice. Controlling the Lord's poison necessitated the simultaneous application of 18 needles, a feat he was far from capable of achieving at present. Mu Jingshan, a disciple of the ghostly physician, prided himself on his medical skills, yet he was utterly astounded upon encountering Su Ruojin. It was then that he truly comprehended the saying that there is always someone better. This mere 15-year-old girl possessed a mastery of acupuncture that surpassed all the physicians he had ever known. Were his master still alive? Mu Jingshan could not even assure that his master would outshine this young lady before him. With a forlorn expression, he remarked, "I am honored by your esteem, Dr. Su, but I fear I shall not grasp this technique in a short span of time." Su Ruojin smiled gently, encouraging him, "Practice diligently, and you shall surely succeed." To hone her skills in acupuncture, she had been compelled by her grandfather to practice daily since the tender age of 3 in her previous life. After her rebirth, her master had deemed her technique insufficiently precise, leading to further corrective training. With nearly 40 years of experience accumulated between her past and present lives, she had honed her craft to an extraordinary level. If you encounter someone of commendable character, you may also impart this technique to them, Su Ruojin advised. Mu Jingshan paused for a moment, then straightened his attire, bowing respectfully to Su Ruojin with utmost sincerity. On behalf of all aspiring physicians across the realm, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Su. This young lady, not only possessing exceptional medical prowess, but also a remarkably generous spirit, was indeed a rarity. While others would covet such remarkable techniques, keeping them hidden from outsiders, she willingly offered to share her knowledge with him. How could Mu Jingshan not hold her in high esteem and admiration? Subsequently, he remained in his room, fervently practicing acupuncture on a straw man, with meals being delivered to him by Jihua. The next morning, as Jiang Qianan stepped out of his room, Yin Luo approached him, carrying breakfast. "Young Master Jiang, Mu young master has already departed. The young lady requests that you visit her at the medical clinic after you finish your breakfast." Upon arriving at the consultation room, Jiang Qianan observed Su Ruojin escorting an elderly gentleman out. "Remember to take your medication on time and avoid spicy foods," she advised. "Thank you, Dr. Su, thank you." Noticing Jiang Qianan, Su Ruojin gestured for him to wait a moment. "Please take a seat. I have another patient to attend to." A middle-aged woman followed her into the consultation room. "You proceed with your work. There is no rush," Jiang Qianan said, settling into a nearby chair and scrutinizing the clinic. Unlike other clinics that adopted an open consultation format, where doctors sat aside and patients approached directly, Renai Hall was distinctly divided. One half served as a pharmacy, while the other was partitioned into small consultation rooms, each adorned with a numeral. Every patient was assigned a private room, allowing only one individual to enter at a time, thus alleviating concerns about the confidentiality of their ailments. By the entrance to the consultation room, a bench was provided for patients to queue. In one corner of the clinic stood a large earthenware jar, accompanied by 2 bamboo baskets containing bowls, with a sign nearby reading, "Thirsty individuals may drink here. Take a bowl from the left, return it to the right." Upon entering the clinic, every patient was approached by a servant or maid, who would inquire about their general condition before issuing a wooden plaque inscribed with a number, directing them to the appropriate consultation room. The entire clinic operated with remarkable orderliness. Despite its slightly limited space, Jiang Qianan found the ingenious layout of Renai Hall superior to many of the larger clinics in the capital. Had one not been privy to the information beforehand, it would be utterly inconceivable that such a medical establishment could be the handiwork of a young maiden. After a brief interval, Su Ruojin emerged, and Jihua entered the consultation room, assuming her position. "Young Master Jiang, this way please." Su Ruojin guided Jiang Qi into the lounge within the clinic. As March had arrived, Xiaobao's health had nearly returned to its former state, and she had fulfilled the promise she made earlier. Jiang Qi and was well aware of the implications. The dark-clad figures from the previous night were still being investigated by the hidden guards. Regardless of their origin, it was evident that their intent was not aimed at Renai Tang. "Young Master Jiang, you flatter me. As a physician, it is my duty to care for my patients, and moreover, I have formed a bond with Xiao Bao. I hold great affection for him, so tending to him hardly feels burdensome." May I inquire if Miss Su has any inclination to relocate Ren Ai Tang to the capital? Should you be willing? There is no need for you to concern yourself with the operations of the clinic. Simply bring the patients. This was the second invitation she had received to establish a clinic in the capital. Su Ruojin smiled and gently shook her head. I have grown accustomed to Yin Yang and have no immediate plans to leave. A flicker of disappointment washed over Jiang Qian, yet he refrained from pressuring her. Tomorrow, Xiao Bao and I shall be departing. I had previously promised him a lakeside excursion. Might I extend an invitation to Miss Su to join us today? Considering that Xiao Bao would soon be leaving, Su Ruojin felt a twinge of reluctance. A lakeside outing could serve as a farewell, and it was uncertain when they would meet again. Very well. The trio arrived at the lakeside and rented a splendid boat. The spring breeze caressed them, while the lake water carried a refreshing chill. Su Ruojin, concerned that Xiao Bao might feel cold, draped a cloak over him and brought him to the edge of the boat to feed the small fish in the lake. Observing this tender scene, Jiang Qian felt a stirring in his heart. He approached the ancient zither on the terrace of the pleasure boat and gently plucked its strings. The melody flowed gracefully, resembling an ink wash painting gradually unfurling. Upon hearing the enchanting notes, Su Ruojin looked up at Jiang Qian, whose striking features were complemented by a faint, elusive smile. His gaze, clear and serene like a pristine spring, captivated her, rendering her momentarily spellbound. Under the influence of her fourth master, as the music filled the air, Su Ruojin discerned that Jiang Qian was playing the Song of Longing. Beneath its ostensibly cool melody lay a heartfelt expression of yearning, subtly conveyed in each note. A sigh escaped Su Ruojin's lips as she realized that Jiang Qian must be missing his beloved wife back home. After all, in the grand realm of Dechu, considering Jiang Qian's age and lineage, it would be customary for him to have a multitude of wives and concubines by now. Nonetheless, it must be said that Jiang Qian's skill on the zither was quite remarkable, rivaling that of her fourth master. She wondered if her fourth master would feel a sense of kinship upon encountering Jiang Qian. Suddenly, Jiang Qian's hands pressed down on the zither, abruptly halting the music, and a flicker of darkness crossed his eyes. In the next moment, a volley of arrows shot towards the pleasure boat, each one aimed directly at ear. Su Ruojin swiftly tore off the cloak, enveloping Xiao Bao within it, and rolled aside to evade the incoming arrows. It dawned on her instantly that these assailants were targeting Xiao Bao. Without hesitation, she hurriedly led him into the cabin of the boat. A muffled groan echoed as the boatman was struck by an arrow, collapsing at the bow. Jiang Qian unsheathed the soft sword at his waist, deflecting the arrows that were raining down. The boat was not far from the shore when Dark One and his companions, lurking in the shadows, swiftly emerged upon witnessing the scene. Protect the prince and the young master, Dark One commanded as he led several shadow guards toward the archers' concealed positions. At that moment, several figures clad in black leaped from the water at the bow of the boat, attempting to rush into the cabin. Jiang Qian stood resolutely before them, while several shadow guards leaped aboard, and a fierce battle ensued. From the stern, more black-clad figures surged into the cabin, but before they could reach Su Ruojin, she had already succumbed to poison and collapsed. Cradling her little treasure, she comforted him, saying, "Do not be afraid, my dear. Your sister is here. I will not allow anyone to harm you." Initially trembling with fear, little treasure gradually calmed down, recalling his sister's words that he was a man and must not be afraid. Though the assailants were numerous, they were no match for Jiang Qian and the shadow guards. And soon the skirmish came to an end. The shadow guards managed to capture 3 alive, and Su Ruojin cautioned, "Be wary of them swallowing poison." Heeding her warning, Dark Two promptly dislocated the trio's jaws to prevent them from biting down on the toxins concealed within their teeth. "Take them away and interrogate them thoroughly. Ensure we uncover the mastermind behind this," Jiang Qian commanded coldly. Yes, with such events transpiring, there would be no more leisurely boating. After little treasure had fallen asleep, Su Ruojin approached Jiang Qian. "Young Master Jiang, today's assailants were targeting little treasure." At that time, Jiang Qian had been playing the lute on the second-floor terrace of the boat, while she and little treasure observed the fish below on the first floor. It was evident that Jiang Qian appeared to be the more prominent target. Had they aimed for him, most arrows would have struck the lower level. Jiang Qian nodded, expressing his agreement with Miss Su's perspective. The weapons wielded by those individuals bore no insignia, and the investigation had yet to yield any results. "Young Master Jiang," he continued, "I am unaware of your and Xiao Bao's true identities, but it is evident that you have attracted unwanted attention. If you remain here, I cannot foresee what further complications may arise. I urge you to leave Yin Yang with Xiaobao at once. The adversary had dispatched 2 groups of individuals from yesterday to today. Last night, she had assumed their intentions were directed at Jiang Qianan. Yet it now appeared that their focus was solely on Xiaobao. Jiang Qianan possessed martial prowess sufficient for self-defense, but what of Xiaobao? The number of assailants thus far had been manageable, but should they become desperate and send reinforcements, Su Ruojin could not guarantee Xiaobao's safety. Having suffered 2 significant defeats, with considerable losses, it was likely that they would refrain from further aggression for the time being. Departing now would be the safest course of action. Observing Jiang Qianan's silence, Su Ruojin endeavored to persuade him further. Jiang Qianan recognized the validity of her words. He had initially wished to linger an additional night, even if just for a brief moment, yet the circumstances dictated otherwise. In truth, he could surmise who had targeted Heiress without the need for an investigation. It seemed that the individual was aware of Heiress' gradual recovery and was growing increasingly restless. Only by vacating with Heiress could tranquility be restored to the medical hall, ensuring her safety. Miss Su, I shall take my leave with Heiress now, he declared. Upon hearing Jiang Qianan's agreement, Su Ruojin breathed a sigh of relief. I will have Feng Ying accompany you, she offered. Jiang Qianan raised an eyebrow at the thought of Feng Ying joining them. That would be quite beneficial. My gratitude to you, Miss Su. Su Ruojin summoned Feng Ying and instructed, you shall escort them to the capital. I will ensure that the Dark Alliance provides covert protection for you. Should you require assistance, you may signal them at any time. Feng Ying expressed his concerns, but miss, what if something occurs at the medical clinic while I am away? She reassured him, that will not happen. Those individuals are targeting Jiang Qian and Xiaobao. Once they are gone, the clinic will be safe. You need not worry. Although Feng Ying remained apprehensive about the clinic's safety, he could not disregard her words and thus accompanied Jiang Qian and the others as they departed from Yin Yang. On the journey, Xiaobao awoke and, upon realizing he was in a carriage, looked around as though searching for something. As soon as he understood, tears streamed down his face, and he sobbed, Sister. Jiang Qian comprehended Xiaobao's sentiment and retrieved a small sword from a nearby satchel, presenting it to him. Heiress, this is a gift from your sister Jean. She hopes you will learn to protect yourself. Initially, Jiang Qian was uneasy about Xiaobao wielding a weapon at such a tender age, fearing he might inadvertently harm himself due to his frail constitution. However, Su Ruojin had argued, Xiaobao is still quite young. Yet there are those who wish to take his life. Can you promise to protect him for a lifetime? Rather than that, it would be prudent to allow him to learn some martial skills now, so that when danger approaches, he will possess the means to defend himself. It is precisely because of his frailty that he must train to strengthen his body. Jiang Qian found himself at a loss for words, silently accepting the small sword. The prince had been chastised by a mere girl. Upon seeing the small sword, Xiaobao's eyes lit up, and his tears ceased. He carefully took it into his hands, feeling the anguish of separation diminish considerably. Although it is referred to as a small sword, it is actually smaller than others available in the market, yet it remains unsharpened. With the hilt wrapped in soft cotton, it fits perfectly in Xiaobao's grasp. Jiang Qianan, who possesses a discerning eye for swords, recognized that despite its modest size, the craftsmanship and materials undoubtedly indicated the work of a master artisan. The small sword remains nameless, yet if placed on the market, it would undoubtedly attract the admiration and collection of connoisseurs. Jiang Qianan then retrieved a book from her bag and handed it to Xiaobao, saying, This is also a gift from Sister Jean. Heiress took the book, opened it, and noticed that the text was scant. Each page featured a little figure demonstrating various sword movements. This was a swordsmanship practice manual specifically illustrated by Su Ruojin for Xiaobao. Given Xiaobao's frail health, he could not practice like an ordinary boy, so she created this manual tailored to his needs. The book predominantly consists of illustrations, which, despite Xiaobao's limited literacy, allowed him to practice by following the visuals. When Jiang Qianan first laid eyes on this illustrated manual, she was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Su Ruojin's meticulousness. She genuinely cared for Heiress. Contemplating this, Jiang Qianan felt a pang of melancholy, wondering when Su Ruojin could extend such kindness towards her as she did for Heiress. Chapter 92. Learning to recognize characters. Xiaobao clutched the illustrated manual and looked at Jiang Qianan, mustering his strength to say, Thank, sister. Learn. Characters. Jiang Qianan was pleasantly surprised. Heiress wishes to learn to recognize characters? Little Bao nodded, intrigued by the words his sister had inscribed in the album. Ever since Heiress arrived at the Wangfu, he had been too shy to meet new people, and Jiang Qianan had yet to engage a tutor for him. Unexpectedly, Heiress now expressed a desire to learn to read. Although Jiang Qianan believed he was the most suitable person to teach Heiress, he could not guarantee his presence in the residence at all times. The inconsistency would undoubtedly hinder Heiress' learning progress. A flicker of hesitation crossed Heiress' eyes, but he soon nodded again. Once he mastered writing, he could compose letters to Sister Jean, as his elder brother Yuan Hong had previously informed him. Very well. Once you have practiced sufficiently, your royal uncle will take you to see Sister Jean, Jiang Qianan assured him. Upon hearing this, Heiress' eyes sparkled, and he extended his right hand to intertwine his pinky finger with Jiang Qianan's. After their pact, Heiress leaned against Jiang Qianan's leg and slowly drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps as Su Ruojin had suggested, the adversary had suffered significant losses and dared not act recklessly again. The journey back to the capital was uneventful. Upon their arrival, Feng Ying took his leave. Back at the Wangfu, Xinyu awaited them in the side hall. Upon seeing Xiao Yinshu enter, he immediately inquired, "Who was responsible for this?" Xiao Yinshu scoffed. "All are assassins. They have yet to confess. However, aside from her, I cannot fathom anyone else who would dare to harm Heiress. Why does she persist in tormenting him despite his condition?" Xinyu demanded angrily. "Because Heiress has learned to speak." "What? Heiress can speak?" Xinyu's fury transformed into delight. This is truly splendid news. Although Xinyu's words remained unfinished, Xiao Yinshu understood. There is no rush. There is still a year's time. Xinyu sighed, hoping they would not act foolishly. Xiao Yinshu then shifted the conversation, expressing his desire for Xinyu to be Heiress' tutor. Heiress was shy, and Xiao Yinshu feared that hiring someone unfamiliar might unsettle him. Thus, having Xinyu, who was somewhat acquainted with him, would be more suitable. Xinyu, a former student of Ruojin Academy and once the top scholar, was indeed the perfect choice to guide Heiress. Very well, as long as Heiress is willing to learn. "I shall gladly accept," Xinyu replied. "What shall you do on your end? If this attempt fails, I fear they may target Heiress again." Xiao Yinshu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, remaining silent. In the Xian Palace, Empress Dowager Wei felt a persistent twitch in her right eyelid, a wave of unease swelling within her. She accepted the tea from Mama Xian and inquired, "Is there any news?" Mama Xian shook her head. "Not yet. It had been several days. And with so many assassins dispatched to the Yanyang clinic to kill a 5-year-old child, such a delay seemed unwarranted. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss, Your Majesty." The regent dares to place the young heir at Yanyang. Naturally, he would have sent protectors as well. It is possible that those sent have yet to find an opportunity to act. We should wait a little longer, Mama Xian reassured her. "Indeed, your words hold merit," the Empress Dowager acknowledged. The following day, the regent unexpectedly appeared at the court assembly, startling Xiao Chun-yi and the other ministers. "What? The heir has been attacked? How was I unaware of this? Summon someone at once." Xiao Chun-yi exclaimed. "There is no need for your majesty to trouble yourself. I have brought the assailants with me," the regent replied. Xiao Yinshu clapped his hands, and immediately, guards brought in 3 assassins. "I shall leave them to your majesty for handling, and I hope to receive an explanation in return," he stated. Xiao Chen also clenched his fists. "Rest assured, elder brother, I will provide you with an account," he promised. "Bring the assassins down and interrogate them thoroughly." Once the assassins were taken away, Xiao Chen composed himself. Elder brother's journey to the northern border of Bailey. Achieving a withdrawal without shedding a single drop of blood is indeed a fortune for the great Chu. This evening, I shall host a celebration in your honor. After the court session, Li Yuanqing respectfully stood before Xiao Yinshu. "Regent Wang, His Majesty requests your presence in the imperial study for a discussion." Xiao Yinshu nodded and made his way to the study. Xiao Chen quickly rose to greet him. "Elder brother, please take a seat. Your efforts have been greatly appreciated." Xiao Yinshu sat down and spoke calmly. "What matter concerns your majesty?" Xiao Chen gestured for Li Yuanqing to present the diplomatic letter from Bailey. "Elder brother, this is a missive from Bailey, proposing a marriage alliance in hopes of fostering enduring friendship between our 2 nations. What is the emperor's intention?" Xiao Yinshu inquired, glancing at the letter. "Since your majesty has already made a decision, let us proceed according to your majesty's wishes. There are matters awaiting my attention at the Wangfu, so I shall take my leave." With that, Xiao Yinshu stood and departed. Once Xiao Yinshu left the imperial study, Xiao Chen forcefully threw the diplomatic letter to the ground, glaring fiercely at his brother's retreating figure. Li Yuanqing hurriedly picked up the letter and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, please take care of your health." At this moment in the Xian Palace, Empress Dowager Wei looked utterly incredulous. What did you say? Xiao Yinshu captured the assassins who attempted to kill the crown prince? He has fallen ill, has he not? How could he possibly appear when Yin Yang has saved the crown prince? Empress Wei felt a surge of panic. Could Xiao Yinshu be aware that it was she who had sent someone to act? Go, swiftly summon the emperor. The empress felt her temples pounding with anxiety. Xiao Chun hurriedly arrived. Your Highness, I greet you, mother. No need for excessive formalities, my son. I have a matter to discuss with you. After Empress Wei recounted the situation, Xiao Chun, though initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure. Mother, since they are assassins, it is not uncommon for them to take their own lives in prison. You need not worry. Empress Wei replied, though that may be the case, I cannot shake the feeling that the situation is more complex than it appears. Xiao Yinshu would not hand over the matter without some ulterior motive. Mother, he merely seeks an explanation. We need only provide him with one. The empress refrained from further comment, hoping it would be so. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. Chapter 93. The Divine Healer Hidden Within the Medical Hall. During the celebration banquet, when the regent prince entered with the young crown prince, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Over the course of 2 years, many had changed within the court. Some newly appointed officials had never even seen the young crown prince, having only heard tales of a silent child who had been stricken with a peculiar illness and rarely made appearances. Here, pay your respects to the emperor and the empress. Fear not, your uncle is here with you, Xiao Yinshu whispered encouragement. Yi obediently knelt. Your Majesty, press, peace. Yi wished to demonstrate to Sister Jean that he was a brave child. Those present could see the child straining to articulate those few words. The eyes of several elderly ministers exchanged glances filled with excitement. Empress Wei and Xiao Qinyi were first taken aback, only to swiftly transform their expressions into one of fervor. Xiao Qinyi hastily exclaimed, There is no need for such formalities. Rise quickly. He then bellowed to the nearby palace attendants. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and assist the young lord to his feet. Startled by Xiao Qinyi's shout, Yi shivered, and, upon seeing several attendants rushing towards him, promptly stood up and clung tightly to Xiao Yinshu's leg. Xiao Yinshu cast a cold glance at the approaching attendants and commanded, Stand down. With just a single look, the attendants felt a chill run down their spines, halting instantaneously in their tracks, too intimidated to advance further. Xiao Qinyi clenched his fists, astonished that these attendants dared to disregard his authority. Who, after all, was the true sovereign of the Great Chu? Observing the scene, Empress Wei waved her hand, signaling the attendants to retreat, and with a smile beckoned to Yi. Come here, dear grandson, let your grandmother have a good look at you. However, to her surprise, Yi turned his head away, seemingly oblivious to her presence. The young lord had stated that he merely came to pay his respects at the banquet, with no intention of acknowledging anyone thereafter. Empress Wei's expression turned somewhat awkward. This was indeed a rather disheartening revelation. She was nearly unable to maintain the smile plastered on her face. Such words implied that she too was regarded as an outsider. Xiao Yinshu was not present to celebrate the achievements. Rather, he had come to demonstrate his power. While most were unaware, many seasoned ministers were acutely aware that the late emperor had greatly valued Prince Yu, frequently hinting at the possibility of bequeathing the throne to him. Regrettably, Prince Yu and the other princes perished in that fierce struggle, leaving only the consort Wei and her child, who managed to evade disaster by hiding in a dry well. However, Xiao Yinshu resolutely declined the throne, expressing no desire for imperial power. The elder statesman, in concert with Xiao Yinshu, ultimately resolved that Xiao Qinyi would ascend to the throne, while Xiao Yinshu would serve as regent until Xiao Qinyi turned 18 and could govern independently. It is rumored that the late emperor, in his final moments, exerted his utmost strength to leave behind a will. Yet the Empress Dowager Wei has never laid eyes upon this document and remains oblivious to its contents. If such a will indeed exists, she firmly believes it must reside with Xiao Yinshu. Presently, by introducing Yi to everyone and publicly proclaiming that the young one's ailment can be entirely cured, Xiao Yinshu effectively conveys to all that the great Chu dynasty still boasts an heir, while others may be oblivious. Both Empress Dowager Wei and Xiao Qinyi comprehend the underlying warning, now that everyone is aware of Yi's potential recovery should any misfortune befall him. Suspicion will inevitably fall upon them. Oh, how scheming Xiao Yinshu is, advancing with caution at every turn. A smile graced the Empress Dowager's face, yet her eyes were icy with intent. During the banquet, Xiao Yinshu attentively served dishes to Yi, exhibiting exceptional care. Wang Shuang observed Xiao Yinshu's every action from a distance, noting his kindness towards Ear. After being publicly rejected in her previous marriage proposal, Wei Yingshuang dared not disturb Xiao Yanchu again, fearing another embarrassing debacle. Since direct approaches proved futile, she resolved to target those he holds dear. Xiao Yanchu must ultimately belong to her. Mother, Xiao Yanchu has truly come to demonstrate his power, Xiao Qinyu declared, slamming his teacup down with force. After a moment of silence, Empress Dowager Wei spoke. Starting tomorrow, I shall visit Wanfu Temple to pray for 3 months, seeking blessings for the great Chu kingdom. Mother, why the sudden decision to go to Wanfu Temple? Without the Empress Dowager's guidance in the palace, Xiao Qinyi felt a twinge of unease. The late emperor had many sons, and Xiao Qinyi, due to his humble origins as a member of the Wei consort's family, was considered unremarkable among the princes. During his time at Ruojin Academy, he consistently ranked at the bottom in examinations, garnering little favor from the late emperor, and was not viewed as a rival by anyone, which was a significant factor in his survival during the power struggle. The throne, to him, felt like a serendipitous gift when he first ascended the dragon throne. It seemed like a dream. Initially, he was cautious, filled with gratitude towards Xiao Yanchu, treating him with utmost respect and obedience. However, once a person savors the taste of power, they inevitably change. Xiao Qinyi transitioned from being thankful for his brother's assistance in attaining the throne to fearing that one day Xiao Yanchu might choose to usurp it. He began to regard Xiao Yanchu with suspicion, even contemplating the notion of eliminating him altogether, forgetting that had Xiao Yanchu desired the throne, he would never have had the opportunity to sit upon it himself. Empress Dowager Wei sighed. Xiao Yanchu's act of entrusting the assassin's interrogation to you was, in truth, a revelation. He is already aware of who is orchestrating these schemes behind the scenes. Bringing that naive child to the banquet today was a warning. My pilgrimage to Wanfu Temple is merely to provide him with a satisfactory explanation. The temple is just outside the city, a journey of only 2 or 3 hours. Should any matters arise, the emperor may summon me at any time. Xiao Qinyi expressed his discontent. Mother, I am the emperor, and you are the esteemed Empress Dowager. Why must we continually yield to him? Is it not said that the sovereign demands the demise of his ministers, who must comply? You, Wei Taho interjected sternly. Such words must never be uttered in public. Currently, the military power of the Great Chu is firmly in the hands of Xiao Yanchu. We must exercise caution. Is there not still the Su family army and my uncle? Xiao Qinyi replied. The Su family army has always been loyal solely to the emperor. When the late emperor was alive, Xiao Qinyi had once chanced upon a conversation in the imperial garden where the late emperor advised his elder brother, the then crown prince Yuang, to treat the Su family with respect, for they were devoted to the emperor and the nation, never aligning with factions. Xiao Qinyi had etched this lesson into his memory and felt grateful for the Su family. Without them, he would indeed be utterly isolated. Wei Taho maintained a serious demeanor. The Wei family's influence is not yet robust. The Su family army heeds only the emperor. But what if one day you are no longer the emperor? Here, we must devise a strategy to bring the Su family army under our control. It is unfortunate that the Su family's legitimate daughter has been missing since childhood. Otherwise, bringing her to the palace would greatly benefit you. But does the Su family not have an adopted daughter? Xiao Qinyi inquired. An adopted daughter is hardly worthy of becoming a consort, Wei Taho responded with disdain. She then earnestly advised Xiao Qinyi, a revered physician may prove invaluable at a critical juncture. Even ailments that the Imperial Medical Bureau and Mu Jingshan could not cure were miraculously healed by an unknown physician named Yin Yang. While I remain skeptical, should the revered physician be concealed within this medical establishment, it would indeed clarify many mysteries. Yes, Mother. Chapter 94. Can it be learned? The following morning, at the Duke of Dinghua's residence, as dawn gently broke, the household's rough servants had already risen, commencing their daily cleaning duties. A young maid, no more than 12 or 13 years old, grasped a broom in both hands, stifling a yawn with her half-closed eyes as she stepped outside, ready to sweep away the leaves that had fallen in the courtyard the previous evening. Upon reaching the backyard, her still drowsy eyes inadvertently kicked against an object, prompting her to mutter, "Ah Fu has carelessly tossed the basket again. If the matron sees it, he'll surely face punishment." Resigned, the maid forced her eyes open, intending to assist Ah Fu in tidying the basket. However, upon beholding the scene before her, her eyes widened in horror, and she let out a shrill scream that echoed throughout the estate. There lay over 30 corpses of cloaked figures in the backyard, their blood staining the stone tiles a deep crimson. Meanwhile, as the early morning unfolded, The attendants in the palace of Empress Wei had just finished their preparations to depart for Wanfu Temple when a palace servant approached with news. Your Majesty, the Duke of Dingwa requests an audience. Why would my brother come to the Xian Palace at this hour? Empress Wei murmured, before commanding, allow him to enter. Moments later, the Duke of Dingwa hurriedly entered, his demeanor urgent as he knelt in reverence. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Brother, please rise. What brings you to the palace so early? Has something occurred? Empress Wei, who shared a close bond with her brother since childhood, sensed his troubled expression and feared the worst. Your Majesty, this morning, the backyard of the Duke of Dingwa's residence was discovered to contain 38 corpses, all of our trained assassins. Some were dispatched to Yinyang, while others remained in the capital. The Duke wiped the sweat from his brow. Upon witnessing the multitude of corpses discarded in the backyard, he was immediately paralyzed with fear. At the news, Empress Wei's complexion turned pale, and she collapsed onto the couch. This was a warning from Xiao Yanchu. Indeed, he was fully aware of everything. In the palace, Empress Wei found it inconvenient to nurture assassins, delegating all responsibilities to her brother, who would dispatch them as needed. Now, Xiao Yanchu had silently delivered over 30 assassins to the Duke of Dingwa's residence, directly informing Empress Wei that he was privy to her every move. If she dared to target Ear again, the next corpse presented might belong to someone she least expected. Empress Wei tightened her grip on her handkerchief and rubbed her temples. Brother, this matter must not be publicized. Dispose of the bodies. I shall visit Wanfu Temple to pray, and we must refrain from any rash actions for the time being. As you command, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, far away in Yinyang, Su Ruojin remained blissfully unaware of the happenings in the capital. Her days were spent in leisurely pursuits, as the business of her medical clinic flourished. She had instructed Ji Hua to acquire the adjacent shop, effectively doubling the size of the clinic and hiring additional physicians. With more doctors on staff, she was no longer required to be present constantly, attending only to complex cases. In her spare time, Su Ruojin also taught the resident physicians various acupuncture techniques. Each doctor, upon witnessing her skillful needlework for the first time, was left astonished, growing increasingly impressed by her generosity. She harbored no secrets, openly sharing her extensive knowledge of medical methods. A rarity among practitioners, those with keen intellect and a thirst for knowledge advanced at an extraordinary pace. Everyone has begun to address Su Ruojin as Mr. Su. Following the rising reputation of Renei Hall, inquiries about positions for resident doctors have become a daily occurrence. Those who study medicine under Yinyang take great pride in the prospect of serving as resident doctors at Renei Hall. Any physician emerging from Renei Hall is capable of standing independently in any setting, making them highly sought after by various medical establishments. After a prolonged absence, hearing Master C's once more has made Su Ruojin's days more bearable, especially with the anticipation of new compositions from Master C. Old Master Xiao watched as she brought a stack of prescriptions, intended as her calligraphy practice, and his beard bristled with indignation. Yet, each time, Su Ruojin sweetened his mood with lotus seed pastries from Zhou's, and he soon forgave her. Only Wang Xing knew of his master's deep satisfaction with Miss Su as his apprentice. The master had remarked after her departure that few in the entire Great Chu could match Su Ruojin's current calligraphy skills. The only one who found life somewhat uncomfortable was old Madame Lin. She spent her days sighing, feeling utterly idle. Yuan Hong was preoccupied with martial arts training and the study of military strategy, while Ji Hua and Yin Luo were busy attending to patients and managing various affairs at the clinic. The more laborious tasks were handled by the maidservants and young attendants, leaving old Madame Lin frustrated when she wished to sweep the floor or wash clothes, as someone would invariably rush to take over, unwilling to tire her. When she expressed a desire to embroider, Su Ruojin dissuaded her, claiming it would strain her eyes, insisting that she should summon an embroideress for any design she desired. Grandmother, Su Ruojin gently called, prompting old Madame Lin to sit up straight, smiling as she replied, Little Jean, are you finished with your tasks? Yes, Su Ruojin replied, moving closer. Do you find yourself feeling bored, grandmother? Ah, I am but a creature of incessant toil, having busied myself for the greater part of my life. Now that I find a moment's respite, I cannot seem to relish it, lamented the venerable Lady Lin. Ever since she undertook the solitary task of raising Lin Jiashan, she has become accustomed to managing affairs herself. Thus, the notion of idleness and indulgence brings her a sense of discomfort. Su Ruojin smiled gently. Grandmother, if you truly find it difficult to remain idle, Would it please you if I found some tasks for you to engage in? She feared that if Lady Lin continued in her idle state, it might lead to ill health. Upon hearing this, Lady Lin's eyes sparkled with interest. Splendid. What tasks do you propose? But, dear, I am of an advanced age. Would I be a hindrance to you? Not at all. With your assistance, I shall find my own burdens lightened. Pray, tell me, what can grandmother undertake? Lady Lin's expression was one of eager anticipation. Grandmother, the herbal garden has suffered considerable damage. We shall need to replant some herbs. These delicate plants require meticulous care, and with the numerous responsibilities of the maids and servants, I worry they may not attend to them with the necessary diligence. I would feel assured with your guidance. No trouble at all. Leave it to me, Lady Lin replied, her willingness evident. Furthermore, grandmother, there has been an increase in patients at the clinic requiring herbal steaming, medicinal baths, and acupuncture. I would appreciate your vigilance in overseeing these matters. Should any patient require assistance, kindly summon the maids or servants to attend to their needs. From this moment forth, I shall impart to you some fundamental acupuncture techniques, as well as how to prepare the herbal steams and baths. Once you are proficient, you will be capable of managing the routine acupuncture and herbal treatments at the clinic. I wonder, grandmother, would you be inclined to learn? Madame Lin, feeling somewhat agitated, exclaimed, Of course, I am willing. However, at my advanced age, can I truly learn? Su Ruojin nodded affirmatively. Absolutely, I will teach you, and you shall undoubtedly master it. At just over 50 years of age, Madame Lin, with Su Ruojin's secret of nurturing, appeared no more than 40. With diligence, there was no reason for her not to succeed. Wonderful, splendid. Little Jean, let us begin at once, Madame Lin declared, rising abruptly from her reclining chair, eager to commence her studies. Grandmother, do not rush. Let us first plant the herbs, Su Ruojin replied with a smile, noting how Madame Lin's impatience resembled that of a child. Thus, in the days that followed, the bustling figure of Madame Lin became a familiar sight in the clinic. Her vitality markedly improved. Gradually, the townsfolk began to refer to her as Dr. Lin. Su Ruojin found contentment in the rhythm of their lives. However, the world is often a place where tranquility is disrupted. Chapter 95. The zero-number document in the Imperial Palace's study. Xiao Chunyi pondered over the intelligence report. A senior female doctor had emerged at the clinic, who was none other than Su Ruojin's grandmother. A female doctor? Could the medical sage truly be a woman? Indeed, Your Majesty, replied Li Yuansheng, bending to retrieve the report before hastily exiting the study. Upon reading the document, Empress Wei smiled faintly. It seems the medical sage has indeed concealed her identity well. Everyone assumed the sage would be male. Who could have anticipated it would be a woman? Madame Xian remarked, Your Majesty, according to our scouts, this Lady Lin is the biological aunt of Governor Yin Yang. It has never been rumored that she possesses medical skills. Why has she suddenly emerged to treat others? She dares not confront Xiao Bingyi, yet she believes she can handle a mere physician from Yin Yang? If she were not the sage of medicine, she could simply be eliminated. And if she truly is the sage, what of it? After all, she is merely a doctor, not one to be compared with the Empress of the Great Chu. Having served by the Empress's side for many years, Madame Xian understood that the Empress, having been enraged by the regent, was now seeking someone to vent her frustrations upon, and thus she chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Su Ruojin was tending to herbs alongside Lady Lin when Ji Hua approached her, saying, Miss, Madame Zheng from the Zheng family has arrived, stating that Madame Zheng wishes to invite you to visit Jinming Temple together tomorrow. 2 days prior, Madame Zheng had learned of her pregnancy, and now with assistance, Miss Zheng was able to walk slowly. In Madame Zheng's eyes, Su Ruojin had become a great benefactor to the Zheng family. Little Jean, you should go. As a young lady, it is unwise to remain cooped up in the clinic all day. A stroll outside would do you good. I have heard that Jinming Temple is quite effective for seeking romantic fortunes. Remember to draw an oracle, Lady Lin urged. Su Ruojin's lips twitched. Her grandmother was indeed relentless in her matchmaking pursuits. She understood well that Madame Zheng's invitation was partly for companionship and partly due to her delicate condition, as she preferred to have Su Ruojin with her for comfort. The next morning, the Zheng family's carriage awaited at the clinic's entrance. Su Ruojin, accompanied by Yin Luo, climbed aboard the carriage. Madame Zheng was exceedingly delighted to see Su Ruojin. My dear Jean, I appreciate your company on this journey. Ordinarily, given my condition, I ought not to venture outside, but alas, I have made a vow to the Buddha. If I do not fulfill it, I shall be greatly unsettled. Previously, Madame Zhong had requested that Su Ruojin refrain from addressing her as Madame Zhong, deeming it too distant. Now, unable to ascend the steps due to her condition, she had specifically engaged bearers to carry her to the entrance of Jinming Temple. This visit was to gild the statue of the Buddha housed within the temple, and Master Isin awaited her arrival at the entrance. Upon her arrival, Master Isin greeted her. "Amitabha, your kindness is appreciated, benefactor." Madame Zhong promptly returned the greeting. "I am indebted to Master Isin for your efforts." Su Ruojin followed suit, paying her respects to Master Isin. "Esteemed benefactors, please enter." Upon entering the Hall of Buddha, Madame Zhong instructed Ing Chun to present a stack of silver notes. "Master Isin, I have come to fulfill my vow and to re-gild the Buddha statue in the temple." A young monk behind Master Isin stepped forward to respectfully receive the silver notes, and Master Isin proclaimed, "Benefactor, to have your wishes fulfilled is a result of your own virtuous deeds, which have borne good fruit." Su Ruojin, too, had Iluo present a silver note. For Jinming Temple held a commendable reputation in Anyang, providing porridge to the homeless during the harsh winter months. Master Isin again bowed slightly to the two. "Would you, esteemed benefactors, care to draw a fortune stick? This humble monk will interpret it for you." With the temple's flourishing incense offerings, Master Isin seldom offered interpretations. Yet he now extended the invitation, much to Madame Zhong's eagerness. "Jean, you should draw a stick as well. The fortunes here are quite accurate." Unable to resist Madame Zhong's insistence, Su Ruojin knelt before the Buddha statue and shook the divination. The two women presented their drawn fortunes to Master Exin. Madame Zhong had drawn an auspicious fortune, a joyful union of hidden treasures. Heaven bestows a Qilin to bring good fortune. Prosperity abounds at home, blessings multiply, and generations shall flourish in eternal peace and health. Master Exin smiled gently and said, "Congratulations, madam, you are destined to bear a son. Nurture him with care, and he shall surely rise as a dragon among men." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhong could hardly contain her smile. "Ing Chun, quickly, donate more oil money." Her greatest concern was the child she carried. To hear Master Exin proclaim that she was bearing a son destined for greatness filled her with joy, a sentiment every parent cherishes. When Master Exin glanced at the fortune Su Ruojin had presented, he paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Ruojin, puzzled, asked, "Master, is there something amiss with this fortune?" Master Exin regarded her thoughtfully and replied, "My dear, accept what comes. All in this world is predestined. Strive for goodness and follow your heart, and great destinies shall unfold." Amitabha. Su Ruojin felt a stir within her heart. Accept what comes. But from where does this arise? Could it be that Master Exin perceived her as a soul from another realm? Since awakening in this life, she had come to understand that many aspects of this world transcended her comprehension, instilling within her a sense of reverence for the unknown. As she pondered further, Master Exin had already turned to depart. Su Ruojin hurried after him. "Master, may I implore you to elucidate the meaning of accept what comes?" Master Isin smiled faintly and said, "Benefactor, there is no need to become overly entangled in the past and the future. In this world, comings and goings are commonplace, and all things are bound by the laws of fate. The fledgling phoenix hides its tail in the forest, yet one day its cry shall reverberate across the land." With that, Master Isin turned and departed, leaving Su Ruojin deep in thought. The young monk following closely behind could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Master, what kind of fortune did that young lady draw?" Master Isin replied, "It was the zero-numbered fortune." The young monk was taken aback, having never heard of such a fortune. "Master, is this fortune good or bad?" "Your understanding is flawed," Master Isin remarked. "In this world, there exists no absolute distinction between good and bad. All is determined by the heart. This young lady's destiny is shrouded in mist, yet she is intertwined with the rise and fall of the Great Chu. Even I cannot fully comprehend her fate at this moment." Su Ruojin shook her head, recalling the master's words that she should not become overly entangled. "For all things are governed by fate." Madame Zhong sighed, "Indeed, if it were not for our acquaintance, I would not be where I am today. Everything is a matter of destiny." With a veil of smoke, Su Ruojin and her companion meandered toward the back mountain of the temple. The air in the mountains is invariably much fresher than that of the city. Suddenly, an astonished voice called out, "Cousin Ruojin, is that you? Cousin Ruojin?" Turning to the source of the voice, Su Ruojin's heart sank. It was them. 3 figures approached from a distance, a middle-aged woman flanked by a young man and woman, all bearing a resemblance to one another. The young woman supporting the middle-aged woman spotted Su Ruojin and, seemingly exhilarated, released her hold on the woman and hurried towards Su Ruojin. Jinming Temple. What a coincidence to see you here, Ruojin. Are you also here to offer incense? Yao Hui spoke to herself, completely disregarding Su Ruojin's cold demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo became displeased. Miss, please refrain from tarnishing my young lady's reputation. Such loud proclamations about a gentleman's affections for her could ruin her standing if overheard. Yao Hui shot a disdainful glance at Yin Luo. Your young lady hasn't said a word, so why do you, a mere servant, interject? Ruojin, you ought to discipline your servant for her insolence. Su Ruojin replied frostily. Yao Hui, I am not your cousin, so do not misidentify your relatives. Yin Luo expresses my sentiments. Should you continue your reckless chatter, I would not hesitate to teach you the proper way to converse. You. Yao Hui was momentarily at a loss for words and quickly sought help from the other two. Mother, brother, please come over. Yao Hui, the daughter of Zhao Jiao and Yao Fud, was a few months younger than Su Ruojin. Yao Fud had a son named Yao Qifeng, who was Yao Hui's brother. A year prior, when the Yao family visited the Lin family, Yao Qifeng happened upon Su Ruojin and became infatuated with her. He implored his mother to propose marriage. Yao Zhang, unable to refuse her son, reasoned that marrying the eldest daughter of the Lin family, even if adopted, would not be a loss for her son. Thus, she approached Zhao Jiao with a proposal. The Yao family, being of modest means, found themselves rebuffed by Zhao Jiao, who deemed the Yao family beneath consideration, leading to the matter being dismissed. Today, I beheld Su Ruojin once more, clad in garments as white as snow, her ethereal demeanor rendering her even more captivating than a year prior. Yao Qingfeng's gaze fixated intently upon her until the voice of Yao Hui roused him from his reverie. He approached Su Ruojin alongside his mother, exclaiming, Sister Jean, it has been quite some time. Yao Zhangshe regarded Su Ruojin with a cold stare, remarking, such a lack of decorum. Failing to pay respects to your elders. Yao Hui chimed in, Indeed, cousin Ruojin, my mother is your aunt. Su Ruojin cast a dispassionate glance at the trio and stated, I have severed all ties with the Lin family and am not acquainted with you. Kindly step aside and do not obstruct my path. With that, she attempted to bypass them. Yao Qingfeng swiftly stepped forward, blocking her way, and said, Sister Ruojin, if Hui has offended you in any way, I apologize on her behalf. I know of a beautiful cypress grove nearby. Might I escort you there for a pleasant stroll? Fenger, why stoop to engage with such an uncouth individual? Yao Zhangshe retorted, her disdain for Su Ruojin palpable. In her eyes, though Su Ruojin was ostensibly a miss of the Lin family, she was not of true blood, and thus, she held a measure of contempt for her. The fact that her son was willing to lower himself to wed her, only to have her audaciously refuse, struck her as utterly shameless. Master Yao, I reiterate, I have no connection to the Lin family. Please move aside. Su Ruojin's anger began to rise. Sister Ruojin. Before Yao Qifeng could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by Su Ruojin, who warned, Young Master Yao, if you do not step aside, I will not hesitate to bestow upon you another bout of rashes. Upon hearing these words, Yao Qingfeng was instantly reminded of the tormenting rash he had suffered a year ago, which had incessantly itched for an entire month before finally subsiding. He shivered involuntarily and instinctively retreated a few steps. Had it not been for his family binding him, he would have surely scratched his face to shreds. He had never fathomed how he had inexplicably developed that rash, believing it to be a mere reaction to the local environment. Only now, upon hearing Su Ruojin's declaration, did he realize that it was all her doing. So it was you. Yao Qingfeng gazed at Su Ruojin in disbelief. She did not even spare him a glance, simply walking away. What an audacious character. Yao Zhangshe exclaimed in anger. Mother, what does it mean when Ruojin says she is no longer associated with the Lin family? Is she no longer the esteemed young lady of the Lin household? Yao Hui, too, began to comprehend the implications. Yao Zhangshe had not visited the Lin residence in quite some time and was unaware of the circumstances that led to Su Ruojin's expulsion. Once we finish our prayers, we shall pay a visit to your aunt, Yao Zhangshe stated. If it is true that Su Ruojin has severed ties with the Lin family, then she should abandon any fanciful notions of marrying into our Yao family. At 17, Yao Qifeng had failed to pass the scholar examinations 5 times. Yao Zhangshe had come to Jinming Temple to pray for her son's prosperous future and to seek some guidance from Lin Jingshan. In the dead of night, a frantic knocking echoed at the door of the dormitory, accompanied by an urgent voice. Miss, Miss, there has been an incident. Su Ruojin jolted awake, her eyes wide open. She quickly rose from her bed and opened the door, asking, "What has happened?" Feng Ying's face was etched with anxiety. "Miss, old Madame Lin has vanished. We searched throughout Yinyang, yet to no avail." Previously, old Madame Lin often ventured out to purchase candied fruits without incident. Jihua inquired of the neighbors along the way, but they all claimed not to have seen old Madame Lin. Growing increasingly frantic, Jihua summoned the maids and servants from the medical clinic to assist in the search, but after scouring much of Yinyang City, they had not gleaned any information. With the miss also absent, and in a desperate turn of events, Jihua utilized a covert signal to contact the. Ultimately, they discovered a pile of scattered apricot preserves at the edge of a small grove outside the city. It was then that they realized something had indeed befallen old Madame Lin. Jihua wasted no time, instructing Feng Ying to promptly inform the miss at Jinming Temple. Subordinate Huan approached, having met with the leader. A man, appearing to be an ordinary peasant, knelt on one knee before Su Ruojin. Huan rose and reported, "I have led the brothers of the Yin a thorough search, ultimately finding only a heap of scattered apricot preserves by the riverside outside the city. Along with this, he produced an object from his bosom." In Chapter 97, a missed opportunity, Huan revealed a jade bead earring set in gold, a birthday gift that Su Ruojin had given to old Madame Lin when she turned 10. Su Ruojin accepted the earring, clutching it tightly in her hand. Grandmother could not have ventured out of the city alone. Thus, there was only one possibility: someone had abducted her. Grandmother had always been low-key, maintaining few connections beyond the Lin family, and had no known enemies. Who would dare to kidnap her? Jihua, issue a command from the leader. We shall scour the entirety of Dechu for grandmother. Yes, miss. Jihua was well aware of the feelings the young lady harbored for the venerable Lady Lin, and promptly dispatched a message to the headquarters of the Dark Alliance. Huan, you and the brethren of the Dark Alliance accompanying Yinyang must continue the search. Yes, Alliance leader, Huan replied, taking his leave. Yin Luo offered words of comfort. My lady, do not be anxious. Since the kidnappers have taken Lady Lin, they must have their motives. It is likely that she is not in immediate danger. Su Ruojin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Yin Luo's words. Indeed, it is far easier to take a life than to abduct someone. Who could it be? What could possibly compel them to abduct an elderly lady who seeks nothing but peace? Jihua, remain at the medical clinic to watch for any new developments. Yin Luo, let us proceed to the Lin residence. Su Ruojin possessed only a general understanding of Lady Lin's past, but perhaps inquiring with Lin Zhongshan could yield some clues. As Su Ruojin's carriage passed the prefect's residence, Yin Luo, peeking through the curtain, exclaimed, My lady, are those not the three individuals we encountered at Jinming Temple? Su Ruojin glanced outside and indeed recognized the trio, the Yao and Zhang families, conversing with the gatekeeper of the prefect's residence. It appeared they were still unaware of Lin Zhongshan's demotion to county magistrate and had come to seek him out. Indifferent to such trifles, she proceeded directly to the county office. Upon hearing of Su Ruojin's arrival, Lin Zhongshan furrowed his brow. Recently, she had garnered the favor of the prefect, and Lin Zhongshan dared not treat her lightly. In future matrimonial discussions, her connections would surely elevate her standing. Although Su Ruojin may not possess the same demure grace as Wan Qing, leveraging her association with the prefect could prove advantageous. With this thought, Lin Zhongshan commanded, Allow her to enter. He then settled himself in his seat, awaiting Su Ruojin's entreaty. Before long, Su Ruojin entered, devoid of any pleasantries, and directly inquired, Lord Lin, do you know the whereabouts of my grandmother's family? Has she ever had any enemies? Lin Zhongshan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Ruojin's visit was concerning the old matriarch. His knowledge of her was quite limited, as he had been merely 5 years old when his parents met with tragedy. He recalled his father once telling his mother that the old matriarch's family was quite affluent and that she had brought little in terms of valuable possessions, with the Lin household relying on her support. His father had suggested that once they had exhausted her resources, they would cast her aside and allow his mother to assume the role of matriarch. However, Lin Zhongshan was entirely ignorant of the whereabouts of the old matriarch's family. For many years, they had remained absent from the scene, leading him to believe that they had either fallen into destitution or had completely forsaken her as their daughter. Why do you ask? Lin Zhongshan countered. My grandmother has gone missing. She has been abducted, Su Ruojin disclosed without reservation. Lin Zhongshan's expression turned to one of astonishment. What did you say? Why would someone abduct an elderly woman? Does your grandmother have any enemies? Su Ruojin reiterated her question. Lin Jingshan shook his head. I have never heard of any. If she truly had enemies, they would have approached us long ago. Su Ruojin discerned that Lin Jingshan was not lying. It seemed this matter bore no relation to him, and he was entirely uninformed. I apologize for the intrusion. I shall take my leave. With that, Su Ruojin turned to depart without further ado. Please, Miss Su, wait. Lin Jingshan called out. Su Ruojin scoffed, her eyes brimming with derision. Lord Lin, the threshold of your Lin residence is far too high for a commoner like myself to cross. Turning away without the slightest hesitation, Lin Jingshan, incensed by Su Ruojin's utter lack of respect, tossed the documents onto the floor. How brazen. Don't come crying to me in the future. As Su Ruojin exited the government office, she fortuitously crossed paths with Yu Zhang and her companions, who were just arriving. Yao Huihui was about to call out to Su Ruojin, but a glance from Yao Zhang silenced her, prompting the maid to lead the trio toward the rear courtyard. Yao Qingfeng, however, kept his gaze fixed on Su Ruojin until her figure vanished from sight. Upon reaching the courtyard, Yao Zhang greeted Zhao Jiao with a beaming smile. Cousin, it has been so long. The children have been yearning for their dear cousin, so I brought them along. Zhao Jiao felt vexed at the sight of Yao Zhang and her family, a group of individuals who contributed nothing but sought to benefit from her household. Nevertheless, they were relatives, and she could not outright dismiss them. She merely gestured vaguely. Sister-in-law, please have a seat. Zhao Jiao had been reluctant for her relatives to learn of her adoption of a daughter. Yet, a year prior, Yao Zhang had intrusively arrived and encountered Su Ruojin. Now, with the subject resurfacing, Zhao Jiao felt even more irritated. The fact that she had once taken in Su Ruojin had become a sensitive topic for her. My daughter Wanqing is not in Yinyang. How could you possibly meet her at Jinming Temple? Yao Zhang appeared confused. Wanqing? Is our young lady not Ruojin? My biological daughter is named Lin Wanqing. What you saw was Su Ruojin. She has moved out of the Lin residence and has no ties to it any longer. Upon hearing this, Yao Zhang understood and felt a sense of relief for not having arranged a marriage for her son at that time. Otherwise, she would have to find a way for him to divorce Su Ruojin. However, Yao Qingfeng's eyes brightened upon hearing the news. If Ruojin was no longer associated with the Lin family, then his cousin could not dictate her marriage. If he could win Ruojin's affection, wouldn't he be able to embrace a beauty? Unable to contain himself, Yao Qifeng inquired, Cousin, where is Ruojin currently residing? Zhao Jiao shot him a glance and coldly replied, What? Qingfeng, do you still hold on to hope for her? A wild girl without parents hardly merits such concern from you. Zhao Jiao was well aware of Yao Zhang's intentions. Our Wanqing is destined to enter the Ruian Academy, cousin-in-law. One must understand their own standing in society and refrain from harboring improper thoughts. Yao Zhang's expression stiffened as she muttered, of course, while inwardly cursing. Lin Jingshan was merely a county magistrate. Once her son attained the title of